just a lot of details. And we have to follow up with. Okay, so detail number one, what is the future? Remember, the unbelievable, unbelievable, it's all from every topic for the right purpose. Okay, this mission doesn't have to say like that's kind of obvious. But I think like offered up the topic for the wrong designation, maybe I bet the discussion. And a common sense, however, it does not discard the evolution of the owner. Kind of common sense, it's two exceptions to this rule. What are they? Chatos and Pesach and Chatos. However, Pesach is only invalid when offered up on Erev Pesach for the Lord's intention. Chatos, all year round. But Matthew says it's not just Chatos and Pesach, it's also Ashram. Right, which it says, I mean, answer why you're including Ashram. It's simple. If it's whatever is going to work for a Chatos, or it's going to be true for a Chatos, it should also be true for an Ashram. Why? Just like Chatos is a sin offering, Ashram is a sin offering, and therefore, again, if I'm not from Mesa, Chatos is going to be invalid when offered up Shalom Ishma, so the Ashram should be invalid if offered up on Ishma. Beautiful, that's the Mishnah. Now let's prefer the Mishnah. You'll see in the comment over there, what it says, and Ishchaton should be based after the Shin Chatos, Sudan. You will see that comment says that those items, those kavanas that are offered up, the Shin Pesach and the Shin Chatos are going to be tossed. I must say, what exactly that means if you actually just think. And Ishchaton Shin Pesach, Kol Shar is spoken. Shin Pesach will be invalid because of the Shin Pesach, or Shin Pesach will Shin Chatos before Zman, Sudan. So we'll say, essentially, we also get the whole example like this. The same way that a Pesach or a Chatos, if offered up to the Lord resolution, are invalid, so the reverse is true also. If on Erev Pesach you offer us another carbon, the same carbon Pesach, but during the rest of the year, you offer up another carbon, the same, that erroneous designation will invalidate the body. So you'll say, just on the same way just happened. According to Shama and Rabbi Eliezer, the general rule is if you offer kavanos, for the morning the carbon is still kosher, doesn't count for the owners, but ultimately still kosher. Two exceptions to that rule. What are the exceptions? Two exceptions? Chatos and Pesach. But again, just like this Pesach, you'll see that who is coming along and sin. The same way that Pesach and Chatos are Shalom B'Shema are possible. So too, if on Erev Pesach you offer up another carbon, the same Pesach, that carbon is invalidated. And if you offer up another carbon, the same Chatos, that carbon is invalid. So this reverse is true as well. Shimon Aki Azari the older. I want to say this is fascinating. Shimon, the brother of Azari, said that a very great happens with it. Shimon ben Azari. Shimon Aki Azari, Shimon the brother of Azari. That's not how you remember. It's not just a poetry. A beautiful Rashi. Look at actually. Shimon and Azariah. This is so beautiful. I'm saying Azariah, also the Pragmatia. Shimon and Azariah were brothers. Shimon was a Papa. And Azariah was a businessman. And what did Azariah do? The secret termination of the Bishashai Osip Torah. Also, looking at Azariah, a successful business, and he supported his brother Shimon in his learning. And one day, the history of it really again. She came as well as Isaiah described how you don't show Shimon. But ultimately, again, Isaiah should get person Israel. Part of the reward for Shimon's learning. You know, the Sotah, and you can reach as co-founder. So, make sure that Isaiah can complete the Ashmo, Shabbat Al Yada. So, it's very beautiful. Therefore, Shimon is always known as the mother of Isaiah wives. Because Isaiah, according to the support ultimately again the intelligent and proper. So it's a very beautiful lesson to be learned over here. This is what I want to point out. And if you notice much of Rashi, Rashi says over there that when Isaiah supported Shimon, he still made him came like Isaiah. It's still between two of them. That part of the start of the words, you go to Isaiah. It's like someone who go ahead and you say, hey, like, zero means like half. Zero doesn't have to be half. Zero just means a portion. The idea is that you actually get half of the reward for someone learning just by supporting them. You can't stomach it alone. But there's a certain right where you only get the real measure or the real significant portion of the reward of what you're doing the work yourself. Like, there's only so much you can afford to buy. You can purchase a good amount of the range of the reward of only comes through that kind of so what is it? The reason why it is not about what we do for ourselves, but it's about the greatness that we enable in others. So that if you enable others, that becomes a force multiplier. I'm one person, so one person is going to do. But if I try to do my and I figure out how to enable people and support others, whether it's materially or just emotional, be able to become the best version of themselves, so that I have a feeling of my own accomplishment, but I share a feeling in their accomplishment as well. Sometimes even including what you do for yourself, with others. Incredible. So what does Shiraki Azari say? He said, all right, Shakra Shem Gabor and Shira, and Shinolo and do it. So Shira, Shem Gabor has an interesting approach. He said like this: when it comes to making a mistake designation, he says it all depends on the state. If you went ahead and you had a witness event for a carbon of higher safety, then your carbon is still valid, it's still kosher. If you had in mind for a carbon of safety, the carbon is valid. Give an example of this case on Kanshe Kadasha, Shishak Kanshe Kanshe Kalam Super. So let's say you're in the very tank, you're going to find all these candidates of our focus this morning. Kanshe Kadasha represent carbons of higher safety. So let's say I'm shifting Kanshe Kadasha, but when I shift it, I have in mind for Kanshe carbons. Now I'm having in mind for a lower safety carbon. Ultimately, possible. It's possible. Kanshe Kadasha, Shishak Kanshe Kadasha, sorry. Kanshe Shishak Kanshe Kadasha, Shivas. But if I'm shifting Kanshe Kadasha, lower safety carbons, and I have in mind for Kanshe Kadasha, higher safety, then ultimately again it's going to be kosher. So also just to kind of focus on these things graph over here. But Shinaki Azari is coming along and modifying the Parakam a little bit, right? Because the Parakam said it was, if you check the carbon Shalom Shra for the right intention, the carbon is going to be kosher, the carbon is fine, it just doesn't go towards the owner's obligation. Two exceptions to that rule, Isaac and Chathas. Rabbi Eliezer wrote in their Parsha. But to illustrate, so Shinaki Azari is coming along and saying, so you know, because we can start a little bit more. What intention did you have for the carbon? If you had an intention for a higher safety carbon, when shifting your lower safety carbon, then right, the carbon is going to be kosher, it doesn't count as long as obligation. But if you had went for a lower safety carbon, when you were shifting your higher safety carbon, then that carbon is going to be invalid. Incredible. So let's go right to have a hard. Right? So we shall finish the story. Sure, just more examples of this. Of a card, first, nicer, then ultimately again we have for the purpose of shivin. Why? Because again, chef in Bakar and nicer shivin represents again an elevation of status. Therefore, the carbon was agriculture. Shivin shishak for the shivin Bakar or shivin nicer shivin. But at the end of the day, you can go ahead and have a shivin and chef it for the purpose of Bakar. For the purpose of nicer, ultimately again it will be possible. Why? Because if shifted a carbon of higher safety for the purposes of something of lower safety, and therefore it would be valid. Also, first Mishnah is sentence country, the next Mishnah is Zoshai, finish many more together. Gemara. Mamali the Mishnah, Ella Shalo Olive. So it's the first thing you want to start with is just the question of the sequence. So the Mishnah says, any covenant that you offer us, not mishpach, that was not the designated purpose of the covenant being offered. It's kasha, elo, shelo, only by the Shemot. Instead, it doesn't count towards the obligation of the owner. It says, why I can phrase it that way. Just to sound a little bit. So I do think, but Ella, only with my mission for the owner told us that that's his obligation. Why not just say, it doesn't count on shit. Ella Shalom. Just say, all over the mission for it doesn't count towards the obligation. That's it. Says, talk about the implementation of what's on my gosh, the Bible will be Shekova, Arabic to Shazai Kaini, Rothschild sharing the equipment. So when it does things as follows, it does not count towards the ownership of our obligation, but the carbon still retains its initial decision to show, and therefore halacha rabbis can't make any more deviations. Now, what does that mean? So there's Rashi. Rashi, the first one I know is about Rabbi Kusha. Sayo kindly Vasu is very cool. Sushni Yakrina. Lava Echas Meshara Botos, the Chakiba Shalom Shma. Your Abar and Shina Kashas. What's the need to be eating a simple example here? Let's say Konsei Tanakama. But let me just give you a example. I went ahead and it was offering up a shlomet. It was offering up a shlomet. And instead, I went ahead and I had in mind for a carbon toga. Thanksgiving offering. Okay, so what's halacha? What's halacha? Kasha, but what? I meant to do another comment because I still over shlomet. Now, you want to say like this? You might have felt like this. Once, I went ahead and I did the intentionality, but I don't think I had in mind for a toga. So then I did the rest of the almost what we say that we're talking about, we're going to extensively are the various steps in carbonic service. So I was saying, so I remember again, there's a smicha, meaning of sort of animals, there's a shvita, shechting, kabbalah, the city of the blood, there's holacha, movement of the blood, right, walking of the blood to the sprinkling of the blood. So I would have felt like this. Once I didn't in the kabbalah, then eventually give us like DVDs for other elements as well. Kamash Shlomo Gemara says it's not true. Kamash Shlomo Gemara says, however, the Bible rule we should have it true. I messed up, so therefore again, these covenants are supposed to be Shalom. Now have the one definition of a Torah, which means I have not fulfilled my obligation. But for the rest of the ritual rites, the carbonic rites, services, I should maintain the right, the onset of a Shalom. Just because I didn't on the story from the carbon does not allow for future generation. Now, granted, if I make it in brown, it's not going to be kosher, but you should still try to keep it right. Why is it nice to get over? How come I show up? Right? It's just I put my obligation of the future when it comes to Shlomo about the Kisha Sayo training, it comes to the Kisha as a Shlomo. You should not make any more deviations in this carbon. So I say, I'm not so people that because they're teaching us that a lot of guys might make mistakes. Sometimes, I messed up anyway. So once I messed up, what's the point of trying to it's not true. You mess up in life, but even if the goal in life, sometimes you can't make one mistake or you get from making a mistake. At least if I can't undo the mistake, the best thing to do is don't compound it. Don't compound it. Don't double down on it. Try to figure out what I can do to extricate myself from the clutches of this mistake now instead of trying to look towards that. You know, it's like, all the shashakra shape, all the shashakra shlow Islam, was like the second Omer, and check the shlow Islam. Whatever the case is, I checked it in Omer, in the purpose of a program. Right, so Islam, also Rizlo, Damasho, and Islam. Even though there was a case, even though I had no intention by Shkita, right, so ultimately, it was supposed to be Omer. But instead, the Jewish Shkita had in mind for the Shlomo, for a Shlomo. Okay, so now, the covenant is still being kosher, not going to satisfy the obligation. Make sure that by the ensuing ritual rites, the Kabbalic rites, that you maintain the right, that you maintain the right mindset. You have only Rika, don't use Rika ultimately again, for the sake of the Shlomo. Use Rika for the original Ola intention. Incredible. So what that sounds, Levi's in Star, Levi's in Makra. So this concept, that even if I give you the original intentionality by nothing Shvita, I should not deviate from the future aspects of the carbonic service, but I should have the right mindset. This is a Svara or it's a Pasuk. So Levi says, Levi's in Svara. So what's the it's very simple. What do I do? Just because I messed up once, I should keep on listening. Just because there's a mistake is taking 35 years, 35 years, no change. So I made a mistake with the shkita, but again, going forward, by the other bonus, I think we went to very hard to have I say, most So the Pasuk says, whatever you are to do, whatever you utter, make sure to utter it. Make sure to keep it. And you shall do what you found to Hashem your God in the covenant. Rabbi said, you see the covenant in the Pasuk, right? The Pasuk said, talking about my covenants. There are the application of my covenants. Whatever you promise to do to others, whatever neder you made, fulfill it. But then how is it going to go within the Torah? The Pasuk and the Torah are two different things. High in the Torah, the Torah says, so why does the Pasuk mention the Torah? Other things, neder. So I said, ultimately, the most subject for the Pasuk is Hashem and neder. So it's talking about a neder. Why are you bringing up the Torah? At this point, first of all, Hashem means what you neder. The heart, Hashem and neder, there's a distinction between them. What's the distinction? The Gemara says, neder the Allah Havrei Arai, and Dava Havrei Zu. Right? So neder ultimately is on the Dava. Like Havrei Arai, I think upon myself. And Dava ultimately again is this animal should be with us. So let's ask me, why does the pasuk vacillate between neder and Dava? Right? The pasuk between the top line, these were things. Ella. And commercial that seems to me neder. So the Gemara is teaching that if you fulfill, like if you carry through, that which you intended to do, then ultimately you offering is neder. You love, and if not, if you count that as Dava, but you actually, you might need a Dava, keep it, it's not that, then you Dava Teres, we should make sure. So, generally, that's exactly a principle. But I want to raise again, if let's say I got the register with the card, but when I offered it, I found the right type of carbon. What style of all? The carbon is kosher. So, I'm taking it down. I'm not saying I'm it doesn't count part my application. But I'm not going to Dava, you shut it. And once I give it as a Dava, ultimately, again, are you allowed to go ahead and make changes in the designation of the Dava? And the answer is yes. And I'm not realizing a change in the designation of the Dava. You should not make subsequent changes during the ensuing rituals and rites. Look at that. You go to church, maybe the word Kari Dava. And if it says the Torah calls this misdesignated carbon named Dava, it tells you that even if you read the statement front end, don't continue to have Shalom Shmo intentions the rest of the way. I'm going to do it about the reason the Baba is being how is Kavan the art now? The Tumen of Kavan is so it is a Japan of the beginning is a last day. The deal is a last day. You and never us. You know, us getting a tool of a karma, Durani, which is a place. Right? Durani, the boundary, and the karma is the place. Durani, Rava, maybe not your side, Rava is shutting it. Because Rava was contrasting it. He was going ahead and talking about all different kinds of things, raising all different kinds of contradictions, and he was out to us in some like a proper the Jews of lots of last life. You missed out. So it was everything on who your friends are and who you hang out with, right? In terms of what you consider a good night. But what you consider something to tell you first, did you miss out? So these are people that talk about, did you miss out? Manish. The logo was on fire. I was on fire. I think it's not struck that had a spin and contradiction that was all very heavy. Somebody knew not us, right? So it's like arguments you can imagine, right? So I thought that's a lot of fun over here. So I thought what says, so you tell me something would happen, right? You do something, right? You know us. So here, the first of all, how about Christians with all the shit? What says, you go to Mishnah. All Kabbalists that are also Mishnah. So watch this. Hang on, Mishnah Lishman. And interesting that I was like, what in the Mishnah? So again, let's just take a simple case. Revolution ultimately again is Shwana. What am I doing? At the time of the Shita, I have in mind that it should be the Shem Ola. I actively having in mind the wrong Kabbalic designation. Okay, so good news and bad news. What's the good news? What's the good news? Carbon is kosher. Bad news? I still have to bring another shlomo. can't go about evolution. That's interesting. On stomach, all of the evolution for that. What about the problem face? What about if I said, and at the time of the carbon, I had no infection. I'm going to speak over. I didn't have any infection. Like the carbon, I did so. In other words, the part of the news is I didn't have infection for the wrong carbon. What's the bad news or other news is I also didn't have explicit intent to bring a shorter. So Rabbi positive that such a carbon is kosher and counts towards my action. Why? Stama Alu versus Allah Stama Nami Kilishmango. What was Rabbi's deal? Rabbi's deal was that in Mishnah, the problematic case was when you have in mind ultimately against or the wrong speakers 25. Good. So I said, so again, my vote, what if the carbon compromise? What I have in mind for the wrong type of carbon. Like, so I have to bring a shlomi, I had in mind for an Ola. That's where the carbon is compromised. But Rabbi's inference from the Mishnah, the Mishnah was, but if you just have no infection, so I'm not bringing a carbon. So yeah, I'm bringing it out because I have to bring a shlomi. But I'm having the sheet on, I think that any infection, that works. When I say that works, is to cover this kosher and it fulfills my obligation. What do you see from there? Allah, stoma, nani, kilishmat, as well say stoma, which means now stoma essentially means no specific intent. No specific intent essentially counts as specific intent. As long as you don't have erroneous intent, the carbon is considered to be offered out of shmo. Fascinating, or maybe phrase the kasha 1 second. Kolovich, Niftaljar, Puzzle, stomach down the puzzle. Well, contrast this to get. What's the stomach would get? And get that was not for the purpose of doing it. Let's say again, moving goes into the spot stores. And you will see like lawful, access to the bank, we have to people to do it. Like we have moving in again. Well, yeah, we have moving in the lawful, the type of people that are there. Moving in obviously doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because it has to be the Shema. So it's like it says, Stama Nami Puzzle. What happens if the soul for a whole field can again? So what he get ready for the wrong woman, he just wanted to stop. Just wanted to stop. Such a get is going to be possible also. So it says, what do you see here? You see here that I want for the Mesa, so what we call no intention is considered to be negative intention. So what's going on? He's shutting verses the other way. Resolve that. He's walking up the stam of the Shema only. You show the stam of love with the Shema, I guess. You can't compare those two cases, but in general, a married woman with Chazak is that she's married. Marriage represents a tremendous change in the what we call the life equilibrium. That requires active Shema. In general, if I designate a carbon as a Shema, then I'm moving it. So the default is I designated it. Remember again, I designated it. I'm bringing it. So what's the default? The default is that it's for Shema. As long as I don't change the default, we're good to go. So the case is just fundamentally different from the positives. Whereas if you start with this from a Shem Miller, but when you know that if you offer up a carbon without specific intent, that the carbon is going to be kosher, or you know that from. So he says, even when they're wrong, but actually, it's like they are. Instead, comments not mention is so often it was this like it is our Mishnah. Right? Just again, remember, look how our Mishnah is phrased. All commands that were offered up Shalom Mishman. Shalom Mishman. So what does that mean again? What's the problem over there? That you offered up for the wrong destination. That's what ultimately they're compromised. The low Katoni shows the whole Mishman. They're interesting, right? If the Mishnah wanted to teach us that even a stam is problematic, then it would have been a better way to should have said, Kol Azvatim, Shalom is Kol Mishman. If it wasn't offered the Shema, they don't put Shabbat all over the Bible. That would have told me that even is still problematic. The fact that it says, Kol Azvatim, she's going to Shalom Shema, that indicates to us, we all know intent, is what compromising the carbon. No intention does not. It does not. Verse says, that again, now you have to correlation it up. Shalom, 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 level, I've given you that same belief as well. And if I give you that's not level, if I give you that level is ultimately that love. That shalom is wrong, right? What is stand? It's in the government, elevate hard. Right? Whereas it's not. Take some shwan for shalom is wrong. So the scripture says, give me an example of a shwan and shalom is wrong. What's the example of that case? So the verse says, the shem pizach or the shem shwan. And so, for example, again, if gay kids would be just, let's say, get offering up a kind of pizza or and instead I had in mind for shwan. So the verse says, I want to honor the shem pizach or the shem shwan. That the reason ultimately they give it this piece of shalom is why? Because you actively have in mind for two distinct designations. Ha, the shem pizach, stomach, kosher. That was another. So it's not just an example of common acceptance. Common acceptance is one of the examples that Malachi has said in the rest of everything. But don't worry about that right now. So the verse says as follows: when you notice in there, when anything that change of intention acts that you that's the carbon, only when there's an active change of designation. On the nice thing is the first time it was supposed to be a Pesach, but I had in mind again, I had in mind for a Shlomo, or Shlomo I had in mind for Pesach. But again, going to the first one, here's the what? How the shape is like Mustafa. Well, the intention was first of Isaac and then shift it. Now the strict intention, kosher. No one to Ishmael. Therefore, what you see here, that no intention, right, what we call the standard intention, ultimately is the same as the Shema intention. Or stated otherwise, the only time you compromise the carbon is when you actively have in mind for a different carbonic designation. Like when Havoch myself, you just have stam, current, right? No specific intent, the government from the education. No much money has maybe fit over there, why? Dollar, the government's like dollar, on OSA, that's for sure of an OSA. So let's maybe it's different over there, because for example, let's say you say the shape is up, and then you don't have any intentionality afterwards, that's okay, why? Because the myself, since I said the shape is up on the outset, that sets the tone. And even if there's no specific intent, the rest of the public, that's a creative intentionality. Also, that element is sick. Shalom, that by some but Shalom Yishma was an example of Shalom Ishma Yishma, the Shalom Shem Bezah. We started off by the Shem Bezah, time by number Shem Bezah. So we can ultimately know this question of two actively different inventions. Plus, stomach or Shem Bezah kosher, but ultimately again it goes stomach. No intention, Shem Bezah kosher. No Shem Bezah, and that's different. Why? The other will be up so far out to us. So that was really different because nothing is retroactive for our teaching. Since at the end we had a mind for the right carbon, that shows it from the beginning of the intentionality. Inami, I need the kind of the Shlomo, Tana Inami, Tana Inami, Shalom Bishwan, Udishwan. That again, the Lord says, or perhaps we just bring it to the keys in order to convey a sense of symmetry. So I said, we're going to stop over for today. So since the word we get to the conclusive proof tomorrow. So again, remember, what's our open question? If I have wrong intention by the carbon, so leaving aside Chatos, Asham, and Pesach, the carbon is kosher, but ultimately again counts towards the altar. The Gemara says, but what happens if I just had the right intention, stam intention? Does that compromise the carbon? The Gemara was so now was trying to answer that. We're trying to answer it a couple of times, it didn't work, and it's Hashem. Answer first thing tomorrow, more than what's that. Right, that's another good thing. All right, folks. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual college always starts with personal stuff and makes the show for dedicated publishing instructions this year. As these hosts, we saw the thoughts on this show. Our college always sponsor for the month of Elul. How about you know, Philip Over? Rabbi, Hashem, so his parents, Abba, then Ashukunikas, Uber, it's all clouds will be answered in that session. Fully units. The English must have it for his father, the Ariklum, or Yitzchak, Ari, then at Rabbi Yaakov, from the Bracha. And it's always a great keeper in the schools. Aber Mensch, hast du es mit versprochen, Mensch, schon lieben auch. Die Schummel in the car, and that's about the sort is going to be successful. The whole say there. But saying that, let me get a massive upon reaching and finding. Sorry, and seeking today that is you, Gary, but we are picking up on the people on the other 13A. The people side, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom at the 2 dots. So when we introduce us to the concept of these hierarchies, multiple hierarchies of this stuff. So the Mishnah, for example, said that it couldn't come from one, maybe because we're already starting. So we want a mamzer, so on and so forth. So it was a length over. For example, if let's say you want them to come chacham comes first. So for example, you have mamzer coming chacham and a kohen. Mamzer coming chacham takes precedence over the kohen. So let's go ahead and learn this from such beautiful words. I'm about to read Rabbi ultimately, it was such a beautiful, beautiful pasuk. The pasuk says it is more precious than gems. So what is this referring to? So it's a English that is referring to Torah. Torah itself is more precious than even the most valuable jewels. The Kohen Gadol, what does this mean? Talmid Chacham is more precious. The Kohen Gadol should trust with everything. Even the very Talmid Chacham is more precious. The Kohen is more precious. We think a little bit of that word. But the Kohen Gadol enters into the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur. As we discussed yesterday, the difference is that a Talmid Chacham represents what you make of yourself. Versus is static. This is as a Kohen, a Levi, so these at least initially are statuses which are conferred upon you. Earned status is greater than holder status. Earned status is greater than conferred status. Okay, let's go back there. Kind of, I'm sure I have already. You think we should act at the Shofar again? Really, a emancipated state of ultimately attention to precedence over here. Why? She said, God will be more than a sharp. Let's say about God will be because an emancipated slave grew up with like and then Rabbi grew up, so to speak, in context and situation. Well, back to Rabbi show. Wow, that's how it is. Incredible. Okay, so you guys have but this early in the morning I was seeing things. Incredible. It's right there, right? But even if that is sleeping, so good to see Hashem. So the Gemara says as follows. So I thought that a Nevin Shufat is precedence over a year. Why? Because at the end of the day, Nevin Shufat grew up, so to speak, in a Jewish home versus a year which did not. The Gemara says, the difference is that Edek descends from a cursed lineage. Remember again, Adam come from Canaan, and Canaan was cursed. Sometimes there's a section that also has something. They are called lots of Nisa Giores. They are called lots of Nisa Shukres. So what's the difference between the students? That's what I was going to say. Why is it that the living means that these runs? All that's up going on with 13A. So the verse says, why is it that people run? Now, going means that people aren't able or amenable to marry a Giores, but people don't necessarily want to marry an emancipated youth servant. What's the reason for that? Once again, the servant is what's the clouds instead of honor, of curses, but if you are a servant, there are other possibilities. But the Yoga actually points out that we have presumably was the one which is going to want to convert. Therefore, she's careful ultimately again with her own personalistic kedusha. She's moral, she's not promiscuous, but a shifra never knows if she's going to be emancipated, and therefore Allah unfortunately believes in the world. I'll show it coming to the Maki Eskono, and that Hatul Ino Maki Eskono. This is fascinating. Why is it that a dog knows its master, has allegiance to its master, and yet a cat does not? What's the shot? So the Gemara says, So it says you're going to say over here, there's a whole list of items that you can cause forgetfulness. Amongst them, a mouse. If you eat from something that a mouse eats that causes you to forget. So the Gemara says, if you eat a cat, cats eat mice. Therefore, by definition, a cat doesn't remember its owner because again, it consumes the mouse. Which is the idea. Okay, why mice do forgetfulness was serious over. Short of this philosopher, if we not call most of them bad hearted, why is it that no one likes mice? And why does no one like mice? And everyone's always trying to kill the mouse, catch the mouse, all these different kinds of things. So the Gemara says, because mice are bad, they're bad leaders. Suman Ra is that inherently, a mouse exhibits negative behavior. How so? The Gemara says, it's one thing about saying mice don't just eat through food. Like what is mixing with food, without going not through everything. They're eating not through clothing. Now, what benefit does a mouse have when it goes through clothing? The answer is none. So the most on the other hand is that the mouse is just destructive in nature, even though there's no benefit of the case. If you ignore it simply, you know, so I feel it should something more guiding. Sometimes or even shoot through the handle of a shovel. Now again, you ask yourself, what benefit does the mouse get when it chews through the mouth of the handle of the shovel? The answer is nothing. It still doesn't. That destructive nature of a mouse is so that it's considered to be so negative. And therefore, not for myself, inherently man doesn't like mice. So it's a good argument. I must say, I want to also point out, I have to ask the people now, I'm not going to do justice to a lot of these Gemaras. Because like there's so much profundity, there's so much thing in all of this. We'll get to the end. If we have time in our session, there's a couple of sections I want to go back to. But we're gonna make sure you finish that. There are 5 things which cause a person to forget their learning. So I will say, if one eats from something that a mouse ate. So in other words, let's say a mouse nibbled on a loaf of bread. If you then eat from that causes forgetfulness. And we're not sure how to eat from something a cat ate. Now again, it's not because of the cat, but rather why is it? Because cats eat mice, so therefore it's the same type of thing. But if one eats the heart of an animal, which I will say, that one you can understand, because you consider the heart is the very, very life source. So to ingest the very life source of animals into life, by definition, those and what's for humanity, which causes it to forget the Torah. But other eats 2 hours, pizza. If you drink that water, if you drink leftover that water, it seems like a bad idea on levels, right? But when it's causes forgetfulness as well. This is fascinating. If you wash your feet one on top of the other. So let's just the imagery that remember we're talking about necessarily it's like a bucket of water and you're washing your feet. So if you wash your feet, you put one foot on top of the other and you wash it, that causes forgetfulness. So let's say just think about that imagery for just a moment. If your feet are one on top of the other, what does that show? Usually you can't walk like that. You're immobile. When do you forget your burden? When ultimately again you don't move yourself forward. If one foot is on top of the other, you can't walk. If you can't walk, you can't move, you can't advance. Such a person unfortunately loses their Torah. So too, someone puts his clothing underneath his head, underneath his head. So he knows that has the same as soul. But ultimately, again, if you put your clothing underneath your head, what is it? You're under clothing, it rots. Then you can't go ahead and get out into the world and accomplish things. So by definition, if you can't get out and accomplish, you're going to forget your Torah. Spirituality is only retained because the process that is constantly moving forward. But if it remains in place by definition, it regresses. You wash one foot on top of the other, you're not moving forward. You don't know when your clothing is underneath your pillow, you forward. If you're not moving forward by definition, you're regressing and forgetting. Incredible. There are 5 things which can restore your learning, like job memory. So you learn what are they? Number 1, a breath baked over coals. The coals should be become an asthma. The coals themselves are apparently beneficial for memory. Eat a roasted egg without salt. Olive oil, right? Olives cause forgetfulness. Olive oil apparently is good for memory. Now, I'm not going to be I eat every summer. I want to say a person who regularly drinks wine and smells nice things. That's good for memory. Now, show some I'm stuff. And if you drink the leftover water from baking bread, from baking chocolate, it's probably going to go. Obviously, also, if you dip your finger in salt and you eat the salt, so much about it. I'm going to show you guys. Person drinks regularly just olive oil is different. So, you shouldn't try that. The same way that consumption of olives can cause to Rabbi also cause you to forget your learning, even from 7 years. So to again, olive oil can cause you to record your learning, even if you forgot, or cause you to retain your learning for 7 years. Next, like I said, so it's a beautiful, just to make a note, this beautiful marasha on this olive oil piece. For your family, come back to it. Now, another piano Shabbat. It was like every person regularly drinks wine and goes ahead and some and smoking. That's good for memory. You see here about lava, Chavno, and I kind of drink wine and nice smells, nice scents make you wise. But October is well enough. You just think it's probably a charge to our house, which, like he says, is one finger into salt. So you see tonight, and you know Achos will check it. He says one finger and not 2 fingers. And you also understand the charge of like 2 fingers and not 3 fingers. You see what it means. So, alright, wait very well. So it's my point. This is all coming again. Means the point does is very tough. I saw it going to touch him, but there are 10 things. There are 10 things. What I'm saying that make it difficult. Now, it's touch him means makes it difficult to learn, but it really means ultimately difficult for retention. Difficult for learning and retention. Number one. All the tatas are outside Haggadah. If one walks underneath the reins, so like the halter on a camel, the culture tatas double asphalt. Or if one walks underneath the camel itself, that's ultimately again makes it difficult for learning. The other big stigma, only walk between 2 camels. The other big stigma, often not walks between 2 women, that each however is big stigma. Or if a woman walks between 2 men. These are all items ultimately again that would be difficult to learn and to retain the living. Now, all that, the tapas may not rush on the data. But the person goes ahead and goes by the pizza smell of another parties. The older tapas, I guess, share all the tapas 9 men or one walks underneath the bridge. Where it has been lived for 40 days. The old tapas, she goes up, or bread. But it's not a pretty good. Now, also is one of this and one goes ahead and eats from the spoons and of the hand. Right? That's the hand that has all the Shema started from the procreation. Now, it shows in the Amazon all the basic parts. If one drinks from a stream, which runs through the cemetery, now the stack of the three are this. Or one goes ahead and looks at the face of the dead. Mostly ones are very interesting. I love how they figure out that once a person passes away, you're supposed to cover the face. Because they immediately cover the face. Both the mouth, both the eyes, cover the face. One is not supposed to look at the face of the dead. Each only a colic sunshine. This is fascinating. Or something reading descriptions on a headstone, on a gravestone, causes a person ultimately again to forget their learning. The most two are very interesting. First of all, reading this gets on a headstone, that's what it's there for, right? Well, it's just a new thing. So I think that's just spending more on the list. Two, the fact of the person, to a certain degree, is really the past. Part of the outflow that was fascinating, part of what we do in our Vegas is we move forward. There's a period of time when you are really getting the lost, that's Shiva, and then everything else ultimately is about compelling the other forward. Never not Vegas. But also almost represent the duty that the other has to the Shema of the loved one. People make a mistake. They think that those optimistic figures are there to hold the other back. Not all. They're to propel the other forward in a particular type of avoda of taking care of the Shema of their loved one and not to get distracted by other things. understanding between ideas represents to a certain degree the focus on the loss which represents the past. Reading the next story, I don't think it is. I don't think like reading it the first time. I think it's talking about reading it over and over and over. At a certain point in time, right? Like we always say, it was the working on the shots, not the hubba, what was, and a person needs to evolve. It has an incredible statement. Ivan says secretly, Shabbos Mishpachah Fidelity. Which probably zero that the dead are ultimately forgotten. Now, what does that mean? Whatever suffered lost is the dead are never forgotten. But it has to try to program us with the ability to compartmentalize. When this is fresh, it looks at a photo of home and it's everywhere all the time. As we move ourselves forward, we're able to compartmentalize versus someone who's stuck with their names. But looking at those, always hearing a trick story is living too much on the gas. If you live too much on the gas, ultimately, you can't move yourself forward. You can't move yourself forward. You can't learn. You can't continue to talk about what's the first line. First line. You should have first line. You should not see the press. That day will say, this is fascinating. You will not see what since the news coverage. Color arm only. Everybody has to stand up. They usually actually when they can sit down. So once he says, you can say, Kishat is in the first, we have this in the tree. Also, Shura, so kind of the Shura as a kind. I just will come in 2 months, right? I don't look at them and we say we have to get to his place. Shakal coming, that's a fucking rocks in. At the point that the Mushik Ashik will come. Once he enters into the Dalam is to stand up, or 7 Dalam is to sit down. So, really different forms of comment for the nurse. I'm based in a little bit on the top. The sons of the external beauty component is not shown to think of a money survey publicly of seen on Russia and translated a lot of work and answer people. What is that? Because in Spanish, they tell me they were often sitting on the floor. So in Spanish, everyone was seated, they were making deep walk, stepping on the heads of people. So you learn those sorts of comment and family how they serve the community, how they need to enter into the respect even after everyone else is seated, even though it looks like you should be disrespectful, that they're working over everyone. Not so solid. You can't see actually come to say, let's say, get the top companies inside the establishment, and then he has to leave, he has to leave to relieve himself. What's the problem? You come back in and go back to his place. Anytime you come to the idea, as Rothschild, if there's something who's fun as a leadership position in the community. It's not huge, but that's the small. And first thing you should hear that when they have guys to understand their father's shit, they come in and they sit in front of their father with a hard claw and their back is to the rest of the people. It's not shaking like that's the small. When the son himself, you know, when the guys to the outside the building, and if you're seeing that the leadership in the play all of them look again. So in that case, they sit behind their father, facing the people. They will say, Father, you get this is very bossy. Father Rothschild said, oh, I'm also. Even like outside of his marriage, even let's say that it's like in a party or in a wedding, we give cover to the children of the family, just like they give family cover. Because it's interesting to note what we do is no respect. They learn to take over to a lot of these things. And you'll notice that at that stage, there are 2 different types of native cover. There's Kamkako, and there's Kamkako who has a position of leadership in the community. The one who has a position of leadership in the community is given greater cover than just the stand Kamkako. And what this has to be so fulfilled. Because again, the way you use the community, that's how you use things. When you do, and when you do for the collective, you become greater. You often think that metric the personalistic limits is how much you do for yourself. That's how much more than yourself. How much you do for yourself. The real greatness comes from the willingness and ability and dedication to serve your community, to do and to be there for others. In other words, all about this is 625. But it's all about that's all right. That's for sure. The comments is everywhere. I'm talking to these people, come back, walk back, other people, other kind of. Because you get after that, and then you just help yourself about looking and look. But also, let's see what that's that. You can't come back there and let go organization looking at the take care of your needs, so what most of this time is. Number the older you know, I'll be asking the question how to do so exactly. First, it shows solution themselves because if you never do it in the morning or in the evening, you don't have to go ahead and what is this? You never go to so you have to go there and do something outside. You have to do it during the day. You have to find all that space because you don't. And so therefore, the best thing to do is kind of regulate your body, which you can just go in the morning or anywhere else to that. So if you're not whatever, right? Or you know, or you at night, or at night. You know, it helps is not unless you don't have to go too far. So if it runs as you make your kids, it becomes confident. It's reddish, and then it has to be projected. You should be able to control it a little bit better. You might say, well, I don't know that. You know, the concept of not being good, people are good. People are good in general. People don't like the same kinds of pushing it, but but it also has some other aspects and stripes and also it's zum Teil schon wenn die kommen die celebration aber noch Feier in der Schule aber ich komme der Frage das ist auch der Frage aber wir haben Hilfe so dass er ist ja das ist alles wir schon nicht wissen so this mission that we learn is but there are different forms of cover even to the dust I place the cover that mission was taught during the days of children know twice with us he was the us is but here proper but we also have placed so these three people two was the us the other was the us was the atheist and then there was ready to come from now was the watch this also habe keine Kollegen hier eigentlich so habe keine Kollegen so what was my Spanish everyone stood up but they did the same thing with the National walked in as well so Julio says doesn't make sense I'm Julio oh boy they're having a kid that can't be linear we can go Julio says it's important to do the distinction to the honor given to me that was the same thing what to say to the office and it's important that we're to distinguish the honor given to the Nasi versus the activities versus Antonio. Versus what he said, this is not ego. This is not ego. This is about preservation of authority. For the Nasi to have authority, the office has to be looked at. So people are kind of just rabbis or rabbis, right? So if I use them together, that is what is doing us. All you have to do it in the social forms, but I think it's important that there are different forms of respect to each this. So okay, when Nasi comes in, everyone stands up, but when Nasi says to sit down, Casey comes in, they form two rows and sit down. When he sits down, Ham comes in, when he's in your power, you stand up, after you use your power, you sit down. So the meal is the meal institute. Okay, so don't have a problem. And don't have a problem, so it says, therefore, so then this is a how about the there's no problem. When Julio made this change, that the men of Nelson were not present in these measures. So they didn't hear about this. They knew about the change. But he was in the also coming to come keep it even also. So the next thing that he does is that we are going to get measures. He said, what is this? They thought this was a personal, for some reason it was like, just everyone can get covered, and they just switched everything. So what you get, right? I'm going to get rid of the son. I'm that reason. So someone else came out here. I'm going to yes, no set to do my yard, right? So what's this? So let's go ahead. So let's see each other. So there's something else. So let's make a plan. So you should get that guy on there. What should we do? My knowledge. Name of the drug at the scene for last night. Let's go ahead and actually say this one to be shared. Why? was not efficient officer, but as they could issue as not efficient policy. It's not situated on the public. They don't know his position. You become the outfit all the this, I become the outfit. This is their plan. This is their plan. So it says the people who come and the people who come. Since we're listening to what see, even people who come and the name of it, people who are sessions, Yashmir Kotu also. In the beginning, we don't have a lot of sessions. Ultimately, ultimately should articulate the business or we should receive coverage. We should someone who knows how to say applications of that. You have to know color and feel like you deserve all of the honor. And once we see that at the end of the day, she's not going to get the honor. That's like for a movement composition. I'm not facing the accuracy. I become the accuracy, and you will become us. But once I, this was the plan. This was the plan. And what's the tragedy of this story? Why is all of this happening? Why is all of this happening? You see that most top of the personal part of the country that is so hard to laugh at the communication. You should have known what he was going to do, and you should have told them. You should have told them. Because at the end of the day, you need to change that affects other people. Probably the guy to inform them about it, so they know that on the front end. And the other one saying, fortunately, automatically assumed worse. They assumed that they should bring instead of them to say, hey, this is Roger Tornado. You came in, you want to stay up there, to say, she doesn't communicate with them. You don't communicate with them, and there's potential that war is about to occur. So it says, well, Shalom Yaakov and Harshi, I mean, they have some asset, so that Yaakov heard about this plan. And he was worried that if Shimon was going to be embarrassed. So what did he do? All from Yasser already listened to Shimon was, how should he go less in the tunnel? Go less in the tunnel. Yaakov's very interesting like that. Now, whatever he do, but Yaakov personally doesn't tell Shimon explicitly about the plan. Instead, what does he do? He pushes himself outside of the region of the fields and your upper story. He begins to learn focusing out loud. He just begins to answer over and over and over. Unless it's a real business. I discover what is going on up here. Everyone has to show me because of his option. So, you should know that that's really why should Yaakov learn focusing over outside of the no, something is supposed to be right, something is going on. What's the children we don't know? Where it says, you know, in fact, the Greek said, he put his mind to it and ultimately again is regret. So it says, show one out of the so should we learn all the books in the day? Why we see the book learn all the books in the day? Because the underlying is life. You don't have that day. What if you have that day? You have that day. His heart, his mind. And you put your mind to something. You put your mind to something. There's no time to accomplish. If we're honest with ourselves, more often than not, when we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life, it's not because we couldn't. It's because we just weren't enough. We did not really put our mind to it. We weren't fully vested. So he puts his mind to it, and he learns all about it. But not how it is, he navigates it all. So next thing is that the next thing is that you should have a signature of Rabbi, you go ahead and give up the shirt opposite. Also, shirt up, it's a shirt opposite. Incredible. Also, the open up of the so after I finished with the going over to the process, he looked at the window just to see what all the work that I had ever looked in yesterday would have come up with that. Especially because I know what you tried to do. I'm sure you're so good at that. I'll do it to look back at the introduction. Move out to the discussion. Turn out those out of the air, and then you'll say, from the finish. So what happened? So you know, I don't know, it's soon see that. Don't say things that's with there's no meetups, there's no trouble. There's no custom trouble. This is how you see trouble. It's supposed to set up sometimes a random. So you know, I'm sorry. I think it's I'm sorry, but if you would have said, I'm sorry, I should have informed you. Okay? I should have informed you. What are you doing? When you say that thing, that's the public embarrassment. Why? Why do you come in? You know, what's the shot of this? You thought about this revolution. You know what it says? So the Kasi Kushasi of this one, Shatan wants up, but the main part of the rock, number of the Kasi Guruba Shatan. So it's clear that everything says that it makes revolution. Right there, questions out of this for the tablet, and they put it in the time research. And then the places will come back, whatever the answers for, and they don't answer their own questions. I'm going to go see. I'm going to go for spot. So this is the first one. They go from a scene outside, every single inside. I'm going to have a chill. Now, limit. So Chilwell said, okay, we can bring it back in. However, you see what you look at, Schmeister and Schmidt. So what's it, but the Chilwell said, realize that, is that we will no longer see over movies and movies. They get come back in, or they're not going to see rules over their names. See where they're not favorite, or they're pressing each home. And there's rulings are not going to be known as a favorite. Others say, and the Russell's rulings will be known as Reish Holders. Wow. So let's talk to you about zero by zero. Here, that's a lot of drink. And then you do like that. You were told, go and reconcile your meal. Rabbi Russell also Rabbi Russell to reconcile, but Mayor also. But Mayor did not reconcile. Different commitments for God than the commitment. Because Mayor said dreams are inconsequential. I'm tragic with this. I never say not even incredible amount of next so I'll remind you that part of the hour I apologize you can know, right? It's not only to reconcile with God, but to reconcile with one another. And if you don't drink to tell you to reconcile with people who you wrong. Right? It's partially what we need to do at this level as difficult as it is going to come up with each of us. So we know those items. The Gemara says, "Akiyasu Abiyasa, Arshel Abiyasa, Hika Haniva Fad, Hamla Da'avo, Yehali Abisi, Shavin Funaminasi." So Rabbi Nassim was asked for forgiveness from Shimon Leo. So he said, once we said it's enough that your father's belt gave you the position of Abisi, you think you went, I didn't ultimately to Nassim. So apparently Rabbi Nassim's father was very influential. So that, I'm sure he earned the position ultimately again of Abisi. But so again, who do you think you are to try to do what you did? Not ready, so it's still fast forward a little bit, right? So that's the story ultimately again. So we fast forward a little bit. Two, Rothschild has a son. By the name of Rabbi. And you know, see, Rabbi has a son who was named for his father, Rabbi Shimon. So he's great version of Leo. That's what kind of powerful. Rabbi is teaching his son. Rabbi's teaching his son, Shimon, Achim only. He don't have you too wrong. Fast on the David back up and say, obvious, you know, how to throw him a car. So he says, listen to this. So ultimately, again, Rabbi's teaching his son of Shimon about halakha of Torah. Now, we're not going to get to the halakha because we just don't have time. But ultimately, he teaches the name of Achim, so Nigger. So young Rabbi Shimon says to his father, Rabbi, I'm going to meet him, I'm going to Shimon, which makes one of us here. All these people, we drink up their waters, and then we don't know their name. First, who is Achim? Who will really use that? There's the grandson that you know the story. So So Rabbi says to his son Shimon, the other should be Shulakon Volkha, the Kobris and people are going to try to move the cover and the cover of his father's house. In other words, these are people who try to even harm our family. This is fascinating. So son of Shimon says his father, but the father, it's done. In other words, the mom, the hatred, the animosity, it's all been lost. God continued to watch them. But at the end of the day, the actions were so, he didn't have any impact. So it was otherwise, only it's coming, God goes to that side. Sometimes, even when the enemy is gone, the sword is eternal. Those are just people found that sometimes the hurt that we use upon other people, even when the action is done, the action is done, everything is done, sometimes the sword is there. I'm not going to look at that on my side. I'm on my side. So you have a student grandson. She would say, the father, that's true. When that is what did actually come to fruition. But when it doesn't come to fruition, sometimes you just gotta let things go and move on. How to ask the lady ships was incredible. I also want to point out, why was the grandson able to say this? Because what it makes sense. When you're in the thick of it, the personal conflict, you cannot see the trees from the forest, but you just see the winds that you're right. else is wrong, but you can't see that what you're doing is actually detrimental. So what does it do? It takes someone outside of the context to say, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You want to be angry at the world for the rest of your life? Want to be angry at everyone who's supposed to believe who you are for the rest of your life? Did you do that? But all you do is for yourself. It took the grandson of Shem, who was really part of his grandfather, to say, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just so you try to do something terrible, it's not going to work. So we're going to penalize that forever. So we changed the Hadar Asmi rate. Although we shouldn't recommend it, you will have to have a higher cost. So that's what we changed it. Instead of talking about higher ultimately, what they said was we shouldn't have it. We still want to give action to everything over, but rather to change it to be sure. And it actually said it, right, as we said, it was saying somebody there. I'm not people have to ready the answer stuff. Turn out other shouldn't have it. Even ready, the way that we need for incredible humility, would not speak using exclusively the name of Rabbi there, rather than saying sure. I'm right there, what's the first one I like? But showing the young Rabbi, we'll say, kind of organize our hands. See that up with the five other okay hard part. So I say, who's considered here a scholar? The Sinai or an okay hard? What is it Sinai? A Sinai, or say like a Sinai, represents someone who's a repository of knowledge. Someone who has a mass of luminous amount of knowledge. Okay hard is someone who has the deepness, the set analytical abilities. To take any issue of it, or to get to the acceptance of it. Who is considered to be a greater, who is considered to be a greater scholar? I was a wise scholar, who said this. What matters is, let's say you have to appoint a Shiva. What quality is your people? So I'm going to say, I'm a Sinai, Lava, or Sita. I'm going to say, I'm going to say, Lava, open heart. So you're going to give an example of the rest. No, sorry. So let's say, let's see. I'm not going to fight. So Sinai, Lava, open heart. So what is an example? I'm going to say, what's Sinai? Lava's open heart. Shuffle the heart. Every time I have knowledge, there's something to have on it. Like, who's greater? Sinai, show on the road, see what I do. So they agree this. It's better. Also, the English was better. I come through from one cut job, so once I go back, everyone needs to meet self. What does this mean? You can be as analytical as you want. If you don't have knowledge, you can't get anywhere. Get anywhere. So therefore, these people are sinner, these folks considered the really more valuable aspect. So once I was like, you are the, so therefore, we want to get to a point of no actually that's Shiva. Because the Yosef Kohen is Sinai. Rabbi was the Okiara, but Yosef refused to accept the position over Rabbi. Not Rabbi as an attack teaching, that became the Shiva for 22 years. But Hagar was only after Rabbi died, Yosef accepted the position of the Shiva. Therefore, Shine was Rabbi, and Yosef became the base of all the days and all the years. That Rabbi was the Shiva, and Yosef would not accept any appearance of leadership. So, by the way, one of the benefits of being a leader is that you didn't have to go to the blood letter. The blood letter would come to you. You had concierge blood letter. So the blood letter would come to you. Right? So all those years, even though it was sort of Yosef could have that, she did not accept that. You didn't want to give any appearance of leadership when Rabbi was there. Rabbi the Rabbi. Rabbi not something else. All these Rabbanim were sitting together. On the Sefer Eishah, and then you know Sheshiva. On our couple, and I said, well, you can't Rabbi Eishah. Whether it's 6, 7, everybody getting the tree, or come to Shiva. She couldn't crack. I didn't know that that's how I can stand it, and you know, all the tree. That body went across. A body all the way. The statement was not refuted. As Rabbi Abaye, the Gabber and Shem. This is incredible. As soon as Abaye made a statement that it wasn't refuted, so listen to this. So Rabbi saw that literally Abaye's head, what does this mean? This is not ego. It's not ego. He saw that Abaye changed. There's something about Abaye that changed. I'm away. Nachmani Chasa. So at that point, again, we say Nachmani Abaye teach us. And that's what this means to tremendously so. A lot of friends, when we are faced with opportunities to do stuff that we know, we want to do it. We're not able to do it. Just 20 hours can do it because if we start to have responsibilities, it's important to know when we take our responsibility into when a child takes on responsibility within the community, becomes when you went around the shul community, you have seen after the Shia. When you never let you go out of the way when you're trying to help this children. If you're trying to do something to the cloud, you will always have accountability. That's what it means. The name that I value, the 10% of value, you're going to Shiva, not saw changed. He became someone that made everything up. Right. What was the change? The change was the blanket of Seattle Shia. The change was the blanket of the vice president that developed it as a controllable show this I believe in your ability to affect change within our community. Incredible. They asked the Rabbi from the Rabbi said, apart from action, because again, the word is after we read Sinai of your heart. But obviously, Sinai is greater than us. It's not a gotcha. But that's like right away, Rabbi said, Rabbi Sinai is shut. Correct, it's shut. He's been shut all of the skills, and I think that's a lot of questions. Rabbi Masna, the Rabbi Masna, muscle. Rabbi doesn't have muscle measure. And we look into the features. So what's the limits? Which way is it going to be sharp? And even if that's a lot of questions, measure it and ultimately again give answers. You want to say 9, take it. And ultimately again, if you're going to use it as an open-ended question, not telling us in that case, ultimately again, which one is considered to be the greater leader. And once it hides you up when Mashiach is sleeping on the sacrifice of Esau, Mazal so much to say on all of these demands, so many groups. What's that? What an incredible content with more time to do this with more thoughts. Suffice it to say, tomorrow, what's that? We march towards the Messiah Crush. Tomorrow, Yetz Hashem, we march in the country. Tomorrow, Yetz Hashem, we march to a brand new era of Halacha, which will allow us to ignite the fire of Gula within our hearts and our souls, which will allow us to once again, many of us, as a result of 2,000 years of diaspora, have fallen out of love with Kabbalahs. It's time to fall back in love. Right? It is time to fall back in love and Yetz Hashem, that beautiful heart surgery from us, as we submit it from the Shemot and Yetz Hashem, begins tomorrow. It's there from our side. Everyone's here. And we're going to the magical. Thank you. Also, good morning. I got it off. I think this was partnership to you, but we need our last 2 days of this sorry, it's the middle of the method and was very going to our anger has always got to put some stuff about as well. We get to the optional judges this year. It's just service for this year. And how it's always necessary for a lot of people. So I hear from shows that parents, I don't know, I should als Krieger Linse das Sellish and hopes that all the heroes of our Cerebral Roman Congress which women in the minutes, expressed double forms father, the Amicon is called Agri, a couple of jackets and Ruffle. I get those much as for our migrants, and then there's the Swift owner level of institution to go in March and Kim on the occasion of the 29th of motion in the fear of Mark. And humble, kind, relax. Because his discomfort and content and he elected life choices brought our family back to her dreams. Many of the Shana had an idea of tonight. I was some people tremendous most of what we started. How our decisions are right? So it's a person that is government is physical activity to control the nation. We don't have to show them the heart, and then have a focus on the heart. Rather to be successful at home or not, so that we have. Most of the guys do this, we have a really beautiful job ahead of us to be tremendous strength for the lifter. So really covering a tremendous amount of ground. I'm going to give you just a little bit of the first homework because I'm not going to start exactly taking my off. We're going to pick up a couple of breaths up from the mission. Now we're getting the second, not the bottom mission, don't worry. The second to last mission on the base by base 12B, which is going double. You see that one? Yes. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14. So before that, no. 2 legs up and down, 1 minute. So front and last. So the leg before the mission. 2 lines up from the bottom. So let's do something. I'm going to explain it. Just a couple of lines up reverse. Homework and what it says. Make it self-contained. Otherwise, one thing is work at that can't get everything is can't go into the next second story part. Right? So that was, I could fudge a lot back in 2 days, but once the session's over, I got it. So it's my chance. So I sent to my buddy, after that happened. So it's a really beautiful girl. She actually started off, now that power on us. What's interesting side of it? Let's say you have the brain over. And the brain over gets now remember, I'm not going to myself, the coin got the message down about to now, you're going to want us. Right? Remember, if we are coming and getting rid of the coin, it's going to be very crucial. So in God, you have to take the two box. So that you might also be shy of it. You might say, sorry, she actually started on let's say, the coin got Saras. Now, obviously, when you get Saras, what can't we do? We can't do. You can't function as a coin got. You got Saras. Well, that's the that's now you know what. Very time we know Saras. Now, this is a short relationship. So, what I said now, the function of the coin got the thing so there was new to the Rabbi, all the time after. So, even if the shape is like this, you say that once you have the coin got, once you establish this, by definition, you are including you can ever marry the mother. That's it. Because I'll be I said, we took much of another one, so the coin got all through the once you know the function is not yet a lot of nice that is no problem. So what's remember the nice stuff see how you know how it's left on the phone, whatever was your last question before then, I'm ready to that rest of the pop off. So now the summer of just let that pop up and down. So other map must stand up. Other map must mean that you die. So let's say I need to step on the corner, so that ultimately again, let's say is followed by the same mission that ultimately that right there. I would say that however, I remember no longer from the person what's the I'm the one who probably every what so the coin retains this complex status even if technically speaking you can't execute in other words so what's your coin level that status remains with you even if functionally you cannot perform the duties for substitute games. Remember once I said the most of our customers that I work for myself if the coin level gets inside us still can't marry Ayamana. Why? Again, once that's with the Kedusha of the Kohen Gadol, even if you can't functionally execute the responsibilities, you still have the Kedusha. So this is the answer that Tino, so we should be saying that, in Chapaka. So this is what happens when I says, come, Nash, Ibn Shem, you cannot kiss him on his head, you let him fight home, you think that he's harder to marry. So this seems like a bit of an intent. The answer to the question about so this was the chapter. What is it? What is it that all people use of commons? Like Willis answer. The other elements that he gives gets us. He gets up. Somebody's head. And ultimately, he gives him the story of that. Trust me. Because when I say fishy, how do you use that? What do you share as the best of it? How do you catch that from? What's the question as the best of it? We work hard to establish and reach spiritual milestones. that. And finding locals my stage effort. I worked for. And so the shadow is am I in the aftermath of those music love mistakes? And am I in the aftermath of those terribly wrong choices that have lost everything? They want to answer to once before you struggle, always before struggle. Perhaps they're functionally because our mistakes change us. So the Brigado game gets set, if Brigado gets set last, he can't function as the Brigado, but how much of a nice center mistake that's the contribution. You want it, no matter how badly you mess up in life. Your personalistic holiness is yours and will always be yours. You may be compromised in certain ways. I may be stuck in certain ways. I may not be able to do certain things as a result of my life mistakes that come out and correct myself. And I think you should as well. The topic here is this. I'm so moved by this issue that what does he do? Yes, you explain that it's like about fixing his daughter in marriage because ultimately, you know, say, only because you don't love yourself. There's not, and also to some extent, like this, on the first day of sleepers, the first day of sleepers. And those things are also for us to ourselves, what's the least ingredient of a meaningful sleepless experience? Such that things, both in the morning and at night, but what's it? Because it's a piece of me that feels that unchangeable. It's a piece of me that shares that unchangeable. It's a piece of me that feels like I'm the only, you know, I do this every single year. Right? I apologize for what I've done. I said what I did better, whatever. And I'm always back in the same place. And then on the first day, Steve was, you might want to be just such a beautiful gift of the gift of it. It says, that even if you got yourself to the sense of a kind of what you messed up, that's at us. It's destroyed for nothing. Once a coin level, always a coin level. Once a use, always use. Once home, always home. I need to work on this to get myself back up where I need to be. Never think for a moment, voice decisions in life that goes with this sort of stuff. Said you know, you're after that. You can look at that look like. Is that finished stuff? Yeah. So that's that up to the level. I love audio. I know the polling you're about to have for the knowledge. What is like a lot of others. One of the others we have ideas to go back to the knowledge. We feel like it all. So each definition says that when you go, Terence is totally on the bottom of these rounders. We'll discuss what this means. And then as a regular coin, Terence is pointing on the top. So Terence is pointing on the top. Well, you know, what the buttons are just the moment. So you says, going on go back to the morning. Cuidado, remember we say how about things that even for yourself. It executes all of the settings or temple services, even when it's the morning, even when they set up immediate travel trips. However, it is not a covers. So he's able to do the Aponga, but he doesn't get covers. I don't, we will not get low. And I think the inactiveness does not go ahead and effort no one does complete. Other level. So the upper outside, upper out. So this shadow settings, what is in the back of the level? Upper out. The max will not vanish, the level will not vanish. So that's quite literally. This is the regular coin, self back with the coin. Here's is goes as well as number of units. Assuming a 2 bit. So that's what they're married. So I will not want that means by the next. But that's what the coin does. And the matter managed for my God, that's what I'm managed. A coin not all will have a little bit on the bottom side of the end of his garden. And you know, to a recognizable form of the and that was nonsense of actual of the border. And that's what 20 okay, we go ahead and gardens. the area of the network. So it's much more guess that sure. Let's see the passion. I chose the yes, and myself, you know, was a little bit sexual. I'm not sure what the value of the like, and more than the parents, you know, sister at the front. What's the other thing? Yeah, I feel over it, like, but as the year that like other relatives, it doesn't necessarily have to be anything. These are all accomplishments but probably recognizable there. As I was thinking temporarily, once my parents was a hustle person, and her parents that's what the church would attack. For every other relative, you only have to carry part of it. What's this to your body? For example, for example, their shirt, one has to tear the shirt. So interestingly, I've seen it in the other sides. So what that means is actually that you guys go clean up for a parent. What you see that what they do, so that they're for hand though. So that the device says, I'm not sure that you use the you don't want to even have to. Like parents, you have to. Even if the other hobby color, or you can pick up the so you know that obviously the partner that would ultimately get there that's the case. It helps you show the feelings. Mas small things really, small things. Like one person, you know, any of our parents business. But small happens to hold that any hair that's not on the neckline itself is not a real hair. There's a lot of so even if I don't know that kind of item, you can just say that there's a long neckline that's absolutely fine. You can start it, you can do it so well. But you can hold that, but it was clear. But how do you feel about Rothschild from the background of the and you see a Rothschild baggage yourself that has some about it. So I say I would fuck with the possibility when it says you have to go ahead and allow the country and you have to share the program. I would put the English stuff in by itself. So I'm going to ask Rothschild from God help me before. So I'm going to pretty often remarkable because you have to do that. The really things that also that I put God does no work. No form of clear and all by point level. So how can you change the result? But the swell over any points together should be other parts partly have a really developed about a no clear about the other way to swell it's probably never going to be it's just present just real life actually one post. You know, so small so much like oh part of the other small like either one of these and just be some so small excuse for the internet that we can all that kind of stuff any clear. Right? But it's all open in there, like keep it in that political place. So as long as you feel that like that's why it's not true. So survival, but the problem is that you still have a still. So that's what that is. So sure, it's that that is what we do because I think things happen as well. Because local church is actually anywhere but so even below the network, you still have the network itself. God says no. So teaching me that regular coding pairs at the network and beautiful pairs on the bottom I can do this gun. I'm asking that I'm not asking like that. I'm not asking like that. But a lot of they say, hey, coin knuckle uses a lot of money. Does not consider any physical form, external form of happiness. Therefore, versus coding is going to turn the bottom by his hand and not telling you about how it's going to pedal. And I say, so now with the system, that's really principle of things that you have money. Mishnah. How do you have it? How do you have it? You can say, let's say you have two things in our records you have to perform. How do I know which one to perform first? Which one to perform second? But the answer is simple. Task how to perform. Whenever you have one thing which is perfect, you do something else, you always perform the same. You always perform the more frequent thing first. The carbohydrate may have because you have the consistency. Consistency. There is consistency, there is holiness. Therefore, when you have two mixes, one is too good for the consistency than the other. Consistency always brings out the better. Consistency issues that we almost will never expect perfection. Never. It's not even an argument. Anything is forever accurate. It's only used to try. Like, I'm switch having power for the trial. Okay, you're perfect. You're complete. That's not what that means. Consistency just means an attempt to try to be consistent. Recognize now I will never be fully consistent. So let's do two things. Which one comes first? Whichever one of the consistency is always the one that comes first. So I don't know. So the Gemara says, whenever a person is minutes, right? So the Gemara says, let's have it. The phone on the corner, see if I get it. Let's have it. Interesting. Whatever is holier than its friends. Only comes goes with this way. So the Gemara says, okay. So parts of this example of this Rothschild after so let's say we say the Rothschild go back and put the Rothschild is the kind of effort that we go and we go for the this. So let's take that. So taking that like two problems and ready to do offer. The power of the Queen God. The power of the power of the next season. So that's an offer, right? How long ever she does my son. So now I talk about those two problems. Which one looks first? Which one's offered first? So the Gemara says, Paramachiach, Kodesh, Halaidon, the phone also. Ultimately, in that case, the Queen God's power comes before the Eagle's power, comes before the congregation's power. Interesting enough, we'll have to see what principle that's going to walk on. It's not popular, it's not talking, because it's the popular over here. So what is it? Is it that we can have things we give it a shot? And you know, then the part of the understand that what principle we'll have to see. It's incredible. It says, let's go back to the argument. So I got it wrong. So it's some words. Interestingly enough, even at 1% without any other proofs, it sounds like what? It sounds like slaughter. But again, you must say, I'm going to go. So I'm saying, so the concept says as follows. The concept says that the bottom of the show us to see as ever. What comes next? In general, was like, how incredible is this, right? On the first day of sleep, that's the beginning of the journey of young Leroy. So what do I get? Everyone in this house today, and then how badly I mess up. At the end of the day, I always start my yodel, it's like you got all of the Leroy. It's literally spelled just a couple of lines. Okay, so I say, let's go back. So that's not the most focusing, right? What is, I just got very excited. I was just for sure to doctor just last night. So when I saw this, so coincidence, but as much as we try to get a proper perspective, it's just, it's just the thing that you see something that just puts a smile on your face. I don't know what that is about that popular piece, like somehow again, right? You have this, like even on series that people can't avoid smile, they just a little bit, and then just there's just a little bit of sweetness, and you can feel there is over there. So so this happens. So the verse says, I'm going to come across. The Bible also look at showing us how to talk. They will say, this is not this possible. If you look at what's going to be right, the Bible also look at, I share the Allah something. Besides the Allah of the morning, I share the Allah something, which is really, that's what I'm just talking about. This is talking about, again, this coming trouble again, right? Good morning, trouble. Good morning, trouble. Remember, the morning communal sacrifice, which was a thing about this, the sick itself is repetitive. Novada was the cover, right? Coming to Shaka. I share the Allah something. So the Gemara says, so I don't say, why, once you say Novada was why do you need a sharing almost atonement? Well, what's that phrase contribution to? Normally, so we see almost atonement. Almost atonement, but no, it says the morning, coming to Shaka. Why do I need almost atonement? Normally, how do that works? So it says, hope to Tadigo, so it wasn't that phrase. Disgusting. So Hashem, so the Bible was about that's what it's called. You're getting caught in some society. Hashem almost had trouble. Why is that carbon the first thing you do every morning? Why? Because it is the carbon you do every single day. Hashem relies on common sense to know how you establish the precedence and ultimately to Jesus. Back to this consistency. So since that carbon is offered up every single day, therefore ultimately will only be offered up before anything else. So fascinatingly enough, because of the 100% of the 100 carbon, two items don't always want to differ. Two more consistency comes from the Shoshaka, the morning communal sacrifice. So let's go back to the Habanero, two contrasts Habanero, and ultimately again, if you ever, whatever is better than its friend, all this can keep holding as Habanero. Yeah, let's say, I sort of focus on this is the over here. So what this means is that whatever is holding the two friends, so I'm not sure which one to do first, whichever one is quote unquote holding your hands fellow, ultimately is the first. The rest I will just point out to just simple, interesting. If you look at the Russian over here, it's fascinating, okay? In other words, in both of these cases, call it Kudash no Cabero, who Kudash es Cabero. Almost without saying it, I would have said, call it Kudash no Cabero, what? How would you write that? Kudash no Cabero. But they said it first. I thought we just said that because I guess we just so many different things. Sometimes they will say, so holding the rule, that if Kudash no Cabero, holding this for all girls, and you sometimes be friends before this. Take your friend before this. So hold this best by the way. It's so easy to way to become this self-centered, egocentric, and just really everything just becomes about you. The nature of who you are, so much stuff going on in the world, but it's just focused on my own needs. One of the greatest demonstrations of just focus is the ability to think about the other. Just the ability to be there for the other, the ability to help the other. Sometimes we tend to share the other, right? Not saying that now, me. And sometimes we do too much of success and we're able to do together. So I call it how we put it out there. How do you argue with someone else? Call it as how they are. If you need your friend, if you put your friend in it before your own, right? Ultimately, yes. And then she can learn to see what one just has. You know, it's really good. Okay, that's going to be a lot. Two items, one or the other. How do you know? I mean, so we put the only word first, so instead of just to keep that show. So it's actually very important. So that's the keep that show, not missing by the color. It's like color. So how much people will say, keep that to so same for the color. The whole shut another certification means a coin goes first for any matter of holiness. For example, the Torah show always look for giving first time. The holiness we show 11 infections. We told one and not that we show to give it a good expense. So, whatever as you coin is always first. So let's say how do you just know. When you say if you want to live, the same type of work out, the building. You just hold this door and you represent for those. And we don't make it a place you can say, hey, you from Missouri, but I miss us. I say, you keep that show. I'm ready to go to the car. I'm ready to go ahead. Like everybody. Listen, I'll talk to the review in a second. And, you guys are great also. Support staff, fantastic. But again, it's a little bit tough. So it's like, but you have to do that trouble even in the last aspect. I really love it. And I say, look on the mindset of it. It's like, we can go ahead and really holding the door open for the foreign, right? To manage to be the food from the signal. There's an obligation for us to go out of our way to manage honor culture. It's incredible. So what's that stuff? You're not going to point out, let's take a very simple, but it's not just in the head. What it is important if you have two missing persons, you have to show which one to be first. Whenever you get a side process, the first group you're always going to see, right? Because you're the sugar type of stuff, you're coding. But that's what the some reason that's not working. For whatever the reason, then ultimately you're going to also look at what's holy. Or whichever one is holy is the one that you're going to be first. How what's he doing? People actually say, higher quality, Mashiach and higher. You don't trust it. So remember again, the last key two carbonates to offer. One is the parent of Kohen, and the other one is the parent of Kohen. Okay, so remember again, both brought forth the erroneous rulings. One the erroneous ruling of Kohen, and one the erroneous ruling of the Sunday. Those are short follow those. We have to finish the seven. We offer up the Kohen Gadol's part, the Kohen people's part, which is actually quite intriguing as the fucking opposite. That they do not impose people. Yeah, but let's see. So we're going to have to look at it. So we kind of set up and so capture set up as a part. Because it's like we jump on and play this one as we put the first time. Not come over Paddy show. Why not it's the Paddy show with the Paddy? The show we get the power of the Kohen. We just that the power of the Kohen Gadol. All the things always offer before the power of the people, not for everything. In other words, all the rituals and sacrificial rites and practices of the Kohen Gadol's power goes before anything to do with the then now again, don't say that's a positive. That's a positive. Like that, because it comes not smart, it comes not specific and not as well. So we can work with that. Whereas it's about a pattern of shit, the power is the home. So again, let's say we have two, both these components getting to the offer. The power of the Kohen and the power of the Israel, power of the Mashiach from the power is the command. So the power of the Kohen was offered up first. It's not just let's say the burden of it, it's all the sacrificial rites and rituals for the power of the Kohen. All of the again go first. Why? And unless we do the Mashiach, Svara. And the Mashiach was not then these kaparas. Why? In this case, all the Kohen needs kapara. I can see it needs kapara. I need kapara. Then Shirach can have kapara in his kapara. It's like the case that the one of the bodies that creates should receive atonement first before it becomes for whom he procures atonement. It means that saying because God is responsible for the kapara of God Israel. I'm not saying this is crazy. Because first name is so when God is responsible for that, my understanding is responsible for the so it says here this kapara before you take care of the nation's kapara. That you should not take on the chaper, numerous chaper. Rashi dictates that the chaper, one you atones for everyone else to come to kapara should come before those who use it for the king over the keeper to Adon, who got Atris, who got Akol, and how we start. Right? Keep it together. Because you don't work for it. So again, there is what's home, and then all those problems, which I also got to know, should have also have one be by using us before I can fix anything else in this world. I must first fix myself. Sometimes it's so kind of trying to fix anyone everything. I'm not fix everything. You see, one of those, only one area of life where I for some reason forget to fix. And that's it's like getting close. Think about others, about yourself, about how you stuff. Fix that the right things, fix yourself. Once you fix yourself, then there's a turn to have that. There's a damage on your family. And after you have on your family, very opportunity to go ahead and I'm strong with it. I am a better for people. Hope you have no as now. That can straight up here. Doesn't have to make it because the other situations of precedence. Of which only look like other person. I'm better for people. Calling the high also so interesting, the power has something that's super was never again this is offering that is best. Again, we have to watch it. So I am that so what these work for all us for high structure is right now. High pathos, the high over. Because again, because the power of powers of it is a pathos, the other is over pathos, but people over higher, we give us a share like pathos, show it. So our first pathos first might have a lot. Why does that? This thing that I'm taking out to show that how you shine that it is the pathos for the stuff. Why you look at the house. So that's how she yes, all of them. Exactly like this first. Hello, Zed on her husband's she owns co-roast, no owners have bought any money. First white line. First white line. What's the guideline? That whenever you have a contest and have types of offerings, contest always goes first. Contest always offers first. Shine along. That's what we So condemns the old aspect. People are looking crazy. Practice of any kind always perceives every other destination of conduct. Focusing enough even if your practice is a bird, and your whole life is a bit wrong. So the practice was first. Okay, so it's a two of the first time, right? I don't know that's no problem. Those before the seer of the I fact was the high over, ultimately had the point of higher than that, and seer of the over, the fact was always comes before the over. From the Madam to the other than money. That has a risk of having a seer out. It's interesting enough, the Torah speaks that the fact was often, or I guess, is usually being efficient that the out. Rabbi or not, level that's how to see it. So it's one key step that I said, the Sierra level Bizarre come before the Sierra and see what's the like or not. I see the high of it. Basically, because all the looking at the Sierra or all the Bizarre is a go offering. First is the Sierra nursing by a personal offering. The Sierra nursing holding the Sierra Siach. The Sierra nursing comes before the Sierra of an individual lifetime. Look very simple. Highlight the highlight of the offering comes before an individual's offering. Seguir as criando caudales de Kinshasa. The seguir will come before the sheep of the people. I kind of keeps us young and caudales de Kinshasa. I would nicely says that the sheep comes before the so what it says the seed is a question of why, because of many seeds the seed was the offering for a result of that. And it's so important. Most of the keeps that people have the higher but see on this as the sheep is more question of why, because it's that the tail is offered up on the other way. Hold down the canvas. That's what coming over. The current over from as well as the sheep. As the Gemara says, it's sheep ultimately again. Sorry, yes, like the actual body offering brought before the sheep. Stay out the hand, over the cross. It's a sheep that can be offering by sports. So also before the sheep. So exactly, I thought this good. The daily meal. Told them the brother. I thought myself, how exactly I thought this meal video. I thought this video on that. Everyone else that works covers. And you said there's a beginning of the overview to cover other stuff like that. So anything that is brought as a result of the it's more pressure for everything that is brought so because of the rest is context. The body actually observes or the eat yes. Again, like arguments that's what I did. Happiness, potential happiness. So it's like it's a little more to sustain them. There's
no fucking way 60 fucking people are watching this right now. You're looking at a fucking orange. Look at this. Four works.
That he is obligated to go at it. Now, again, we're going to tell people this nigga on, so it's just like out to the reposition it as it is, and then Hashem spend a little bit more time actually reading it towards tomorrow's that, focusing on this before. And Shkoda Mishala, yes, or the Hashita Veda, and to tell them what's that. To tell them what's that, so then it was like, which means that let's say a man and a woman, both lose a lot, both of these are saying, who had our relationship with Shabbos having the Torah first. So self evaluation is going to the person and then let's say how do you create this hierarchy or as for people. So it sounds like again people are finished, but it doesn't say I know explicitly about this, but it sounds like this might be based on who has a greater number of mitzvos to perform. Now why that creates hierarchy in the point you spend your number of mitzvahs, we're not the same with it. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Again, what we're going to see. So, where is that? Each doesn't speak source, or the ultimate is Hashem. So, what's very interesting? A woman, let's get back to Shabbat as the next to the ultimate is Hashem. Now, what's interesting enough, a woman takes precedence over a man, both looking for clothing and for redeeming captives. For clothing, because again, obviously, a woman who doesn't have clothing, that's going to be a much more humiliating experience than for a man. and in captivity, we are nervous ultimately, and much more nervous about what's going to happen to a woman in captivity than what's going to happen to a man. And interesting enough, the Gemara says, "This man should stay home with the Kalkala, at least for the Isha." It was very interesting. He was concerned that the man is going to be sodomized or things like that in captivity. And ultimately, again, we would redeem him before him. Again, I have not been delve a little bit deeper into all of this. It says the word Hayakun sources. Now, it's interesting and it's really fascinating. But the Gemara doesn't spend any time kind of like telling us where that these initial principles from. Instead, what it does is it delves deeper into what we'll call just basic. So let's see what we can do there and say a little bit better. Same thing with Parabara. I'll get the Rabbi of the shed. Also, listen to this. The case where we have a person called Rabbi, his father and his Rabbi are all held captive. What's the very exile? Isn't it incredible that throughout almost like our entire lives, whenever we think like the subject about captivity, like for someone taking hostage, it never resonates with any type of contemporary importance. When we think about Jews in captivity, and even though again, throughout our lives, unfortunately, there's always been things like that. It's just interesting, just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking how so many things that happen in our world can take certain things and make them a reality to us. And that now, like the word hostage is no longer something that I have to like harken back to some type of retrospective or just, historical reality. It's contemporary reality for us, just the whole world. So Ruben, his father and his Rabbi are all held captive. Now listen to this. Who comes in the rabbi? Ruben takes precedence over his other people. Why? What's the logic of that? Because your life comes before anyone else's life. Right? In other words, I have an obligation to sustain my life before anyone else's life. So therefore, again, Ruben's life comes in before his Rabbi. The rabbi comes in the Rabbi, but he has to redeem his Rabbi before he redeems his own father. So it's a dramatic halacha. Now, again, what's the logic behind this? There's so many sorts. Remember, again, back on this whole distribution of sorts. Why does a Rebbe take precedence over a father? So again, the Gemara says, father brings me into this world. My Rebbe brings me into this world. My father brings me into this world. My Rebbe brings me into the world to come. So therefore, Rebbe has an obligation to redeem his Rebbe before his father. Emo, Kodemis the Kula. So that's what he was fasting. Ultimately, but Ruben's mother, if she was in this, she's first to be redeemed. So fascinating again, right? And again, that goes back to the Mishnah, because obviously, again, a woman in captivity, we're very scared about what's going to happen to her in captivity. Chacham called them in the Rothschild. Was incredible demand. Let's see two people are captive. Chacham called the prophet and the king. Right? So he's like, the king is held captive, and Chacham is held captive. Chacham shit. Simar says, what's halacha? Chacham called them in Israel. The king was having Chacham for a king. Isn't that incredible? You do a type of Chacham, you repeat a king from captivity. What's the logic? Chacham shenes ein one kiyotziva. Listen, ultimately, again, if a Chacham dies, you have no one else. Like, you have to replace it from Chacham. Melech Yisrael shenes, all Yisrael Lu'uhi L'malchus. Kings you could replace. Any Jew, but Hashem is fit to be king. So I said, by the way, they're lush. Call Israel and the Union Lamarcus. Every Jew is fit to Lamarcus. Every Jew is holy. Every Jew is fit to Lamarcus. Everybody can become Chacham. Everybody can become Chacham. So therefore, Allah said, there's a chance to anything and become Chacham, to become Chacham. Incredible. Now let's call them a Kohen Gadol. So ultimately, we get his presence on the Kohen Gadol. Shneimai, Hayom HaMelech Abayim, Hayom HaMelech, Kivuli Machem, and the Adi Adonai. Kohen Gadol called them the Rabbi. Kohen Gadol comes from the Rabbi, so he's confused by the Rabbi. Kohen Gadol from the Rabbi. Shneimai, and Moshe also Shop Tzedek HaKohen V'Nasan Ha'Adam. So we must stick with Tzedek V'Nasan. Ultimately, they put Tzedek. Ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol before Nasan Ha'Adam. Shmani Yoshua Kohen Gadol Atabai Acha. Yaakov had the Otosai, Tamalora, Anchi Mokansen, and Mokansen, and Rabbi Shneimai, and not saying that also Mokans. Mashua, Shara, and Mishkan, called him Rubuka. Kohen, that was interesting enough. Kohen Hashem Shara and Mishkan, is a Kohen who was anointed with the oil versus a Kohen who was anointed or who was inducted through putting on the Kohanic vestments. The Kohen who was anointed with anointing oil expressed things over the one who was inducted through the Kohen. Kohen was Shalom Mascario. A Kohen inducted through wearing the Kohanic clothing takes precedence ultimately again a former Kohen. Former Kohen although let's say maybe a Kohen who had a similar mission. So therefore he may excuse the fruit right now. Ultimately again, the Kohen movement takes precedence. Mashiach Sha'aba Mascario. Ultimately identity of a Kohen. A Mashiach Sha'aba Mascario, which is a Kohen who was Kohen function because of hallucination, holding the upper mouthless movement. Interestingly enough, people start things over and over with disqualified because of a book. Upper mouthless movement, holding a short no follow. So again, if you have a comment that's disqualified because of a book, he went over the Mashiach Muhammad. Mashiach Muhammad was deployed to get the army out to war. Mashiach Muhammad was causing the scam. Mashiach Muhammad was present over the scan. Scan is the assistant great level. He was a scan. How did the other call? For the other call, my other call, what's the other call? What is that? So what is the other call? He's kind of like the guy in charge of the same brush. And he was conversing with the other call is like where it says, other call from the start, also keep his message from the Gizbar called him the Rothschild. On Gizbar takes precedence, I remember getting a problem with shifts. There was someone in charge of each of the shifts. So he takes precedence over the shift. Rosh Nishma didn't Rosh Base Up. Rosh Nishma ultimately takes precedence over the other. Rosh Base Up, Kohen would come in note. Ultimately, again, and every family takes precedence over a Kohen head note. This is ultimately, again, these are the most that I ask yourself, what's the point of this? Like, why does the go ahead? Why does the go ahead and set up hierarchy? Like, what's the shocking goal? So let's say, you know what we're trying to teach us? We're trying to teach us not everyone is the same. You know, we have this ordinality ideology that everyone has to be the same. Everyone has to be the same. Like, everyone has to have the same opportunities. Everyone has to have the same rights. Everyone has to have the same intelligence. Everyone has to do this. And if I can do this, you can do this. It's not true. It's not true. I'm trying to create different people for different roles. And if everyone tries to be the same, then by definition, at the end of the day, the collective is circular. The much that's always given is the army. Like, if everyone is a general, the army is going to lose the battle because they have to be foot soldiers. But if everyone's a foot soldier, there's no strategy, there's no vision. So I need again, people that hire it and lower it. I need ultimate leaders. I need followers. I need people with power to make decisions, and I need those who are bound to obey and execute those decisions. But it's not fair. They're not the same. Correct. They're not the same. They're not the same. The goal was never to be the same. The goal was never to vest everyone with the same rights, responsibilities, and entitlements. There has to be differentiated responsibility, roles, and responsibilities. Otherwise, humanity becomes when you try to make one the same, it hurts us. I don't say this. This person is president of this person. This person is president of this person. This person is president. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's discriminatory. It's not discriminatory. It's the way that functional society has to work. So it has to be tiers, there has to be levels, and it has to be functions. Incredible. What's the interesting thing over here? The is not still civilization. Those institutions over here. What about by tour purposes? They're looking at feedback too much. Let's say, how about televising them with a loose mitzvah? Right? So the person has to get that is a loose mitzvah. And with a loose mitzvah. So the Shaila is, who should have become common for this mitzvah? Right? So can you imagine the sky Kohen Gadol, the existence by Gadol, and the Mashiach Muhammad, who's the Kohen generated from war. They're both walking together down the road, and they both together see a loose mitzvah. Someone's going to have to become coming for the loose mitzvah. Which one of them should become coming? So the Gemara says, oh, that's what Rabbi got that. We touch on the sender. So then Mashiach Muhammad should have helped with that. But about this mitzvah. So if the sky and Mashiach Muhammad walking on the road together, and they come across a loose mitzvah, Mutter she coming Mashiach Muhammad, the Agi coming sky. Interesting. It is better that the Mashiach Muhammad becomes coming and not the sky. Why? She other folks so we could not go Nicholas has scan on the Shanish after. There's also a number again. If there's one thing that fathers will always use is Muhammad. And what's the scan's job? The scan's job is to be open, right? It's always a job to be on call. So therefore, if it's a choice between the scan or the one Mashiach Muhammad becoming coming, that's Mashiach Muhammad coming. I that kind of Mashiach Muhammad called them the scan. I want to learn the halach of the said, which I said before, that Mashiach Muhammad takes precedence over the scan. You're right. When it comes ultimately against supporting and sustaining, the Mashiach Muhammad takes precedence ultimately over the sky. Why? Because at the end of the day, remember again, the Mashiach Muhammad reaches on the average one, and that is a very important function. But when it comes ultimately against the tumor, one of them is going to become today, the Mashiach Muhammad becomes today. Why? Because you can't have cloud and cell without a clean gut. If you have to figure out like the plug over, show up on the phone, but you need to start. Says for just a couple of minutes. Mishnah, Kandaga called him a lady. Sorry, Cohen, because he's very important for the class. Cohen called him a lady. Lady Yisrael, because he's fixed along the same hierarchies. Right? Cohen comes before Lady. Lady comes before Yisrael. Yisrael comes before Nanzer. Nanzer is the same. When there was this, we have the scene, like the scene where he's going. There were the people who all came to the head when he was not like the carriage Yisrael. They pretended that they were not one of the 7 indigenous nations. As a result, Yeshua made a after what discovered that they were part of the 7 indigenous nations. Yeshua did not want to backtrack on the treaty, as he thought again that would be inappropriate, and therefore I'm not going to myself. He relegates them to the status of water carriers, things like that. So that's an sin. We're seeing the Ger, we're seeing them before a Ger. Ger and the Adam Shokra, Ger gets precedence over the emancipated slave. So he must say, when we speak of this hierarchy. So again, those hierarchies key for variety. But when we display these hierarchies, one hierarchy is true, it's not Shakulam Shak, but all the same. How about the this? How about the mountain from Chacham? Because you don't know Amar, let's say again, you have a mountain from Chacham. Mountain Chacham. And according to those who is ignorant, Namzir Tam Chacham Kodra Amas. So ultimately, again, a mountain from Chacham wasn't over a couple of dollars. Don't say why, because listen to this. Because at the end of the day, right? How do you become a Kohen? How do you become a Kohen? Right? It's a position, it's a status that's conferred upon it. It is so much more important. The true metric of success in life is not where you come from, but it's ultimately again what you do with yourself. You can't choose your point of origin. You don't choose your parents, you don't choose your family. You don't choose again if the coin may be small, choose if you're a mountain. You choose if you become a mountain, right? Like that's something we'll make that choice, right? But when I say again, I mean again, you don't choose ultimately again to be born in nuns. You don't choose them. So therefore, most times Chazal are telling us the more important about where you come from is who you choose to be of yourself, who you choose to become. And therefore, again, if you have a mountain come up, so this young man who took difficult familiar circumstances and decided to make for himself something good, versus like about however he's stumbled into that. At least the first step is that it's nothing to do with this. Because if I was a coin, now I'm just coming from incredible. So if you're a coin called the lady, wouldn't know that coin comes before maybe she had not. I'm not in the church. I don't know. I can go to that much. So ultimately, once I think the bunch of says over here, this is I'm not in motion. Interesting enough that it says Aaron before Moshe. Aaron was coming. Moshe was also. And Aaron comes before Moshe. Maybe called him Yisrael. He became before Yisrael. We know that. Moshe Rabbi Isa, he didn't do Hashem Shekha Levi because he saw it. I'm sorry. When I say Yisrael Hashem Shekha Levi, I don't know. Good. So talking about that, I didn't know that he was talking about that. He's only the person saying, I mean, because ultimately Yisrael has that impact of the protection of and I'm not sure this guy. I'm not sure called him the sin. I'm not sure comes before the sin. Zebah will keep up Shira, and Zebah will keep up Suba. There's an interesting that this is fascinating. Why does an answer come before the sin? Because I'm not too close to keep up Shira. For the culture says, there's a answer comes from two Jews. Granted, it's illicit, and granted, it's inappropriate, but the DNA is leadership DNA. It's just, even though they obviously only produce an answer from an illicit relationship, but at the end of the day, it's a deeper shit. It's incredible. The sin component there, what's a Zen number, the Zen number, the shot is the sin, we're part of the process, so literally, the sin grew up together with the shot, but all together, is not here, called them the evidence. But ultimately, here comes the point evidence. But why? So the Gemara says, Zeh the cloud color is Zeh the cloud. So ultimately, again, is Harvard, right? Comes from Kinan, ultimately, again, Kinan is first. So therefore, the Gemara says, Heaven, Kinan is honor, but ultimately, again, there we have I close up the stop over for today. What a Gemara. What a Gemara. I will say tomorrow, last stop, I'll call you if you have time. You know, to be done. So, short comment section. Last thing tomorrow, straight everyone. I just have another big game. So, yeah. I don't know. I want to say good morning. Let us begin. I thank all of our sponsors for this morning show.
Yo.
Our annual commentaries on the show. Rothschild this year is supposed to serve the most time as well. The total sponsors for the month of Elul are going over. The show is parents have them in because they are able to pass. Swimming with the transport from his father that I heard from but I made then a father of the national control of the some is with the countries and the other thing unfortunately culturally is like this culture to share with home and show them the power that allows to be successful compromising. But in that then comes our last integration is really great ahead of us. We have to not on the days first thing that we want and the second bus is to use a bit of what got it up. Got it up. Hello, I got it up. I'm going to I'm sure that we can know the phone. All should be touched with them. What do you deposit that says? That the links that I touch part of the house traits, right? That you can walk on it, but then you shut it and stumble on it. It's the language of motion. Most people are mentioned some of this emotional people. Most people cover this up. Okay, after the opposition, so the after opposition of the gas of 185 second the focus of this, and 180 what we call that human gas of 1 second of that. So what is consumption? So all what is consumption? So what's how that? But there's opposition because it's in the blood. So the 180 because basically focus on this all. That's an example of so you can walk on the wheels like a scorpion. Is actually opposition actually that's all. Function consciously one of the if you know for that's all the example over there is that the sinners will stumble over it. Familiar subject was like Russia colors like I was there. So the guy keeps coloring things out for that's all the calling of Russia. It seems like a little excuse over Russia. The Jeep of all of it is something on this card. Takes out Milo Paul. And there is just you do not go ahead. And much as he did not perform mitzvah in the way, the end of it is like because it's not always okay. I got it as a few of that. So I want this consumption natural. But that shouldn't seem for people someone else. Allah is like this is the position. Allah shop the snipping of them is it also immobilized. Also biased. So the two guys, both of them are in the house with their wife and their sister. Echad is down the road, so the Echad is down the road. Also, one that ended up having a relationship with his wife, and one ended up having a relationship with his sister. He's got to be a backstory to that. But the next segment is actually down the road, who starts everything else is wrong. So ultimately, at the end of the morning, he ended up having a relationship with his wife. Good example of ultimately one of the actually also posting questions. I'm not going to cases. I'm not coming to cut up the carrot. So how far so again, remember, we're trying to figure out that's an example of two different people, right? Wife and sister. We're trying to show ultimately again how one act, distinct act, created by one person can ultimately be from a Islam, and by another person from the Royal Marshall. And Marshall, you're low to stay yourself. The example of this is low to stories. And this was when we get to know the story. Right from here, the role of the first thing that we want is over. And ultimately, again, that they give the why, and then indeed, to the accidents that's in which they become pregnant. So versus pain, she established and says everything else you know. The daughters were the Shemaites. They really thought their father was the last man on earth, and that he had such a responsibility ultimately to go ahead and ensure that his creation is ready. This is what I said. Of course, but ultimately, most Kabbalah was not Hashem Shemaim. Most Kabbalah's intention was just to satisfy himself. Hashem Avera. So there's no set Hadithah. The term only Hashem is from Hadithah, and then if you look at the intentions also, and then there were intentions. And you if you look at the passage I wrote, the entire passage leads to the fact that most intentions were immoral. Because that's what the passage says. Vayisa note, Batisa Ishta Fagona Vasena. The same much for Vayisa look to the guys in the same brush, the ultimate way of the way of Potiphar. As a note, the eyes, so the Gemara says, by Rabbi Shimshon also can't be sure of the like the Shimshon desire and believe of, so ultimately again, same much of eyes. Vayar also Shem Bechama, Vayar is like saw stone. It says again that Shem Bechama saw Dina, obviously directing that. Action of virus as Kaki as Kakitari, I think. With the eye of Ishasona, Hard Kikara, Kikula Washka, Elka Akari, Mahabai, Hosting of Akira, and Mind, Samin, the Stish, Manayishi. First, it's the point of the year, is that a lot of us see just a scriptural reason of that relates entire motivation from this, and for this was in morality. Also, it's in their eye, the law, to name this office, but the onus. That's absolutely you have to be looking responsible for that. So incredible Gemara. Come show you listen. Tell you should that you see part of the company. Lama not one I import should be commercial with you. Now they got over the dog of the Kuma. Kuma means after the relationship with the older daughter, she got up. So you must see why it's in there. Over the car, so the shot about the Kuma. Teach us right. Logan didn't have awareness, complete awareness of what was happening at the time of the act. But afterwards, he did have awareness. I said tomorrow, and my Hava and the other, but what should not have done? Night the Hava, right, it was done. It was done, night the Hava. Right, about really fast to die. So what are you going to do? Okay, so you understood what he did after the act was over. So again, what should we have done? And that's incredible. You might say, my God, that's good enough. You know why it would have mattered? Because the next day, when his younger brother offered him a phone, he should have passed. And it was like, what a perfect mistakes in life. Mistakes absolutely happen. Sometimes, even though we try to make a dream, and try to talk about them, try to really be able to see what's going on the pipe, often in life we just make mistakes. And sometimes in life we make dramatic mistakes. When you after those mistakes, what's the apple? But there's a two-part of that. Number one, my haba. You can't really make mistakes. Sometimes you just have to think past and you have to move forward. But at the same time, I have to use the mistakes of the past ultimately to keep on this for the future. If I don't, because if I just put my mistakes in the past, right now, and I don't learn from them, right? You need to repeat that. But it's this pronged approach. Yes, put the past in the past and you forge forward with the future, but at the same time, make sure that I learn from my past. I don't repeat those same mistakes over and over. Incredible. God saw that. So it was another when I had you guys were possible. It said, نفس الحياة those ومدين كبيرة حاجة نفس الحياة those who that their mode should finish their outcome. So those the mode ultimately distinguish himself from outcome ومدين كبيرة mode. Should the medin of the Israel mode because of mode that ultimately there is future animosity in between from Israel and mode. No level on what we will the Kalash. Incredible. Because also remember again, I want to go up of the offspring of growth. There is an ongoing kind of massive struggle between the offspring of Adam and the offspring of growth. Y'all are struggling before it's coming. Might be simple thing in the house of the Kaba you got to make like the whole Toshia this Gala. The Kaba you get not just if I say, look, it's the first of all, should we thought that they have separating themselves ultimately against the Adam for what purpose? One people separate yourself out. You want to indulge in desires. The call to Shia is right? So the Stalin owner of the community also about the shows. Ultimately, once that illusion is revealed in every soul and every instant, his wife, as he said, his time, Amoni Umo Abi Asur, this year over. However, it is that Amoni Umo Abi, the offspring of both, are not allowed to join the assembly of our British parliament. Incredible. The Amoni was indeed incredible divine. Tamar is inside of things. Tamar, from the active, remember that Tamar is the brother-in-law of Yudah. So remember, he dressed up as a harlot. And we never had having relations with his because technically his twins, that Rothschild died with his twin sons. So Tamar is really active still. And similarly, he was by Yudah. He even engaged in active. This very thing was the one who engaged in the activation. And he has his cousin Bas Sword. He was a Tamar's himself, that's an intellectual field. So Tamar, from Tamar's act, secures and profits emerged from it. Seemingly, although again, in human morality, Tamar rebelled not for one of those having to choose dies as a result of that. Right? Because, like, this is the takeaway for the divine show that only created something called the revelation of the son of the Holy Revelation, the son of his people. That is ultimately the higher purposes. So the point is, it's the same act as was, and if you can summarize Havana and what they should be, sees Havana ultimately was a full action. So the was like the US says, Hamar of the right from which is a big statement. You don't know how to hit the schmuck, it's special of the schmuck. Wow. I did not schmuck. What's that? What's that? That means something committed to serve some higher spiritual purpose. Now, do not try that at home. Right? In other words, that's beyond our thinking. That gentleman there who sat there with Shema, it's done for so much higher club self purpose, right? Whether we're going to see one example of the Americans of what is going to be Estafalco, the other examples, this is a dramatic idea that we do not play out with. You want to see that here? That here is Shema. Even the midst of Shalom Shema, right? And I know that going for the sake of our Kaddish Baruch Hu, in the midst of God, not for the sake of our Kaddish Baruch Hu, without the March and Mark, the Baruch Hu, Hashem Yael, each has other activity, and Hashem Baruch Hu, without Yael. It was incredible because this is the Haftorah, we got Torah on the first day of the Rosh Hashanah. Like Batiyah, is there a second day? Batiyah is Israel. I was really saying, I think the second segment, but like the other sister, right? This is, by the way, this is the episode from which we heard Chazal, we heard all the Halach, there's many Halach, it's short, but that's the other sister. Like, this is how they are, the Al-Haftarah, Like the Lama for Moshish, that's such a devout story. So remember again, this is the war that Barak and Barak united against Sisera. Sisera uses fled to the whole of his confidant. It was quite was Nile. So Nile treated the again. As we're going to see that in part of the work, assuming now as this field is in here, and they see that she drove a head like a stake in his head. So the Gemara says, well, how did she get into state? She had relations with him. No because of it. So she wants to say, obviously, it's an act of trust by a woman. So the Gemara's understanding of this was what we call an act of Mishpah. This is a very discussion. You have to keep it in the tent because at the end of it, the day that was the ultimate by the act of Mishpah was in the vertical that she was able to go. So we know when he speaks about Yah, when it speaks about it says in Russian, she blessed like the wind of the tent. Who are the wind of the tent? Nine of you, Russian law. Wow. So also is a big direct positive. Also, it's up to Paris. Yael, the lost. Which which so let's say, so what you see from there, it's positive. You can recognize that they have a shlock. It's greater than the next question and shlock. Did you like this 1 second? I'm not going to read it out. We don't know that, so after the Torah means so it's after the shlock. 1 second, that says that the person should only do the Exodus. Even Shalom Shmo, why? She took Shalom Shmo, so let's say, because I understand that it's such Shalom Shmo, right? It's not going to look like education is not ideal. I understand that. But start out to be with less than ideal circumstances. Why? Because it leads to a mitzvah Shmo. So that means that the previous thing is showing that a mitzvah Shmo is not worth it. But it clearly is. Which is why social said that that's thinking by itself is so incredibly important. The process doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it's just about engaging in the process, even if the process itself is flawed. Why? Because getting taught, get yourself moving, it's somehow over time you get to where you need to get. That's again, you don't make it so shalom shma, you don't shalom shma, shma. I'm doing wrong, you do this for the wrong reasons. Whatever the wrong reasons, maybe cover, accolades, whatever it might be, fame, honor, whatever. Just do it. Just do it. Just don't wait for the process to be perfect. Maybe the process to be perfect, but end up doing absolutely nothing in life. Get started, even with the large process, and again, over time, you'll get yourself to where you need to get to. This is one of the most important circles in Shula. Sometimes I can read for the perfect set of circumstances in order to affect change in our lives. Right? I read all the planets and the constellations and perfect alignment, whatever it is, don't wait. Don't wait. You do it to affect changing in the right now. Even if the change is not perfect, even if the process isn't perfect. You get started, and if you're consistent, you're committed, you're not consistent, actually, somehow, some way, you get to where you need to get to. Incredible. Versus you like, hello, the word says, it means to say like this, that David Shalom Shema is so great, David Shalom Shema is like the mitzvah Shalom Shema. It doesn't just say greater than the mitzvah Shema, but rather again it is like the mitzvah Shalom Shema. Incredible, wonderful. Shalom goes also so sister had relations 7 times with Yael. She had married the coach the verse actually ranges from the number of verbs in the pasuk. I all comes hanging in the middle. Or it's like how can comes to that age from the help? Didn't she receive enjoyment from the act of relations? Or maybe not the one you show Mishma, or the show may not lie, happy for Basim Shine, Raw, and something. Even the Torah, like even the good from the Shine is considered to be something negative by itself. Incredible. I'm not reading it out. What's it very beautiful? The only answer of them, the Torah makes us happy to Shema Mishma. Person of us, Hashem, says initial Mishpat. It's not the ideal. But life is not the ideal. So first of all, it's just even not for the right intentions. Why? Should have Shema Bishma, God Bishma. But you say again, if you're doing the right thing, it's not for the right reasons. At the end of the day, you'll come to Mishma. So this is such an incredibly so. If you are very, very consistent, and then whatever you do, like, be consistent. If a person is committed to doing the right things, actually, behaviorally, over the intentions, the feelings that come on this will come. You might say, where you see this from? Should start mandates, cover the ship, you call a Kamacha. Not probably not to something that it is. Because of the 42 cover that follow. But remember, why the public think about us? Why the public think about us? You're trying to curse problems here, right? Hey, like, Shalom is running the result. He's not trying to curse problems here. So what happens? But yet he bought 42 kavanas. At the end of the day, he bought 42 kavanas and he's following. He does the 42 kavanas that he got, something, not to something that was. He resulted to have a granddaughter or a great great granddaughter, Rus. When Rabbi see on his hand, Rus, Bas, Shal Eglon, then Shal Babak, Shal Babak, and Nalef. So what's this happening? There was cases where he called directly to Maya. So let's say let's get the before I make one extent that statement. What is the business like us? So I said, from most of course comes from another opportunities. The entire Davidic line, the entire Messianic line comes from the mitzvah Shalom Lishma. It's not incredible. It's the same as we think that the mitzvah Shalom Lishma, okay, it's not good, but at least it's something that is putting it on the right path. I must say the power of mitzvah is what we've done that we could have right now. And even in such a longish mother, we tell you what it's going to accomplish for us and for future generations. Because of one mitzvah Shalom Lishma, I'm going to get people 42 kavanas, there's a lot of kavanas. But at the end of the day, because of that one act, just that one act, God is so everyone has to see incredible power of our actions. I'm not going to keep out already open the end, I'm going to look at that this time, see if I go. The two verses, where do we see that the Bible says that the reward and even just the reward for utilizing the part of the speech. Where do you see that? And then I thought, you know, if you got the Italian Moab, I'm going to do that for the emotion. I'm not to that model. Not to step on the power. It's an interesting enough. And then they have looked with teaching is with these brothers. One is the old one is called Moab, the other one is called Ammon. When it comes to Moab, there's one possession of our talk says more about this on the public. Don't go to war with Moab. Come on top of the ladder. Come on who you know, hearts are really sad. So interestingly enough, you can't go to war with Moab, but you can check it out. You can start off with them. You can see your younger brother, and she calls her son Ammon. Ammon. That was an interesting now, remember, is a distraction made out from my father. Then I become my niece. So the older daughter is very explicit about the maternity of the child. The younger daughter is much more nuanced as well. So you might teach us over here, if I comes forward and says when it comes to the older daughter, you can't just start up with her. With the younger child, I mean, I'll be cleared up this step on the trial. I feel it's I'm not even going to invest with them at all. Why did this thing shoot? So ultimately, because the older daughter was a little bit more curious, and that that the younger daughter was a little bit more secure, and they were basically starting to recognize that the work of the other owners in the proper gold on. The active other with funds, as well as I'm never going to listen to this. Because the person should always be rushed to them. It's almost like a sentence of Jesus. Why? So the skylight actually came up a few years ago because of the one night that the old people kind of went ahead of her younger sister and engaged in this act with their father. Comes along to him. Zaksa had most of the almost in office. Ultimately, again, her offspring, come 4 generations earlier to produce Jewish monarchy. Because remember, Noah comes from Moab. Noah comes from Moab. But you just read up the first Hamon produces somewhat awkward with the parties run by Shlomo HaMelech's son, Rehoboam. Rehoboam's mother was an Ammonist. So it's like, so I really find it, there's so much to say about this in general, how Jewish monarchy, the Davidic line, Messianic line, all comes from like a little bit of this craziness. Right, between the innate stories between Yehuda and Tamar, those are the stories which ultimately identify Jewish monarchy and Messianic line. It's interesting enough, the Maharal says, what's the shout? Usually monarchy prides itself on pedigree. Like, if you look back to the early stories of our monarchy, it's a bunch of over. So what's the chest? The Maharal says, today's kind of generally sensitive to them. Monarchy has a tendency to be overly itself. So this kind of is humble for monarchy. You become the monarchy comes from interesting beginnings, and then the ultimate keeps the monarchy from them. It also tells us who says something amazing. It doesn't really matter what you do with that. And that is ultimately what it's all. Right? Mashiach comes from Moses preserves. Mashiach comes ultimately again from Yehuda and Tamar. Sometimes the beginnings are the beginnings. We often too often get stuck in the origin, the point of origin, and not recognizing who you came from. That's not up to you. Where you're going, that's all in your hands. Okay, turn up on the Amars, let's get back to the Amars later. The Amars, back to the Nasi. The Amars, from Mashiach, this comes to a spirit ultimately again, from Mashiach, from bringing a regular Chathos offering. So now, so the Amar is part of Nasi. Nasi was Nasi for me to put off like a sort of now I love about Nasi Mashiach, we don't have Nasi, we don't decide. They're going to explain with Mashiach. Remember, there was a back up in this circle. Remember again, the Mashiach and the Nasi are going ahead and making a mistake for that. For the Nasi, for the Mashiach, is Elam Dama, which she was myself. And the Nasi, interestingly, has to be she was myself. But again, each of them, I can only be Kabbalahs. She got for Mashiach, I have done she was myself. Maybe by outcome like this. For Mashiach, I tried out. When there is Dama, again, was the erroneous. Followed up by she was myself, erroneous hat. Then it brings about a she was myself with the day. But let's say you see it's a mistake. Right? The fact about here, which is done intentionally in the Torahs, unintentionally out of the process, it comes double. Has she was myself, I have done maybe the kiss will see it up. Because the kiss has just like regular purpose. Maybe so okay. If the point level has Kailam double and she was low song, they have also let's see things with new cargo. Let's say just as she was so you should just bring a regular purpose. I'm not always part of a Mashiach. I'm not always part of those stables and custom. I'm not always comes to exclude Mashiach and Nasi fundamentally from Chathos. Under no circumstances will Mashiach or the Nasi ever bring the Chathos of a regular person. Allah, the Lord says, take off Mashiach. And the Nasi, that's my school device. Remember again, the Nasi, I understand when Mashiach had 20 50 because he's also a circumstance. The king is called the heaven of knowledge to you. So, the Nasi, she was myself. I didn't know ultimately again that he's totally in something of a regular Chathos. So it's still a Mashiach, and the Nasi, she was myself. The Nasi, how I still watch the case, was even interesting. You know, how could I still should have note? Maybe this Maya. Listen to this. Imagine the following case. Imagine us goes ahead and eats a half of his eyes, ate his eyes when he was already back. Then he becomes 10-year-old. Interesting. This he become awareness about his fellow consumption, right? Ultimately, after he becomes heavy, and it was and now you take awareness occurs when he's most aside from the I'm at thought, Macy just see the since and happening very really common or just in the fact much more no much better king never brings a us. Usually there's a for the Shimon, not the Basilia. So this kind of Shimon, we said a lot of like really trying to act as kind of awareness. So since there's case, you can't pay nice and only becomes aware that when it's a so there's no other factors. So the nurses, one of those also tell me, but what's the case was like Steve Huffler, Shafa, that's the guy's good at the business. In a Simona, the Stimo, the Akatak, no dollar. What's the case? The case is where the king half of his ice cream is a cabinet, but do never get that. Becomes king. Eats the other half of his ice, and now what? And now has awareness of what it is that he did. The man says, okay, so what's the track over there? Well, I might have thought that I can easily kiss most either. I might have thought that the two activities should combine and should bring a regular pathos. Much more than I'm on it. The king does not bring a regular pathos. This is the bottom line. I think we have a lot to do with this. Is under no circumstances will a level of king ever bring a regular pathos. Right? Which means that even if you did something before you were I don't know, just do all this, and then find out about the ultimate when anybody in office, it's still what we like. So why do we love that? You see what's Imam should be supposed to listen to this. Because becoming king somehow create a half. Now what does this mean? If we're talking about you go off a party tax you should have no big things. So let's say that king eats half of his eyes are kid. When is it was that? Then what happens next time? He becomes king. And then what happens? You know what? Like you move on. But I want to say you just you don't want to things. There's people that use the other half of his eyes. So like so it's like half of the no area to this king. He eats often. You know they have to decide. You guys have some ultimate more combined function of us. Now what's this? What it's doing is when his eyes was consumed when there's a cover. Right? That's interesting. The difference is that there was monarchy in it. So does that monarchy ultimately go ahead and does that monarchy change it or not? So the Gemara says. Also, people on the side of the active part you should have the part you should not. Seriously, remember again, we're going to have to do that to regular guy, have to do that to him. So then again, I understand maybe I want to have to fix him so about how can you should I go? After you started. But here, things are different. Even both have to be some ways of killing them, right? Just it happens that there's not a so it says, so much that we should combine. Feel well and feel more emotional. Or maybe like that, even do with monarchy because his monarchy play that disrupts everything. So now it's a question of the heart. Because it's the way I think the double the money of the British cover. Let's say we in favor, all in favor, and then we recognizing what he did and separate out a cover. Right? It's going to come and cut us. I didn't want to say that people like this shit. I would watch that. Yes, go ahead and do the part. Like, the number of happy parts is not the same. Now, in this case, for customer, then you can about sugar. But so this is very different. You know, it's interesting that you get so in favor, separate out a cover, carry it up with toys, and then a big sugar. And then big sugar. You know, so that, there's a funny thing at least. What is all this happening? What's the timeline for all of this? What's the timeline? So you might have to say, which tells us that what click in the timeline, all on the same day. Shiva has the ability to actually recognize the owners of Shiva. We have a Shiva last couple days. They're going to the owners of Shiva. He's going to go back. You started this chapter. Shiva Pitomis. What's Shiva Pitomis? Instantaneous Shiva. A lightning bolt goes off in my soul. And suddenly I'm going to have this incredible, beautiful clarity to become who I want and what I want. So it's possible to get all this is happening with the same guy who eats favorite, separates out the fatos, comes in at the coolest, and then becomes about Shiva. All of that can happen within a relatively short amount of time. Why? Because change is the greatest gift we have, and when we choose to activate it, there's no telling what we could become. So we must have like this. We must call the new page in that case, since he became an advocate, after he separated out the carbon, he can't bring that carbon. He can't bring the carbon. So it sounds like over here, if you're entering into a state where you can't bring the carbon, the carbon becomes forever disqualified. So too, if I'm going to eat the habit of ice, and then when I became king, and then became a commoner again, you can't bring the carbon because of that state of monarchy, you say something in the carbon, which they were saying the piece of adversary to have. How can Hashgal, Mumma, a lot of like guys see carbon? Here's the difference. Mumma is not allowed to bring the carbon, right? you will not accept the covenant of the Lord, and you're going to hide by the sweet covenant. If the king, if you bring the covenant, if it's in the kind of things that are resolved, one year, but get very relaxations. Also, something that you should have nothing is not. But since, let's say, person A a suffix here, in other words, he said that recently, not sure if it's human or if it's thinking that was a normal moment to be a suffix for what would you be, and I shall tell you. So it's going to be before. If you over the I shall tell you that it's not a now he becomes king. You know the law of state, and it turns out that now you find out that he may be so now what's the hot topic? So this is the Rabbi that we must have followed the arguments, I shall tell you. It's the Rabbi that we say. But the right is determined by the time of the seed when he was pregnant, and therefore Allah comments in international government. Keep the time invention. The child invention, the study of the Dada is a subject of Duma, each time of Dada, each time of the day. So it's a simple like this. Which was the Shaila, a virgin shimmy. To do the same, the study of Dada, since his status has changed regarding the connected Kavanos, study of status has also changed. The better I shall tell you, each kind of a bad guy, each kind of cover the day. So he's an old man that changes by divinity covers because he has his own unique cover, but the definitive in the state in circumstances about how the each kind of cover the day. But again, let's say there's no alternative Asham following for a kingdom for a Koynodo. So maybe a Malai see Asham coming family, proves the Gemara says, take it. Money's others are terrible. The Amorites, so far from moment, so it says ultimately, when it says the Amorites will bring a carbon chatos, ultimately, when it comes to excluding a woman does not bring a chatos, not allowed to bring a chatos. I should look at some of the Shemagor, say, first one I heard about it, I should look at some of the Shemagor. Show me somebody becoming a Shemagor. So one of the things that's essentially, once you're a woman for something, you're pretty much a woman for everything. Therefore, you really accidentally, but the nice, again, there's still liability cover. The down, the need of the us. Other thing is, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, for blood, perhaps hiding the point that just because you're a woman for favor doesn't automatically make you a woman for blood. And as someone pointed out, hey, that's blood. He would have perhaps assisted them consume it. You know, it says, but just because you're a woman for one thing doesn't make you a woman for everything. And the outcomes, it is the ultimate, it is how we go to children for our fault. Also, these are this one. You have a guy who eats the love with the other. So he eats not kosher food. That's not critical against Hashem, but because again he likes it. He likes it. Now what happened with this guy? So this guy normally eat vanilla. The guy can get mad at this of sugar, kosher meat, and if he's kosher and got mixed up with vanilla. So he ends up eating vanilla. But that was not his intention. His intention was to go to kosher meat. What the status for yet? He's a woman, he eats vanilla. So what's the whole thing? The Gemara says, nice opportunity for everyone to have a easy woman. So what it means is just once the guy is actually the virus, even if the elder for his own benefit, he's called a lower, and if we're not talking about Sumasa, like the evil stuff, the Halo of Often Silo, love, no, even if he won't be the Halo, if given the opportunity to choose between kosher meat and a love, he will choose kosher meat, and therefore he's not interesting enough. It's not about it. Also, it's now So the first thing Taylor, always intentionally, he is the mother. I is the mother, and what is the mother? All of the videos, shapers, struts, and I want to the shots. I guess if the game the list which make the head out of that shape over that about the shots and I wasn't keeping calling you. I guess and you really says use a mother, I don't want to like, even if you wear shots. There also makes you a mother other bad. Those things about the rest of these doesn't make sense. I'll call Taylor is out here, but they're using a mobile over there. That's my cover. So I said, Vice begin by saying, like, the person is here, he's a mobile. And then she says, what is a mobile? One of these, the real estate, which got from the last behind us, so they're out there. I'm allowed to remember the cover. I'll call Taylor, but I'll go to her name, say, mobile. Let's say the person eats, Taylor, but that one means for his own benefit. For his own benefit, right at the end of the day, again, to those. Not as a form of rebellion, which is because he's in the what this individual. Okay, so I'll remember the other. Very similar. The Hafiz. What if you touch the Hafiz? What's the Hafiz? One of these is the active rebellion against Hashem. How they said Satan. Interesting. So now if you sin for your own pleasure, that makes you a lover. If you sin ultimately as a form of rebellion, that's like Suzuki. And generally, Suzuki refers to people who definitely touch the Hafiz. You wrote the original. But the nice thing in the first few people became more categorical or more categorical approach. Those who never, it was stomach, Rabbi. There was one example of the lower of his difficulty. On the Omer Ocha, the name of the tree, the Shkatsa, what I'm asking, the Shkatsa, Yayin, that's it. It was really interesting. These are the belief ultimate of Yayin. These person goes to Snoopy. You will say, nobody in their right mind wants to discuss in the Ramos. And there's only one reason why it can be called. So that's why. That's why ultimately we rebel against the revolution. And we also read over a rubbish to life. Even if somebody gives factors, ultimately again in the moment, that's not it. What happens when a person only wears a big shot? So let's say, in that game, the technicalities of biblical versus the big shot is by the most basic level. Biblical shot requires the forbidden fibers to be intertwined. Like the rabbinic shyness is even if the fibers are just breast together. So what happens if somebody wears breast fibers? Sorry, wasn't somebody wears a rabbinic shyness? So the Gemara says, "Marson the God has Hamimura. Now, Allah Hamimura, but if I'm not blind to the Farsi Surah, I did with Rabbi Hamimura. He just says that's not what that's not what one of them says. It's only people shyness that makes Hamimura not rabbinic. Everyone says anyone knows about the halakha of shyness, even violation of rabbinic shyness. Makes your Lord. Thank for Rabbi Rabbi. The Hafiz CPT. So also that focus over there. One of the things he said, if you sin for to satisfy your own desires, that makes you a liver. If you sin for not against the Mishpah, that makes you a tziddik. The Chazam of the Hafiz, nami liver. And he says, no, even if you sin with the intention to anger Hashem as a form of rebellion, you're still a liver. Ella is in tziddik. It's more than tziddik. So the old God, there's no problem. Come on here, let's come. Idolatry. Idolatry is sticky. Mason is a kasha. Achor on you for shachar. I make some over. So second person is an insect. Insect. And I see the mover. Insects like wine over. So nobody there like my stuff. Just to indulge their own beach. The only reason you do it is because you are going ahead and rebelling against Hashem. I'll put the Hafiz. You got part of it. Like here it looks like this is a great example of the Hafiz. The Hafiz, it was called the word. Also, the Amr at home is also the parents that I look for this. The guy said, listen, I'm just curious. I've been curious. I've never been studying like this. Okay, so it says that it's curiosity. If you'd like to see what it is like, you can't call that guy. You have to call him over, you know something disgusting. The Acer Nasi said that was supposed to be the Mishnah said. This whole thing was speaking about the Nasi. So who is the Nasi? So the Mishnah said, if they came, I'm not on a Nasi, you're called Nasi, Shem, Kinach, and another. So I said, you're not called Nasi, it's like a tribal place. Like, not Shem, and another, for you, Buddha. And we're on the Mitzvahs Hashem, so as I saw, you see the blush by the Seir of the Nasi. It says in Mitzvahs Hashem Elokav. Right, for any if you violate any details of Hashem is God, and it says by the king, my Yirah and Yirah as Hashem Elokav. So textual symmetry. Other things about say, "Man la'awan she'en al gabad el Hashem." Rabbi B. "Man la'awan she'en al gabad el Hashem." So just like ultimately again, I say by ultimately in the seer. We're talking about someone who does not have, and is not answerable to anyone other than God. As nothing she'en al gabad el Hashem. So to the listening question is someone who answers to no one but God. What's an example of someone who answers to no one but God? There's only one person like that in the kingdom of God and Israel, and that is the king. The king, incredible. To go, I mean, not with his son. I will say this is such a fascinating discussion. So let me listen. As you think someone like me, you think someone like me, if I went ahead and I seen inadvertently, would I free the son? As I said, remember again, he was ready. He was pretty much he was in charge of the Jews of Eretz Israel. And he was the head of Eretz Israel Jew. Not going to remember that it's already mounted and however that he wasn't descendant of the Davidic line. And if it's someone like these, I occupy position leadership, the highest position leadership, the highest leadership position in the land. Would someone like me bring a cellular for the erroneous hand? So you know, it says, I'm alright. Tell us about that. No, because your co-leader is your father. There's a rich Kabisa. Like that. You are not the singular leader. There's another leader. And therefore, Allah told us, remember Israel. It's like, nothing. So, nothing is not only the master of the Asma. Hold a second. Historically, you have monarchy. You don't have that always. But like, from the times of the Chacham and the son of Shlomo, we have two monarchies. There's the opposite of the Baptist Israel. And yet again, those kings would have brought this fire. So you see from the existence of another ruler does not preclude the king from bringing this fire. That's because those two monarchs, the king of Rothschild and Judah, had independent autonomy, neither was dependent or subservient to the other. And here the PSS neither Jews are ready to show, ultimately, that mentioned to the Jews of Babel. Remember again, I was saying, Babel was the strongest seed of the Jewish leadership, was the strongest Jewish community that the community has Israel. So amazingly enough, the PSS Levy, as much as we are the leader of the Jews of Eretz Israel, we are still dependent and differential relation of the Son. And therefore, you would not bring the Son. It's not the last of that. Or I mean, idea. So it's not how you can work like this exchange. So Rabbi asks Rabbi two people, I need not be Messiah. Same question. Rabbi says, someone like me, and other is a strong Jew, but I need Messiah for a mistake that Awesome Shilek, Acham Mechol. Here's the difference. They will say, Babel is the Shilek, where the scepter of leadership resides. Here, Kofi is where the scholarship of leadership resides. So the Tanya, well, that's what Shilek is, yeah, approach, they will show about after the project said, the scepter for that has to be read out. Who does that refer to? What refers to Ishkalusa? Ishkalusa really had the power. So wrote that as a son of Rock, because he rules power of the Stabilis, that is authority. He has the Kofi, and you can show, hello, Shimarambi, or the Sovereign. So it's interesting. So it appears that the way that his work was that real authority resided in Babel, the region of himself. But the seat of scholarship was in man's self. So because of that, therefore, there in the 12th century says, Rabbi, as much as you are the leader of Eretz Israel, Jewry, at the end of the day, someone like you were to make a mistake, you would not go ahead and bring the son. Incredible. Those are Mishnah, days of Mashiach, like an ultimately again, who is Mishnah? You've been waiting 2,000 years to answer that question. Mashiach, what is he going to be here? Oh, I was like, one incredible Yimach to learn. Right, so incredible to learn. Also, again, who's the Mashiach? Of course, in this context, ultimately again, so Mashiach again refers to Kohen Mashiach, right? Refers to the Kohen Mashiach. So what does that mean for the anointed Kohen Gadol? So Mashiach, Mishnah. We're talking about a Kohen Gadol was anointed with anointed oil. No underneath of the God. And what's the name of this program, etc. There are two ways in which a Kohen Gadol oil to become Kohen Gadol. Number one, you can anoint with oil. Number two, it puts on robe ahead and delivers an erroneous food and acts on its own, that is only a coin anointed with anointing oil, not in the root of the river. Like a big connoisseur, a connoisseur, when the root of the river, in general, on the side, there's no distinction if a coin was anointed with oil, or he put on the prophetic vestments, Allah. Her hafo alcoholics was actually a level side. Is this halacha? Is this halacha? If a Kohen Gadol issues the road is from an act on his own ruling, he has to bring a par. But he only brings the par if he was anointed with oil. Not if he was inducted with the Kingdom. Someone said, in the purpose of this, the Kodesh Shabbat, furthermore, I'm going to say, if you have a Kohen Gadol, Kodesh Shabbat means the active Kohen Gadol. What's the Kohen Shabbat? What's the Kohen Shabbat? Kohen Gadol Emeritus. Okay? Former Kohen Gadol. Former Kohen Gadol. So there's no difference between the two of them. Emma, Har Yom Kippurim, the Asir Saifa, except for, again, the part of Yom Kippur and Asir Saifa. Asir Saifa, we'll say, is on Kabbalah Chesed, that was the evil of the Kohen Gadol. So in general, we'll say, even if former Kohen Gadol has all the rights of a Kohen Gadol, with the exception of only the active Kohen Gadol could bring the Kabbalah's on Yom Kippur. The active Kohen Gadol brings the really Kohen Gadol offering. Otherwise, they're the same. There is a Shabbat Navos over here. Because I said, in general, again, both are capable of doing the Yom Kippur. One is Sudan, one is Sudan. Both of them do the Yom Kippur. Nasrun al-Amon, Ken Nain al-Vodon. They know the time of it. Both the Kohen, they always say, this active Kohen Gadol, former Kohen Gadol, cannot become, even for the closest of relatives, because they first one line, from a Kohen to a Kohen, not allow their hair to grow longest from reporting, nor can they run their clothing, or not see how it's there. And when either of them die, all of the people who are confined to the mikvah, all the murderers, are allowed to go free. Incredible. So say that's how I must have it. Also say that for all purposes, for obvious purposes, about this is just the significant of the point, speaking about the power calling a Shiach. Remember again, Kohen Gadol, power of the Shivas myself, delivers an erroneous ruling, and it's actually based on that ruling, brings a unique covenant of the power, which the Mishnah tells us, by the way, that's only true for a Kohen Gadol, oil. If he wasn't working with oil, only with the something is found. Shemana Mishnah, Shasa, Shemana Minba, Shemana Shemana, if this is even going to oil, what's going to be later? How you show people that's how you can't do that. You lose interest in enough to take the oil, and then you dip the different areas. How do you bring out the oil? The noise the oil, you take out the oil, and you dip different like herbs and roots in it to make it aromatic and fragrant. So Rothschild took the oil, olive oil, and put the roots in it. You also know it's possible. Arnold Wilson, that's like car, they don't say that everybody gets to see. Rothschild is like 12 and you go to the pub oil. The problem just is what happens when you put the roots. Right? For some people to oil, what does it do? The roots themselves absorb the oil. The problem over here is that would have drained, that would have taken up all the oil by itself. Arnold Wilson just had done it or something. Hello. So let's say, so again, Rothschild knew what to have before. Rothschild knew what to go ahead and put the roots in the oil. The roots themselves will absorb all the other than no oil left. So that's what how to make sure that the stem show us how carbon value and makes it on the stem the fluid as well become plus. Also that is very interesting. What did they do? They went ahead and they soaked first the roots in water. Now why did they soak the roots in water? So that roots should absorb the water, become fully saturated with the water. Afterwards they put the roots in the oil. That would be oil to absorb the aroma or whatever, the scent of the aroma of the roots without the roots absorbing the oil. It's incredible. So the Kohen has our Africa, or Buddha, the Vietnamese Africa, Nasa, Mishnah, Mishnah, was his name. So when he said, don't get so technical. The Shona Mishnah, Moshe Rabbeinu was miracle after miracle after miracle household. I don't think no such thing also needed. Right? In the beginning, with Moshe began 13 months of order. And you may know how you shop. Mishkan, you came up the high part of construction, and you live in it. Was about like 12 months of oil, which is not all that much. Moshe Rabbeinu anointed the entire Mishkan, all of the utensils, Aaron and his sons all 7 days. And not only that, the Kula Kayim La'asad Lavo. And there was still enough oil left over in the future. Shneimar, Shema Mishkas Kodesh Midas Midas Yahid. So what's essentially what I'm saying is, don't worry about it. Moshe, I think, was a Mishnah Mishnah was miraculous oil. Miraculous oil. Don't worry about the roots, absorbing, not absorbing. Because at the end of the day, there was enough there was enough oil ultimately at the end for all Mishnah utensils. Not only study all supplements and future generations of Heavy Ida. That's what I'm just going to do. Heavy Ida. You have Moshe Shona Mishnah. There you got Moshe Shona Mishnah. And then Shep Asa Mishnah, that's called Shepal. Ultimately, so what happened? So Moshe Shona Mishnah and anointed the Mishnah, everything that was and you know, you just have some Mishnah, Asa Moshe Rabbi. How many Simyasim of the Tchilah there's so many miracles that occurred in Mishnah, but yet, so you says, the Tchilah so, the higher Hashem Tchilah, first of all, to begin with, there was only 12 rooms of oil, which is not a lot. Raw covered no loss quotas, the common current money holder, the common hot oil sellers. So it's like, so remember, I just think about this, just like, making a weight oil, see, I can contemplate today, how much do the meats themselves absorb, how much does the pot cooking, how much does the pot absorb, and how much does the heat cause to evaporate. And with all of that, all Nimshach, Mishka, Kekra, Ava Rebana Hashiva Sinan Lur, the Bon Nimshachu, Kohanim Olah. And yet, they don't say with that oil, there was enough to anoint the nation in its entirety, all of the utensils, Aaron and his son all 7 days, and future generations of kings and Kohanim. So it's a miraculous oil. So that's it. Also, stop over here for today. We'll pick up the next session. Thank you. Don't get nervous. If you look at Monday's down is a little down below, right? It's just a little there. So you gotta, it's not fair. What if you pay to Monday? You just allow that little piece to be Monday down. We have to give the last time a couple years a little bit more meat on the bones. I could go faster if I wanted to. I choose not to. I make an active choice to slow down, pump the brakes a little bit. So yes, I'm sure Monday will be something substantive as well. What a week. A good nerve shots. It's a great week. The job is really subjects. What's coming with all of you? They gave them to show up every day. I don't see so much with all this year. I'm talking about still standing there. I was having the Shabbos everywhere. I just want to say good morning. Us all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our annual commentary is focused on Silver Strong American Israel. We dedicate Rothschild and Joshua's this year as his books. So it's the most fun. So I'm the sponsor for the running of I will that over. I need to show us of his parents. Avram and then Asham Pinchas. Those are so fast to say as you follow the hopes that all the telos of our people on Israel will be answered in the months ahead. So we will answer in Mishmash from Father, the Ari from the East of Ari, and a father of Yaakov, who we love. We will get a murder come to all the shows, my idea. The families in the father, all those who will shall be the cult from the Israel, which the Homer has to be the school of the call of America, the soldiers to be successful. The whole of the city, they have to be showing all about the story of the story. But we got to let us be a lot of really exciting back ahead of us. There was really just fascinating pieces of the information. So if you got that text, maybe look at the Mishnah or the text on the very bottom of the Mishnah. And I never know just call it about weekly society, about Pumas and Dutch, so let's go into some of this. So remember again, your episodes a little bit. We are doing the search now. We need entities. What are the entities? We said it in the Based in all persons in the Romans movement. Remember again, it was Hello Governor, then followed by Shivadas Vaisa, Bali Sral, some segment acts upon that have parallel and sequel. That's category 1. Category 2, Anasi, or let's go Koinishna, right? My nono, or version erroneous ruling. Who is he offering the erroneous ruling to? You can pass it by yourself. By himself, what's halacha? He offers a also you have a unique carbon history. Same thing, Hamam Dada, Shivadas myself. Requires the erroneous ruling, and then followed up by having actual action to use the category 3 is the Nasi. Ultimately, the Nasi goes ahead and do his ruling once a year, followed by himself. And we're going to talk about that to Nasi today. He has a unique offering, ultimately, again, on a cider. And same idea, Shivadas myself, Shivadas Hamam Dada, Shivadas myself. So that's how you now again, it's actually like Nasi. My focus doesn't reply to Shivadas myself, because we reply that with Rabbi. We're going to talk about that more today. Now we're going to talk about some exceptions to this. There are 3 areas of halacha where if these erroneous rulings happen, these carbon. For example, let's go Krishna. In Kayavim, what's one thing about the resort in Kayavim, remember, in Kayavim means these individuals are not obligated to bring their unique type of carbon. So in Kayavim, I'll Shmiras called. So ultimately, the Shmiras called was a Shmira. That person states that if someone tells you, so someone goes on the children, you know that I let you been money, right? And I say, swear that you're not going to eat as much. I'll say this, but and I say I don't. So Shmiras called means someone else is making a statement. I'm answering the affirmative, right? And I think that you are by answering to someone else. That's what's called Shmiras Kol. So I'm not articulating the Shmira myself. Someone else is saying it, but I'm answering it. I'm confirming the Shmira. It's as if I'm giving the Shmira. So that's what's called Shmiras Kol. In parallel Shmiras Kol, now you place Sasai. So you place Sasai, I'll say, yeah, that first was things in the right, and it's called articulation. Whatever they will say, it's Steinchen, Arnold, right? I really think I haven't eaten. Again, Shmita Sasai. But you must make a Shmita Hadasha. I just said you must make a Shmita Hadasha yesterday. Right? And halacha, I said anything to do with halachos tomorrow, it is an Ashis, whatever it is. Two must make a Shmita Hadasha also falls into two. Category 1 is that Torah in the interpretation versus halachos individuals enter to the state of Torah. So if the Sanhedrin or the Nasi or the Rashiach, there's halakha evidence about any of these areas, there is no unique carbon brought for the erroneous. That's how I take a look at what's like the Mishnah for just a moment. Actually, so actually, that may how it is. Whatever Shmiras Kol, it's a second for us to the Russia. The whole time, have the carbon over the see what in the Shabbos elevate so this is what they actually saw this in yesterday's that at least we saw it. That's what's with us for Kadasha. I love this like this. The denominator between all of these halachic areas of Shmiras Kol, Itun Sasai, too much Mikdash for Kadasha is that they are subject to what we call a covered over the oven. What's a covered over the oven? It's a type of sin offering that depends on your financial status. If you have more money, you will bring a nicer card when it will accomplish to bring a very simple card down. So we also saw yesterday's down that any time you have an infraction that is subject to cover over the urine, the unique covers of these individuals or anything is not applied. So it's like I said, exactly, there's a whole new way. And then in the layout, let's see what you need to sell it before. Because the only time, remember again, we'll say, so you have on one hand you have the Sanhedrin, the whole and the kid, all the covers. And yet, the individual would commit any of these same fractions. What would be of the brain? Carbon factors. So anything that you have to carbon factors for, these unique, according to these individuals, which understand these unique entities would bring a specialized carbon for. But it's got to be a factor. So therefore, any situation where the individual would bring a carbon over the donor, it's just a different offering. Is based on a scriptural technicality. Also, ultimately, again, the entities do not bring your specialized carbon. That's it. That's all thing. That's it. The Gemara says. I'm secure to about the very say. The king is truly just the Sanhedrin and basically and the Kohen. And the Gemara says no. Unless he tried to pull it naturally. And the Gemara says in general, security ahead and unless he goes ahead and I'm not for myself. Unless he was tired in everything, unless he was really covered in all of these things. I've also essentially my focus was to hear leaders. Unless he was tired and covered over, you'll see this in the Gemara. So the Gemara said the lesson is kind of everything. Of with the exception of the Shnias. Shnias called the case where someone else articulated Shua and I have heard that Shnia. Unless he's not obligated to that, why is that interesting? Because a king in general is not subject to anything other than testimonial nature. Shamelech, Rothschild also, Romanian also. Because also a king in general is not subject to any testimonial law. But a king cannot be a judge, a king cannot be judged, a king cannot testify, and a king cannot be testified down. So therefore, again, Shnias called, which in general again is a shua about evils, simply doesn't apply to the king. Okay, incredible. So let's analyze. Right from the understanding, it was a again. The point of this is interesting. Everyone seems to agree regarding the Sanhedrin and Kohen. That I'm not going to myself can only be the subject of the meeting of others in the case where not only was the opportunity in a chatos, but where nothing of the opportunity in a cover already. In that case, the Sanhedrin and the Kohen do not going to bring forward the coveros. And my focus is like this. What are you going to do to the Nasi? But the Nasi, he says, the Nasi is just like Kohen and Sanhedrin. And like Kiva says, no, the Nasi is how you people in the cover over the Lord. Let's analyze some of that. Right time, the Nasi really wasn't really saying he's not the cover, but the Nasi says, the Hayog, and also just by the way, I want to give you this now because maybe just these are happening. We constantly ultimately again, like Rabbi was saying. So the nice part is that all three of these entities are the same boat. So therefore, Sanhedrin, Kohen and Nasi all we bring everything covers what the individual would be subject to a chas. That if the individual is subject to a carbon already looked, they do not bring it when you cover it. That is the halacha of this. Okay, some people can bring up, is it the voice before the card? Jumping down a little bit on that. And I think it's helpful just to know that as we go forward. Says the Gemara. So I'm going to go back to this and read that. So the Gemara says, Amaka, Baga Kiyasham Achas, but Kolshem is hiding the Achos, is hiding the Pasuk. Interesting that the Pasuk says, whoever is culpable for one of these things. The Pasuk said, this Pasuk happens to be taught about the ideas mentioned in the Mishnah. The Pasuk itself is talking about right before. Shnias called decreasing and to massive kadasha. So it's interesting, right? This grouping is not random. This grouping is biblical. It's biblical. So that's what this going to be saying. The Pasuk says if somebody will be guilty for one of these, so that's what you're saying. Kosher is the house is higher than Kudo. Therefore, in one of these cases is liable. In one of these cases, Ishaim is higher than the house. It is higher than Kudo. Essentially, essentially, exactly this. It's a grouping. And if I'm not limiting of liability, one of liability, all of them. But if you don't have liability and one of liability, therefore, again, the imam. This guy racks and the just have to go for one. One of the liability is one. You're liable for the liable. One of the liability, community said, we give it up. Rather, let's even this logic is from here. Besides, part of your owner, never half of test. Never, most of the never most sassy level. So what's it's very interesting. The Pasuk says, most of that this is talking about the carbon already, right? So about that, and then it says most sassy level. So the Gemara says, we shall not be animals rations. This is fascinating. What is an individual who is subject to a carbon already? This is fascinating. Someone who is capable of reaching happen, right? Reaching what most of really reaching happen. Not if he's passive. Not if you become a higher color of the building, you have to have the capacity to become accomplished. Not see the Mashiach should be brought in the areas. This concept through the king and a coin doggo who can never become accomplished. Now, what is that? It must be special. Now, see, they say, we also ask us to come to Sasha. Remember again, Nasi, because the Pasuk says already it's not unique covenant of the Nasi. And he went ahead and he violated one of the mitzvahs of Hashem is God. Yishain al Davar Ela Shalokov. Who's the Nasi? Who's the Nasi? Who's the king? The king is someone who is answerable to no one but which means he is the most powerful man to people. With our tongues, money. Therefore, the assumption is the king that he never before. The king can never reach, he can just never be accomplished. Mashiach, what that's clear, it's seen that coin had godo me'achov, shugogo me'achov, the koach, the fatma ba'oshem. So this is incredible. When the Torah expects the coin godo, has expected the godo, the coin had godo me'achov. Now, if you look at the Russian translation, the coin has godo, his reader, me'achov. Now, me'achov could be that his brothers or from his brothers. What is this? I will say, what this means, Yaakov has to be free of his brother to die, which is the very level has to be handsome. The car, physical strength, chachma, wisdom, and osha, wealth. The very level must possess all of these qualities. Now, we're focusing on the one over here. Clear moment, 19 moment, that we shall offer. Clear moment says, what happens if you have a clear level? Who is handsome? Who is strong? Who is wise, but is not wealthy? Lacking wealth. What do you do with that? Basic questions. The woman, that point that God will be above, I should be some follow. So, that you ready, may I have. The other Kohanim are obligated. When you put together a coin, that will go for the page. Right? And what happens? They're obligated to go ahead and make you wealthy. Make you wealthy. I will say that it's also interesting that the obligation to make you wealthy also from the other Kohanim. Right? It's fascinating because that Gemara doesn't say, Rabbi saw asking me to give up. The Kohanim actually make them wealthy. So let's say, but this is really fascinating. So I love for myself. He's going to be subject to an only someone who's on carbon over the late. Only someone who has the ability to experience poverty. A king never experienced poverty. He's a king. No one can never experience poverty because by definition, if he's a level, he's got to be wealthy. We'll say, no, it's interesting. It's interesting. That Rabbi stuff, like the Kohanim saw all things be identified compared to two great things. And that's what I'm following. And the acting to my breath has come. There's one who calls us coming. Now, listen, there's a beautiful idea, the Bible message says so beautifully that the greatest sin that a Jew ever commits, greatest sin that he ever commits, is that he forgets that he's a better life. He forgets that he's a servant king. And he forgets that ultimately he's royalty. So it's interesting to read about it that we are compared both to the land as well as to kings. It's also royalty. There is a how beautiful is this? What is the future of being a calling of being a king? You are never accomplished. You never accomplished. And we'll say, think about that just in a real stuff. What do you think of let us for? What does it mean to be a point brother? What does it mean to be a melech? It means that no matter what you do in life, you can never become spiritually accomplished. You make a lot of mistakes, you make a lot of a lot of things that you have the best of correct. It's off the rails. But at the end of the day, I never accomplished. At the end of the day, the personalistic spiritual authors are never empty. There's always something. There's always something in the soul. And actually, because especially during this season, because a lot of times we come to a lot of your soul. We don't know. We put on good things. I'm so down on myself. I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so disillusioned with myself. But I don't think there's someone to get started. Just remember, just remember that you're melech. And both of those things never taste the Habershkeit, and there's always something there. There's always eternal wealth. No matter how bad you messed up, you always have the ability and spiritual credit to be able to affect further. So, was changed. I don't know. Wasn't this a fascinating case? What happens if the king gets now? Here's what we established. So just so you appreciate the circle over here, right? What have we established? That at least the king and I'll see anything I don't break the cover over the oven, right? Why don't I cover over the oven? Because when I cover over the oven, you have to be able to experience poverty. These are the experience poverty. Now, I've never had this book called Sweet Circle. That's why the Mishnah said, you're not subject to them. How about those when it comes to these cases in the Mishnah? Shrias told, to discuss sign, too much Mikdash, because those are ideas for which they violate against other things. So therefore, they're not subject to this. Now you might ask me the following question. What happens if the king gets saras? Everyone said, what is that? Then how about the first time the king gets saras? Rashi points out that we have a message that it's down on the young, all of them say the other means so sharing the right wheels melech, he should be soda. Remember what things like that, Hashem is Amara, and it's all I know so. Hashem is surviving, there was you over this concept, it's more of that. Right there, I'm also a mesa, when the king contracts saras, he cannot be king. He can't be king while he carries saras. That's why he can't go ahead and pursue the throne to be fascinating. And you can't act as the king, which makes sense, right? Why does it make sense? Why he gets saras? Because he did something. So you can't go ahead and be the leader of the people who yourself are not modeling the right type of people. So therefore, if the king has saras, he's got to advocate for throwing during that time. So this is interesting. So you're not mentioning saras. What is the halacha? Rabbi said, what does this mean? Well, I'm not going to play this. We just established the king can't bring a couple of he can't go ahead and get to a whole time. And what happens if he's not king? What happens if he's forced out? He's not very active with the throne. This is subject to a couple of other doing this kind of saras. So the guy says, well, you cut off it. You say, we say ultimately again, you cut off the needs. We say, I'm not going to raise this essentially. Once you are forever removed our shot cover over the things. And even if anybody that function in this game, you're still looking for the high shot. It's the popular. No, what it means is when you're king, the popular. But if you're not the active king, you get in the fight. So you start to realize it's the legs and responded. All the guys are told. He's the king looking for this for his money, nothing about it. Right? So I don't know what is this? What I say. So the thing is like this, essentially, one of the advantages of being king is not that obviously the king comes with power. The king also comes with opportunities for personal financial advancement. Like I said, it's fascinating. The notion of public office as a tool for personal enrichment is not something that modern day politicians discovered. Right? In other words, this was always, and by the way, I was going to point out, that thought had something nefarious. Like, in other words, sometimes just is the position that you have open up additional opportunities for you. Again, I mean, not everything will look like, obviously, because that's teaching about it. So the point is just saying, the king's wealthy. He's going to be wealthy because he's a king. And his own personal finances, that generally translate well just because he's not acting like king. In fact, that he was king, obviously, the most commonly endowed with tremendous personal wealth. And the problem for myself, he always public on public over the money. Depending on how they do over the Shia public over, ultimately, everything got over. Because ultimately, he's public with all this really good action. And the people on the Shia public, we're on the right hand side. Covered only the oranges. Is that covered out about a million shekels? So, as Steve said, but I have to claim a Shia. I have to follow over the Yakas follow. I see the same over the Yori. Follow homeless. What's this? You just let the prices like people said. Every time there's a come over the nomad, the kind of is going to be perfect. So you must, I'm going to make them keep on. What can be his magic? I'm going to go out. And I'm going to say, sort of come down. You know, we used to say class, and we just say that. Yeah, just say that. When you say cutter, remember, I was talking about situation was happening in Veda. So there's liability and everything in that Veda. Cutter, everything that's used in a very strict legal sense. We discussed a particular combative liability. So therefore, Kohen Gadol is public of carbon already. Okay, so what's the boss? Kohen Gadol is then carbon out of the ball. So this is the carbon ultimately the arm of the steps. I said this is referring to the Hadithian Kohen Gadol. Like this is referring to the unique carbon of the Kohen Gadol. Zoom bar Kohen Gadol. This is this Kohen Gadol carbon. This is the one that is obligatory. I very well. She reminded that Manala, double on this. So maybe Manala said, maybe in the world of already building, maybe a level simply exempt from the lowest tier carbon. What is that? What is that? A C Saifa. That's also going to be again like the lowest level minimum. Aber any especially is from the other one, and maybe higher levels of overview. That's the level should be higher, which was amongst other things, the people are going to share so. Asher Hatam Achos Neila. And Miskaper Achos Miskaper Betula. What if they could achieve atonement from any one of these, achieves atonement to all of them? Miskaper Achos and Miskaper Betula. So essentially, again, the only thing you're kind of over the already is if you tie it to any of the extreme forms of the blood. But again, once you subject once you have subject to poverty, by issue ultimately again that's subject to the lowest level. It's no something I'm kind of but the other say the Ayat from the Atlas that how can that be how this high the Atlas is like person in Russia over here. But this person for by the Ayat from the Atlas so the only ones that only be liability for the whole group and you have liability for any one of them. So the Imam says you should be this high the Atlas in this high the Quran. So the Imam says I'm not going to why the Kiva Omer or the Kiva says Nasi Chayiv Futz Mishmir Skull. Remember, it's not true. But the Kiva says that ultimately, again, a Nasi does have liability. And Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah does have liability to his Fasadi. Only is except the Shmir Skull. So you see, that's not true because of the Abayi, the Moshes, Abayi, the Abayi, Me'achos Mashmalei, Me'achos Lo Mashmalei. The Darshan is Me'achos, it doesn't Darshan Me'achos. Mashno Me'achos, Mashno. Why does he actually have us? Because you have one of the soul, God has seen us Because it's only that writes this, and as you say, which is the lowest level of the building. When they wrote the homes, high as you say, teach you that only if you're higher than the lowest level, you can be subject to the lowest level of the building, will you be higher than everything? You start right from the sky back, that's not true, sky before the minute, because if you would think that even if you have something to one of the levels of over the building, you should still be subject to the other ones. If that's the case, we could put it behind the outputs in the Dallas. They wreck that must begin by Dallas, by most of the carbons, even the Ashiras, or by the highest level of Ashiras. That difference will make by one of the poles, but ultimately kind of breaks in the middle EEG trust. Look at the EEG all cover all of the ladies, you can be subject to all shades of all of the other. There is someone that is never subject to poverty, and therefore can never reach the lowest level over the ability, therefore you're not subject to terrible. Can I say? Bottom line, simple message over here. I love what I said again. Kohen Gadol, every hospital as well. If Nasi King are not subject to cover over the other. Again, Sanhedrin don't not say they're subject to cover over the other, so everything else is that. So because you're not subject to over the other, therefore Allah he will not bring the those things affirmation pieces that she has called. Ito is not saying too much of the but the students need a little bit to bring this definitive rule. The only time Sanhedrin, Rothschild, King bring their unique offering or erroneous ruling is in case where the individual would be subject to a carbon. That's it. If the individual is subject to a different carbon, they're not they're not bringing the Kabbalah's incredible Mishnah. Kabbalah's should have told us, Hasdara actually doesn't have this. So I say, Hayokim maybe discourse here. This is actually the Mishnah of general Hadokos and Kabbalah's. And it's very accurate. And again, the Torah, that ultimately, again, performing intentionally would have you with any punishment of Christ. And ultimately, again, and the unintentional violation would bring the carbon chatos. So, again, what's the when the carbon individual basis practice? What is the chatos? Maybe just called the city. So, ultimately, again, an individual will bring a sheep or a goat. That's not that's a chatos, sheep or a goat. Good, move on. In that same case, Hanasi Sivir, finish in the early school and then follow through on it. The king would bring a seer, that's the king's unique offering. Mashiach who pays the ultimately again, coin doggle, pays the issue erroneous moving and how people follow through on it, they bring their pot. So once that's the idea of peace. Right? That's the kind of they've been operating with this entire sector. That if I wrote this book on it, one guy that thinks on bus, one guy thinks about it, Hayoki Hanasi Mashiach to be a seer. So he thinks about the Zara. Ultimately, the individual, Lunasi, and the Kondano, all bring a seer. Based in power of the soil, based in bringing a power in the soil. Okay, like it brings about the soil. Power in the law, you see in the context, apart from the minister of the context, Asham Talmud. What about Asham Talmud? So it's really English, but this is like a compilation about Asham Talmud. Variables is the single frame. That it depends on your financial status. I don't eat, but I not see high up. Listen to that. I just want to play this. It's like a shkafa. I'll bet I should tell you. So you think to yourself, oh, it seems sensitive. Why not go ahead and just say, you know, everyone thinks the same problem. And therefore, why make people think this one has more, this one has less? Everyone said zero, and whatever most important is so those things, right? I don't know if it's one of the most important cells. It's in one. So it's not understanding in life. Some people have more, and some people have less. Sometimes we become so preoccupied with people's feelings that we put feelings above and beyond. And we feel like we have to cuddle everyone. But we have to be cuddled, and then that's a show. You should never feel weird that someone has more than you. Yeah, but people are more than you. People are more than you, people are less than you, and that's just the way the world works. It's the same, by the way, that in life, there are winners and there are losers. Right? And that's the way life works. That's why, like, you know, you give every single child a trophy. Instead of the red, you know, there's first to 172nd place, and everybody gets a ring. Right? It's profoundly detrimental to them because it's important for children to understand ultimately again that there are winners and losers. Just like in the same sometimes, but even effort sometimes to like, you know, make them becomes a seed for some people that you can show off automatically when it is like to. But this notion that you know, so there are people who are more than who are blessed, there are people who are surface, people who are not surface, people that have less education, and again, so much of life is just being comfortable in your own skin. Even if you care what everyone else is doing, it's okay. It's okay. There's probably people exactly what I mean. And we're kind of trying to have more, but I'm good. I'm good. It's about the hashtag of Hashem Talmud. Is that, you know what? Ruben has more money than I do. So it's, you know, lesser money. I have lesser money. Doesn't make me a lesser person. And so much of my life is trying to be easy to usher. Has that with the focus. What is like Hashem Talmud? When I was Hashem Talmud, so the man says, I'm not going to have nothing. Ultimately, again, Hashem and Hashem Talmud. So the individual and us are both tied with that. Interesting, I'm not always going to this, I'm not always going to this mission. So Mashiach is the but ultimately, I think Mashiach, you're talking about everything's in a part of Hashem Ba'adai, what about Hashem Ba'adai? I love it, I don't see the Mashiach, everyone is hiding in Hashem Ba'adai. The Beis Din too, the Beis Din does not get that. Ashmiya Sakal Ba'ikis, Asana Thomas Mitash Hashem. So we'll say, so again, but that, looking back to the last Mishnah, like Shmiya's told, so again, some of this is true, I have to admit, Peter's aside, Shmua of articulation, Thomas Mitash Hashem, issues from a Mitash or Mitash at the Mitash. Basic too, which means again, a basic, she will only have not of any of these things, ultimately, the Yokut Dagasi Mashiach Hayat. Ultimately, again, the Yokut Dagasi Mashiach Hayat. She'im Kandor Mashiach Hayat Atumas Mitash Kadash Adrenation. And ultimately, again, the Shim says that the Kandor is not Hayat for any reason. He's rendered Atumas Mitash Kadash. He was in line again. What kind of people? He wants to come over the other way. I don't see his son. Okay, so he's still doing nice Mishnah. There is a little bit of like a catch-all. The one information is given over to them. So, I'm sure Shim says as follows. I'm sure they know saying 12. Kol Shem Nefesh Talmud. I know see you to help. Maybe Shim needs to speak the following principle. any kind of individual is fighting the Asham Kabbalah, the Nasi will also be fighting. The Nasi years ago, Mashiach will be to it, and Mashiach is really part of. That's pretty much in line with what we said in the previous section of Nasi. The Choshuv Asham Gadai, any kind of individual is fighting the Asham Gadai. Nasi Mashiach, the Kiyotzi Mayan, sorry, the Choshuv Asham Gadai, any kind of individual is fighting the Asham Gadai. So Nasi Noski, we just mentioned before, what's that of based in two, based in his brother, Nosi Mashiach Chayed. And Nosi Mashiach will be Chayed Elo, Shina Nosi Chayed Shina Sakol. Nosi is not Chayed Shina Sakol, as you saw off on board of why not? Because remember, again, that's an act of testimony, and you can have nothing to do with testimony. But when Mashiach wants to be Mashiach Kadashah, and doesn't have liability to value matters with the enemies of the Kash. The whole Shuba all of the other, anytime it's up to all of the other, Nosi Chayed. Right, so the individuals got all of you already. Nasi shares the same halacha. Mashiach will be the same to it. The Mashiach brings up on the eye says the other second like with a kasha. It's a contradiction. Contradiction. Mashiach had plus Mikdash Mikdasha. You said before that Mashiach has that type. Into Mikdash Mikdasha. Into Mikdash Mikdasha with the partner. Shmias are probably equals the same type. What's right here? This is the only consider the group. So when you make it sound like there's too much Mikdash Mikdasha, the Nasi is partner. But the other parts of it, maybe Shmias call, he twists that silent, then Nasi will be silent. No, 1 second, we must see for Koshuba over the Yomen Nasi 2 years ago, Mashiach is in Turin. Hatoni, Mashiach is Turin. And we say, Ma is in Turin, just like the person is content over these cases, meaning again, Shmias call, he twists that silent to us with us, Mashiach Turin. So to that's actually contradicting what you just said about the point of his liability. Contradiction of a traditional kasha, no, it's not a contradiction. Technicality is talking about 2 different cases. One is talking about the lowest level of covered over the other, and one is talking about, again, not the lowest level, look at that. Yami means like little more published of the published. So that's what says over here, Mashiach, part of the group, it's in the Ekabon Aaron, She'eya Karen's involved in the I become a Mashiach Chayim, the Shmias Kol, which is saying, no, but doubtless, the Torah knows. It's possible it's not interesting. If I was this, if I was having months in yesterday, to have all the night stuff, but he exempted going God, what he is exempted ultimately again from the lowest level covered over the only, but maybe subject to certain higher levels of covered over the earth. This is interesting on the sheet over there, because before that, we assume either the fighting cover over the other or the actual cover over the other. So maybe there might be a hiking battle where maybe it's hiding in certain parts of all of the other or certain levels, but not subject to others. Interesting. From Shane Sabbath of the Kingdom of God, probably Mikado, so it's people of the Kingdom of Jesus. Oh, he's in that case, Sabbath of the Kingdom of Dalek Dallas, the Potter, or Polydale Dallas. You need for the Kingdom of the again. He is part of the lowest level of the heart already, but arguments are going to be higher than this. For example, like people ultimately said that it's subject, ultimately, the Shane says, you know, quite noble, it's exempt from a common home with the other. Incredible. How the Shane quite noble. How much is here? My evolution. What Christian is logic? That quite noble isn't higher. What's his logic? See, the Hebrew sign that Shane told on cow. The Pasuk says it's Christ. It's individually cut off from the cow. Each carbon or shovel a cow. This refers ultimately to someone whose carbon is the same as the cow's carbon. God says that Shane carbon or shovel a cow. But this was dude one whose carbon is not like the rest of the cow. Ultimately, there was a roof that. That's Plenodol, a.k.a. Nasi, Nami, a carbon or shovel a cow. I always said that, but the Nasi also, like the people also have different carbon than the cow. So the Gemara says, right, so it says, I'm sorry, just to be clear. So remember, the Gemara is talking about over here, that halakha, right? So the Pshim says that the Torah is not kind of must be finished with that's what Paul is saying. So now, let's go back to this and say. So my congregation, why do you shouldn't say that halakha is not something that's not as possible as you should say that that's not how. Like you must be finished with Hashem. It says that ultimately for infractions of things that they say is colors. What if that's particular? Nisha Kavano Shavalakao. Who's liable for this? Someone whose carbon is the same as everyone else's carbon. The answer is Sheikh Kabbalah Shalom. This comes to exclude ultimately again someone whose carbon is not like the cow. Now Rashi understands this to mean that it's talking about someone who is atoned for together with the cow. But someone who has the same carbon as the cow. It came Nasi in Kabbalah Shalom. That's Nasi Shalom excluded because Nasi's carbon is not like the Sivar's carbon. Which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Shagan, Kapara still a people. But at least the Nasi is the same as Rabbi. So why is it interesting? Because the Nasi is included with the general atonement of Rabbi and the people. So in that respect, there is some carbonic symmetry between the Nasi and the rest of Rabbi. So these are included ultimately again in common Rabbi, so like about Rabbi. So which the Gemara says, including behind the Adonai Shalom Cow. The Gemara Yom Kippur, God, the Gemara said, no, go on to Shalom Cow. The Shalom says to Shalom. Well, said that's because there's the issue. There is an issue. The Kohanim ultimately are not the same as the cow, like Kapara Yom Kippur. Because remember again, Kohanim have their own Kapara by Yom Kippur. It's true, but Kohanim Shalom the cow, the Shad mitzvos, the Shalom Kiva. Kohanim are also the same as part of the because they're part of the same people to the 23 people. Shalom says to shut up. Well, then again, the Mashiach, because of all of these also, just like five Salah in the society, and on the Rabbi, they say the following: Shekataso Shavan Yechidin. Ultimately, again, this is referred to someone whose Kataso is ultimately the same as individuals, and mind group, and who is that? The cow. So essentially, again, it was like who is going to be subject to Tumas Mikdash Shekataso. Every soul shares the same Chatas liability as the cow of their head. But the point is not because I'm going to be part of the Tumas Mikdash Shekataso. Okay, the lesser of the Nasi is here. So again, the Rothschild says that the Nasi is here. I'm going to go on the lesser. All of the Tumas Mikdash Shekataso. All the lesser she goes on to the Tumas Mikdash Shekataso. Why? All the damn out. How is it going to be covered off? Because ultimately, again, since Christ is there. Is treated like the Shakas Kavua, ultimately not like a covered over the array, looking like the Havahana and these are like the ones that Puru Kama, as he did, was just talking about everything. He's referred to all of the cases. So man says, Nifty, Syria, Nasi, the Prime Mashiach, and not with the Shakas Kavua. The universal thing right is this moment. The Syria Nasi, right, and the power of the Mashiach are the equivalent ultimately again of the Chagas of the individual. Nisni Nani, Mashiach need the power, the Shmias Kohen to Svasayim. So saying that the same way that the individual break was covered, the power by Shmias Kohen to Svasayim. I don't know, the most high 20 Mashiach, but there doesn't make any mention of the 20 but what you see from there, Shmaina, Atumas, Mikdash, Vikadash, and unless we're talking about Tumas Mikdash Shekataso, for which, as we said before, ultimately again, Mashiach is going to be Pater, as the Rabbi says, come over the array. I'm only looking up, bring the Rabbi answer over the top of night. I didn't know this. The Rabbi said, I couldn't go here, and the Rabbi says, talking about all of the cases, and Mashiach, so what the Kiva, and by going Rabbi, he only got the Kiva, and then you want to honor Mashiach, part of the Kiva. But all that bring others, part of all these cases. Rabbi Akiva, you part of the entire, but Safira, the Akiva says in Pater, there's going to be Kiva Pater from the Pater, of course not, and if I'm assuming there's nothing more to discuss about this. Already open up. All the Razor, Sheikh, maybe Asham. The Razor agrees that Halacha myself, the Halacha myself, since a Nasi ultimately again doesn't bring, like it's not, it means that a Nasi does not bring a Asham Tanoi, but Tumas Mikdash Shekataso. So funny, I mean, Rashi says, Hashem, Talmud, Tumas Mikdash Shekataso, bring Hashem Talmud, and Tumas Mikdash Shekataso, I want to go to Kamai. So who's the thing is that? But the Muslim, hold on the name I call Karis Kavua, my sin, Nasir, Sikir, Hadal, since ultimately Tumas Mikdash Shekataso has been a Karis, even though again the punishment is a cover over the Yoreh, but we treat it as something that has a Chatas Kavua. Because it would be treated as a Chatas Kavua, therefore what? Therefore the Nasi should be Chayiv. The Nasi should be Chayiv. ultimately, again, גם נכון בניין הרווחה שלנו, nicey, nicey סמדה. הרווחה ביוקר, מאוד מאוד שאין לי גשם תלוי פה. זה כבר in Singapore, the words of these, that he does not figure Hashem totally, to which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, it's a contradiction. We're not sure what to do with that. So again, takeaways, right? Takeaways. So let's say, number one takeaway is there's nothing more beautiful than a form of Shema, right? That is it wasn't just understanding what is happening, but you just understand. Your mind may be a complete blank slate, but just understand that your neshama has just spent 40 minutes reading everything about us, which means that for the last 40 minutes, my neshama was residing in the walls of the flesh. So if you feel on the deepest, overwhelming sense of eternal simcha, and you cannot know where that is coming from, that's because for the last 40 years, your neshama was inside of its own female, the mind is counting sympathies. And it's like, again, it's okay, but remember, that's what this is. That's what this is. Just like sometimes you may be sitting with someone who you love very much and you're in a conversation, and then in a conversation over perhaps you have no idea what the conversation was about. That may or may not happen. Right? You have no idea what the conversation was about. But you know what? It still feels so good that I'm sitting with someone who I love and that. And the shaman knows that the relationship just became so much stronger. I was like, that's what happened over the course of our last few minutes. I was like, but again, in all seriousness, keep our principles. Our principles are very simply working out. And by the way, tomorrow, coming to factions, so beautiful I got it done. So beautiful I got it done. So great halacha. But I was like, remember, I'm actually going to see, I'm going to try to, there must be also like a table that table-wise all of these halachas. But again, I was like, remember, certain pieces of information that we emerge from today, individual, right? Whenever individual brings a chatos, halacha, I said that is when the nasi, the Sanhedrin, and the Kohen Gadol are bringing a guaranteed kabbalas. If the individuals bring their asham following, ultimately, again, they are exempt from any kabbalas. That's pretty much everything today in a nutshell. It is, again, only machlokes is a nasi subject to covered already. That's according to the machlokes. They will say, Hajj Allah, hold it for Mashiach. They will say, Mazel Tov, and 3:30 tomorrow. I can't do another thing of you. No, because I know this still much of the family of God. Yeah. Hi, Joe. Say good morning. Let's begin. I will share this morning thank you. I call Happy College. Memory of Solid for College. Sorry about Savannah, which will be up. Shabbos, books has no, it is your short. Which one is you know? So it's interesting. Because even though we don't have to Shabbat, they have all strategy problems. So all strategy problems. So yeah, let's just say that was necessary. Also covered. So therefore, again, whatever one's religious feelings are, is somewhat different. Any day that's set aside to remember such an incredible, overwhelming fervor of confidence or 6 million devotion requires us to be effective. We dedicate our learning this morning. We really wish us 6 million devotion to all the day. Shamas will have it up. And we should have section of all of each of them. We literally be able to share promise. And then, I suppose, so let's begin. You pay some of the others. First word, so the Gemara asks, was there really Shana Mishra? So again, the Gemara beforehand was discussing the idea that King Yoahaz was, which is next to Yoyah, was going to be Shana Mishra. So the Gemara asks, was there Shana Mishra in the times of Yoyah? After the Gemara says, and Shemignos Aron, Mignos Shana Mishra, when the Aron was taken away. Mishra was also taken away. This ends actually fascinating, right? So, speaking about all of the things that were taken away in anticipation of the destruction of the first place of Mikdash. So, when the Aron was hidden, the Shana Mishra was hidden. Since Samar was the jar of money that was kept in the Aron. The Makrosh of Aron is that of Aron with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos Shashok and Pushka Norman Israel. And included in that, of course, was the Argos, the box, in which the Pushka said, yes, from so on, going to Shadamar, as Klea Zora Shosava Shom, as seen by Argos Mutio Shivato of Sobahava. So, also, this is referring to when the sons of the Kotos took the Aron out to war with Klal Yisrael and were defeated by the Krishna only defeated Klal Yisrael, but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This is the thing that's nice in Rabbi, wherever they took the Aron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Krishna said, thanks for no thanks. They sent back the Aron, at the end of the term, they sent back the gift of the Kohen. But that Kohen was kept together with the Aron. So the Gemara is saying, the beginning of the Aron, they knew that there's no need guns and who take it, the Aron, Yoshio Melech, he would have done. Yoshio, the king of Judah, went ahead and did it away. Why? Shirah Shikasu Torah, as the son of the Apostle said, Lolech Hashem Oscha, Desna, saw the writing on the wall, there was going to the fence. He saw the writing on the wall, and as such, that one of these items falling into Gentile hands, and therefore, again, he went ahead and therefore, Tziva Markazim Shneamar, Ayomar, Yodin, Hadadim, Chol Yisrael, Hashem, Viewers, Ana Kodesh, the guys of Shabbat, Shabbat, Melech Yisrael. So apparently, Shabbat HaMelech built subterranean chambers in the first place. Whether he built in anticipation of its destruction or he built it for some other reason, the point is, there are subterranean chambers in the center. So Yoshio gives the command to hide the Aron as well as all these other things. And some of the subject choices also is, and it's going to be tomorrow, that the Aron is in Harabait, somewhere there, somewhere there in Harabait itself, reading ultimately again, I get from a chef to come to the nearest location. So you are in Masa Bakasi, out of the blessed Shalom, and that's how we saw it. This is such a beautiful passage. So Yoshio tells the again, you no longer have any Avodah Bakasi. Avodah Bakasi means what? You don't carry anything. There's no longer anything to carry. But what is your job? So if you as a Shalom kingdom, there's Avodah Yisrael. What's your job? To be an Eved Hashem, to be an Eved Yisrael. Just because you don't have your responsibilities, like what we saw 2 days ago, right? About negative and ethical leadership is beautiful of others. You don't carry the other anyone else. It's fine. You never thought it's not who you have to parts of Amar Rosa. Asya, the Gemara makes it to Shabbat. From Asya Sham Sham. Asya Shmeres Mishmeres. Asya Doros Doros. So it's the ultimate meaning in the Shabbat between all of these items above to teach us that just as Allah was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So it says, therefore, him come back to our original question. How did you tell me that Yoachaz was going to be Shemla Mishcha because of his older brother Yehoiakim, when at the end of the day, there's no more Shemla Mishcha by this point in time, which the Gemara answers on the Papa, the Atarso Doctor. The angel was like, there's no Shemla Mishcha, but it said he was anointed ultimately again with balsam oil. Balsam oil. Okay, so the Shemla Mishcha, also remember again, you mentioned that he also was anointed with balsam oil. Shana Barsmon, Shaul. Why? Because Shaul was out of the King Mountains, always going to come to Yehuda. Shaul was from Ephraim. So Shana Barsmon mostly represents the authority, but we'll call it the more temporal authority. So Gemara goes like, these Gemaras are And anointed him. How do you anoint him? So commit Mason. Gemara says you go and make like a Mason. Mason means like a crown. Like a crown. The ex-Kohanim commit and then ultimately again like a king. I can't. So once I said that the king you take you smear it around the center, you go ahead and anoint the I can Rashi of Ayat Kafki Bunny, like the Greek Rashi. Rashi has a really amazing Kafki Bunny. Rashi has a look like another class. Also, the way that it looks, by the way, what Rashi is, that you should go here. You start between the eyes and essentially you straight down up to the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a class. It's like a class. Others think it's a little bit more like a puff stick. But you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're shooting the oil all the way to the back of the head. Any chada, the fila modes, the shana rosho, the achatak, no sin motion, and the state. So we'll say, see the two components now with two accounts. According to one account, you go ahead and you pour the shana on his head first, and then afterwards you put it between his eyes. And that you see, even those who are showing that you say different prices, there's no fun between his eyes. And then if you go ahead and pour it on his head. Tonight, so since my focus now about the proper order, we know that the Rabbi requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. Since my focus apparently again, which is the proper order? So some say, I will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say notice the putting of the oil on the head is the most important part. Right hand in the man Damar you see God. So what is the reason for the opinion who says that the pouring is most important part? So we shall have a strong rosh arrow. You shall also show again the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzel first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see this more important. No matter which the opinion says that no, smearing is more important. Kasabar shekin akamotzi itzak sharks. He says, remember in Rothschild, that Yitzika oil is something you're not only find by the court, but you also find by what? By the kilo. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pork tells us that oil is the dominant form of anointation. Once I have obviously by Yitzhak was not like a truck, and there's the top of the order in the pasuk was first by Yitzhak pork, and then by Yimshach anointed. What's what it also used to say? Not done by Yitzhak. Why is it that ultimately again we work? We should do it yourself because the anointing is already picked up. So it's a fundamental focus as to ultimately again how the proper anointing is done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? So it's interesting to know the grace of Paskin, the Rambam Paskins, that first remote skin and then no skin. The Rambam Paskins that first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it between his eyes. Okay? Once is fine. Listen, these Gemaras are amazing. Shimon had told, Yorei ala zakan, like the good oil that goes down the earth, goes down the beard, that goes down the beard of the over. The pasuk over here is holy. So the pasuk over here is the front of the Shemar HaTorah Harosh Yori HaZakon Harosh Yori HaPutos. So what Shemar HaTorah is flowing down the beard of Aaron HaKohen. So the Gemara says to reference ultimately again to the Shemar HaMishkan. Remember again, Aaron is anointed by Moshe with anointing by Moshe HaMishkan. Also, this is this beautiful Gemara. Min Shnei Tivos Margovios Haitvios LaAaron B'Zikah. Listen to this. There are two droplets of Shemar HaMishkan, but husband depending on the edge of Aaron's beard. Amra Papa, Tara, Kishim Satar Olos Yoshos of the first Tara. So I say when Aaron would talk, so the droplets would hold up the beard of the once that they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So two droplets of Shemar HaMishkan that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he would talk, he would roll up. But Al Davar said, how emotion play? We'll discuss this. But Al Davar said, how emotion play? And also regarding the Sufrat, it's much Rabbi was always he worked it out. Was his second line volume principle. Amar, maybe I committed that. What is it? So maybe I applied too much Shema Mishka, and therefore again it has to be to act of Yula. Remember again, what's the Yula? The Yula is physical or money that you use like concentrated property. So the Gemara says, Yotas Abasko Amra Shemanato. So ultimately again, the Basco comes out and says, the Shemanato might the good oil, the Pal Thermal. And again, what's the the Gemara quickly compares the pasuk evidence. This is the very next pasuk. This is all in capital Kufman 133. It says Kital Chemon Shlorei Haritz, like the dew of the Chemon, which falls down in Haritz. So what's the comparison between oil and Kal Chemon in the dew? Matal Chemon in Bomila, Achana Mishra is not the Hara in Bomila. Just like the Rothschild, there is no Bomila with dew, so too again. Shemana Mishra, in the period of Aaron, he is no Medina as well. But I died in Aaron doing it. Still, Aaron was considered. I'm a Shema Moshe about in the house. But Aaron says, maybe Moshe will be, but maybe I do. Or maybe I got some enough the oil that was not contaminated. The other Sabashko, but I'm not so beautiful. He named I told him I know him, Sheves Achim Gandachon. Moshe Loma'ol, so the pasuk says how beautiful it is for brothers to sit together in peace. Just like Moshe, you didn't commit to Aaron. Don't worry, you didn't commit to the say again very quickly. What's the symbolism? The Shona Mishka is always sitting in the beard of Aaron. Let's say when is Shona Mishka put on applied to someone in enormous service. Shona Mishka represents goodness. Shona represents excitement. Shona Mishka represents use for some. Because our coming was the Mishka always being on the beard of Aaron, because there's moist, because there's wet, because of fire. To tell you that Aaron's excitement to go up, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem is as fresh every single day as the first day he killed. And ultimately, again, the incredible medical professor said, you know, that the greatest challenge our youth is not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shmiras and Mitzvos observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling the angels, is feeling the excitement, is feeling like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. Regardless of our going, was not seeing that we apply the divine mandate. That's obvious that we must apply the divine mandate. Regardless of our going, is it felt an excitement like the day in which the Shemana Mishka was first applied to. You know, it was like most beautiful Gemara. In motion is Samalachim ala Maya. The should be much like himself. Listen, so the only anointed kings, well, actually, the anointed kings, this in literally is the only anointed kings by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, the should be much like himself. Listen, because the anointing a king by a spring was like a symbolically good form. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so too again the king's monarchy should continue to flow as well. Shere Emar. Ayom HaMelech was that's like this is the front of the side. If you ever go to for a pure duck and take the water from it, that's the Gichon spring. Was like that is where Cloud is felt historically and going to Malach by the Gichon. It's an incredible thing to see you standing there. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot or literally again the Malach is walking for another. That's the spot. So he might goes like that. The Gemara says, "Shneimar, you are not when to play with us. Happy at the Rechem, well, I also like it. Good. All right, yeah. How much was this? Originally, I wasn't there. I saw this stuff. Yes, this was listen to this. I'm going to be honest. I'm on the body leader. You must have just sleep up. Listen to this. The person wanted to know. You're going to live out the year or not. Now, again, please don't leave for before you finish this. Right? I don't want to walk by your face. Listen to this. First, let's up, you're going to live out the year or not. So, what you do, make the shagabat, sorry, young thing, take a candle during a sense to make sure. Take your shagabat paper. The base of the notion statement. What do you have? Where there is not a strong wind. he must should be wrong. If the candle remains lit, right? That is a good remains lit. Candle remains lit. And what? It must suggest. Most like the candle, a person goes in without this. Once he did this, they get candle because that's very special. But he's in the home with it is not a strong way. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out people. Similarly, what's that number one? Number two. First one, so maybe some business. I keep the business venture that I want to be successful now. Requirement that you must make people master. And I want to be successful. Live in Canada. Buy yourself on this that. Master. And I will say that's a sign of I might be able to make it to Arkham. Requirement because you're possibly based on. I'm going on a trip. Us receiver. They cover the basic of go to a home that is dark. Not that it's pitch dark. The more you go out, if you see the shadow of your shadow, then you know ultimately again, don't say, so I want to put something out of it. What is going on? So first of all, so I'll say to my show, again, I'm going to say like this guy, I always try to show that. Sorry, maybe Shabbos stop is like kind of like half of it's just a little piece. So I'll say, so the Marashah says over here, he says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of Rosh Hashanah. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination, so they don't do omens. You don't do omens. So the Marashah says something absolutely amazing. The Marashah says, well, since people do the Gemara does something dramatic, a person wants to, without the year or not. So what does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, you're going to live. We'll say, what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice the Gemara, straight things next to the Gemara, don't do what's next to the Marashah says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. A person has to have an expectation that things are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, so that's not an omen. What is that? That's life. That is the affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the truth. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it because that's an omen. That's it's an amazing stone. When the Gemara talks about these omens are ultimately again to affirm the positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default output of the truth. So these omens confirm the positive outcome. Fantastic. If it says something negative, simply ignore. Don't say, so understand. I'm not doing my shot. Trust me, much longer piece. Also, you understand God was in this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. Especially for good reasons. Especially because they have a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes we think for a lot to just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what a person who wants us. Who wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. I will say, so you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset that everything works out. But again, you realize the true test of our spiritual metal. I was supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It didn't work out next time. I didn't work out for the last 25 years. So, well, I should have 25 years. I say that's the power of the truth. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. And that's what decides you. Almost like the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, for that knows, but my suggestion, the Gemara says, you don't pay attention to the whole thing. Why? The Gemara says, must know the confidence. How is it beautiful that Marashah is? If you're the guy who likes to connect, and then what? It goes out, and suddenly it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, then when the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just staying away from omen. Not omen, you stay with these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just to hold out. It's very exciting. Oh, Rabbi, hashtag the Amr Simna no see. Let's say, do you see this? You This is the Gemara. So Rabbi said, now that you're talking that omens are significant, not that deep, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this whole site. Salach my son. The Olam Yehiladio, the backstage relation shasa, was in there for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again. So here's so he is the backstage. So Hagos is really true to Rabbeinu. Was in fact, again, this Gemara appears here in the Sefer Harios and those. And we'll say two different yourselves. One is the left side, one is the middle. It's discussing just a moment. So Rabbi says, now that we said that what the omens are significant, the person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat Kra, Rubia, Parsley, Silky, the person should eat gourd, fenugreeks, and peas, and pigs. So we'll say, you understand? We do this. This is similar stuff. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit down and we go through a whole bunch of foods. On Rosh Hashanah, where does that practice come from? That is a derivative. Now, that's the schema. Also, I have to look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, if you look from the left hand side of Rashi, about us, the short lines, Rashi still becoming why these food items. Now, I'm really, that do now, don't stay, the Shayurakos. But say, Rashi says, amongst these things that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So we choose also these different things. The Torah brings down something that the Torah explains. The reason we eat these items is because their names, which also we see the Rothschild. The Rothschild somehow are a play on these names. Rashi said, no, the denominator among these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin to shut up with those items. What's interesting? The Matter of Fact actually brings down this idea. He says, why does one Gemara say the Nixon of Echon? What's that saying? It's incredible enough. Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, beets, fenugreek, fish, lambs, just not my thing. Right? I know you still say, so what which for many people that's it. And so I say, so what I don't like it. What do you do with it? The Matter of Fact says there's still each of them on the table, and to look at them and to recite to you. That's all. Based on this, so one thing is just the mechel, just to eat. And that's true. Even if you're not going to eat it, you're overlooking to have it, but that's it to look at it. Incredible. It says, I'm Shashi the bread. But it's Shashi said to his son, when you want to call them from the Rabbi, and there's some masters, so Ba'alu come here, Rabbi. What's the answer to this? Prepare. Learn the Mishnayos before you go to your lecture. What's the urge? If you want to really learn, so it's incredible you saw. Learning requires preparation. You can't just show up. Everybody has to prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnayos. All the coming Rabbi, and then go before you're ready. Yes, he's coming. I want you to stay before you're ready. What's this? It's because of the name. Look at your Rabbi's mouth. Look at your Rabbi's mouth. See it? You a never rose as forever. What's that section? Application. We know that possible. And also, if you we should be looking at our day. So we have to look at their lips as the words are coming out. You can sisu, when you learn by a river. Sounds nice. And learn by a river. If you make the but they sing and again the water flows, so the learning should flow as well. Kibu, I'll call it Machasio, but Kibu, I made it open this and better to sit, better to learn on the garbage heaps, or better to sit next to learning the garbage heaps of Machasio, and don't live the palaces of Isa. What's the look at that? Just a moment. The Machasio, I will come to the William Lola, Chicago stuff, how you know? About the piece of Hobart covers about you. You cover the mood of the Lord of Ash, or the Muslim Cassia, you learn about Pisa. They're in the garbage company, Pisa, and in a mansion, this is the Muslim Cassia, and a mansion of Pisa. So, what is that? Apparently, Muslim Cassia was an incredible amount of Torah, but this is not as much as interesting. You have to think of these as other major other cities. I guess at different points in history was different, quality different. Better to essentially better to live in the garbage heap in a month of Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that it's not a book. Furthermore, talk about Saria, you must have the Bechal, again, better to eat a thousand of service and a thousand was a type of fish. Better to eat a type of fish, this thousand of fish that's about to spoil than the Kusab of running. Kusab was a higher end. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad, then to eat the fine dip of the piece of which was means what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because those are the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material up is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son is better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the kusach. Because once you require the kusach, again, it's going to be a lot more material with the ultimate event of the God. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Living a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the elementalism you build into what we all know is, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which unfortunately leads to some kind of overemphasis on my materialism or less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. Rabbi Kari Belokai, goes in the pasuk says, everyone else says, literally my point was this, Rabbi Bishmael. Rabbi Kari Belokai, literally, I was saying that we that this point, reference to the point, which is almost anything. My horn and not my chunk. Governor's functions for preparing for Bahusa. Governor's struggles and were anointed with inside of a horn. So their mind would show the view the path, running from Bahusa. But show the of us were anointed with oil from a path from the weird child. Their manner to down into the Mosaic. Let's follow. Rashi points out that a path is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn, right? A carrot endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy endures. Those who are anointed from the path, their monarchy does not. Once we're going to go back and look at the Gemara. So now again, the Mishnah made a distinction between Gadol who was anointed with Shaman and Mishkal versus the Gadol who was Meruba with the Gadol. It says Mashiach Yachol. I'm sorry, Yachol Melech. So when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the morning of Shechot. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. Now, what am I calling? Keep calling Yachol Melech. At this point, I'm going to put that even the person they're calling you is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Now, what am Mashiach? Therefore, the Pasuk says Mashiach. Mashiach, Yachol Mashiach, no problem. If it just says Mashiach, I'm going to put that even in the Mosai, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. Also, this Pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I'm going to put that even this went out to war. Now, the Hakol. Therefore, also the Pasuk goes and uses a distinct Russian of the Hakol. Mashiach, Shinu Mashiach al Davon, who is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above. So the Gemara says, my mashma, the Gamalava, Hayarach, Hapimeresh, also the same way the Pasuk talks about Hayarach, it means again the specific part. And yet, it's not Yisrael Kiram Dasha. Al-Ganabi Hamashiach, when it says Hamashiach, having human scripture, we designated amongst all those who are anointed. This was never again, as we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. And God will ultimately was the ones amongst those who are anointed. Omer Malach, Mashiach, Yochel Melech, supposed to say, Gemara said before that, I'm going to follow the process of Mashiach. Maybe that's the first thing he did. Melech, I will do anything. Does the king, does something which is also sleeping the power, certainly do anything. He brings this, so before the Shabbat, Bruce Morris says, it's just that I'm not as follows. For an accidental act, he brings a sire, I'll have them double your heart. Was a piece of hell of double, maybe he should have to take apart. Hamash Mara was a partial deduction that the Pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately refers to the Kohen. By anything Mashiach not to be shown and Mishkar Stasis, ultimately the distinctions between the Mashiach not to be shown and Mishkar, the Kohen God is anointed versus the Kohen God of India who grew up every God. Last week's in the Lord of every day. We'll say, Mishkar does not reflect the blood. He represents the blood. So, outside that, the ruler of the God, when he has, I'll call it a scenario. Then even the ruler of the God, I was saying, even the Kohen God, it's not a point of Shana Mishkar. It's appointed because of the Kohanic vestments. So he brings a power, I'll call it, supposed to he brings a special power of the Kohen God. He's very good. But the whole of the Chok didn't agree that was a concept. You only come Kohen brings a special power to Kohen Gadol was Yisrael, is the Kohen Gadol was a Merkel Shon and Mishkan. Not Megubah and Gadol. My time there, what's my time there? Mashiach being the Mashal Shon and Mishkan. I only know that refers to a Kohen. It's the right of Shon and Mishkan. Megubah and Gadol. I don't know that it even refers to a Kohen. Who is? The right of Kohen. Now, Lomar, HaKohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, going to find success. HaKohen HaMashiach. So it's really establishing this. Like grab on other things. Aim a safe up. I will say, yeah, but at the end of that place, so aim coin the establishing the Shabbat. Ella Payom Kippur and Basia say, I see this Haifa. Or see, what at the end of the base say, the end of the Mishnah said, excuse me. Now, there is no distinction between the coin and the Shabbat. And what's the coin Shabbat means? The active coin God that he was serving, the coin Shabbat, what's the meaning of Shabbat? That was the filling coin God. He was the coin God that he filled in. When there was something going on with the first coin Gadol. So there is no distinction between the two except our Yom Kippur, special part of Yom Kippur, and a serious section, which was a meal offering given by the coin Gadol every day. So we must say, who does that reflect? A son of Meir. Also, that ultimately again reflects the of Rabbi Meir. The sign of that problem, even about so the coin Gadol, Ga'avar, so if something happened to the coin Gadol, or some type of soul, and they had to remove from office. When we know Kohen after Tachto and the appointed replacement Kohen Gadol are really sure Chosra Navidos wasn't this actually amazing. What happens when Kohen Gadol number one comes back forward? What happens? So this is what happens. So the first one has the about he's now practicing Kohen Gadol. Rashim Chomitzos Hakunabot. So the shady is not part of full-fledged Kohen. So what's the ultimate? Again, these don't turn there. So what's the ultimate? That first one. The first one is to a full-fledged Kohen. So what's the precious with that means that he just comes back to that. Obviously, he's not a Kohen Gadol because the last you can't have two Kohanim to go with, but he's just a regular Kohen. Rabbi Yossi over Rishon Chodz Lamed also. Rabbi Yossi for the first Kohen Gadol is fit for service. He comes back to work. The Sheni in a roy lower Kohen Gadol or Kohen Hedger. Wow. Now what happens? The second guy was like nothing. He's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Rabbi Yossi, my step Yossi and Ethan, I will say this fact. There was an episode of Yossi and who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira both saw the Kohen Gadol. So this is what happens. So there was this episode. It was this episode. It was the episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got upset. So what happens was they appointed another person, and then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the second replacing Kohen Gadol, or when the Kohen Gadol also the replacement was now out of the job. It's going to be a Kohen Gadol and it's going to be a Kohen Hedger. Why not? Kohen Gadol is shouldn't be up. Because in general, we're going to Kohen Gadol because of kind of must. You can't have two Kohanim. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. You can't be two kings. They can't be two Kohanim. At the end of it, has to be one or neither. So furthermore, Kohen Hedger, you show Ma'alim by Kodesh Vedekoli. You also can't go back to being a Kohen Hedger. Why not? As I will say, once you have Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedger. It doesn't make sense. Ma'alim by Kodesh Vedekoli. Also, based on this, maybe should have one of the secret. Everybody should have to deal with that one. The secret is not Rabbi Yossi already. Excuse me. Yes, yes, that is the reason for it. So, Yosef, our Rabbi, Yosef said, no, the entire Rabbi did not say, I leave it tonight. Yosef's Rabbi is younger than Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in different Quranic opinions in different parts of Mishnah. Rabbi Amr Sheni is so like a man, but not the polygon. Rabbi supposed that there was a shit holds, like, Rabbi in one piece, and it's usually from there in Rabbi. It's the sign of Kohen shipping, Kohen Gadol, and Kohen Hedger was a point on the difference between a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Hedger. These two differences are Havah Torah mitzvos. So number one is a special power that Kohen Gadol brings if completely transgresses something. The body of a people, the body of a people, that's serious Haifa, has a special healing of offering. Also, watching for no Korea, for no Korea. I will say, furthermore, that suffers loss. No player was it he doesn't like mom. Right? And Corey, he does not go ahead and carry his boat. About before Milamata, he will say, oh, what kind of point we'll discuss this again. Before his Kobe from Tara. head joke means a mala. But a head joke means what? A regular coin that there's between the top Friday. Name a common recording, and it was a leader of them. And the model doesn't have the ability to go and time even for a school, for his own developments. And Musa Allah is and I could not only marry a Suba. The answer to Almana, and to cannot marry a little thing like Almana. The master is how it's a definitely not all from safety. But we might be holding when you're looking to go ahead and offer Kabbalah's and use it as a prosperity and happiness period between death and burial. They ain't all up. It was like even if we can offer up Harvard during the time of happiness, of that covenant. They ain't holy. He doesn't receive a portion of Kabbalah's offering during the time of happiness. Not to feel like Marosh, but no, not feel like Marosh. It was like the Kabbalah to offer a carbide, you do not take the one. And you can go ahead and offer first, I was saying, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other carbon. And the Shamish, the Shmona Kingdom, and he wears 8 different garments. The Chalabot is going to perform in the Shmona and the pole. And I will say again, the entire Abot of the Kippur is kosher with the parts only that I will say first 5 things like this. Hot talk almost make kosher with Hashem. I will say ultimately again, he referring to rules regarding the source a couple of days ago. Regarding the erroneous news regarding something with the Islamic Christian laws of the law. Ultimately, again, he is hard to have a special comment on that. The Quran, no idea the rule of the garden. I was saying the truth is all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a convertible who is anointed to Shem HaMishcha, also apply to a convertible who is Meruba with the garden with one exception, puts the Para and Eidad Kalamitz. Was except for one thing, which is a special power that is blocked in its creation. With the Kohen Gadol permits something that is functional by Karis. Only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meruba with the garden, who is anointed also putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not get that power. Who are not in the Mashiach Shabbat, but also all of these halachas of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of the job. As the replacement Kohen Gadol, what's the result? Kohen Gadol comes up to the Mashiach Shabbat, puts the Kohen Kippur Masiyasa. He checks from the part of Kippur and then the new offering. The Chulan Eir Noagim from Mashiach Shabbat. I will say nothing is applied to the Kohen Gadol was anointed for the purposes of workplace. The Aram have one in the exception of 5 things just speaking. So that namely, both Maria and Opore. He suffers the loss of a close relative. He does not allow his hair to grow. Right? Before this, he cares for me. Then the time of the call, he cannot become coming for his relatives. Musa Arab Suba, he was the married Suba, for Asr Ba'amara, and he cannot marry an Amara. The master is how it say, after that, he broke it to his dad, ultimately to what? To be correct. The Chum is no interest. They will say ultimately again, the Kohen Mashiach Mokama, his death not allow the Rothschild to come back home. So the focus of the death of the Mashiach Mokama, and that's Rothschild to come back. Hi, right there, Shimon. I say, how do you know ultimately this question for the Shimon? I mean, I thought about my job, he was the one who said before that the point that the Mulu regarding his popular honor towards Russia, which the Gemara said that's that Shimon. But Chutz Negi Kar HaMorim, I'm supposed to remember again. Bryce just said before that the Kohen Mashiach Mocha is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed. The Kohen was Mashiach Hashem HaMishcha do not apply to the Kohen Mashiach Mocha, with the exception of 5 things. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't wear his clothing, he doesn't become coming with his relatives, he has to marry a Surah, and he can't marry an Almana. So what says this? Tomorrow. How do you where do you know this? So where do you know this? It's a rabbanon. Now, Kohen that goes with alcohol. Right? The Kohen was bigger than his brothers. That Kohen brother was his first Kohen brother. And she used out our Rosh Hashanah Mishkan. You will put oil on his head. The Mashiach Mokama. So this refers once the Kohen was anointed for war. Immediately I said, no, Moshe Saladon. And literally again, he throws his hands to go away with it. Was refers to the special call of Kohen Gadol. Zen Meruba Gadol. Was this refers ultimately again to a Kohen becomes Kohen Gadol by putting on the special vestments of the Kohen. Kularu Omer, Rosholo Yifra, Magada Bumi. We'll say like all of these comments. So we'll say whether you are a Kohen Mashuach Mokama, right? Whether you are, actually, whether you're a Kohen Gadol, Mashuach Mokama, or Merula, the halach is the one that all of them have said, Rosholo Yifra, do not cut the hair in the head of the and Magada Bumi, do not tear your clothing. Call the Pasha's face for Yahoo. Not to become in contact with any corpse. Yahoo, you call up with owning it. I'm not going to all of them. Offer up Kabbalah's even in the Maninos. Lomar, Nazer Shalom Mishkas Alokan, Alakad Allah. Was it the first said literally, the crown of the anointing oil was on his head. From Allah, from Al Kabir. Ultimately, again, a Bajim and not that kind of stuff. So also, the only Kondado who is anointed with Shemana Mishka, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a carbon while he is holy. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim people. Even though all of the Kohanim people, remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There is the Kohen Gadol, who is the Shemana Mishka, and there is the Kohen Mashuach, the Kohen Gadol, who are the crazy Gruber, who is also the Kohen Gadol, the Shemana Mishka. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachos. You might just look at the exceptions over here. The halacha lemaisa again for hakravas only at the anidos, where they don't offer the carbon while in a state of anidos that only applies to the Kohen, who's anointed with oil. That's the other Kohen. I might have thought the Gemara says, maybe again, after you see this distinction by anidos, maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointed with her Mishka Shat anidos. Maybe the other ones don't have. I don't know why I'm thinking. If it wasn't a positive, it says the who comes in, all of them in the dinner of the Sukkah. Kid tonight, and most of the reality, give me my focus tonight. Who is sure that Sukkah Yika was a positive, you shall not only the Sukkah. After Shah Kasa, Riva, and so they all of them give it a Shmal. So it's after Torah makes a distinction between various types of Quran and Devolim, once again groups them all together. The application to man in multiple cases. These are the Shmuel. Kiva Omer, even Ella Shava Machmas Kayo. Machmas Mumidai. Was this from Kiva? Says, I don't know. Was it from Rashi? Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Other Machmas Mumidai. I don't know what I believe. That's no other Mishnah Machmas Mumidai. Also, Bahamara. So I only know this is the first part of this. As follows. I only know that Kiva says, Ella Shava Machmas Kayo. But even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because he wasn't a similar mission, even during that time when he can't go ahead and work as a Kohen Gadol, I still have this prohibition from Tanai and Amara. How do I know Rachmas Lumen? How do I know that even if a Kohen was, let's say, he has some type of significant role, which renders him unfit to welcome? We're going to discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amara? I'm going to go marry him. Because the person says, which tells us that even once you speak of a Kohen Gadol, you cannot marry an Amora, you only marry a Tzula. We'll say, this is the following the next question. What happens if the Kohen Mashuach, or the Kohen Mashuach, the anointed Kohen, he got Saras. So we'll say, obviously, he gets Saras, he cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. And obviously, he's going to make something with Saras. So we'll say, what's the Shaila? Mahu Ba'amara. Can he marry an Amora? Can he marry a woman now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of Saras? Can he marry an Amara? I will say he's like the short-term marriage. Once he's healed, he can't be married. But the Maisa, for the period that he has Saras, he's permitted to be married to an Amara. So the Gemara says, we see that once you were the Kohen Gadol, I said, then what? Remember, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status. What's it really that? Remember again that even after he's known that he's operating Kohen Gadol, he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the bar. The right to cover of the Kohen Gadol. So you say Mitzvah, once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an Amara. Or he can't start hunting. Or we'll say, maybe you can know. And the prohibition to marry an Amara is a function of being active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from the Kohen Gadol, because of the Tzaras, you can marry an Amara. Don't have to be a day. What's the memory again? Never ask this Shaila of the family. So not going to know. So what happens? So what was saying, and he's asking this question. So what happened? So Papa was asking this question. So what happens? So Puna, the son of Rav Nachman, said to Rav Papa, אני לא, הוא לא ייתן למשהו. אין לי על השם המחלס כיום. I don't know ultimately a Cohen who was like the obligation by the Shiva, actually published by Amara. I don't know that even if it's qualified because of some of the published of the Avoid Nine obviously still applies. Other Machmas moving guy, Haidar was even if a Cohen is qualified for service because of his move. That there was a prohibition of marrying certain women still applies. Now, the one was a word for whom means what? But who is showing so you got means that he is always in the status of a court brother. Even if he can't actually serve in that office, who? He is the court brother, he has a role and can actively serve only with the policy. So Papa asked the question, Papa didn't know either. Una answered the question because it's so beautiful. So come Nash gave her a shame that Papa got up and kissed Una on his head. Your name really died to and beat his daughter in marriage. So such a beautiful, I'm sure of course you call the reference husband. But when I say after you did that, you went ahead and gave him a kiss and gave his daughter in her. So let's do another mission. Going on, the says, remember again, three references before that she's very fascinating. Going on, pouring in the matter overhead of the Hala. Now, please, when going on, goes ahead and pouring in the matter was in three spots. First is coding, and that has shown there's a loss because Kriya on the bottom of this coding, the head of the Hala. The regular point to do the Kriya on the top. Going on, not be wrong, but going on to go ahead and off of the problem, even the sleep that I know, the all count. But you cannot eat. Everybody can't eat it. The head goes will not be below. So it's a regular coin, can't offer it and can't eat. Can't offer it and can't eat. Well, the matter of what does it mean? The bottle has clear on the bottom and the coin has clear on the top. So Ralph says that literally again, the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. The bottom is by the head, right? And top of the garment is also taken by the neck, by the neck. The matter is what's like no necklace. T-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right, like I can't I'm sorry, like the kind of shirt, a T-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So we'll say so. Gemara says shmuel says lamata means below the reinforced neckline. What is it? I think of the shirt. And so the type is so it's a right with no right with below the necklace. So let's go work backwards. The head will say when he cuts through that for a loved one, he cuts through at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's lamamo. Lamata means the little cuts down the neckline rather than the garment itself. What's the top of that? If you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So as I say, my focus ultimately is going to become a self. The Zeb is ever tell us. So my focus Rabbi Shmuel, ultimately again where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does the mile of the mountain? Rav says the mountain is really at the bottom of the garment. That's what the cutting. The mile means how much the cutting is cutting. Shmuel says no. The mile means at the neckline. That's what the cutting. That's what the cutting is cutting. And the mountain is below the neckline. That's what the cutting is cutting. I'll call these when lots of mountain and stuff are below. Rothschild. You don't have to come and stop the show. So what's the catch? No, so stop over here for today. We'll pick up the answer to this next day tomorrow. All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. I will share this one like all the Catholic Holic and the outside Holic. Sorry about some rubbish, but I know Shabbos have a real as we know, is your short, which one of these, even though it's interesting because even though we know that Tisha they has all tragedies of Israel, all tragedies of Israel, nevertheless, this day that was designated to also have a historical, so therefore, if they would ever want to religious feelings are in somewhat irrelevant. Any day that set aside to remember such an incredible overwhelming equivalent of Father's God 69 devotion requires us to dedicate our learning this morning. Because we should have this morning devotion to the whole thing. Show us how to be up. And that's actually all we should have been YouTube videos to show us. And then let's begin the day. Some of the others. First word, we need to have a Shalom Mishkan. So the Gemara asks, was it really Shalom Mishkan? Remember beforehand, he was discussing the idea that King Ahaz was, or just the Yodah, was anointed with Shalom Mishkan. So the Gemara asks, what is Shalom Mishkan in times of Yodah? After the Gemara says, like, I forgot to do Mikras Aron, Mikras Shalom Mishkan, when the Aron was hidden away. Shalom Mishkan was also hidden away. This is actually this actually has right? So speaking about all of the things that were hidden away in anticipation of the destruction of the first place and the crush. So when the Aron was hidden, Shalom Mishkan was hidden. Since Sarah's Hamara was a jar of money that was kept in the Aron, Umako Shal Aron, the staff of Aron, Shkiviyah Rahel, with its almost and its flower. But our gods Shashal Kushka Aron Yisrael, and including that, of course, was the Argos, which is the box, in which the Mishnah said the gift from so on, point to that about the as they had so much church, goes to law, show the single by Argos, Mitigo, Shirako, also Bahama. So it's referring to when the sons of the conflict cost took the Aron out to war, and were defeated by the Krishna on the Israel, but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This difference mentioned not even wherever the Aron goes to a terrible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids, the point that Krishna said, thanks for those days. They sent back the Aron, and together with them, they sent back the gift of gold. And that gold was kept as a gift of the Aron. So you are saying, when you hear the Aron, you hear that gold as well. And you ate the Aron, you'll show that you'll show that you went ahead and away. Why? That said, only Hashem also best not. You'll show someone writing on the wall of the place. Someone writing on the wall that it's destroyed. And as such, we have one of these items only to Gentile hands, and therefore he went ahead and therefore see our guns in Shreemar. I remember the people of Israel. So apparently, built security in the first place had a touch. But then he built an anticipation of its destruction or some other reason. The point is there's subterranean chambers in this animation. So Yoshio gives the command to hide the Aron as well as all these other things. And some of the subterranean process tells us is, and it's going to this tomorrow, that the Aron priest is in Harabayis, somewhere there in Harabayis itself, reading all people that can, I guess, from a chef to come to this location. So the Aron in Masa, because it after the Plus Hashem of the FMS Hamel Israel. So Yoshio tells Lord, you no longer have the Avodah Bakasik. Avodah Bakasik is what? You don't carry anything. You no longer carry. But what is your job? So if you as Hashem of the FMS Hamel Israel, what's your job? To be Evan Hashem, to be Evan Hashem. Just because you don't have your responsibilities to that from 2 days ago, and about that giving any more leadership. Obvious. You don't carry the Aron anymore now. It's fine. You never got the 12 will be enough to punch the Asya, economics, Shabbat, from Asya Sham, Asya Mishmas, Asya Mishmas, Asya those. Those are all Shabbat. All of these items listed above to teach us that just as Aron was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So it says, therefore, then we come back to our original question. How could you tell me that you had Ahaz? Your Ahaz was going to Shalom Mishkan because his own brother Yehoiakim, when at the end of the day, there's no more Shalom Mishkan by this point in time, which for Etz on the Hava, the Afars on that. Regular say, there's no Shalom Mishkan, but instead was going to also be again with balsam oil. Balsam oil, okay? So the Shalom Mishkan also remember again. We mentioned who else was right? Balsam oil, showing up our smoke, show it. Why? Always with Buddha shows or Rabbi. So Shana Farsa represents what we'll call it the more temporal of it. So you know what was like Tarabana. These Gemaras are a piece. Tarabana, it's a motion samalak. How do I have an anointed him? How do you anoint him? So to me, Mason. So the Gemara says, you know what I mean? Like Mason moves like a crown. Like a crown. The Exakohanim came in and the Kohanim ultimately again like a key. Like when he's also son head. The king you take Shana Mishkan, you smear it around his hand like a crown. How do you go ahead and anoint him? How do you mean keep? By king. Rav Nashi about that, but you cost me part like a cuff. If you look at Rashi has a very he said, cuff money is Rashi has a look like a lot of pass. So I said, the way that it looks by the way, when Rashi is, start between the eyes, essentially you smear the Shana Mishkan down up the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a chest. It's like a chest. I understand it looks a little bit more like a cuff. But you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're shooting the oil all the way to the back of the head. Ani chada, the tchila motzi, Mishal Roshel, the achakach, those Roshel and David. So we'll say the two are going to see out accounts. According to one account, go ahead and pour the shed on his head first. And then afterwards, you put it between his eyes. And that each between the goats and Roshel and then you say that different places says, no, first you put the shed between his eyes. And then we go ahead and we pour it on his head. Tonight, well, since my focus now about the proper order, we know that the anointing requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. My focus apparently depends which is the proper order. You can damage Japanese people. So some say, that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say, no, it's the putting of the oil on the head that is the most important part. Right time of the man, the Omar see that. What's important is to do something that says that the pouring is most important part of the sin. So in Shemet HaMishkach al Moshe Alo, Vayimshach also, Vayimshach also, the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzo first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil, or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see that this is more important. No matter how you go, the opinion says that no, smearing is more important. Kasavar Shekin Akamotzi is a sharks. Says, remember in the website, that it's a pouring of oil, something not only defined by the code, but also defined by what? By the king. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of anointation. So you must obviously by Yitzhak or so by Yitzhak, there's the problem. The order in the process is first by Yitzhak pour, but then by Yitzhak, by the Achikama, what's what we want to say? Not by Yitzhak. Why is it the ultimate or you show the way you shop? Because the anointing is already done. Suppose that this anointing has to ultimately again how the proper anointing was done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? Suppose that you should know the rice of pastor, the Rambam pastor, that first load skin and then load skin. The Rambam pastor said, wait, my brother was first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it. Okay, so much is about Torah right here. Listen, these bars are Shemin HaTov, Yorei Ala Zakat, that oil that flows down the beard, that flows down the beard of the altar, Ala Zakat. So it says the pasuk over here, the pasuk over here is oil, the pasuk gets tired. So the pasuk over here is in front of the Shona Tov Arosh Arosh Yori Arasokot and Arosh Yori Arosh. So it's what Shona Tov is going down to the Arabah. So the verse says so that is against the Shona Mishkan. And when again, Aaron is going to type of Shem with the Lord King, the Shona Mishkan. Also, this is the book of Min Shnei Timos Margovios and Timos Maharon. This there are two droplets of Shona Mishkan that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. Torah, Shumasata almost was over because let's say when Aaron was caught, so the droplets like rolled up the beard of the wants that they would fall off as he was punching. So two droplets of Shona Mishka that sit on the edge of his ear, and when we're talking, it roll up. But I'll double that high emotion like it's similar. But I'll double that high emotion like as it was regarding the droplets of Shadi Homes for most of it was his second wide body face of cover. Amar, Shemachas Shalom Al Shalom Mishka. Maybe I committed after. Or is it maybe I applied too much Shabbat Mishka, and therefore again it has to be never again, let's see, the Yula is evil or money and the property. So it says, Justice Tabasco, Amra, Shemanako. So ultimately again, the Tabasco comes out and says, Shemanako, like good oil, how careful. The Gemara, the Pasuk compares the pasuk evidence. This is the very next pasuk. This is all in Pasuk of Koflavi, 133. It says, "Kipal chemon shorei b'harim tzyon," like the two of the chemon which falls down in Harim tzyon. So what's the comparison between oil and kal chemon in the two? Matal chemon in bom milah, afshar mishra shel esakeh hara in bom milah. Just like the one side, there is no milah with two, so to again. Shemra Mishra in the period of Aaron, these no mitzvah as well. The Adai of the Aaron story. So Aaron was concerned. How much Shemra Moshe about the house? Aaron was maybe Moshe or but maybe I was meant some enough oil that was not commanded to the other Sabbaths beautiful. He named Atolam Anoim Sheves Afin Yakacha. Moshe Loma of Atolam. Plus it says happy number is for other just like Moshe, don't worry, you do the Shona Mishka is always sitting in the ear of Aaron. Let's say when is Shona Mishka put on applied to someone when they're inaugurating on his service. Shona Mishka represents goodness. Shona Mishka represents excitement. Shona Mishka represents Jesus for something new. The Chazal would tell us was that Shemra Mishka always remained on the beard of Aaron. It was as moist, it was as wet as the day it was applied. To tell you that Aaron's excitement for the community to go up, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first thing he did. And ultimately, again, in human medical hospitals, we know that the greatest challenge, the greatest challenge our engagement is not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shemras and Mitzvos observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling a newness, is feeling an excitement, is feeling like it's something special that we have to do. Regardless of our Cohen, was not saying that we can apply the divine mandate. That's obvious. Every person knows the divine mandate. Regardless of our Cohen, is in felt an excitement like the day in which we showed our Mishnah was first applied. It's like, what's a beautiful Gemara. In Moshe Masalatim ala Maya, the mission of Moshe is so we only anoint kings, actually anoint kings. This literally means we only anoint kings by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, the nation of Moshe was like because the anointing of by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so to again the king's monarchy should begin to flow as well. Shene Emar. Yom HaMelech was just as a total aside. If you ever go to for your duck and take the word at a Gichon, that's the Gichon spring. Was like that is where cloud is felt historically anointed by the Gichon. It's an incredible thing to see you stand there and have evidence. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot or literally you get the Malachim trees dropping the water. That's the spot. So he goes like the Gemara says she married. The Gemara Melech when we look at this, I'm not going to come. Or I'm going to like. But already, I might go to this. Originally, I wasn't able to get it, and then I started this stuff. This was listen to this. I'm going to be honest. Hi, man, the boy leader. He must have checked you out. What's this? The person wanted to know. You're going to live out the year or not. Not yet. Please don't leave before you finish this. Right? I don't want to walk away or anything. This first one's up, you're going to live out the year or not. So what you do, Shogam, I saw young tailors. They show that take a candle during a sex name Shabbat. They do a show paper. The base of the Russian state. But what do you ask us where there is not a strong lit? He Russian enough, but if the candle remains lit, enough. Alright, now if the candle remains lit, then what? May not the Masik Shas. What's like the candle remains lit? Then a person knows that he won't put out this. Once you get this, they get candle during a certain Shabbat, place it in a hole where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to lit out together. Similarly, Oman the body with that other piece. Okay, number one. Number two, first of all, I'm going to be successful in business. As a business venture that I want to undertake, I'm going to be successful or not. Well, probably the name of the master, and I want to be successful or not successful. Live in Tanagola. Buy yourself a rooster. Buy yourself a rooster. Eat a shamit, a rooster gets fat. Master, that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I might the Bible make it to Arkham. Well, Bible make the Chazer Basi Mesa. I'm going on a trip, and I want to come back. I want to make it back to that. So what should I do? So what happens? I see them. Make Cooper base at the top. So it's like ultimately I can go to a home that is dark. Not that it's pitch dark, but that is dark. Because he before the Lubua, if you see the shadow of the shadow, later the other, the Asilatis. And you know ultimately again that you're gonna come home with it. Joseph, so just I want to question the out of people. What is going on in this matter? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so we'll say, so the Mashal, again, I'm going to hold this thing to write this down. I know this Mashal, we have to decide. Maybe Shabbos is not, but I didn't even talk about this, just for a little piece. Joseph, so the Mashal says over here, he says, I don't understand. This is a typical prohibition of Rothschild. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination, so don't do omens. So the Mashal says something absolutely amazing. The Mashal says something people do about just something dramatic. A person wants stuff to know without you or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a hole where there's not a lot of wind. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, you're going to live. So what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. Let's say if you notice the Gemara, things mentioned the Gemara, the Mashal says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things work out. The person has that teaching that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? That's not an omen. What is that? What is that? That is affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. And you don't pay attention to it. Because again, that's an almost like an amazing story. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately meant to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. If you think it says something negative, simply ignore it. Don't say, so understand, I'm not doing the Mashal justice, it's much longer piece. Don't say, understand, God must stay this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. So that's for good reason. Sometimes because they've had a lot of life travel and a lot of life difficulties. And sometimes when you think for a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants of us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural people. The most like, so you say to yourself, okay, if you have that mindset, everything works out. But again, keep in mind, the two test of our spiritual metal. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time, it didn't work out next time. I didn't work out for the last 25 years. So, well, that's the next 25 years. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. And that's what we decided to do. Almost like how the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, for love you. But my suggestion, the Gemara says, you don't pay attention. Why? The Gemara says, no, Shaddai things come out. There's also no problem is, it's beautiful that Gemara shows. If you're that kind of life, you don't get from it once. It goes out, and suddenly, it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from home. Not only she's staying from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just like, well, that was very exciting. I'm Rabbi. I'm the single dosi. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. Rabbi is now that you tell me that angles are significant. Not technically, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this also. They all look at the next declaration, Shasa, was there for a person. Should always look at that. Notice again. So here is the method. So the Hagos is even changes it to the Mekol. Was in fact, this Gemara in the Sefer Harios and Ekros. And we'll say two different results. One is the method, one is the Mekol. Even it's doesn't just the moment. So my is now going to extend that what the Roman does. The person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat Kra, Rupia, Karsi, Silpi, the person should eat gourd, and agree, ill leaves, and feeds, and things. So also, you understand that? We do this. This is similar stuff. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit there and we go through a whole bunch of foods on Rosh Hashanah. Where does that practice come from? Divinity comes, that's the sort of. What's going to look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, if you look on the left-hand side of Rashi, about us translating short lines. Don't get Rashi still becoming why these items. The honey got you out today to show you up. What's it? Rashi said, that we grow fast and vitality. So we choose most of these the Torah brings down something that the Torah explains. The reason we eat these items is because of their names. And which also we see the Yiratzal. The Yiratzal is somehow our play on his name. Rashi said, the number amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin Rosh Hashanah with those items. That's interesting. The Mata actually brings that and says, he says, why does one Gemara say the middle of the Nikom? What's that saying? Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, meats, family, fish, lambs, it's not my thing. I don't. So I say, so what? Which for many people have kids. And so I say, so what happens? I don't like it. What do you do with it? So Matthew says there is still a view that each of them on the table, and to look at them and to recite the Yirah. So based on the skills of the Gemara, everyone thinks it's just a make or just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, it is an Indian ultimately to have it. But that's to look at. Incredible. It says the Gemara, Rabbi said to his son, "What is so good? What is so male? What do you want to come to the day? There's must be some all the way. What's the answer to this? Prepare. Learn the Mishnah before you go to your restaurant. What's the knowledge if you want to really learn? What's the incredible you saw? Learning requires preparation. And they just show up to learn for us to prepare themselves. So he said, review your Mishnahs, all the Kamira life, and then go before your Rabbi. If you have ceased coming, and when you sleep before your Rabbi, listen to this, come for me. Look at Rabbi's mouth. Look at your Rabbi's mouth. Say, you and Necha rose as for Rafa. It's such an interesting application. We know that possible. That ultimately, again, we should be looking at our day. So we have to look at their lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. Sounds nice. Learn by a river. But then the same thing, ultimately, again, the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. People, I'll call it Machaso, but people, I'm unable to be so. And better to sit, better to learn the garbage heaps, or better to sit there, learn the garbage heaps of Masa Machasya, and don't live in the palaces of Pisa. What's the Rashi? Just a moment. The Masa Machasya, I will come to the Ring of Ross and have a stop at Hayaman. About the Pisa of Covers Mal, you took that. The cover the Mutam Lodder, the Ashpas Machasya, Lodder about the Pisa. Better to live in a garbage dump in Pisa, and in a mansion, is to Masa Machasya, the mansion of Pisa. So what does that mean? The kind of Masa Machasya was an incredible mark in Torah, but for this not as much. You have to think of the history of the ancient Torah cities. I guess at different points in history is different, causes is different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a mountain Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not from a Torah. Furthermore, better to eat a Galgasa was a type of fish. better to eat a type of fish, ultimately, a scalded up fish that's about to spoil than kusach or Rabbi, which is kusach was a higher end fish. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine dip of the kusach, which also means what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself. Because those are the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the degree of other needs, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son is better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the kusach. Because once you require the kusach, again, it's going to be a lot more materialism ultimately again for the guy. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Live in a Makom Torah, even if it's living in a garbage dump, better than going there and living in a mansion somewhere in the Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the element of materialism you build into your life, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity, and so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately sometimes puts an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Rabbi Kani Belokai, the Pasuk says, literally my horn was written for Rabbi Rabbi Kani Belokai, literally I was saying that with horn, my horn means my horn and not my jug. David were anointed with the oil inside of a horn. So their man show be used to the path, burning Shkova Pusa. But show the universe anointing oil from a path from the jug, their man is down in the Muslim. That's follows. Rashi points out that a path is earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn. Right, a carrot endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarch endures. Those anointed from the heart, their monarch does not. I'm a show Mishkan Mishkas. Once we go back a little bit to the Gemara, so again, Mishkan is the distinction between the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shabbat Mishkan versus the Kohen Gadol who was the Ruba of the God. Says the Gemara, but a Mashiach Yaakov, I'm sorry, Yaakov. So when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't have to about maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Kohen, maybe it refers to the Melech. Kabbalah Kohen, he Kohen Yaakov Kohen. If it's his Kohen, I'm going to think that he refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic casket. Kabbalah Mashiach, and when the Pasuk says Mashiach, he Mashiach Yaakov Mashiach Yaakov. If it says in Mashiach, I'm going to put that who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. Also, this Pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I'm going to put that even this goes out to work. Now, we're over the Hakol. You have to also the Pasuk goes and uses the state version of the Hakol. Hamashiach, Shinu Mashiach Avdabah, who is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above him. So the Gemara says, my mashma, Damarava, Hayarach, Habimenesh, Shemkesh. Also, the same way the Pasuk talks about Hayarach, it means, again, the specific part. Yeah, he's going to be said here at Dasha. Haganami Hamashiach, when it's Hamashiach, and he is the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. And God ultimately was the unique ones amongst those who were anointed. Amar Mashiach, Yaakov Melech, was his person before that. If I'm going to call the positive Mashiach, maybe that's the first thing. Melech, I would the Maestri, does the king does something which is also. So you bring a heart, certainly device. You bring just some before Shabbat, which the says, it's just I mean, I'll shoot you less nice, you love me so good. I'm going to do as follows. For an accidental act, maybe a sire, I'll have them double your heart. We'll say a piece of Halam double, maybe you should have something of heart. Hamash Vara, we'll say, flashing dinner, but the Pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately again refers to going up. By any day, Mashak no Kishon and Mishkat, we'll say, Kishon discusses ultimately the distinction between Mashiach B'Shana Mishkan, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Kohen, versus the Kohen Gadol who is the Ruba David. That's this is the local Rabbi Meir. We'll say Mishkan does not reflect the Rabbi Meir. He Rabbi Meir, the Rabbi Meir, the hot time that he said that the Ruba Gadol may be higher. Abba Alcohol is a else. So the Rabbi Meir says that even the Ruba Gadol was even the Kohen Gadol was not appointed B'Shana Mishkan, but rather is appointed because of the Kohanic vestments. So he brings a part, I'll call it a special part of the coin God, very near. But the whole lot of the complicated that was a concept, the only way he brings the special part of the coin God was a Zoom, is a coin God was a regular Shara Mishka. Not actually the river of God. My time there was for family of this time, Mashiach being a Shara Mishka. I only know that it was for home. It's a regular Shara Mishka. The Ruba begot the I don't know the first of all who is. The writing book. However, according to Hamashiach, ultimately, again, the Pasuk says, according to Hamashiach, supposed to do establish this, right? Rabbanon, holidays, Amos Sefer, was a yet at the end of that place. So, in Kohen Mishamish Shabbat, Ella Payom Kippur Basiya said, Asiya Saifa, was a yet at the end of the place, so the end of the Mishnah. Excuse me. That there is no distinction between a Kohen and a Shabbat, so what's a Kohen Mishamish means. The active Kohen God was the servant. The Kohen Shabbat was the Kohen Shabbat. That was the filling Kohen. He was the Kohen God that filled the Kohen. But there was something going on with the first Kohen God. So there is no distinction between the two except how Yom Kippur, special time of Kippur, and as serious sacred, most of no offering, given by the Kohen God every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? A son and a mother. Those are that ultimately that reflects the view of Rabbi Meir. The sign of that probably good. Either both, so the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi, so listen to this. If somebody happens to the Kohen Gadol, some type of small, and they had to from office, the Umino, Kohen Acher Tachtov, and they appointed a place from Kohen Gadol, and we showed Choser Avidos, wasn't this actually amazing? What happened when Kohen Gadol number one comes back to work? What happened when he comes back to work? So this is what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now practicing Kohen Gadol. The Hashem, Komitzos HaKunavo, which the Shemi is called for the full-fledged Kohen. The Remnant. So let's say ultimately, again, these ones are in there. So let's say the Remnant ultimately, that the first one is for a full-fledged Kohen. So let's say what precious with that means that he just goes back, he's not a Kohen Gadol, because the right, so you can't have two Kohanim over, but he's just a regular Kohen. The Yosef over Rishon Chos Lamed also. The Yosef for the first Kohen Gadol was fit for service before back to work. The Shema in a royal nor a Kohen Gadol nor a Kohen. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say, nothing. It's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen. We'll discuss that in just a moment. I'm going to Yosef. My son Yosef Ben Ethan. Let's see for him. I'll say this happened. There was once an episode of Yosef who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira Bob sold the Kohen Gadol. Ra'avar Umino Achet Akta. What's this? What happens? So there was this episode. Was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got exposed. What happens was that point to another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the second replacement Kohen Gadol, or when the Kohen Gadol wrote Kohen Gadol, was that the replacement was now out of the job. It's going to be a Kohen Gadol and it's going to be a Kohen Gadol. Why not? Kohen Gadol you shouldn't be done. Because in general, again, a Kohen Gadol because of Elamasi. You can't have two Kohanim. It doesn't work. Right? It doesn't work. Can't be two kings, they can't be two cards. It has to be one or the other. Furthermore, it goes not only by pollution, unless you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog, why not? So say once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedgehog. It doesn't make sense. Marlon McCullough said, I don't say based on this, they should have honor the secret. You tell me that they should have honor the saving the good anymore. I will say, I'm already obviously. Yes, that is going to be the right step. But Yosef, our Rabbi, Yosef says, no, the entire 2020 year Rabbi, because we are leaving tonight. Yosef, Rabbi is the upper Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in the different opinions with different parts of the Mishnah. Rabbi Amr Shimoni is so like I may have a they call it out. Rabbi says, also Mishnah, they want to say Shimon holds, like, Rabbi Meir in one piece. This music of the other. It's the sign of Ivanim shipping, Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedgehog. So what's the one other difference in Kohen Gadol and Kohen Hedgehog? Elohim, these are the differences. Our Habak or Mitzvos, number one, is a special part that only Kohen Gadol brings if indeed he transgresses something. For Mario Kippur, if I am Kippur, Vasir Saifa, and a special healing offering. Also, now watch it. For Korea, for Poland. And also, furthermore, again, Gadol suffers the loss. Low player was if he doesn't let his hair go long, right? And pulling, he does not go ahead and tear his boat. about the pouring in the matter. So we'll say, what kind of point we'll discuss this again. There is quoting from Nara. We'll discuss it in just a moment. The hedgehog in the manner. But a hedgehog in this case, a hedgehog is what? A regular coin, if there is quoting from the top brothers. They even come in the program, and it was a need for them. Actually, and the brother doesn't have the ability to go into the time either for his clothing, for the velvet, and also out the stuff, and it could not go to marry the stuff. But also the almana, and you cannot marry, but you don't marry the almana. وماخذ فيها شرطها تثبت من ذلك ultimately in Oslo second right? Holding, but don't look at the go ahead and pop up Kabbalah's even if it's was very good. I knew it's the period between death and burial, the Ema Oka. So say even if you can offer up the carbon during the time of animals, you can't eat of that carbon during that time. The Ema Holy, you doesn't receive a portion of Kabbalah's offer during the time of animals. Not to feel it Barosh, but no nothing. We'll say when God has to offer a carbon, you don't have to cut the lot. And if you don't have to offer first, we don't have that portion. I will say, and again, he's permitted to take this portion of any carbon before any other carbon. When the Shamish is small and Caleb, and he wears 8 different garments, the Chalabodas shall make the term Inok Shila Elov Kol. I will say again, the entire about of the Kippur is only kosher with him. Oh, it's all pretty done. I will say, first carbon in his and his. The contract was the kosher in Adasham. And we'll say ultimately again, the beginning of the rules regarding these sorts of things. Regarding the erroneous of something to do with the Islamic Christian laws of Torah. So ultimately again, he's called their brothers to have a special comment on that. The Chulan is no idea in the I will say the truth, all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is in the Shemana, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who's Meruba the Gadol with one exception, puts the para maybe al exposed. Was an exceptional special power that is brought in execution with the Kohen Gadol permits something that is punishable by parties. Only a Kohen Gadol who is anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meruba with the Gadol who is anointed also putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol does not bring that power. Who know again the Mashiach Shavar, there was all of these halachos of Kohen Gadol also apply to us. To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of the job. Right? The replacement Kohen Gadol once there is no Kohen Gadol come back. So that's what Mashiach Shavar puts under a deeper Mashiach Shavar. Essentially, you have the audio paper and then you offering the whole lot of inner argument from Mashiach Shavar. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol was going for the purpose of the workplace. They may there are not one of the punishments. The exception of 5 things just maybe no Korea, but no Korea. Suffers the loss of close relative. He does not allow his hair to grow. Right? Nor does he care his hair. Then how will it grow? Well, the crow to grow. It cannot become coming to adults. It's Musa al Siva. He dressed the marry Siva. The Asr Ba'amara. And he cannot marry Ma'amara. The master is how it say, after he has the broken to his head, ultimately to watch. In other words, actually, the Chum say, no master. They will say, ultimately, again, the Kohen Mashiach L'Chama, his death does not allow Tzach to come back home. So let's say the focus week is coming about whether or not the death of the Mashiach L'Chama allows Tzach to come back. Behind, you might just listen, and you all these flexibility. Not Shabbos, they don't find out what's going to who was the one who said before that the point that the Maruk was talking his partner on plus Midrash, which Gemara says that's but puts me in front of number of times. Let's remember again, the price of test said before that the coin Mashiach L'Chama is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed. The coin was Mashiach B'Shem and Mishkan do not apply to the coin Mashiach L'Chama. Five so as those are the 5 mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't let his clothing, he doesn't become coming most delicate, he has the surah, and he can't marry now Mara. So we'll say it's the same thing about how do you where do you go? So where we go? How do you is that Rabbi? Not Kohen that goes away Rabbi. And the Kohen was greater than each other. It's the exact Kohen Gadol. What's the first Kohen Gadol? And Sheyutzat al Rosh Hashanah Mishkan, who's you will put oil on his head. Zeh Mashiach L'Chama. So this refers once the Kohen was anointed for. Maybe I said no Moshe Sadagol. Literally again he fills his hands. So what was the first special called Kohen Gadol. Let's say this refers ultimately again to Kohen becomes Kohen Gadol by putting on a special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Kulan will Omer, Rothschild, Yifra, let's say that all of this you are for Shrach Machama. Like whether you are, like so when you're Kohen Gadol, the Shrach Machama, or Meruba, the halach is also like all of them extend. Roshel or Yifra, do not come to your hair in the event of Arelos, and because of the Yifra, do not clear your cloth. Call the Pasha's face for nothing. Don't you come in contact with any corpse. No, you come in owning it. Have an contact all of them, of Kabbalah speaking in the sleep of Aminos, Amagomar, Kinesa Shalom Mishkas Alachem, or called Allah. Listen, plus it says literally, the crown of the anointing oil is on its head. From Allah, Allah al Kabbalah. Ultimately, again, upon him and not upon his son. So once again, only Kabbalah, who is anointed with Shaman Anishka, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a carbon while he is holy. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim people. Even though all of the Kohanim people, remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol, who is anointed with Shaman Anishka, and there's the Kohen Mashrach, no Kama, Kohen goes out to war. There's crazy Ruben, who was also the Kohen Gadol, but not anointed with Shaman Anishka. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachas. Much as the exceptions over here, the halacha l'maisa again would us only the aminos. While in the state of aminos, that only applies to the Kohen, who's anointed with oil, not to the other Kohen. I might have thought the Gemara says, maybe again, after you see this by aminos. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointing maybe the other ones don't have. Now, we don't want to think, if it wasn't a plus, it says before the two comes to include all of them in the field of the super. It was an amount of units my focus on who you should have Surayiva, was an plus, it says you should have Suba. After Shabi, that costs of Riva, after the Torah goes ahead and makes the field between them, so it includes all of them, Dibra and Shmuel. So it's after the Torah makes the distinction between the various types of Quran and Gedolim, once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a Suda. These are Mishmar. Kiva Omer, Elisha of a Machmas Kayo. Machmas Mumin Guy. Versus when Kiva says, I only know. This is Rashi, just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Omer Machmas Mumin Guy. Omer Bahu. Nafido Omer Misha Machmas Mumin Asa Nahamada. So it's I only know. Maybe the first part of this. So the man says again as follows. I only know that Kiva says, Elisha Machmas Kayo. But even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because he had a similar obligation, even during that time when you can't go ahead and work with the Kohen Gadol, I still have this called Nine Amara. How do I know Machmas? I don't know that he can't be called the Muslim. Let's say he has some type of significant role, which registered unfit wrongful, and discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't be married in Amara? I'm a Lomar, maybe. If it was in the first sentence, which tells us that once he's been to a Kohen Gadol, he cannot be married in Amara, he won't be married in Suda. We'll see. This is the following next question. Now, Mashiach Shemistara Mahu Ba'amara. Goes to the discussion. What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, the anointed Kohen, you got Saras? We'll say, obviously, he gets Saras, he cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. Obviously, he's going to make something with Saras. So we'll say, what's the Shaila? Mahu Ba'amara. Can he marry Amara? Can he marry Amara? Now they can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because he's Saras. Can he marry an Amara? I will say it's not a short-term marriage. Once he's healed, he can be married. But the Maisa, the fact that he has Saras is permitted to be married to an Amara. So because the Pitchadahi, you say that once you were the Kohen Gadol, was a what? Remember again, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that status was very respect. Remember again that even again, after he's over, the after the Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the power. The right to come out of the Kohen Gadol. Don't say once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an Amara. Oh, he is not confident. Or we'll say, maybe he knows that the prohibition of marrying an Amara is a function of being active Kohen Gadol. Once you are sexually in Kohen Gadol, because of your taras, you can marry an Amara. Well, how about the other day? What's remember again, Rabbi asked this to Shema of Rabbi. So I'm not going to know. So what happens? In the Amnasir, Rabbi, so then Rabbi was saying, and he's asking this question. I'm going to put up break up, not put up, plus this what happened. So I'm always asking this question. So what happens? So who knows the son of Nachman is that Papa? So you know, we don't even know. Any other Shabbat Machmas Kayo. I don't know what for each of a Kohen who must be sort of the obligation to Ryan Suba. Actually published by Amara. I only know that he never put it disqualified because of some issue published of not only 9 policies applies. Other Machmas Limited guy. I don't know say that a Kohen is disqualified from service because of his move. As I was saying, the prohibition upon marrying certain women to a vice. Now, I'm not was saying the word for whom is what? He showed us where he got that he is always in the status of one God. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, who? He is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore, even if he has a board and can't actively serve, the only marry of the servant would not be able to serve. So, Baba asked the pastor, Baba didn't know either. You know, answer the question, because this is so beautiful. So come Nashmi Shane that Papa got up and kissed on his head. The young believed content. Even his daughter. So such a beautiful I'm sure of course for the reference president. But when I say after that, you went ahead and gave the kiss and gave his daughter so let's do another mission. Going on, we'll say so remember again, you remember this very fascinating. Going Gadol pouring in a mouth overhead of the mouth. Supposed to have up these. Then going Gadol goes ahead and pouring in the mouth was introduced what? Here's his point. And then that touches on the was because Kriya on the bottom of this building, the head in the mouth. The regular point is Kriya on the top. Going Gadol not going. And going Gadol should go ahead and open up the cover, even against the regulars. Roll open. But you cannot eat. You open but you can't eat it. The head you'll go back to the roll. So you can coin can't offer it and can't eat. Can't offer it and can't eat. Tomorrow. Alright. So listen, what does it mean? The puzzle does clear on the bottom, okay, and the compendium does clear on the top. So what Rav says that literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. The bottom of the garment is by the hem, right? And top of the garment is ultimately again by the neck, by the neck. So it was Shmuel on the Shmuel says, no. The matter is supposed to the neckline. It's supposed to tendency like that. I got a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right I'm sorry. Like the color, by the way, kind of the shirt on a t-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced. Right? So Gemara says, Shmuel says, the matter means below the reinforced neckline. Then it compares it. And so the type is so very so very so politely don't like the road that was so let's go back. When it cuts three up for a lot more at the neck line. They cut the top of the travel. The mountain, the level cuts down the neck line rather than the garment itself. Wasn't it what's the top of that? But then you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So as I said, my hope is ultimately the Rala because they saw that. There's that seven stars. Once my hope is rather well, ultimately again where we are actually cutting. All the cutting that is the Rala Lamaka. God says the Maka is really the Maka cutting. That's what the Maka is cutting. The Mala means that's what Edward is cutting. Shmuel says the Mala means that line that's what Edward is cutting. And the Maka is what? The Maka is below the neck line. That's where the Maka is cutting. They say, I call them when Rothschild Matter coming Sabbath the road. Rothschild, you know, Matter coming Sabbath the road. So, what's the question? What's the stop over there for today? We'll think of an answer so that this guy's sleep tomorrow. Good morning. Such a slow spot. It's in hard. It's satisfied to me like that. All the last five to think. I know how much I was trying to do. How to share. Let's talk about it. So, to the Rothschild judges estimated sources. So it's the most Rothschild. The responses for the local animal body, the very homework. The shower of his father, I look at the Usher was the international class, celebrating the hopes, the heroes about all about Israel, organization answer. For the responses that which will be the minutes, the English was not the first. After, it's called Ivory and other young women's global level, where the only sponsors for the evacuation of the nation of the electric that she was grandmother, Russell, as the very large all of the shots from the points and all those new refers having been already said, must we dedicate our acts before conscious soldiers killed the RBs across the city. The federal not compare the fashion of the fact we should provide money for all the good fashions and show the people references to the public. So there's a show that has to be spoken for now and so successful bombers. Clowns are the most elusive of the blood is the lead us to rise because they did not have shovel. Shower asking for souls, almost around all of our tears. Struggle comforts, all of the widows, all of the orphans, all of the onwards, all of the broken parents were going to be parents, and the people who got this things. Without getting out of the position, do our work with the bodies all forward to the shorts, the pilot, which just is not the position to usher in and find it, and be careful with the source things, thoughts. So that last week is that class. You have to have the session. Okay, but then you have the session. Fine. You have the fine. What else? That's like so. So we're picking up on that class. So there's session. We got actually Zion on the kids at the Mishnah. So Mishnah says also. So so today we got a lot of drush, small questions, maybe some very interesting. You guys talk about today's guy. Well, there are many beautiful about today's guy. No one just it's Torah. It's beautiful. It's super fantastic. What's also interesting is the number of Mishnahs, and not really a lot of my focus, which is good. A lot of like the sources how we get different things, but the next part is when you see the Mishnah, what you see in the Mishnah is pretty much not pretty much is what you get. Right? There are always that's like the Allah, and then the next Hashem will kind of explore out about how the line at that particular how that particular conclusion. Let's see what we got. That's the Mishnah. This is things. Ella, I haven't done it. You should just myself. Once I remember again, this is the concept that we've seen before over and over and over. Now, also, one of the things to keep in mind is if you notice, we're vastly a lot between halachas, right? As opposed to the first parak, which was pretty much all about the Ruby's psak of a basin, right? That's what it was all about. We begin to see in the second parak, stronger than again with the halachos concerning the Kohen Gadol, and now threw in a little bit of Nasi, and then we also goes back afterwards to the discussion about the beast. So now the Mishnah begins, in Hayab, I have a double shade that's myself. So we're getting to it. These things is only Chayim, how Hayab double Nasi, but what? If there's two things, this was yesterday, it's not that you need to force over and over and over. What do you need? You need Hayab double. Hayab double means a mistaken psak. And we know all the attending details now. What kind of psak? A psak that uproots a detail in a mitzvah, but not what? Not the mitzvah in its entirety. Okay, so you have a letter in Shiri that's myself. Shiri that's myself means that halacha is acting collectively based on that alone is psak. Okay, the thing of Shia. But that's the same halacha applies to a Kohen Gadol. So the Kohen Gadol's only chayim is power. What? Halom davar alone is psak. Shiri that's myself. Difference between the Kohen Gadol and the base. Just keep in mind observation yesterday. Example of the difference. Based in paskins for who? Klal Yisrael. Going paskins for who? Kohen Gadol. Good. The no Bible is before another Shiri that's myself. So you might have Zara. I have only Zara. Ultimately, everyone is only vulnerable in the situation once again, where there is have a better Shiri that's myself. So what's interesting? And I'm like, I'm only Zara. Get carbon. Cedar. So even if the cover is different, also the criteria is different. It's not the same thing. Another Shivas myself. The only is followed up ultimately by inadvertent accidental action based on that earlier success. Now the way of so the Torah this was the most success. You go ahead and you didn't make a mistake. Right? Don't make a mistake. Let's show the consequences. We call that saying so ish the matter of government car. So tell about it. Ish good when you kind of that's my son. You went God just for accidental action without kind of dollar. Come on, ish good when you have on dollar, when you have on dollar. You kind of have on dollar. She is okay. So what's the never lot of us? You need both. Have on dollar. Running is start followed by accidental activity. Kind of shit out. So to that point, so you can see Ashmas Ha'am, or Mashiach, so was brushing yesterday. That the Torah itself equates to Ashmas Ha'am, the Ashmas Ha'am, which is an additional phrase, equating ultimately again the halachas of the Kohen Gadol with the halachas of the Tzibur. The law of Ba'avodas Kohanim, Elam, Davar, Shei, that's my son. So, what do you know that the Lord said that the same of the Avodah Zarah, they made their head with the Chayat Avodah Zarah, or the Lord makes Pesach, and bring back to the Avodah first one, right? Features of us and we know the answer. Since Avodah Zarah is weak, why is it weak? Remember again, it has a seer to make it carbon. So I might have thought the upper you kind of machine this myself. I might have thought this should always be high just at this accidental activity. Even if there's no real Pesach, then I cut it and then I look at it. It was a shut out also saw this question like that. Mama, I don't know you should rest myself. Just like you did by high or you require Halam you should rest myself. Afghan, so to buy the Bizarre, in Afghan, in Halam should rest myself. Okay, incredible. Mashiach, Ba'avodas Kohanim, Lokatani must be seen. Lokatani, there was an interesting enough. The Mishnah doesn't make mention of the Kohen Gadol by Avodah Zarah, which he mentions must be seen by him. Basically, there's a Mishnah reflects that he signed up Mashiach Ba'avodas Kohanim, ready over the Shiri Best myself, the Hakadim over the Hell of Dava. So that's like, it's very interesting. So it turns out that there is not contest by the Kohen Gadol who makes erroneous belief. He accidentally does not think the Reggie says the Kohen Gadol is fighting for this covered by a hotel. Even without erroneous sign, just accidental activity. That's cheap at that. And that's how we say, no, we have to be fighting. He is carbon is in the cover by one other. That's another, and she that's myself. Shoving should be self. You shove it to see out. Both of you that will bring a seeder. Shoving you actually talk about that under no circumstances there's a point ever there was an actual public. I and to kiss it and to say that. So I couldn't go with this man and the actual public was the not and show to do that. It is where these dark cards check us off at us, Katani. And it does the Michigan again mention of the again. All of the dollar cards check us off at us. It's making use of the bacteria. For this is not which unintentionally is cards. Unintentionally had us. Our honey hall, who I could be our tongue hall, who I can the hall. Our tongue hall, who I can the house. Because we should be this information. Not initially says something. You understand that by saying, hey, you also have to be my time of the Rabbi. So we'll say, what's Rabbi's logic? Let's jump back in just a second. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisal. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisal. It's secret for Avodah Zarah, even without a head of Rabbi. As long as there's just a that's by accident, like you wouldn't get that color from. If you got going on that, this may have Mishkaga. So the Gemara says, that refers to the Mashiach, that's the point of it. Hashem Yagas, that would folks accident like Zenos, that refers to the game, the Genosi, Hitchad of Mishkaga, Rabbi Salah, Mishkaga, Yehe says, in order to be liable for Avodah Zarah, only do this accidental activity. There are one study, Yishach Hatasa Mishkaga, Yatsa Mashiach Shech Hatasa Mishkaga, Ela. So Rahman saying that it only refers to someone. It only refers to someone who only responsibility is when before the Shogeg. This excludes the Mashiach, or Mashiach Kohen which is only like just hand on double together with Shibilas Mas and Shavim and all three Shekisipila Kiyoki. Ultimately, again, the office of the Prophet, just like the definition of the ruler from the Nefesh Achos, Echad, sorry, the Nefesh Achos, Echad Yochid, the Echad Yossi, the Echad Mashiach, we're going to call Nefesh Achos. They all of them are included in this phrase Nefesh Achos, and then for all of them open up, for offer up this year, for our Bodhi Sarah. I says the Gemara, says, I will say about it before we go on, and then after this Rabbi that I'm going to ultimately, we pass through like this, again, but in order for a coin to, in order for the coin to have liability, for our Bodhi Sarah, for anything else, for this unique carbon, what has to happen, and that's how it has to be two. Basically, it needs all that criteria for power and government at Sibor, and ultimately, a coin, Mashiach coin, although requires both of those criteria for his personal liability as well. Top of class in a shutting, she may be Ashram telling you none, but everyone agrees that a coin doesn't bring an Ashram telling you that from the Siv, the keeper of a coin, Ashram, does Asher Shatan. Plus, it says that ultimately, again, the coin will find Tobit, Ashram, Gassel, Asher Shatan. For the Shogun, that he was Shogun, looking at Rabbi Salah, so Rabbi says this refers to someone who the entirety of the Shogun. What does this mean? Yes, says that this comes to someone who is hiding Hashem Talmud, only someone whose liability is fully wrapped up in the commission of an act of Shogun. But someone who requires another level, like the Kohen Gadol, who also requires what? Havla Dabar. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. So you might be called, see, does the Pasuk say call, or does it say call? So you says, didn't you make up Asher yourself? Well, you just say Asher yourself. Not only Asher Shagat. Why does it say Asher Shagat? Hakadosh Malon, the Adika, Kolchet Omishkagat. To teach you who is liable to Hashem Talmud, someone whose complete liability is engendered by the commission of an act of Shogun. Yatsa Mashiach, Shein Kolchet Omishkagat, Ela Babolas Kavadim. It says, hello, the hell of God is Shiva das myself. So I say something essentially to slow this down. The instruction is as follows. Who is hiding ultimately again in the Hashem Talmud? Someone whose complete liability is contained in an act of the Shogun. But if I'm off the race again, something the Shogun is not. Yeah? For example, a client is yet a fight level. So again, just the act of Shogun is not enough. I might see for liability. Right? Means what? Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. So when he said, what does that mean? That's a Mashiach in fact of Mishkagal. Nova Avodas Hadim. The Mother Shabbat says, hello, the hell of the Ship this place. I want to give you that as well. Everyone agrees that Kabbalah ultimately is not subject to Shividas lifestyle. In fact, it's not saying to Hashem Talmud. So we'll say something about take away message from this self-contained story. I love for myself. All things things as well as clean Gadol. Only have liability for your unique Kabbalah skill. Both things are except liable. It's not a very sawyer. A liability only comes about if Allah Halamais again, their Kabbalah as well as she as myself. Furthermore, at the end of the Helen Daughter is thinking sound. She has nice to actually don't like to read based on that side, and everyone agrees that ultimately neither degrees them, nor the Kohen Gadol are subject to Hashem Talmud. Incredible Mishnah. Indeed, if I haven't actually read the Hashem Talmud colleagues, the Shin does so compass. So this is interesting, actually, really helpful that this Mishnah a little bit over as well, which is what type of idea, right, are these reliable for? Right? So the one says it's not any idea. When you have Avera, where the intentional condition of the Avera would result in occurrence, and unintentional condition of the Avera results ultimately in chaos. So means that this chaos, show me this chaos. The thing was Shia. So to the same criteria, by the Shia, the law of Amon's Kotavim, at Shiuru Aldovish as the Gonakoris, the Shiura Sotatas, and see what the about is up. So what's the same for just give an example of this. If you has things for the knuckle casting, the Gerati Tasser. And they go and probably saw each Tasser each other. So there's no how long they're active for the baby, and there's no harm to the knuckle. Why? Because the punishment for you Tasser, it's a lot. It's bogus. It's got to be something where the stakes are much higher. So therefore, so the only time that there is this liability for the power for things, and the power over the electric knuckle is type of drug where intentional commission is colors, unintentional is. That does same Bible. It says in the other one, where do you know this from? The sign of the over the Emma, Allah, the Emma, Allah, in the Emma, Allah. It says over here, Allah, the Nova, Hachakas, Asher, Hatu, Allah. So it says, Helen, that seaboard, and this is interesting. The other Allah is by Elias. It's by Elias. The Isha El Afam saw mostly cat and small, Carlos and Asa Al-Bakariha, the Polish married two sisters. That's it. Right? So it says Allah here by Kyle Seaboard, and Allah by Elias, what's the connection? Mama Halon, which is a dollar partition, Nasa Patos, just like I was said by Elias. Intentional commission, ultimately at the end is case, unintentional, like accidental commission of our lives. It's going to be a Patos. I've got so to that I am the Nazi board, told me I have time, directions, don't cards, it should be also Patos. Incredible. Also, with the past, I didn't remember. So you mentioned about out of Spain. So just Allah, says Allah by Kaya and the Nazi board, Allah by Elias. There's like riots, intentional violation carries, accidental violation is katos, so to have its own for carries katos for missions. Incredible. Ask if on Seaboard. Fine. So now we know this paradigm that Seaboard, Mashiach, highlight of the same criteria applies to Holy God, this side. So it goes like Rahash Masaham, Holy Mashiach, Seaboard. As the passage says, ultimately, again, the Hashmas, the Most Hashmas again. What's interesting is we're always using the same language. Once I know something applies, like how hell and government and secret, then what? Like that extra phrase, like how the Hashmas, what is that? What is that? Remember again, the Kohen Gadol is not asking for the confidence. Who is the Kohen Gadol asking for? The angel asking for himself. So what's that? The Hashmas, it's coming from you, it's coming from the process. Whatever is the process for an i.e., car, government, and secret phase in the same process for the level. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So the word says as follows. So the word says, Yashua Sa'am, Harba Shek, and Secret. The next thing word says, we're not Nasi. We're not a street fighter for the king, for the Nasi. No, it's see it, Nasi. The Asa of the Asa has become this Hashem. So when Nasi says, if you perform one of this really you can already have those, but you see Seaboard, the also Achos we call mitzvos. Again, so the Sheva mitzvos from Nasi to the Seaboard. Not Seaboard, the Mishpur Doris, she does Chatos. So just like by the Seaboard, so by both people have it. If it's a good barrier, and intentional violation as part of intentional violation is Chatos, at Nasi, Doris, as a door codes, she did also Chatos. Beautiful. Was it acts in blemish? It's like that's something. Like a point strong. Like, and all the notes come together so incredibly beautiful. So what's that? So 3 prime Russia. So remember again, usually teaching a rule. What's the rule? Basically, it's only high part of the Seaboard, only high this part, and the situation ultimately again where for the bingo, intentional violation is currents, unintentional violation is status. Where do you know this from? So for the Seaboard, 0 Shabbat, Allah, to Arayos, intentional violation, parties, unintentional violation. Katos, something again, pages on the back of the car, Katos, parties, Katos. Then, Ashma Sa'am, ultimately allows me to learn out code from the base thing. And what about Nasi? Nasi, ultimately, again, is going out to the Zir Shava all the mitzvahs from the Lord. Then, so the word says, you don't eat, you might say that's like Yachid on the chronic in Yadash, the yellow doctor, however, this applies ultimately again for the future as well. Ultimately, the parts is in Nefesh, and ultimately again, we can learn how to pass on our learn how to rap seeking, ultimately working with the incredible. But about this one last level. So, see, my level of price also, they're going to have all this so something which is goes back with Zara. There's only going to be liability if the customer regarding something with potential violation is current, unintentional violation is cargos. So, what's this other nothing piece in this car that actually goes out to the nothing is same idea. Which you only gets a carbon fat loss for an Libra, which you don't intentionally carries liability of colors and unintentionally carries the penalty of fat loss. Like that's what that's ultimately again what you as far as saying the individual only brings a chatos when it perfectly violates an Libra, but it's subject to curse. So what's that? Let's come to the hundreds of battles on Telephone. The T-shirts are always going to come in the next one. So we get in general, I've always saw is single account. Trying to do that in that sort. Because when you again, I've always saw as a different target, as a senior, as opposed to a parent. So I've always been singled out to be judged on its own. You're going to have an active on the college, she does the purpose. You have the comes up with you should be type everything, even if it's not cards. So you must never kind of the day, remember the money when it's a shop up the day, remember how long, just like 5 days. The purchase you go on cards, she does a us. But the thing is, only 5 for something that intentional violation as price or intentional purpose at the time, something viable is our purchase that the cards she does a us. So I should become similar. So I understand now that's true for when it's sequence thing about each other. Yossi, Mashiach, Yudavon. How do I know that this halakha was concerned about these other parts to hold this other individuals as well? My God, because it says, the Nefesh Achos. The Nefesh Achos. Echad, the Nefesh Achos. The Echad Yoki, the Echad Yossi, the Echad Mashiach. Kuvan Bifral Nefesh Achos. That's it. So we'll say, so he's one of those in Russia. Nefesh Achos teaches you that the same halachas that we would have had in a fight, you will also apply to the Achos. That is singular personalities. Who are the singular personalities we're talking about? We're talking about the Yossi, it's former individual, the Yomotach from the Algo, the ultimate level. Subjects from the audio subjects, from the audio subjects. Something from non-democratic range, so much as no again. All of this begins with what? All of this begins with the shot of the and Elias. And Elias, Allah. So the Gemara says, so this works well if you accept that initial Tier Shabbat, right? Everything is called an initial Tier Shabbat. It's Saros. Government checks are what's it, but here's the problem. I'm there for something different. What does Allah teach us? So I'll say, that part you've done is but you've done this. That should be a trigger word. Right? So let's say, remember, one of the interesting things is actually doing sex bonus. Let's say what happens if you really married to multiple women and he dies. And maybe there's a correlation between those two facts. Right? So let's say, so ultimately, again, very well going, he dies. And now let's say again, it happens to be that let's say one of his people, he has a brother. Let's say it happens to be Reuben married his niece, which is what's a right? He marries his niece. So now what happens? So now the two wives all two Reuben from a shame for people. Reuben obviously shamed for evil with his brother. So what's that about? Once he came to evil with his brother, it concerns all of the ties, all of the co-wives from evil as well. But our brother will learn out that halacha from Allah. It's a one about Russia. So here's the issue. Now, all of this Allah is something else. If that's the case, then we can learn this concept that there is only based in liability or an infraction, and if unintentionally is currents and unintentionally ultimately is not the frequency that we have got, or we do that output. So the Gemara says, not the rule was the first my mind, the last thing that they should have been correct. As a result of the Torah Achos, Yavachem, Mo said the Shkadot, that Sheshet to us, the yards of the Yavach. So literally, the context that there is one Torah, and one commits that day that is important, and one who goes ahead and acts intentionally So also let's see here. Now this is Torah Achos, and this is talking about idolatry. Right? So the entire Torah is compared to Avodah Zarah. Now Avodah Zarah Shechayim on Torah Parsha Shekos Achos, just like Avodah Zarah, the night before it acts, the seer, the something that third connection means cards, third connection is Chagos after. So to again, other situations is not really as high level as more. Hayomer al Zohar Paris Ashigos of Chagos. Kepermo, Ashke Hayomer. That does it goes a lot of it. Nasi, Mashiach, Nasi Mashiach, Eva Otzal, Ben Shantzos, see my Shantzos, see what we know. Yomer Hayomer Dachro. Okay, so once we have it already valued, again, we can apply for all these other contexts as well. But Hadra Pushev maybe my argument. What does Rabbi do ultimately with the same Rabbi Shrug of Rabbi? Because once you're Rabbi Shrug, you can as well as a Rabbi Tasha. See, not the Rabbi inside Rabbi, who use Rabbi Shrug of Rabbi Tasha points of Rabbi. The fish you might see, Shakala Tabas is not Rabbi. So interesting that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's a distinction between the individual worships versus a larger group worship. What's the difference? Number one, Rabbi disciple more than public. Let's say that, so for example, comparing that us to the worship idolatry, what is it? You're killed by the sword and your property is destroyed. Like the property is destroyed, Gemara says you keep in the schema or more than public. In the region, worship idolatry, what's down the hall? Number one is killed the schema, and number two, don't touch property. Don't touch property, Gemara says you are called not fault for Kabbalah Soyer. You might have heard that your Kabbalah's are distinct as well. Kabbalah, Torah Achos, see what Rabbi goes ahead and uses the trust of even though Halacha L'Maisa, the punishments are for Rabbi versus the works of idolatry, but ultimately again, if they're covered as the same asking for Rabbi, so kill that no, so go to the next kasha. I love the local Lakatosa, even because the hospital makes no distinction. Half public predicate of distinction of us, I would have thought to make a distinction as well. So the Gemara says, finance, you are doing a Kabbalah distinction. What else would be thought instead of seer? So the Gemara says, nice time, you didn't bring a higher, they can't eat Siva or the shine, it's also the nice. Nice, the Gemara says, no, Siva already brings a higher for others. Obviously, it's only single in Adam of Zara, but that means that was always the degree. So how would it be if you bring a power that makes like all the fractions and see how all those Siva Katos be the other 2 days? Apart from all the Siva Katos, Siva Rabbi has got up to the rest. Ultimately, again, you learn to have see all the things for Avodah Zarah. Nice, see, not see the sharpness of the nice, because he already brings that by other fractions. So he goes to nice, see, the issue of the sheep, or is it not? The very Kabbalah, ultimately, again, for you, also it's just that I have see what nice, carry over, who see your Machakas. Things like this, the keyboard brings ultimately a very powerful all silver cartels. Hiding it nicely, maybe these institutions and just the opposite. A part of cartels, I still don't know. So if you don't talk about the best, because you can say it requires a distinction of the distinction of much more than also the Halacha L'Maisa again. Torah Achos says much more Torah Achos, the Maisi Torah Achos, see it. Much more what's it when it comes to Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, everyone brings the same puzzle. Everyone is fascinating. Everyone is bringing a seer for Avodah Zarah. Whether you are the Bezdin, the Melech, like the Kohen Gadol or nothing, everyone is bringing the same puzzle. Ultimately, therefore, the Bachelor of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Before you are looking at the CD, how many CD, but what's interesting enough, what everyone is agreeing on is that these people that we mentioned are by Avodah Zarah. My question, how do you go? We can't really show that they I'm going to use a person. If he insists to go fast, because it says ultimately again, if you don't make a mistake, if you decide to see, if you insist to go fast, if you go ahead and ultimately get children, right? To go a mistake, you'll make a mistake for no fast. That's always just like that. And so mitzvah, she's going to come this. So what is a mitzvah? What is a mitzvah where we need to right? But what is a mitzvah that is equivalent of the entire Torah? Hamyomer is a mitzvah, but we say that actually also makes sense because remember, Zara represents a fundamental negation of the relation to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The entire point of mitzvos is the creation of a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, by definition, it's saying that what is here that ultimately uproots the Torah of totality? It's Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, "Be Torah Amakra, Asher Dibra Hashem Al Moshe, Uksiv Asher Tziva Hashem Aleichem, Aleichem Biyat El Moshe." So it says, the Pasuk says, this is what Hashem spoke to Moshe, and it says, this is what Hashem commanded Biyat Moshe. This is the mitzvah, Shehi B'Dibur Shal HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's Tziva Aleichem Moshe. What's the example of a mitzvah that ultimately was stated by Hashem, but was also commanded to us by Moshe Rabbeinu? What's the mitzvah like that? Havi Zu Avodas Kohav. It's idolatry. It wasn't already there. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to say the first two devotes. Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Lo Yeh L'Chai L'Nachir, I'm Hashem your God, do not have any other gods. So on one hand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself told us the prohibition of idolatry, and yet it was reinforced multiple times by Moshe Rabbeinu. The Tanakh, Anochi Lo Yeh L'Chai and Piyat Gvura Shalom. And ultimately, the first two devotes were just as an aside. If you think about this in general, was like, why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of the day is so mounted on Avodah Zarah? Like, think about it this way. It's actually pretty profound. We only heard two things from God in this man, right? He said, mankind, man only heard God speak two things. What were the two things that man heard God speak? Right? I am Hashem your God, and do not have any other gods. That's everything that was brought by told us one proportion by idolatry. And the prohibition reinforced the most often in the Torah is don't worship idolatry. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? Does God be jealous? Like he's jealous, he doesn't want us to see other gods. He's anything just a simple curiosity. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu value most in this universe? What does the Ribono Shel Olam, right? It's almost like, what do you think? God loves everything, what does Hashem value most in this universe? Relationship. That's what he values. I want to point out, it's fascinating. It's not just even for Anachas with us. Because who else has a prohibition of idolatry? Who else has it? Hashem is a spirit of Allah. But what God says to humanity is what I value most, is a relationship with you. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. The mitzvahs and details that we have. These are the details to create and engender a relationship. And it's that's why I want to like. Because idolatry over and over. Because idolatry fractures the relationship. Idolatry distracts from the relationship. What I want most to think in this universe is relationship. And it wasn't circle needs this we become focused on details. The details are important. It's not the devil of the details. The good part is the details. I need to care about the details. We need the details. But it's about what the details suggest. The details get us relationship. And the details about the Yiddishkeit is you can be the most proficient for anything on the sheet. And then have no relationship. All the Yiddishkeit, all the Ella, I need to go do is all about reestablishing that relation. That's a huge part of it. Rises over Avodah Zarah over and over and over again because it's just a young spirit of us. All I want is a relationship with you. And all I want you to want is a relationship with me. Incredible. So the Bible is like that. The day of the Shema Tanakh, the Shema Tanakh, those old days, I know I should see that Hashem. I'm not going to say that. It's a mitzvah, Shinyan Rabbi Tfilah, which ultimately was the mitzvah that was in the beginning. Have you always heard this covered? Ultimately, again, the first mitzvah that Hashem said to us was idolatry. Was that the Haladah? As certain sisters out of the Gemara, we have to be told that there are 10 mitzvahs that were commanded us in Gemara, and one was before us. They're saved by them, shall be sure cause over that. And with the Kabar God, we should be I will say the initial question that we spoke about seems to hold a little bit better than this last structure that you made. Okay, what's the incredible? Definition of infinite Alasi, those sensation. So let's say interesting a lot of detail everywhere. One is actually takes us back a little bit to our Shavuos days. This is the name of the Sefer Shavuos. So let's say, so remember again, Yusuf says as follows, an interesting carve out. There is no liability, there's no liability we bring now maybe all the bones together. Har having the receiver, there's no like the Roman's movement was made regarding assays and most assays of the Mikdash. Now, one of the assays and most assays of the Mikdash. So, for example, if the base looking through and it said, those are these impressionistic tool. If you touch a shadow to that, it was another again. Interestingly enough, Torah and Para, so the Para is a Mikdash. And certain circumstances can be currents there in vocabulary. Actually, things like this criteria. Or localized books, so we take that same halachas that things on the very level, trusting regarding what we call Tumas Mikdash Mikdash, which means anything to do with Tumas Mikdash and Mikdash, there's no power. Even the process, right? If you have a lot of they could be Asham Talmud, a voice as a shit. Furthermore, you don't bring Asham Talmud regarding the Assyrian success in being with Torah in the Mikdash. However, I have a say about voice as a shit. But I'm not going to say that the Italian, ultimately again, a power for a single society. That's when it comes to the gun that's reasonable. And the deal Asham Talmud, I say about voice as a shit. It was a lot of nice to you, that's part for let's say, man has relations with his wife, and she was sucking fever, all the money in the Asham Talmud. And it's a mitzvah as a shit. What's an example of a mitzvah as say by the gun? Punish me, Hanida. She wasn't listening to that. However, it's a bunch of means that there is a separate from the soil. Some of these was a good fish. And now, one of the ones that you don't put in the shit, but you cultivate the integral function. The onset of prejudice, he also has to separate from mitzvahs, no mitzvahs. On top of that, principles, I say, we don't have much to do with the same thing. So we say, we don't know, so we see what the fighting part by Ma'ala. We nothing the Asham Talmud is not, though. So we say, we're going to ask the Shaya, from where ultimately, when do I know this? The Hamakah myself, Rashi says, should cover all the local tribes come up. I don't know that Hamakah myself. The only time that there is liability is when normally you have prohibition to carry the Chatas Kabbalah, or when it's about being never Ba'ashem. The Chatas, Ba'ashem Tabin, he says Ba'ashem, that there is liability both by Chatas and Ba'ashem Tabin. The never Ba'ashem, no big seaboard, not Ba'ashem, the Chatas Kabbalah, just like ultimately again, the Ba'ashem by Yachim is talking about a place where there's definitive Chatas liability. We must be Ashamo with Sibor, the Chatas Kabbalah. So to be Ashamo by Sibor is talking about a situation where there's what's called the Chatas Kabbalah. But Sibor, the Chatas Kabbalah, Asham Kabbalah Nami, and Ella Asafik Chatas Kabbalah. So we actually saw this going through the Sibor. And the Asham Kabbalah only comes about in a situation where for what's the definitive knowledge, it would be what we call the Chatas Kabbalah. We actually covered over the already. But that's it's ultimately again. Cover all the which is a variable carbon, which we'll discuss. Imar says, Hudson by Yasham Akas Going was a going Asham Yasham. The going Asham being Yasham. So what's the significance of the reason for that is because the Shah doesn't work because the one time math is similar. Imar says it's sorry, but my math to be enough. Why do you need to make that the Shah from exact words after the heart and the Mishnah? Shabbat point, the bar point, Zoom Shield, is what's one of the activities in the second Shabbat. This is talking about Saras Habbats. So that's your whole trying to complete the process ultimately at the end of when the coin checks initially when it comes back to check, and the exam check is based on the Shabbat point, the bar point. You know what? The words are dissimilar. So you can't make it clear Shabbat based on dissimilar words at all. Anything Ba'ashem to us over the Shkashah, the same. Who come Ba'ashem, or Rabbi says, right, don't Ba'ashem in Mitzvah Hashem, meaning Ba'ashem in Mitzvah Hashem. Whether you can make it to a Shabbat is a choice. To make it to a Shabbat, ultimately, in other words, versus the similar one, will always go ahead and go with the similar words. We have actually Ba'ashem, the Hitler, Ba'ashem, the Siyas Abon, Ba'ashem, the Siyas Abon. So make it to a Shabbat, Ba'ashem, the Siyas Abon, right? Why not go ahead and make it to a Shabbat? So I'm not going to start doing Ba'ashem, the Siyas Hashem, Hashem, not Siyas, make the Hashem is Hashem or Hashem knows us. So it's a lot of things, and that's what we have crazy thing about a lot of things. You got to learn how to do that. Shmiya Sol. Shmiya the B2 Hashem, the most interesting Hashem. Shalom Yamabahed. Hashem, Yisrael, Hashem, Hashem knows us. So I'm going to say, I love the myself, but essentially establishing the criteria why you're Shabbat between the context which have these phrases, Hashem, and Mitzvah Hashem, Hashem knows us. If you have those three, ultimately, again, three halachic creeds. But it's important to understand that ultimately, Shmiya Skol, Ito is Hashem, and Tumas Nikdash Nikadash, do not share those phrases, therefore we cannot make a big zero Shabbat. So I'm not going to say that I'm saying, so I don't know if you do that. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? No idea. But what's the takeaway? So this is why I mentioned this nature of flipping it. Remember, don't argue about the Mishnah. As the Mishnah said, it's exactly how all the right to finish trying to show us how the Mishnah arrived at its conclusion. I love one of myself, fascinated by that. So let's say, I'm going to just understand. Just remember, if you want to chazar these doctrines, the good news is just chazar the Mishnahs. Just have chazar the also. But again, the Mishnahs tell us everything you need to learn this last piece. Whereas up until now, we focused on this idea that in order for them to be liability, business and husband regarding something where intentional violation is a chatos, intentional violation is occurrence, unintentional violation is a chatos, there's a carve out. What's the carve out? The basic husbands regarding anything what we call Tumas Nikdash Nikadash. Remember the backtrack, what's Tumas Nikdash Nikadash? The husband alone is the either about something to do about Tumah of the Mikdash itself, or Tumah of the individual entering into the Mikdash. If they go ahead and make husband erroneously in one of those areas, there is no Ad Haram Davar in that seaboard. That applies to the David, and remember again, the Orthodox Rebbe is going to apply to David, is going to apply to the Kohen Gadol, and ultimately going to apply to our Nasi as well. What is that based on? It's based on the criteria that is in Shabbat of Mitzvah Hashem, Hashem not Yasena, and the Hashem. Ultimately, Tumas Nikdash Nikadash does not have that phraseology. Therefore, not good for the all right, so sorry for the dates. Have a great day, everyone. That's cool. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be good. Thank you once again. Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. We thank our annual commentaries on the first week of the to strong. Thank you all the sharing treasures this year at Swiss for the service that was on the stock. And the first one is saying, Monday, Elmo, Abu Ali, and the Tova, let it go for you. And yes, we shall miss a great usher to cross. Think of it so fast and selling in the homes. Zeros about Cuba. And all those departments will be entered in this month and the month. Shmuel Rubens, the English cover from Spada, I come like this month annually, then I cover at Yaakov Zippo and Raha. I've got 3 sponsors for today. Ali Myrowitz, wishing a happy birthday, a happy 22nd birthday to his wife, Sue. Okay, wonderful. May make sure that you hear that. Incredible. May you have continued good health and not less when your children and get. Beautiful, beautiful, amen. And say this in honor of birthday of Rothschild, the nation of the earth, of second father of Moshe, Ben Bashia, which is on this coming Friday, next session, all of the Yeshua Saganavia, the families in the Hamo, all those leaders who have been hopefully, and should bring home our hostages, Shalom and the car, allow all these soldiers to be successful with home, not saving people. I want to say, of course, it is important for us to step back into the years, September 11th, the anniversary of the worst terrorist attack on American soil in the history of this great country. Those of us who were alive, those of us who were here that day, those of us who remember that day, remember the mixed emotions, the fear, the uncertainty, and then the incredible moment when that came away to beautiful unity, beautiful acts, and a sense of shared mission and purpose to really bring light to a world that was filled with so much darkness. We saw the lift of humanity on September 11th, and then the response of Hashem to all the first responders through the breakthrough, the heroism, the incredible to go afterwards. We saw the brought us together. It caused the very to more activists to try to stand out even far away from people that we've heard before. And we didn't have to keep it back. So overwhelming then the yesterday September, and we see an act of political assassination. Whatever the source of our Charlie Kirk's assassination, horrific event of a few killings with affiliation that were these are things that kind of like really was the president. It's irrelevant. But the fact that an act like that about a bad act of cowardice could happen right on September 11th. It feels that unfortunately, as a country, as a nation, we're not going to internalize the lessons of how hate rips us apart, how hate tears us apart. There's going to be so much work that we have to do as a nation. You know, it's obviously a collective part each era to start, but we are privileged to be citizens of this great land, which has given us so much and afforded us so many rights and opportunities. And it's heartbreaking sometimes to see the chaos that feels like society has decided. Granted, if the actions of really just one person doesn't represent anything else. Sometimes when things occur in your home, it is reflective of what is happening. And when your children go to school and they act a certain way, you get a phone call from the teacher, little child will repeat, when they haven't said this word. So that's not going to really do their work from, but they act in a certain way, really do their work from. This happened in our home. This happened in our home. And as a result, it's going to give us to engage in this season of introspection, engage in tremendous national introspection, to understand what are we doing as a nation. When we after that September 11th, we saw the best of our people of this nation. We saw police officers, firefighters, running into collapsing buildings to save people they didn't want. No, we saw people digging through rubble for days and weeks afterwards, and affected our survivors. We felt tremendous unity afterwards. But that is the best. That was the best. The best part of the United States of America. And what we saw yesterday, whatever it is, whatever the narrative is, it's the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst. So we have to really, there's going to be a hashbara, tremendous hashbara, which was, that's September 11th, we hope that the Shamas of all those who perished in terror, the families in the trauma, those who suffered wrong, went to Russia to save these fellow Americans, the Shamas and Hashem Shalom, the families in the trauma. The trauma should have actually not only showered with providence of God, Israel, ancestral homeland, but it has Hashem, the believers of this country, light, moral clarity, strength, and wisdom to be able to get this nation back on the rails. Means Hashem be able to allow us to appreciate and discover all that is good about the United States of America, and Hashem continue to shower upon this great country and all of her citizens. I would say with that, let us begin this course today, Baruch Hashem. To begin the parak, really great parak. I know that many think that I was just talking about yesterday's daf. After yesterday's culture, but actually the symbol which is endless to Amico. So let's begin. Great daf. You see what we have the Mishnah Pesach days like we call him Mashiach. So I'll call him the Rabbi. He went ahead and said, and interesting enough, that afterwards he was not really removed from office. From office that he did anything bad. king is no longer a Kohen Gadol. So what's the clear about this case? You can even get there, and no longer a Kohen Gadol since remember again, we know the process already. This halakha, she that's nicer, erroneous ruling, the action based on that erroneous ruling, and now he brings a renewed sire. He brings a sire. So now, I'm sorry, so the Gemara says, what happens if, so, erroneous ruling, he sinned, but he didn't yet bring his carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. So what carbon does he bring? Does he bring the carbon of a Kohen Gadol, or does he bring the carbon ultimately of a carbon of man? If he doesn't show up, I got all of them also. So he can't go to any sins, but he's still like, how I'm going to share that's my sir, erroneous ruling, unintentional action, or accidental action, erroneous ruling. Still be kidding. What's that about? Coin Mashiach may be hard. I must see making sugar. So it's all that is in both of these cases, these individuals bring the same carbon of that they would have thought I was living in an office. Since the sin, the ultimate here, what it sounds like it's happening over here is that the sin and the issue of the sin occurred. You have an office, therefore the carbon that is brought is the carbon that you brought in office, even if they are no longer in office. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Mashiach Shalom Mashiachasal, the Achakach Chata, but the Nasi Shalom Mashiachasal, the Achakach Chata. So this is very interesting. Second case, each one is where the Kohen Gadol, had the king sinned after they left office. In other words, same type of sin, which is Hadot Never Shinas Maisa, so an erroneous ruling, and then ultimately action based on that. And now we go ahead and we sin. But again, the Kohen Gadol does it when he's no longer the Kohen Gadol. King does it when he's no longer the king. So after he left office, what's the halacha? Kohen Mashiach may be tired, but I must see the head. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same carbon as the was Kohen Gadol, but the king does not. So apparently, again, once a Kohen Gadol, so maybe to just say it a little bit differently, the Kohen Gadol is something most halakha to be treated as a Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer the function. Whereas the king is treated as king when he is actually the acting father. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. So there's this question, which no matter actually for some type of wood, maybe. So now the Gemara says, the Mishnah seems a bit in terms of why. Because if at the end of the day, you're telling me that I love for myself, that even after the Gadol left office, and he sins, he still brings the same carbon as if he was in office. Then the Gemara says, then do I need the keys? Do I need the keys from where he's sitting in office, bringing the carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol, then it brings the same carbon? Of course, that's not. Some results say, if you're telling me that even when she's no longer Kohen Gadol, he's seeing as he brings the fire, then of course, if he sees not Kohen Gadol, but doesn't get around to bring the carbon for after he's Kohen Gadol, of course he brings the same fire. But it says, you're right. You should be Kohen Gadol in Nasi, but you're not going to have anything on that. You should be Kohen Gadol in Nasi. Rabbi is also the Achakach the head of Nasi. Ahapi Kohen Gadol Mashiach. So I say, you're right. You might just try to do it. You might just says, you should just try to preserve symmetry. Since the Mishnah spoke about the case, ultimately a man of a retired king, right? The king is no longer the king, who sinned. And then it will say at that point he's treated just as a commoner. Therefore, the Gemara Mishnah just brought up the parallel case of a Kohen who sinned and he's no longer Kohen Gadol, and to tell us that even if the Achakach of our may be tied. Right? And I mean, you didn't need to say, but they provide the mistakes, which they ultimately again, ultimately must have even noticed that so there was two cases in Mishnah. Case number one, the king and Kohen Gadol sin, the father and king and Kohen Gadol, they don't get around to bringing the carbon from out of office. Everyone agrees what's halacha. They bring the same carbon as if they were in office. Right? So the Kohen Gadol will bring his power, and the king will bring the Messiah. Case two, Kohen Gadol and king sin after when they retire. Out of office. So what's the halacha? Kohen brings the same carbon as he was. And ultimately, they king is not king brings the carbon of Congress. I asked even from within books that a Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer in office, essentially still has the status of Kohen Gadol, and said, he will go ahead and bring a carbon for his kid. Maybe not also in shop teaches us that when it brings his atonement, he brings it same as it was as it did because it in the past, which is interesting. So you want to actually do that he always retains some element of his status. Because I would have thought, maybe because she less myself, maybe Fantasy Shabbat, and that's very interesting enough. You know, in over here, a couple of interesting color formats. I would have thought about it. I'm not seeing because she less myself, so now what does that mean? I'm not suggesting. I'm not seeing doesn't have a brother, he just thinks she less myself. This is what I told you yesterday. So I'm not seeing doesn't mean you're moving speaking. You don't know that, right? Good. That's another one is for it. She just needs to act and go action. So I said, I'm not saying that's myself. Anything maybe can't possibly job. Yet, Uncle myself, once the US moved from office, he no longer brings his unique Nazi partner. I would have thought Mashiach. Shouldn't she that's myself? I would love him, that's myself. But culturally, but certainly according to Mashiach, requires both Helam Davar and Shiddah that's myself. Should not bring the carpet of the Kohen Gadol once he's ready. I go to the office. I'm the woman. Think about Chagasom. Therefore, the pasuk says, "Think about Chagasom." Shouldn't be out Chagasom Shabbat. No, he goes in and brings the same carpet as if he was in the office. The nice man lost the cover cover. Why don't you flip the cover cover? We're not going to the cover cover. What's the cover cover? Shouldn't be the shoe. That's myself. Maybe Chagasom Shabbat. So the point of Shiach. It doesn't just bring the sheep as myself. It's not just an accidental act that's necessary provided by the it has to have a cover. I'm mistaken ruler. And yet, I'm not on this side. He brings his carbon even when he left office. Nothing should be us. The shame that's myself. I'm not saying he does bring this same offering, even though it's just an accidental act. Ain't no name. Shem maybe us on the Shabbat. He certainly should bring his carbon even after he left office. I would love our Asher Nasi that I will come back also in instruction again. When the Torah speaks about unique liability, the singular of the Nasi, with phrases it is the Nasi Nasi. The Gemara says Kishu Nasi, Kishu had yod today. It's only by the for his unique partner when he is the king, but if he's no longer the king, ultimately again that there is no liability. So it says the bottom line, I'm not for myself. We look in the birch, two important pieces of information, two which are four. Number one, if a party doesn't find it can be seen when they are covered on like him, even if they don't get around to bringing the cover until they have left office, they bring the same cover as if they were in office. So therefore, again, the conduct of being his power is state they don't see the thing bring his startup. What happens if they don't see the after they left office? So here's where their paths diverge. I'm not playing Gadol will still play the same cover of the conduct. Modifications that come to the Al so you offer up the same offering as you have done in the past, but I don't even actually left office. If again, Shalom Davar, Shili, that's myself, he brings his part, but the king, once the king has office, he no longer brings the Maya's offering, but rather again, he sins, he will bring the same carbon as the incredible Mishnah. That is the first case. What happens if Kohen Gadol and king sin before they were appointed to their office, never brought their carbon, and now were appointed to office? So what do they do now? So in the Katu Akshalonius mode, if they sinned before they were appointed, the Achar Katu mode, and of course they were appointed to their respective positions, are they able to get those? They treat like calendars. In other words, since the sin occurred, where they were quote unquote regular people, if all that provides that provided liability is that of a regular person. Shimon says it depends. If you don't ever have actual discernment, Kayama. So Shimon makes this dependent on the awareness. If they realize their transgression before they were appointed, ultimately again, then they're tied to bring a cover. Misha is smarter. This is very interesting. If they only realize their transgression. Once they were appointed to their respective offices, they're interestingly enough, to the contrary. The Shim's also remember again, the Shim's logic is like this. And essentially, if they remember before they were appointed to office, they did the same awareness and variability. If awareness when you take one year Kohen Gadol and Melech, so by definition they're in a different state than Kohen Gadol and Melech cannot bring the carbonos of a head of a regular person. This is what I said. So most of the Rashi, one Rashi says, it's the first short line in Rashi, Shimon Omer, and no Gashlo Tzvano Hayavim, so Shimon cut out the Tia line, which means it's in order for there to be viability, it has to be both the sin and the awareness. Like in the Hadith of the Rothschild, so Shimon's like this: if there's sin and awareness, when they become clear and quite God, great, they bring the covenant of a covenant. If Havok Rometzer after is sin, but awareness only comes after the Kohen Gadol and King, no covenant. Ezehu Nasi, okay, who is this Nasi? This Nasi, the Gemara says, Zeh Yalach. Seems to be using this term out there a long time. After Shem defines it for first the King, Shememar, and Kol Mitzvos Hashem Elokav. There's a concept talking about it. One of the others, one of the mitzvos of Hashem is God. What do we got from this? She'in al Dabav Ela Hashem Elokav. We're talking about someone who is answered to no one other than God. Right? Someone who only has God above. What is that? That's the key. Incredible. What's that say? From where do you go this? So the fact that the was quoted the first Mishnah, which has to do with the sin committed before the important thought. So I don't know, it's not about it. In my coin, it comes to Shia Yachta, the Hashmasa. So it's like, once it says that the coin was Shia, the sin thought, the cosmos. So what does this come to this thing? So I don't know, whether is there viability, unique viability for, let's say, the Kohen Gadol for his part, when he sinned as Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned before, then by definition it's Pater. Now, whether that means Pater in entirety, right? Or ultimately, again, just Pater from the unique Kohen Gadol's cover. So that's why the discussion of the Mishnah. So that's not no people. So a couple of them in mind, also should be as myself, and you need the Alakomos. Other types, so ultimately, again, just like he doesn't care. Brings even just the accidental act without having a brother. Ultimately, does not cover for sins committed before he's appointed to as well. She actually needed the other halakha and say, eventually, not halakha. She's going to get the Koyodol. As well as she does so she got bringing carbon for Avenos committed before his ascent, before his appointment. So he says, no, then other than us, and check it, Katos and Shabbat. There's the difference. Us, the ultimate day, does not go ahead and bring the problems out of office. Tom, the Shemekh, Katos and Shabbat. You get when one does bring the same unique offering, even once he's no longer in office. The Gemara says, ultimately, Katos and Shabbat. Rabbi Alakokos, so I'm going to put the same way. Like when Puzzle brings the same offering, even once he must perhaps if you even have to bring a carbide. For an appeal to the level, the pasuk says, "The one who calling will sin." Not like Kishua maybe Kishua Yosef. Some of comments would have actually no. The only difference is you need carbide when he sinned at the coin level. If he sinned as a regular individual, Allah he does not bring his unique carbide. Tanya Ibrahim Gabi Nasi. The most first white boy. When you see the same thing by the Nasi as well, Kiagavno, Hashem Nasi Yachta. All that if the Nasi will sin. He must the most comes through and I will not done before he becomes the king. Follow him, it's kind of over but she actually in Katas Mishavar, and it may be Alakomos. So Kondoto, and again, even brings his carbon once he left office. And yet does not bring a carbon for Avenos committed essentially to office. Thus, if I thought so, but if the Shayami Alakomos, then of course again, ultimately does not bring them out to offering this as left office, certainly should not bring a carbon Avenos committed before the same throne. But I say, well, she actually can eat it. Yet, ultimately again, if the Mashiach is another, it doesn't only bring for Shogeg, that means hell of another also. Somebody does, he should maybe be Shkada, the Mashiach does myself, he had the king, because he had came over and over the sheep as I said, I don't know. All the little sheep as I saw, young alcohols. So one thing only to show the perhaps you should also have to bring before I think those committed before the assembly of God. I don't know about Asher Yossi Yachta. Therefore, the Pasuk says, if the king will see Shechata, Bahari will see the Lo Shechata, but he's great, not liable to see while he's cooking. They're not liable to see while he was a commoner and then the king. You get it? So that was like, you might just reinforce exactly what he was saying before. The Amakar said, and he covered for the king and for the Konrato, all brought if he seen it when in office. But if they sin before they were in office, he's known the viability for them. Instead, the regular Kavanos are the head of just a common. So that was actually not so often. Let's say this is very interesting for us. Now, we can get into actually not the process. So we're kind of about in point ones. Lifeline in editing that. I share it not so often. I will say, let's do this. But one of the consequences, I share this often. I share it. I share this. Can you when the Nasi will say, so the Gemara says, Zira. So this is like a decree. Something to give us a Gemara will say that the Nasi is certainly going to say, however, in Koya Mashiach, Yachta, Mal Hayom, Mashiach, the Akan Mashiach. So they know what's a different because just like this is Hebrew Mashiach. So I share the name that the Koya that became is definitely going to say, rather it means if. Just like it says by the Mashiach, our Lord, Yahweh Tzvika, the same of the gift of sea. So the mercy also was the Hammer. The Hammer is when it says, Asher, Nasi Yachda, and the concept of me that the Torah is telling us that one of us Hammer, that gets a zero of the 12 teams. And it's like that the king is going to see. How do you see such a thing like this? Which the Gemara says, Hammer 8, Asher from the sin, that I Sati, Negat Saras, as so what's in that also? Because I think things will definitely occur. For example, Hashem says, you're going to go ahead and experience Saras in your homes when you come prepared to sell. So that you will have, Hashem was foretelling that should be going to a body having the Yehuda. So towards the end of the say yes, and then it will be you will have to. So coming to Torah, the connectivity hotel, you make it actually says that they can sit there and make sign out that Shakasi and Pastor Shakasi is how about the Chicago? How can I be serious? No talks even going on much after. So there was some critical dots hotel negative things. To which they went to the machine says, 5 3 bolts. So they instead of machine uses that puzzle to teach me something different. The machine says that a Sati Mega Saras ultimately is the ultimate of Saras, for which it includes the opposite of Saras the Saras which is placed on its own. But Saras which ultimately again occurs because of other forces, and actually plays out of what other forces come up with that shape. Interesting, it says Pagnados is shaped, only good I believe the three guys shaped. So again the shape works on the house, that could also cause whatever this means, that could also cause Saras, but that type of Saras ultimately is not Halachic Saras that we discussed. I've already got the Surah, how can I be able to see it? So I was like the same way that let's point out the negative events of Saras Hagat, these are so something maybe Hashem is Hashem telling us that our rulers, our kings will sin, which the Bible says they'll come to sin in. Then therefore the Torah establishes this distinction between the concept of the king and the concept of the Kohen Gadol, teaching us that why the Halakha writes in the same way it says, do not Kohen Mashiach. If the Kohen Gadol will say, so too they are shared by the mercies. They're telling us that the king is going to definitively sin, rather than when it is if the king sins. The rest of it obviously will have to figure out if that's the case that Asher is if, so they don't say Asher, just say what? Just say him. Why using the word Asher? So we'll get to that. Or maybe sure, we do also know the time that's where it's taken from the judge, but we should make exception that Saras that comes will call it as a result of the whole external circumstance that doesn't create too much Saras. But kind of other key You know, I do look at it, so most of it's very interesting. But if it speaks about Saras, it's other people, other stuff. Most of the halacha is the only thing that Saras can come in is to take this from the it's going forward. You imagine for a moment, like if there was a really good motion, was halacha some Saras, okay? And somebody had a Saras usually on your skin, and almost really good because on Thursday, and somebody had on the skin on a Wednesday. So now they're not looking for us like, oh my gosh, what's usually going to have a nice skin Saras? Now look at it is, Saras is only considered to be Saras for the time that the skin is going forward. So you might says, by the way, just my Sullivan's come home and something is off, they're going to get it right. So again, there was too much salt, and it was too much to go. Not salt that I even there, but just like again, the person was going to come in with salt. It's going to be going forward after you go. He's looking at Saras, it's only from the Victorian ultimately because it's going forward. Two stores of that low in our in coming for always. All regular function. Other dollars is conviction. But yet, it must have a big difference. So, it's not a high bonus. What does this mean? So, let's say, again, she was nothing but outside. If this mission that the service experience is clear about the cause some kind of mistake in circumstance, for example, something, or he wasn't feeling or so other external circumstance that caused it, he's not talking. He's not doing it by working. Whatever the cause inside us, ultimately again, so that's the other person just keep it like that contradiction. But just before we said, we should have said that if Saras occurred because of a result of harmful components, like shooting, that's not the comment. He was saying it is the comment. On the media, we have people that are ultimately the process of the media, the one last from the Rabbi says, but when you close ultimately when this comes to its food, you do close. If she have all my partner again shut close the coffee to shape it, or again a Papa says it comes to its food, as a result of the source. I was in my life to tell about it. I should not see after. So I say Sabah a lot is but Nasi Rose but the Koda. So what is this coming to its food? Ultimately again this comes to its food, and once is a Koda. And once is that the sense is like this. So it says if the king will sin, depends on the king of Kaiba. That would be what I said. Okay, exclude if the king is sick. So I don't say you should be 140 if create and see yourself. So the king gets sick is not the king anymore. What are you talking about? Once I'm going to read about how a partner notion is style. This is very interesting. It comes to exclude a king who got salas. But I said, because what happens to a king who got salas? Essentially, he's forced to have to keep the throne. Shenema Vayinoga Hashem Esayalas also said by King Uzziel. King Uzziel was speaking with Saras, Vayinosora Adomoso, was of the Torah that he got, Vayishim, the base of Choshes. He said in the literally base of Choshes means what? The house of freedom. The no son of Ben Hamada Habayis, and ultimately the son, no son, took over the military responsibilities. We become a base of Choshes. Listen, what does this mean that he sat in the house of freedom? Or beforehand, Evan was a slave beforehand. So it says, before we get to that, because this is going to be a tremendously beautiful piece. Before we get to this, where the seal because the halach for rest of the king who has Saras did not practice as the mother. He was removed from office. But you have to have things real. Also, what's the shot? Makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, remember, Saras comes about because something is in this, there's something growth. So, the leader has the biggest obligation from the example. You now will say, obviously, it's saying itself all second, but you see the leader has flaws, of course. Every single person has flaws. But we know that there's a difference between the flaws that I possess internally versus the flaws that everyone sees and knows about. So, therefore, if you want to tell us something amazing to be a leader, again, one doesn't have to be perfect, but at least try to touch at least on sight what has so that you to become better. So the kings of clicking with Saras, which obviously are going to be very visible display of their shortcomings, such a person can never be incredible. Also, by the way, sometimes it doesn't do that. Sometimes it attitude. Parents feel like a little bit of a big when they ask things of their kids, but they themselves are not. Okay? say something. Most of parenting is about being a hypocrite. Yeah, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? They will say, of course, we all want better things for our children than we want for ourselves. And that's how I've voted. Even if I'm not great in a certain area, I want to propel my child towards that. Now, the difference is, if it's clear and visible that I'm not doing the things that I'm asking my kids to do, I'm saying to my child, at some point, they have to know she has to do this, but I'm not going. I'm not critical. It's not going to work. A lot of times, I know that I have certain inconsistencies. Just because those inconsistencies lead me, as long as everything is how I'm working on it, it's not hypocritical to ask my child to be better. That's called parenting. That's called parenting. You see that, right? The kid has many imperfections. There's many imperfections. But what Mike said, as long as you're internal and no one else knows about it, you could be it because if he's a growing individual, he can put others growing individuals. But the moment ultimately, again, if that is false on the public then he's compromised his ability to inspire and to sing so like that. If you have inconsistencies internally, great. As long as you're working on them, you can still encourage and push and even demand of your children to excel in those areas in which you are publicly deficient. I can't ask my kids to do more than what I'm doing properly. That's incredible. So the mom goes like this. They're not saying now, get anything this. So the Gemara says, why does it say that he's no? Because really for the Zachoshes. But what does it mean that he was living in the house of freedom? What does that mean? They all say this is a great story. So until now, what he was a slave, he was in. Well, so you're from his children, and you're from Yeshua. How the Azu is sleeping. So that's it. This is such an incredible story. I am on Yud Amadale, 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. So Rabbi Yeshua was on a boat. But how did he jump up here? And ultimately, again, he went up to the wheel. They went up to the wheel. So he was mother in the wheel. How did he done? Rabbi Yeshua had a people of sofa. The wheel brought bread on the boat. And Rabbi Yeshua brought bread and flour. Bread. So the man says, Shalom be given to the wheel. What happened? The boat, we're going to see the journey took longer than expected. The wheel finished up his bread. So what happened? Someone absolutely Rabbi Yeshua, about Rabbi Yeshua brought flour with him. So they were opened up on the microwave and were able to sustain the fire of the flour. I'm a man. We have not at the other end of the human could hide the also silver. So when you're sure, how did you obviously you had a feeling that the boat ride, the boat ride in journey was going to be delayed. So you brought flour. How did you know that the trip was going to be delayed that you brought flour? What is available on the way? And your response is saying, Kolchak after Machine Shana, Ola Umase Sasina. Vanaki Shemiyala Yasel Summer. This is incredible. Yeshua said, I know once every 7 years there's a star that appears, and when that star appears, all the saviors get confused and they end up going off track. And Yeshua says, I don't know where we are in that 7-year trajectory. I thought maybe it might happen to us while we're on the boat. So I figured I would prepare. Also such a quality element. So he said to all of this is so wise, and yet they're on a boat. And was there with it. So it actually plays out over here that boat travel. It's dangerous. A lot of people do it, I can do it. But why not some? So this here shows something like your intelligence. Why do it? You should be able to make a Pinosa on dry land. Like you should make a Pinosa ultimately great you want. Why are you traveling by boat? Those is incredible. I'm going to show you. He said, actually, I got Tama alive. Before you wonder about me, why I have to be able to make a Pinosa, incredible. Tama actually Tamudim, Shlish Nachabi Abasha, Felomio. You should only have looked more about 2 of your students who are back on there. It's one of the Lozer, Rabbi Abazar Hasma, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Gudjula. All of these 2 great job on the sheet. Building the Shire Kamativos Ish by maybe, and then maybe had even a number of drops of water that you put in the ocean. Obviously, a big hydrocarbon, but representing the vastness of your knowledge. The aim of my hand has level below begging. They don't have bread. They don't have bread to eat. They don't have clothing to wear. So when they show you stuff, they'll be a little bit of a muscle. The point with that means, wondering why I'm so smart, why am I on the boat making a finance? Like, at least I have a finance up. But you have 2 excellent Talmudim absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So you know, does the fact that the also just before we go on the story, was you come out of Yeshua, is you see one of the keys to success company is planning, contingency planning. You obviously can't plan for every single contingency. And look, if you try to produce, you usually end up accomplishing absolutely nothing. Because you don't have the contingencies. Successful living does require this mission. Because the other says, Hazel is wise, Allah as him no. What you see sometimes we live by the seat of our pants. I will say generally, it doesn't work out. You get a couple of wins here and there, but you don't really have people that you like that fully even comprehensive them. If you try to ask yourself, what do I need to get there? So quite literally, Rabbi Rothschild is trying to move himself from point A to point B. He got on a boat at point A, he wanted to get up from point B. What do I need to do? So one simple answer, plan. Plan. What's your strategy? What's your vision? How are you getting yourself? Rabbi Rothschild's case was there's that star, there's an old chance that's going to appear time by boat ride. I'm going to fight for it a little more fire. That when you plan, not only do you enable success for yourself, but sometimes you even do so for others as well. Incredible. And everything. Now, he appears about these two guests that you come to. So what does he do? So he also the fact of what she so that what there is okay, they give them positions in the community. Those positions that need to come with salary. These for Baruch Hashem, I also said, you know what happened? Inshallah, when we're going to keep that shop. This is fascinating. You can really summon that, right? You summon the Rosh Hashanah, and then the Yochanan made that close with it. Summon that, they did not appear. They did not appear to the real. So pushes into this. Gentlemen of all, Chaza, Inshallah, he sent for them again, and he appeared. So I said, I understood. Why weren't they appearing? On the other hand, can you do an iPad? Shesrora, I mean, let's see what I understand why he didn't appear. He didn't appear out of humility. Why? Because you think I'm giving you such cover. I'm appointing to the real positions of leadership comes with so much cover. So I'm not giving you cover. Avitos, I need no single cover. The positions of political leadership are not covered. It's servitude. It's a servitude. I'm not giving you glory. I'm giving you servitude. The leader is a servant to the people. Shneemar. Vaydabu Elav Lemar. Vaydabu Elav Lemar. And Hayim Tzvah and the Am Hazeh. So ultimately, this passage very beautifully is by Yochanan. Yochanan was the son of Shlomo HaMelech. When he became king, he was young. He wasn't sure what his style of leadership should be. So actually, just it's a fascinating story of some advisors. He had seasoned advisors of his father, of Shlomo, and he had his friends who he appointed to cabinet positions. His friends told him, rule with an iron hand. Come out of the gate, show the people who's boss, right? Flex your muscles. His father's seasoned advisor said, be humble and show the people that you're their servants. Show the people that you are there to serve them. And if they see you as someone who's dedicated to their success, that's how you will be successful. So it's just coming full circle. That's why the Pasuk says, after you know got salas, the Pasuk says he was placed with the Beis HaKoshes in the house of freedom. Or with the house of freedom, because as king, he was a slave to the people. He didn't have an ultimate day when he was moved from monarchy. That's ultimately a day when he was free. But the Gamia wants to give these two guys a position of prominence. They refuse because they think like they're getting humble. They rather want to come in the sense. It's not how it's quite that. Positions of leadership within Islam is so ultimately one day only obvious. But also what the leader has to remember is that it's a privilege to serve. It's a privilege to serve. Remember ahead, what does the other say when he doesn't want to go, when he doesn't want to go when he comes master? A happiness I believe as the street as the rival and some clubs. There's a beauty in the service. There's a beauty in the service. Because when the leader knows that he has to go to the purpose of God's snow, all of the difficulty and all of the events and all of the pain and all of the exertion and all of the stuff that comes with servitude, at the end of the day, you get servants to God still any exclusibility. There is no goes back there. So it's go back to the was a terrible demand. Asher Nasiachta. So many of us in the before. We try to use this phrase much like Asher. So initially we thought Asher means when the Nasi will sit. Which sounds like the Torah is saying definitively that the king will sit. Which the Gemara already kind of bypassed that saying it can't mean that. That's exactly what I was going to say. So the Gemara said, no, Asher means the same thing as in. And we both understand if that's really what it is over there. So it's this beautiful Gemara. Asher Nasiachta. We'll say, those 10 do like that. Or you already up on that guy. Ashrei Hagar, Shanasi Shalom, maybe cover Asher. Wow. It's going to be the generation whose leader brings a sin offering for his Akedah. Isn't that incredible? Because we be the generation whose king sins, whose leader sins, and Nasi Shalom may be covered. So, Atamomar, Malvayo, Nashirasa may be covered. And so, Atamomar, Malvayo. Don't say why. Because I say if the king is willing to make this false and ultimately again bring carbon, which is a very popular thing. But Allah has come with the power that will inspire the common man to do the same thing as well. And if Allah might say again, the king is willing to bring for his shogun, Allah has come with the power that will be willing to make for his music and for his also. It's incredible. Shiva Oliver essentially inspires children and followers. So the king, that's why it says, interesting enough, to don't have that. In the words, Asher is really from Rothschild art. Ashrei. Praise worthy. Praise worthy is the generation who has a leader who sins. I will say, has a leader who sins and does shuvah. And it's not a leader who sins, has a leader who sins and does shuvah. Because the generation has a leader, first of all, who's humble, acknowledges sins, who's humble enough to do shuvah. You are the inspired that same level of humility and shuvah ultimately again in his followers as well. I will say it's so beautiful at this point that the Amshir of Rabbi, this is given for this. The Amshir of Rabbi says that he will chant this. Ashur Hagar, Shaynasi Shalom, the Kanshah blessings of the Amshir of Rabbi said, praiseworthy is the generation that has a leader who sings. Means what? I will say, when we make this and it's something that makes our teachers, we become much more understanding and forgiving the mistakes of others. Before I can look at our video, so again, I can't understand this. I can't understand that people do certain things. And the moment I can look at our video, the moment that I recognize the fragility of humanity, and I become so much more understanding of other people. One of the most important components of leadership is to not be judgmental of your constituents. Is to accept the shortcomings and flaws of people. You can't accept the shortcomings and flaws of people. Every single thing that's accepted, you always feel on the outside. You can't be. The leader has to be able to see the good leaders flaw with all of their attributes, with all their shortcomings. What kind of leader is able to see the good in people despite their shortcomings? A leader who sees as well. Someone who recognizes his own humanity, someone who sees his own flaws, is able to be so much more understanding and accepting of the flaws of others. And a leader like that will be effective in leading this flock. Again, moving them forward. Ashrei Hagar, shares the short term 2 lessons. So number 1, that the leader is about the same, and the leader who says, thereby recognizing his own fragility, will be so much more accepting of the shortcomings of others. Incredible. Let's get the Rabbi. וגם אם זה כאשר ליעתו, ומזון צריך לסת, ובאץ אשר חטא מן החומש, ששמי, as well as good leadership. What we have, you have to open up a Pandora box. How so? Because the word that means that Asher means Asher. Asher in Yossi Yachto, if the leader will sin, Asher Hagar, friendship is leader sin. So now, what that? Every time the Torah says the word Asher means Ashrei. Praiseworthy. Well, now we have big problems. Why? Listen to this. There is Asher Chata Min HaKodesh Yishalem. And if someone will go ahead and sin regarding the Kodesh, so that's good. That's a good thing. Asher Shkoyach. Shkoyach, if you see regarding the sin, that's bad. By Rabbi Benedek, it's sin. Asher Chata, Asher because it's like your own God, sin that caused out the sin. So again, Ashrei is that praiseworthy? How can I need the Ashrei? The Ashrei Hagoyim, Shayach and Shayach and Yuva. It's super much more different, as I say. Again, obviously, again, the way the possibly written by us, by Nelson, obviously, that's a different version of the systematic sin. This is so beautiful. Yish Havel Asher Yasa Allah. So listen to this. The Pasuk says, yeah, Pasuk inquire us. Yish Havel Asher Yasa Allah. Just listen to the Pasuk inside. Not just for the Pasuk. It's Yish Havel Allah. There's a Havel. What's Havel mean? What's Havel mean? Like a nothingness or emptiness. It's a Havel. It's an emptiness or nothingness. That occurs in a fleetingness. That's the better word. That occurs in this world. Why? Yish Sadikim. Asher Magia Alei Kimasa L'Shaim. There are some Sadikim who have the experiences of Shaim. Yish Shaim Shemagia Alei Kimasa Sadikim. And there are some Shaim. Ultimately, again, we find themselves in the plight of the Sadikim. Among Shadam is the head of. So Shana is supposed to be like everything in the back, or just behind in the back. But there are Sadikim who lives of the Shaim. And there are Shem provides that Sadikim. So what is this? What does it mean? Yes, this Gemara crazy. The Gemara says as follows: Hashem Tzadikim. So listen to this verse. Hashem Tzadikim. She'agia Alem K'may Tzadei Hashem She'olam Ha'par Ha'olam Ha'zeh. It's where we ultimately again are the Tzadikim. Gemara says this way. Who ultimately again, I'll just say it a different way. Who live a life, who have the lives of their Hashem or have the Olam Ha'par Ha'olam Ha'zeh. Essentially, that is what the other Tzadikim who have. So what happens to a Rosh? The assumption is a Rasha will have a good Olam Hazeh and a detrimental or a suffering Olam Hazeh. Because every person has mitzvahs, and if a Rasha ultimately again has whatever he needs reward for against and from and the world to come, he knows that he suffers. So the Muslim see like this. And Sabbath ultimately again suffers in an Olam Hazeh. Like the Rasha's Olam Haba, praiseworthy to him. So praiseworthy ultimately again to the Tzaddik who suffers in this world, like the Rishai will suffer in the world to come. I have a Rishai, woe to the wicked, Shemagian, K'may Tzadikim, She'olam Haba Olam Hazeh. Right? Ultimately, unfortunately, woe to the wicked, ultimately again, you have the plight of the Tzadikim in Olam Haba in this world. Or in other words, a woe to the wicked who enjoy this world, like you have the joy of the Sabbath's world to come in this world, because ultimately, again, it foreshadows that it's going to be suffering a lot in the world to come. So it's like this scenario, pretty interesting. So this is really fascinating because I'm not going to just say that Tzaddikim suffer in this world. And praiseworthy to Ashrei Tzaddikim. Praiseworthy to the Tzaddikim who suffer in this world, just like the Rishayim are going to suffer in the world to come. Okay, so that's the parable. Hold on. I think Tzaddikim are future album study level. What's wrong with the Tzaddik having a good life in both worlds? Rabbi says, why? In other words, why does it have to be that the Tzaddik suffers in this world? In other words, why? Is it so bad if the Tzaddik has a good life in this world and the next? Why does it have to be that by definition the plight of the Tzaddik is suffering? I'm going to switch to this. So ultimately again, praiseworthy friends at the beginning, ultimately listen to this. We have a life in Olam Haba, like the Rishayim have in Olam Hazeh. The assumption that Rishayim enjoy Olam Hazeh. So the time for the Hashem Olam Haba, just like the Rishayim have in this world. But again, it doesn't have to mean that you will suffer. Right? The same thing you might have like this world as well. Are you have a Rishayim? Woe ultimately to the Rishayim, Shemagia, K'may Tzadikim, She'olam Hazeh, Ba'olam Hazeh. Woe to the Rishayim, ultimately again, who suffer in this world, sometimes like Tzadikim suffer in this world. Because again, if the Rasha suffers in this world, that means ultimately again, he's getting punished ultimately in this world and in the next world. So it's like a really incredible, there's so much theology to unpack in this Murray in general about this distinction ultimately again between the Nakamara Histam and Rabbi. Ultimately, again, really the focus is in the light of the tzaddik in this world. So the first approach almost understands that part of the life of the tzaddik in this world is privation and suffering. Whereas Rabbi says, why? Why? Who says that the tzaddik can't have a beautiful life in this world and in Olam Haba? We cannot be mutually exclusive. Incredible. Let's go back to what the Torah said. So it says as follows. So Rabbi said, are you well versed in this chapter? And then he said, yes, Father Hashem only accepts. Is Arisa put on? He said, you have a little bit of money, you have a parasa, you're comfortable. I'm remain in. He said, yeah, I'm super comfortable. He's sadly catching at the Arab. Real estate, right? They go ahead, any other piece of land, and 1% of the piece of land supports us. So what's the he's asking him. So Papa's asking his two about it. Sorry. But Papa is asking his two about it. Papa, are you learning? Are you good? You're learning? You learning the sectors? Yes. Do you have money? You're comfortable? Yes. Do you say, Kari Alayu, I train you with that video, Shemagia Land, Jemaisa, the Shem, Ba'olam Hazeh. Sorry, Jemaisa, the Shem, Ba'olam Hazeh, Ba'olam Hazeh. Please, you have the lives of the shut in this world, in this world. In other words, what Rabbi was saying was, it doesn't just have to be the shut who are successful in Olam Hazeh. The Tzaddikim can also share in the bounty of this world as well. Praiseworthy are the Tzaddikim who have the same type of Olam Hazeh of the Rishayim. Just like the Rishayim are materially successful, Tzaddikim should be materially successful as well. So it says, go to the right. First one, right? Almost actually, we'll stop over for today. Pick up with this today. Did I not tell you what you want today? Absolutely no. Also, by the way, this is I want to cut attractions. This is going to be great to our to the end of the set. We feel like we earned this. We earned this. Well, actually, if you make it from this point, there's that serious. You're earning kind of beautiful. I got it tomorrow. So I'll say more tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to start at 5:45 minutes. I shall put it out in the chat. We're going to take extra 5 minutes. This should have everyone. That was a great day. Peace. Somebody put out there room for small timers. That's what I did. I want to say good morning. About speaking. We give all the power sponsors for this workshop today. We tell some stuff that I this year. This year, as it's close episodes from those slow. We go sponsors for the month of our body, the telephone, for use the show first. And after the manager, because they got rainfall past 70 miles in the whole bed. It's for those singers that shake down a kilo, and the only price over this cover on plane which goes ahead and show you the minutes. We English master of the Fox Father, the Audi Club, the East Cock, Ali, and a cover of the Black Horse for the Rafa. We hope that the American power that our come to the shows how the families can cover the solution. That's a job. That's what you are kind of education. Grandson this morning, that's why I the show. It's like, it's not here, so it's looking at the same afternoon. So it's always, it's only a partial amount of the I'm sorry, that's why, but if they have lots of it, and lots of two, but up there, too. Not the story, but he's good at a huge touchdown yesterday. I was up, sorry. So the huge touchdown. I talked up to you in the shop. She continues to see us in Bobby, so of course we take a peek out in it. Listen, we got a peek hostages, allow hostages to be successful, but hold on massive data. They must say, we just have to gather. We have to, the cons are so heavy. And Judaism, we do so much. We do so much. And just like this, that's why I'm just interested to do, I guess, is just rather push ourselves a little bit more, do a little bit more, take care of each other a little bit more, love each other a little bit more stuff with the word fresh, like the I don't know, whatever, all I'm looking about is we don't understand the technique from as our people, and just as that we've reached the kind of the goal of maybe for understand something else happened, I'm sure I don't doubt that our team is going to have it's fun, it's something else for the help without these things, also we get lost in the first way, no question that the team would get better before this year. But we hope that about our to continue to do it, not give up, not forget, not forget this negotiation, scare and hopelessness, just continue to push harder, to search forward, but we need to touch, we need to share, we need to push, we need to show up for the cause, which is something that's a shame to see it, to embrace it, and to actualize the curve. Also, with that, let us keep it today. The second half and the second target, which is very exciting. So we've got science, we have on Bob and the things active on the show. All the corner chef. So we introduced to someone that new today, right? When we meet people today. So Hashem will need to the corner chef. Corner chef is the corner. Now, the corner chef, why? The corner chef, why? Because at the end of the day, he is a going to be going again. Technically speaking, there are two ways in which you can evaluate the kind of what we call one of the two ways. Some of the shrub and oil, and what we call the oil of the gut, which means that he puts on the clothing of the coin logo, like kind of like put on the clothing of the uniform, and you are inducted into service. Now, interestingly enough, in many respects they're the same, but in certain respects they are different. Here implies both of them. Now is one of the reasons in which the reduction of the coin absolutely matters. So coin and Mashiach. So anointed is a coin is being anointed with anointed oil. So what's that about? So the Lord says, coin Mashiach, I'm sorry, coin Mashiach, Shonen, also Shonen. So here's the case. Very much resembling the first part of our Masechta. What was the first part of the Masechta? All of these, what was the case? These made an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael went ahead, or somewhat, again, in different cases of whether it's individual majority. The point is, populace acted on the ruling. Okay, so what's the halacha? If the majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and did this, so then the reason was called so too, the Kohen Mashiach makes an erroneous ruling. I will say that interestingly, however, in this case, the only person following his ruling is himself. So again, just to illustrate this, Kohen Mashiach comes ahead. It's interesting. I believe when we refer to as Kohen Mashiach. Right? It's interesting how we take the terminology and how it's, I don't know, maybe it's like getting more over there. But getting that it's a little too over here as Mashiach. And Mashiach is, well, again, it's something that's interesting. And then there's what's the case over here? Kohen Gadol, issues of halachic rules. For example, Kohen Gadol says, Chayla is mutter, let's just keep the same case. Kohen Gadol says, Chayla is mutter. Now, the only person following his psak is the Kohen Gadol. So he made the ruling to show him there's an activity, and obviously, follow through. He listened to his own ruling and all through the show. So it's about making high. He is a special offering. Now, to look at that, you see what Holy Kodesh, Holy Shali, Ba'asam, is it the book, Holy Bezi, Ba'asam, Shali, like the Kalafai. Holy Kodesh, Atzma, Ba'as, please, no, sorry, that's because that's in what the reason has a special cover. Fine, so now this is our introduction to the case of Kohen Mashiach. Fine. You want to just reach her and reach a couple of other variations of cases. But he can go also this way. What happens is this ruling realizes the state of his ruling, but still follows through on its amazing inevitable consumption of paper, or amazing Ba'asa Shote, or he never really wants to run this. but I'm not for myself and he was shocking. In all of these cases, Potter. All of these cases is Potter. It was interesting enough. The halacha role is standard truth. Who goes and gives it there, right? I do something that had I done it intentionally would have been punishable by Karis, right? And I did it unintentionally. And the fatos, right? So for example, I'm not only thinking if I accidentally eat Kaleb, I bring the fatos. Interestingly enough, the coin Mashiach, because of his status, never brings me personal fatos. So I look for myself, if this really was delivered for Shogeg, and he followed his own rule of the Shogeg, he brings a pie. He brings a pie, that's his offering. Again, we'll see the details of that just a little bit. He brings a pie. Anything other than that, he doesn't bring a pie. It's potter. Now, understand what's potter mean? Potter means that he doesn't have any carbonic byproduct, meaning the Kohen Mashiach never brings a personal chatos. That's the point. There is personal chatos. Now again, we're saying potter, there's no carbonic byproduct, obviously. You can give it that, so whatever, like, or the Shabbat was going to give it. But by myself, there's no carbonic byproduct. Then take a quick look at, actually, last piece of the Mishnah. Shalas Kohen Mashiach in Atzmo, Kiaras Bezdin Tzibor. It's what they say essentially, because they essentially requesting of a Kohen Gadol for himself runs parallel to the way that Bezdin Haskins for the general populace. You see the similarity, right? Bezdin Haskins for the populace, the populace acts on the side of Bezdin. Bezdin brings a power. Kohen Gadol Haskins for himself. He acts on it. He's really Kohen Gadol brings a power. So there's that power. In between the Kohen carbon and the he's coming to Allah's Kohen Mashiach. That's how Karas is now to look at that. Sharas is Kohen Mashiach. That's how Karas is in Tzibor. The Rashi explains this. Not all us is in Tzibor. In Chayim, Ella al Ella Javar in Sheketas Place. You guys remember this phrase. Just like when these rivers of Yuba, when it's very long looking for these new. Here's what's called Haram means erroneous psak. You know, it means the word to obscure. But it means erroneous psak. In Shira, that's myself. When with an inverted action, I'm thinking action. So two pieces. Like erroneous psak, but taking it's erroneous psak, coupled with or followed by erroneous action. Those are the two components you need for a Bezdin to be tired. So to Allah's Kohen Mashiach, yes, no, same thing applies to the improvement of a Kohen Mashiach. Enokai, Allah al-Ha'ala, if Shivdas Maisa. Kohen Gadol's also in the Bible, it has its two components. Ha'ala, erroneous, distinctive erroneous psak, like followed by an inverted creation of an Abeda. Those are the two components that make you kite. Give you a bunch of Gemara, the Ashma Sa'am Hare Mashiach, Tzibor. If you both cases, fine. So then Rashi didn't go through the other cases. So what's that? This is that Mishnah. Not Mashiach. Let's analyze. So the Gemara says as follows: Shogeg v'asa, Shogeg, Yikai. So the Kohen Gadol goes ahead and delivers the Shogeg, and then actually acts on his own belief Shogeg. He brings his path. He brings his offering. His down. Just like that. See where it says Shita. That's obvious. That's what we just said in Mishnah. I'm not buying up my skills to keep certain very interesting. He goes, Shahola, Shafach, the Sikha, Hola. So let's listen to this. What's the case? Great custom. It's just people who do God said, live in this water, but not in the logic of his movement. It's never himself. He forgot why was the logic of his movement. And Bashar Shatar, right? Bashar Shatar, Omar, Hamidi also, that's also. And what happened at the time of actually the thing, they said, I don't know what custom things were, or whatever my logic was, I will find out that logic now. So he went to the book, the Rothschild thought, came up with the Sadamai, Shema Hadamai, Kimbe. I'm not talking like this. Since had he remembered why he passed it when he did, maybe he would have retracted himself. And therefore, maybe he now carries through or acts better himself. Maybe you should be considered like amazing. What the hell up with the Kohen Gadol say amazing? What's alcohol? No God. No God, that's what I have thought. To which the Gemara says, he was a Roman Chayim. much more life? How much more was that even if he doesn't remember what has been do at the time that he takes action, this is also called shoggy. And how long will I say again if I never read the part? So by the way, so the only point to remember, reinforcing saying the definition of the Bible delivers in the Romans who ultimately carries through on its own erroneous fruit is what we call Elam Davar, mistaken design, Shivas, myself, mistaken action, calling other beings to unique how a unique calf or cow offering. Like that's how that was good. Next, alignment. What do you know this from? Where do you know this from? Sense the Gemara. Tanakh, Ashma Sahab, Hare Mashiach, Tzibor. So what's this text? I'm going to just make it a passage, right? So the passage, so for most of you have in the margin of the Gemara. Torah honor, which is not the one that's the only super honor. It's not letting it down. The Kohen Mashiach, Yachetal, the Ashma Sahab. So this is very interesting. If the Kohen Mashiach, like the Kohen Gadol, anointed Kohen, yes, the Ashma Sahab. Now, Ashma Sahab is the youth of the people. And he could not have a so Asher Chatal, hard, God, coming Hashem, Mekatas. This is offering a power offering. It wasn't interesting how does it afraid the mistake of the Kohen Gadol. How does it frame it? The Ashma Sahab. What is that? No, now, let me be clear. The Kohen Gadol is not asking for people. And who's the Kohen Gadol asking for? Who's he asking for? Himself. So yet, interesting, we have the cause of the Ashma Sahab. Just have to think about what's that mean. The Ashma Sahab, how in Mashiach can see what. Wow. What's coming through is it's coming this day that the Kohen Gadol's mistake, the command of this woman, is just like the faith is mistaken really for the eye. Oh, that's just it's Ashma Sahab. He's not saying the Kohen Gadol is asking for the people. Okay, he's saying the Kohen Gadol is beside for himself, his life. It's sad for the general populace, right? Incredible. And that's when you find it up. But just like again, what does Beasley require? Beasley requires again, Heaven Davar, mistaken sad, Heaven Davar, mistaken sad, shit. Because Maisa, accidental action. So too, the Kohen Gadol incorporates Heaven Davar, mistaken sad, shit. That's nice. Incredible. Now, don't give me. Gemara says it's a couple for Taco Zion, Sibur, Sibur says, not no different. Sibur, Mitzvah, Mitzvah, Yakin. Mashiach means Mitzvah, Yakin. So I'll say, this makes a lot of sense. Because I want to Sibur, ultimately again, right? Sibur doesn't really collective states, then it's dramatically different than the Sibur, the individual. That actually points out, never again, when the individual commits that data, let's say, moving eats fluid. What does moving do eat fluid? What does he have? What kind of animal does he bring? Rashi points out kisva or sira. Ultimately, again, it brings a sheep or a goat, right? A sheep or a goat. And yet, the seaport brings power. So just like when the seaport sins, ultimately, it's different than a donkey. The Mashiach looks like a donkey. So to again, the claim of Mashiach is also different than an individual. Why? Because when a claim of sin, what does he bring? A power than the seaport. So we already see out of the gate, that the biblically prescribed carbonos, for when it's seaport sin, carbonos are fundamentally different than the individual. How do you see it? Yeah, like, going for it, seaport, different than personal liability when it comes to liability. This is that for the most things. I just said, not see why you allow Helen W. That's my song. Mashiach, when you're in Ella, that's my song. See what I'm saying? So once we see that the Kohen Gadol resembles the seaport more than he resembles Yaakov, then the next logical step is to say that what? The process for the Kohen Gadol will mirror the seaport, won't mirror the Yaakov. And therefore, just as the seaport, right? Basically, but these things are only two sides. Right? Only for the power that the seaport requires. Helen Gadol, the Romans side. That's my super skill. Just remember those two. Helen that's my saying, it's one of the accidental action based on that moment. So too, about myself, I got you need that's myself. I'm sorry, I love that I that's myself. That's what we're going to say. That would be a value for my level. Okay, I thought that too. Well, then you can look at it different, right? See what it was today. Supposed to be the other person today. Nasi. Who's the Nasi? You know, see the guy that promised you that the passions for this. You know, see this. You know, like, the king, but you see, the king has his own set of interesting circumstances as well. So let's look at the king. On one hand, not see most of the project, but when it's a king, is treated differently than the rest of life. So, and we'll talk about this again. If the king goes ahead and makes a mistake, right? Again, also, we'll see exactly what the parameters are, but a king brings a different type of carbon for his liability. So just as a king is treated differently than the cloud, all right? Where it says, Nasi Motsei Mashiach Motsei and I quite like those different than the cloud, or than an individual, I should say. Now, us, maybe the shooting that's messed up, we don't have them, right? So, most of the one can say that when the Nasi makes a mistake, Nasi is liable for his unique carbon, and what we call parallel duct, when the road is stock. Nasi itself, if you just commits a shoulder, you know what? Nasi accidentally takes a piece of paper, you find it was a piece of functionality. He accidentally takes paper, he brings this special and carbon from him. Now that is then what we call Shikas Mesa without having dollar. After maybe Shikas Mesa will have a dollar. So maybe the coin bubble should be treated the same as the dollar. And maybe the coin bubble open up their head, doesn't even have a dollar. All the details Shikas Mesa. So what's this? All the ships and heritage deals happening over there. So essentially what we have over here are 4 different models. 4 different models. Here's 2 different models. So nothing goes in this level. And what does it do? It means the pathos. What's the pathos? The pathos is either a sheep or a goat. That's model 1. Model 2. Only Basin makes a mistake. Basin makes a mistake. Delivers a release for rich. Seaport has things that has the hard government of Seaport. That was first pattern. That was first pattern. In order to provide the lead, what does the base need? 2 steps. 2 steps. Elam Dabar, mistaken movement, Shiras myself. An action, an accidental action based on that movement. Now I'm introduced to 2 more individuals. Coin Shiach, Coin Doja. If he makes a mistake, and ultimately again commits an Avila, brings it hard, and Nasi, we haven't seen Nasi's card yet, but apparently same thing. Now here's the sense. We're trying to understand the process for the Kohen Gadol, because the Torah is not explicit about that. So the Shem is like this. Here's what I know. The Kohen Gadol is not going to be like the Yaakov, that's for sure, because his carbon is already different. The Shem is which construct does he slide into? Does he slide into anything, or does he slide into Nasi? And what's the afternoon? The afternoon will be addressing him Herman Dabar in addition to Shiri Das myself. There's a happy mistake in English. In addition to every action. If you put in the construct of these things, you don't have another shit that's myself. Then the construct ultimately of Nasi, all these things, shit that's myself, accidental actions. And that's the 2 sides of this. Whereas I'll tell you, I'll resolve this. Libra and Libra, who does the Kohen Gadol Morris? They're both see what the power they in Hashem Talmud. Tell you, the Kohen Gadol truth is more resembles the sequel, more resembles the victim than he does the Nasi. Why? Because ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol's carbon is a power just like the cut of the sequel, the carbon of victim. And you read Hashem Talmud. Furthermore, again, the Kohen Gadol does not mean Hashem Talmud, and we'll talk about this more. What's an Hashem Talmud? An Hashem Talmud is where you may have to be good at that it's very actually punishable by currents. I'm not sure if I could. In other words, that I need something to be killed to the Hashem Talmud. So I'm interested in that quick one. It's not subject to Hashem Talmud. Neither is the seaport. But it's the old one. It's subject to Hashem Talmud. So in other words, it's not seaport. It's not higher. That's myself. She not calling it higher out. And she made that myself. So therefore, we'll say anything has 2 similarities. That according to the Hashem Talmud and according to those companies that are both of which resemble the seaboard. You see seaboard. So sort of one said the same according to this carbon is like the seaboard. Just like bathing require eventually this myself. So it's like others require how to shape this myself. Or only that one that it's you can't do argument. Nasi, you see that all the stuff maybe actually done. ultimately, if the Nasi makes a mistake and worships a tree, he goes there as a seer and gives the son to an Hashem Bada, the Hashem. Mashiach, the Hashem Bada. So Kohen Gadol shares the similarities. So the Mishnah says, maybe once again, maybe we should be Kohen Gadol together with the Nasi. My Nasi maybe the Shvat, the Shini, that's myself. Mashiach, maybe the Shini, that's myself. I should say. The same way all the Nasi needs is Shukran. So too, all the Kohen Gadol needs is Shukran. Halagorat, the Ashmas Hapam. So once again, we come full circle. The Torah inserts this cryptic statement of in quoting HaMashiach, Nechta, the Ashmas Hapam. If the Kohen Gadol is sin to the iniquity or to the culpability of the people, what does that mean? Once again, the Gemara says, Already Mashiach Kitzibor, that Ashmas Hapam is saying that the Kohen Gadol's process or the Kohen Gadol's liability is the same thing as the Ashmas Hapam. When the congregation of the people sin, not see what they are reading, Ella Haram Davar Shiyas myself, Mashiach, Eno Maybe Al Haram Davar Shiyas myself. So once again, about saying that phrase, Ashmas Hapam is coming to equate the process of the Kohen Gadol to the process of the things being read in the populace sins. And just like it's only liability for the things before the time, when you're exposed, Haram Davar, mistaken ruling, Shmigas Maisa, accidental action based on that ruling. So too, there will only be liability for Kohen when you have both of these components as well. Haram Davar together with Shmigas Maisa. I Ema, Natsiba Horuba Asu Akar Hara Asu Chayavim, Mashiach, Kishahora Asu Akar Hara Yechayim. So I said, once that if that's the case, that you need to compare the Kohen Gadol to the seaboards, which is like this. Just like the usually fire the what? If the cloud, if the seaboard acted on their movement. So the Kohen Gadol is only viable also if the seaboard followed his movement. If it's just like I said, whenever it is the basket, you ask it, and you probably get upset. And no one else can. There's no doubt. So for comparing Kohen to the basement, right, to that seaboard, so we should say that maybe the Kohen is also only viable if people follow his Pesach. Talmud Lomar, the Hikr al Chata So, Asher Chata. The Rothschild has the possibilities to come again, offer up for his sin that he sinned, ultimately singular. Amar Shechata, and the Rebbe Amar Shechata. Ultimately, again, the Kohen only brings a covering for his sin, is not for anyone else. It's like, even if other people defile, it's not going to get over for some reason. They heard about it, defiled it. He's called a liability. His liability ultimately against for his own. Someone says he's positive is the second because this is a very substantive need for you to be love. So the version that will say is that this, again, is exactly what we said in the Mishnah. Like the Kohen Gadol says, he says the Ashmas Ha'ad, the iniquity of the people. What does that mean? So the word, the power of the Kohen Gadol, together with the power of the government support, which is the power offered up by faith and women in the Shul Romans. Teach us that these two avodas are the same. Namely, what? The same way that faith requires Shalom Davar Ishimi, that's myself and a Roman scrutiny. Ultimately, followed by accidental action based on that meaning, so to the Kohen Gadol is only timing for his power when these two components exist as well. Number one, Haram Davar, accidental movement, followed by Shigadas myself. Where's the major difference? The difference is where faith is positive for the populace, the Kohen Gadol's side is only for himself. And not horrible for myself. Not just finished up the city, just finished it up. You just mentioned that a Kohen Gadol never made the action. There's another deal with Skin Spots in Holland. There's a piece of meat in front of me. I eat it, and then I find out afterwards it may have been flavor. There's a possibility, a meaningful possibility, but it was still, I don't know what I've got. So the next thing is, again, I can't bring the chatos, because chatos is what we brought home before we can say, I can't bring it ashra home. We answer. And some people have Hashem coming, which are covenant the sign for this type of situation. The verse can be said, the verse just brought down, just kind of like, just that with this question that, oh, Koinodo doesn't know Hashem coming. The verse says, okay, how do you know that? The verse says, coming my Mashiach, the Father, in the Hashem coming. How do you know that in the Hashem coming? I know that Koinodo doesn't know Hashem coming. It's Allah Bakoy, Al Shigaso Asher Shabbat. As the Pasuk says, that ultimately again the Koinodo will bring a carbon for his children, for his accidental Avera that wasn't accident. Yishakaso, the Shigaso Shabbat. This refers to someone who's Katos, the children are similar. That's a Mashiach, Shein Shigaso, the Katos Shabbat. They say the Ashma Sa'am, Are the Mashiach Kisibor. So there was a Ashma Sa'am, I come to our heart. Let Ella Hashem, the Ella Hashem, so it's this old group there in the US that he says that it is only someone who's status of Hashem, whose status of Hashem processes are the same. But if we don't know the old group there yet, whose processes are different, one discussion of Hashem, they have asked. Okay, good. More about that today. It says if they ask, no, but also if they ask, no, this happened if they ask, no, so I have to see exactly what these statements are. It's how about myself, you know, it's still good level. Myself, so coming up with the person himself, now what it sounds like over years, he passed by himself and he committed the act. Migra for himself, by himself, right? Then he's capital if we ask him. He's a total form by himself. Now what is it? Look at Rashi. Rashi's on the left hand column, top of left hand column, second line in Torah. According to Mashiach, we ask what we don't. The no extreme speak is the right in the thing that we're about us go coming. This capital of the smoke, maybe hard to feel ask it. So pizza is like this. We're gonna see that there's two things happening within Chinese stuff. Because Rabbi is passing the loneliest thing, and Beastie is passing the loneliest thing. This is a difficult part of the problem, right? So when they both guys, but the Beastie and Rabbi have nothing to do with each other. So that's the other thing. So let's say, for example, the kind of is passing that Caleb is more good, and the Beastie is passing that God is more good. God is more good. Okay? So kind of just passing for his mother, he passing the Shemi's head of the government, makes a little son. He can eat the Caleb, Shemi does my son. He's hiding for his part. One is over there. That's case one. Or in that sequel, but I'll see that sequel. What happens if, let's say again, what happens if I go to the myself, the Koinodo is passing along with they're going to say now, what did he speak that he was passing? He just happened to be issuing the same type of sacrifice as he was. So, for example, David said Caleb was mother, the Koinodo said Caleb was mother, and what happened was that obviously both these things, they both, everyone then needs, what's the halacha? This capital in that sequel. Interestingly enough, in that case, the Koinodo doesn't have to bring his own power. Rather, what happens? He is covered by the power of the government sequel. He's covered by the offering of the ministry. Right? Because when you offer many because people acted on their own self, therefore the Koinodo is covered under that. Right? She'ain't based in Chayav and Achiyov in the back of the case. Fine, so what's that? That's the halacha. You might not add, you need to add another halacha. She'in Beizin Chayav and Abad Mitzvahs will tell you Mitzvahs. So what's the same as halacha Taragala? Beizin is only Chayav and Chayav, and that's symbol one. When you go ahead and you negate a part of a mitzvah, or remember again, if you negate a mitzvah in its entirety, for example, if you say, there's no Shabbos, or there's no Erev, remember when you are to refine this, when you talk about this, we say that you're allowed to hear it. Referring to a specific type of children. So if they pass the mitzvah's entirety, then they don't carry the power. Within Mashiach, they also ultimately it seems true to Mashiach. When is the Mashiach carrying his own power? When is that? When he speaks regarding the detail of a mitzvah. But if he speaks regarding the mitzvah, he says, there's no Shabbos. They go down, they go, just so that doesn't have no Shabbos, then it's not something. So again, it's very similar between the Koinodo and how the sequel. The Gemara says, I'm going to clean your Mashiach, but no Bible is for common action of this way. It's in my knowledge. In my knowledge, ultimately, again, there's only liability if they negate part of the idea of idolatry. Okay, the same as with all the same anyways, no, but only in my same, but also in my seaboard, loving progress was what's this, and much of the jungle in the second case. Like, in case number one is red, the Queen Wiggles masculine, is masculine, independent entities, communicate the scale of heart, so the Queen Wiggles gets his thing does thereafter. Case number two is Queen Wiggles masculine in the same way with the thing. So again, everybody, Queen Wiggles same thing with his mother, stays in the same thing with his mother. In that case, Queen Wiggles doesn't have to bring his own rather well. He's covered by the part of a government that's the word. So it's really that the turn about a holy lecture of us, that's the word, like a kind of a custody together with things. And if you're going to be out there, generally, that's the word. Not only have you had that, when you were a the things on power, so since the beginning of this, in California, you don't see boots on the car, nothing. Where she happened to see the car, you don't see the king. He is excluded, ultimately, he's not part of the game. He doesn't have the same office as an individual sense. And ultimately, point on goal, doesn't have the same office as an individual sense. Not us, but the different animal, just like in us, if the king sings independently, he brings his own carbon, but then not see what is capital of the super. Well, that's if the king sings together with the super, right? If he has the with his mother, and the king and the together with the super, ultimately, he is atoned for the super. Mashiach, Chata B'Fnei Atzmo. So to the Mashiach, if he goes into the sins on his own, so he talk about and he calls his Psak Halakha over himself, and he's kind of ultimately talking about sin, or this talk about it, that if he sins together with the congregation, or not, he is atoned for with the congregation. So I just do what's second, there's a flaw. If I'm with the nurses, she can have the let's see what we're including. The most significant difference, when it comes to the giver, for example, is included in all of the communal offerings we are given. I want to split on behalf of Club as well for a couple of other people. Are you keeper itself week offering or the kid? You know what I said? Talking about first one, right? Talking about she was capital. But ultimately, again, the Mashiach, the going to point of us, he is not always for general offerings of the populace on the Kippur. All of this is all Kabbalahs for the Kippur. So the Gemara says, so if I was to out about that sins, the same way that he's not atoned for, the Ziva on the Kippur, so maybe in general, right? And when he's supposed to be the same way after the benefit, he should have to bring his own authority. Al Takaso Asher Hatak. Every time a Kohen Gadol lifts his own power, his reigns community is only seen the Ragnarok. How does this work? If you get the Atzmo, if the Kohen Gadol sings on his own, he has to erroneous Pesach. He acted on his own Pesach, and he's actually found himself now the rest of the crowd. They don't brings his own carbon. His capital is but if he sings together with the Sibor, like the sings together with the Sibor, then ultimately again he is atoned for together with the Sibor. Kind of to say once again, what's the case? Even though the whole flow that we before. What's the case? The Queen Gargoyle is the ranking sage of cloud Israel. Ranking sage, right? And the members of the Sanhedrin are not the ranking sages. So she done in his capital is the gospel. The Gemara should have to put his own path. The Gemara is very interesting. The Gemara says, "Hold on, or why not see if they got this up?" Because if that's the case, if he's the reconciliation, you're the reconciliation, then their movement is meaningless. Therefore, he should have to bring his own power. And the rest of the problem is number one, that's really Kispa or Sirako Chad. They each have to bring their own personal chatos. You're on the point, but ultimately, again, if the Sanhedrin are considered to be the ranking sages, only Rabbi and the Kohen himself is not a ranking sage, and not his capital of the Atzmo, then and watching his own power. And long, hold on. Today, for like, if the Koinonia is not a completely sage thing, what to do in asking help. Right? And if he's asking help, then that's kind of like professional level. What should you go there? And perhaps he should not be doing the power at all. Other things, we'll say, oh, there's you don't show how you hopefully shit. I thought he said, no, what's the case? The case is where the Koinonia wasn't outstanding. And the local president was outstanding as well. So then everybody's more for people upside. Because as a suburb by an email, comfortable us in the national everybody. So I said, well, what's the case? So then again, it was the same sort of point of view that it is. So now we have two different cases, right? So now we have to, this has to be said, Koinonia and the subvention are capable ultimately of delivering this dialogue. I will say about what you see here. And even when people are exceptional, capable, they're still subject to making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody messes up their life. So watch this. There was an issue. They complain about it. Like, the church is upset. So again, he says, and these are sad and like damaging. Okay, people acting based on the basis of sound, and the Koinonia acting based on his sound. So therefore, the business and action is going to bring their power dialogue government at Seaboard. I don't think they are going to bring his power. If however, the Koinonia and together, it doesn't even have to stand together. They're not sitting on the same thing, but they both have to be showing the same side. So let's say the unit is what they're, and that means the Koinonia is going to be covered under the power dialogue government at Seaboard, and we need to not bring his whole part. So the US is also something to make a Russian of the mission was if you ask versus only about Seaboard. The right itself is escalating with Seaboard. So everyone says as follows. So Rabbi, what did the Kenas, what is in it, right? Well, also the Kenas, what was the case with Michael asking by himself, right? For acting on his own, what's that case? Where it says, you just speak the Shnemakos. So I understand this. There's not like a flat. When he was in the video, there were two separate places. Because another was in one place. I don't think this has a good place. The Kamono betrayed Steve. Furthermore, there was some statement regarding two different things. Right? So two different geographic locations, playing on one spot, signing one spot, and they're also custody regarding two different offices. Okay? A little yellow. I'll teach you a couple of spelling. Don't necessarily get like that. But remember, if they're technology, it's around 2 years in the Kadnoko, the favorite to Kamono betrayed Steve. How to take this article? There was a relative who said, thinking about it, geography doesn't matter. What matters what the key is that cascade on two different topics. And if it was two different topics, Koinonia will achieve atonement through his power, and the general documents will achieve atonement ultimately through the power of evidence. So incredible. So let's analyze this a bit more. So Chico, so once I see now, they're looking for a use on it. In order for them to individually reliability from the Koinonia and general population, the Koinonia brings his power, and its people and the Christian brings their power. That deep has hit of two different areas of power. Now, what they need to be in two different geographic locations, my focus on my but everyone agrees that I keep asking with two different areas of power. The ones that I get into these in this whole bit. Chico, over here, they have all this stuff. That's more. So, once it's obviously about David. I don't think because I have passing about this fellow. It's two distinct ideas. Kaluki Kamayu, the Kaluki Kamaras, two different Kamaru, two different Suki, and ultimately again two different Kamaros. The power, the power is soil. Because the woman will have to bring the power, and the Sanhedrin will have to bring the power and the soil. Okay, the whole Kamaisu, obviously here, Maroon-Rice. By the Koshiki, who bought all the stuff other than in the Shayla. So to a man, the Koinonia was constantly regarding idolatry, and ultimately again, I said that he was constantly regarding Shayla. The Kaluki, the Koinonia, say regarding. Ultimately, who would be different Koinonia combined by ability. Do you see how the evil that you have? Either Koinonia for the sphere, that the justice of all the Zara, and ultimately, the Sanhedrin will bring in the power. So it's obviously when you have two different isurim, two different psukim, two different carbonic liability, and obviously the cardiac code and the cardiac is going to bring these carbon and the financial will bring their carbon. But listen to this. Elohu, if you live in the Chasa Sakara, the aid of Shal Hadaki Mahi. Oh, those are this. Let's say they're both trusting regarding fear, but a trusting regarding performance. So, for example, the Kohen said, the Kohen Paskin, Caleb on the stomach is water, and the Sanhedrin Paskin, Caleb on the intestines is water. So, we'll say, is that called individually Psan, distinct Psan? Because at the end of the day, it's two different forms of thing, right? If we say no, Caleb is saying the Torah, it was interesting enough. Well, let's know. Me, I mean, even I got the Kabbalah Shana, even the trend like us. How popular Kabbalah on one hand, both of these types of things that carry the same Kabbalah Bible. On the other hand, they are learning from two different psukim. So maybe it's two different psukim. It's enough to be individually reliable. Caleb is Caleb. It means they're both constantly on the singles. We will say again, what happens when the Kohen Gadol is constantly on the singles with his Sanhedrin? The Kohen Gadol does not bring his own power. Instead, he is covered under the power of the Sanhedrin. So which one is it? So about Caleb Apple. And if you want to say again, it's both called Caleb, and it's considered as if there has been like some famous news. Caleb and down, not. What happened if the Lord was constantly about Caleb, and the Sanhedrin constantly about down? Me and the time I could have argued, on one hand, obviously two different psukim, of Dilma to even to shovel the carbon foster cover. On the other hand, both for Caleb and for down is the same type of carbonic liability. So there's not enough distinction or not to two more answers. Interesting. So let's say, so again, we know in general, that for the Kohen to have liability for its part, and having a liability for their part, that is two different things. The shadow is what happens when there's some level of similarity to themselves. Either that they both constantly have a liability, or same shade of cert. That's the thing. Okay, shade is kind of an action of the access of the kindness. So most of the service, right? Which are objective society. Anything is only viable for a high level of a simple way when you uproot a detail. The make me think about a detail, but not if you uproot the mitzvah in its entirety. You know that. So, I'm sorry, you know that. That's your about the mitzvah for kindness. That's Kidamino, that's very good. You learn that already. You learn that last time. Where it says, and now, double little problem. The person says, double. The matter or detail was obscured hidden from the instant. It's only when they look at the stick regarding the detail, and now if you ask them to uproot the mitzvah to the Shia, the same thing is true with the Kohen. However, also has liability to uproot the detail, and now if he uproots the mitzvah in its entirety, it's in Ashma Saha. Words in the Muslim have that phrase, Ashma Saha, Hayim Shia, it's super. Essentially, the power of the Kohen resembles the power of Tzibur, the power of Tzibur, in this way as well. Incredible. The Lova one is for having seen the fight that I got of Shemira, one is for Hamabaran, the Fishi, that's one is for having you the answer. So if I remember anything in general, I've always already singled out. Right? Because you also remember again, I was really singled out. If you think has to be, let's see, people are always looking. Basically says, you're not to bow down to it. You can't offer it publicly, you can't offer it Torahs, but you're allowed to bow down to it. And you see what does that. It's not a power. It's a single. It's a special offer. So Avodah Zarah was singled out, and that there's a different type of carbonic liability. So I'm going to put that once it's singled out, maybe because of different halacha. So even if anything has to totally say there's no viable Torah, perhaps they should still be collecting responsibility for everything. So the Lord says, so much talk about the local collective. And now we talk about the local collective. So listen, just like over there talking about a detail, still talking about local mindset, talking about the detail as well. Okay? We do just do the stuff for today. It says, so just before you go. So just the takeaway, right? Takeaway from this last mission that we are actually absorbing a lot of information. Intelligence quantifiability is that the client's passing on its own. And Disney is even not the anything of passing something different. So quantum was passing, Disney is passing, there's viability for the coin, and all will be viability for the but it's just thinking enough to come up with a nice stuff. The coin level is passing on the same matter of as the Disney. And if the government does not have rather the coin level viability, ultimately, I guess, the retail side, the car hell of the other evidence. That's awesome. Going to stop for today. Good. Good, excellent stuff. We'll start with the help of Hashem. We're I can't do this support. I don't know. We'll be back with the mission tomorrow. Shreya. All right, good. Everyone. All right, now let's say. I will say good morning, on good day off, such as this far, Hashem to be able to begin what will be our beginning of only full week of focus. And full week of last week, full week this week, next week already, that you're finishing in your Hashem. So this week, I thank you all of our sponsors today. Our annual Kapatan sponsor. We talked to each talk about Israel for making overshooting the churches this year as his costs. So we talked about Kapatan sponsors for Evel Amadi, for the medical group. Minister Trump for his parents, Abraham Asher was figurines over the last 7 years and all. Photos of our Cleveland from Israel that we accepted our country. We're going to do Shmas, double forms, founded of the act for Rabbi Yitzchak, and a couple of Yaakov, and then the right down the door. All of the Shamos Lavnari, the families in the Hamo, all of them, for sure, that the whole ladies for the construction, yes, Hashem. All our quest to be sure that the color allow to be so successful with all massive. What's in fact let us begin with a really exciting gap ahead of us today. That really so exciting. Just looking at truth. I suppose to stay step on and tremendous respect for the lifter already covered yesterday. We have to up on daily days. 5 3 lights up in about a Tanya. And Unreal. Not talking about my apparently that Bakar Tikak Lachatos. So what's in context? This is talking about a work service in this approach. So it's all in the details, so I just say you should make one of them into a Chatos, or one of them into an Olam. Not all of the FLS Chatos Lulin, you would have project or Lulin, or would have consumed the Chatos, and Olam over Hashim the Olam. Therefore, the Jordan says the second before always comparing the two. How so? Not all the FLS, that's what Olam is not consumed. Chatos Lulin FLS. Something like Chatos is not consumed. Okay, Kiyotego, I was saying that this command is really tremendous. Kiyotego, I'm going to be able to see how going to Hashem Hagolah, the Kridu almost never clearly spell, Holy Shema Tzach. So I was saying this is a passage from Ezra. A passage from Ezra. That's it, so you know, like last night, I shall say it's the great source to have, and those are so famous. Like such a, such a special, beautiful event. And as I mentioned, it's part of the incredible something that is the emphasis on incremental acquisition of knowledge. But I mean, don't ask us a question on the I just thought that because again, I'm not going to put forward, don't ask the question on this one side. But what you often is that we need to realize is because many of us, I include myself in this, have this huge in our here for a finish shots. Those of us here for a finish shots more than once. And amazing, I with all of college, I think roughly by this hole, and I thought you get dropped. It's one of the things, one of the times it's like, as I said, as you go to Dutch, they got something to do with focus on that. Because you miss out some of the most beautiful things. So it was cussing with Ezra. It's talking about the Jews who returned to the Egypt, second and second Dutch. We're going to actually spend all of our time on this, and we were and the account. The plus it says, one man shepherd, those who went ahead and came back from Saudi captivity. They now go along, Jews from the banks, the people almost never came. So, Harinishim and Sarah, whenever they offered up, little carbonos to the God of Israel, Harinishim and Sarah, called Israel, 12 cows. 12 cows on that whole gold cloud. So, we live with Tishim and Shisha, rams 96, Kivosim, Shibin, and the Shiva, sheep 77, Spirit of Backbone, Shnemasar, Komo, Rasha. So the Kamaras have been back when they offered up by the essentially the inauguration of the second recycled brush. So watch this. So the verse says, I call over. Because it says everything was an over. What's good? I call over that everything was an over. That's not true. Actually, we'll say, follow without 6 days, 4 lines down from the top. So the Chatos, and some of the Chatos. So the Chatos can be over. Ella HaKol, Ship over. All of the commands that were offered were treated like over household. Just as an over can be so to the Chatos was introduced the combined peculiarities by these specific offerings. Example, the legal Alamodas Kochav. This is fascinating. Why would these Kabbalahs brought? So the Gemara suggests that any of these Kabbalahs were brought ultimately as an atonement for the idolatry that Klal Yisrael worshipped. Now watch this, it's more interesting. The Yoshua, Alamodas Kochav Sha'asu B'nei Tzidkiyahu. Tzidkiyahu was the last king that during the first and Hamikdash era. So ultimately, actually the last king of the Sacred was destroyed. So this is interesting enough. The Kabbalah's God would not see that one design that we worship during that look at the diaspora. The dragon is the only design that we worship at the end of the first temple period under the days of the revolution of Tzidkiyahu. Now, it's one understand. Tzidkiyahu was a tzaddik. So it's one of the interesting dynamics in general about how much is everyone responsible for the actions of his constituents. It's a huge leadership on one hand. The flock goes ahead and a little bit because we're still leader. But on the other hand, we find that at times where the work of the flock just doesn't do what they're supposed to do. Like, obviously, the Moshe, they go, and they went ahead and you think about it in just a couple of years, and they're doing what they did right leader of each other. It's a pretty incredible thing to think about. Now, what is that an affection of Moshe and is it that a okay, so it's interesting to know you have these cases in a leadership study where a leader could be doing all the right things, but not for the constituents are following the law. So it's just important to understand CPO wasn't great for that. He was a great study. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, there was rampant idolatry now. But understand, he inherited a lot of these dynamics also. So then again, so what's happening over there? Jews who came back from Babel, which means they never got a money diaspora, more than 70 years since the days of CPO, are now coming back, and part of their carbonic process is offering atonement kabbalos for the Avodah Zarah during the days of the first Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, okay, that's how it works. So we talk about the Gudon, let's go back to just a second. So remember that there was that this books is anything's not focused, which is in general, how the government at Seaboard work? Like how is all of this working? Is it ultimately again? Is it the reason it's bringing the carbon? Is it everything that's bringing the carbon? So it's like this. It's not going to this makes sense. The staff is the only thing that's Katos. If you bring 12 Katos now, so you don't have to Shneim Asar Shvatim. The last Shneim Asar Seer. Because when you do the whole thing of myself, again, it is a kind of having the other of Israel says the minority is radical or different. That's how you can have. That's how you can have over again 12 chatos. Or we have a shinatas, but the shinatas, so you can find this out. Because the chato, that's how shloket, the achadas are seen. According to the tradition, the human both the tribes and the facing that being prepared. So ultimately, again, you have 11 tribes that sin, and these things are going to be the plus it's a blood called that tell us. So for tradition, you have 11 tribes, and the facing also in the next 12. Already there, there are facing in the Lord Seabird. They must say, Stefan, already there. You hold that up over the base again. Only the base brings the power. So when this 12 comes out, you must listen to this. Which happens that you go on the Khatu, the Khatu, actually starts. Yeah, I bet they can activate the city 12 times. In other words, there were 12 independent events, 12 independent events. There was mentioned that they were in it, 12 part of that. And don't you think you can say, oh, but that's ridiculous. How can you not learn your lesson? Really? Really? I guess that's an impression of myself. I'm only making the same mistakes in life. Really, I'm not giving you a package. I can only use distribution in terms of my illness. Rather, it is the same stuff, same mistakes over and over and over. As much as you want to learn from our mistakes, sometimes you find yourself in a perpetual cycle of making the same mistakes. Now, here's the good news. Even if you make the same mistake 12 times, you can break the cycle. Even if you break the cycle, we know you fall off the wagon again. That's what the Bible said. Shevel Yipotah Mikotah. The whole of life is not perfection. The whole of life is just getting back up as an aftermath of failure. Oh, nice Saru, I know the Khatu. So what's your name? So let's get this straight. When the Jews came back from Israel for the second week of the Mikdash, they were bringing the sin offerings for the idolatry under the days of CPO. Only one was smoking, though only was no publishers. The Pashtos, the Jews who worshipped idolatry under CPO, were dead. We're dead already. Right? This was 70 years from here. Right? So remember again, think about it just a moment. In order to have life living for the years of CPO, you have to be what, at least 60 years old. So what? How old is he dead now at 83? You guys all over the vast majority must have already passed away. So the might say, how can this new generation bring an atonement offering for the Avodah of people who already died? The Rabbi says, so let's say that, by the way, what this question is becoming as follows. The Jews who led out under the days of Tzion, ultimately again, were Chayei Katos. And what's the halacha? Katos shenesu ba'alel. You've seen this many times from Shas. Ruben, a simple case was like, Ruben knows that having accidentally violated Shabbos. Then, yesterday, the cover Katos. Okay, Ruben does. Right? Children go ahead and in their Yerusha, if it's Katos, what do you do with it? Actually, this is one of the things you have to let the Chatas die. You can't bring a Chatas mysteriously. You can't, so if the owner of the Chatas like it, someone said, I was there. The owners of this Chatas, the previous generation, Iskio, Sikio, the Pashtas died. So how can this new generation cover Chatas on their behalf? So that's all I want to listen to this. He didn't Chatas was about that Israel and when did he say that if one of the Chatas died, he could no longer offer the Chatas? That's an individual. Avalok Sipor. But ultimately, again, that's what that's the kind of issue. In other words, if it's Sipor has a Chatas they have to bring, it's not right. Even if members of the Sipor die, ultimately, he's looking at the Chatas. Let's say, perhaps one of the most powerful of all the Shas, we need Kolakar Hula. You see, Shem, Nisa, and Sipor. I think there's no such thing as death in Sipor. Never say individuals died. Sipor, cloud Israel, is always alive. The aim of the sun is Sipor. If you by yourself, you die. You call it Sipor, all calculated that Sipor is promised eternality. So let's say, understand the profundity of these words on so many different levels. The aim of the sun is Sipor. So let's say, first of all, This is the instance of common story. This is why I was saying, this is why no matter what we face, right? No matter what we face, no matter what we're staring at, yes, often what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to do. For our success, how we turn out to our national longevity, that's the other question. Why? Because it's in the first one, the second part is not all about it. And we still the secret. The secret how to throw always wins. Always wins. Because I discuss another important messages. As we feel like it's our contributions. What we work with, how we do in this world. For say, if my life is just about me, and my goal is just to live the best version of me. Just to say, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. There's only one of you. If all you do in life is don't be you, when you die, you die. You die. Individuals die. And most of us die. Individuals are dying. Like, people like just going, how many of us even know who are great grandparents were? That's like 4 generations. 5 generations. And that's it. Maybe you know a name. Maybe I don't even know a name. Like, individual story. But if you can't use your lifetime with the contributions that you have, you do some of the contributions to the secret. But again, you're just living in a $1 house. I'm not just saying it works for me and my friends and a small, you know, you know what? I do the contribution to the cloud. And also what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out what can I do for the greater community, whatever community is. You're dealing with sure you're getting cloud stuff. So it's like you're so often focused on what I need. You never cares what I need. And even if I'm going to do something really, I'm going to do it only in a way that works for me. You can do that, but just understand after 120, you know what? I didn't get that production. My kids are about that. In 2 generations, no one will ever get that. The community investment in the secret costs. You put your cohorts into building your house, something bigger than yourself, not just being able to forward. Not just saying like you a couple of friends in it. You put your investment in a colony of secret. That gives you neutrality. That gives you neutrality. Why? If you ship in your secret, most incredible thing about saying, you really what are you coming? Gives you juice, community juice, cloudy swell juice. And then people think that, I don't like money. It's not money. Money's good. I say, it's not just money. It's your time, it's your effort. It's also, you know how much stress is put in the field that comes. It's everybody needs just like, when you get like this, and you're like that. Imagine for a moment that everybody said, I'm going to stop thinking about what I need. Roll up my sleeves and help build everything that's around. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about any of us as individuals. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. If you can get something else, you have eternity. It's just thinking about what you and maybe a couple of people do. It's nice, it's beautiful, it could even be holy. It's never going to be eternal. If you share your secrets, self what you collected, if you reach up and your legacy to incredible. Somebody says it's fun, so how long is it? You share your secrets, let me know that. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that? Where do you know ultimately that it needs to be secret? We're not talking about the one says, I'm sorry. We're not even about Papa Hall. Even when it's the Papa of a sense of human, it's supposed to be about a feeling. Governor says, the beautiful person, Papa's Abosel Hayibalecha, the sons will come in the step of the father, which seems to indicate to us what? Which indicates to us that again, the sons of the Lord's things, the sons will pick up with the father's weapon. You have to be up in them. That's not right? Brother, that should mean that even an individual has neutrality, because how about a person has children, those children are not children. This is fascinating. The Papa group ultimately against the seer of Rosh Chodesh. The Amalach Mana might see Shumas Hamishka. This is fascinating. The seer of Rosh Chodesh, which is a fascinating concept in and of itself. You look at Rashi, this is right in Rashi, about middle of the short line. You see Rosh Chodesh, the Habichat Katos. So this is fascinating. Remember again, Rosh Chodesh, we covered Katos. The Amalach Mana makes him Shumas Hamishka. They will say, by the way, why is there covered Katos on Rosh Chodesh? So we also actually learn this in the beginning of Shavuos. Right? So ultimately, again, the Katos of Rosh Chodesh is what happens types of clean with tumah. Also, the Gemara says, the Shmuel says, "Hevi alak hakala, bring for me a Katos beginning from why I should be apathy is hagareach." The Shmuel says again, it's like in atonement, whatever this means, atonement for Hashem, that he diminished the power of in a different time. So what says this follows? Interestingly, halach halamaisa, what it says, go ahead and we bring a covered Katos on Rosh Chodesh. Interestingly enough, the covered Rosh Chodesh is brought from the Shumas Hamishka. What's Shumas Hamishka? General collection for million, everybody would contribute about a shekel, and then you take from that for communal kavanos. So the Katos of Rosh Chodesh is brought from communal funds. Rashi continues, the whole kavanos see Shumas Hamishka in line. So it's really interesting. So interesting enough, the Katos of Rosh Chodesh from the communal fund. The communal fund. Now, the Gemara says, but happening that after maybe someone died. Like maybe someone died from the time before, but the time that you separated until you offered it up. So the Gemara says, I'm not one of my Shumas Hamishka. I've all my Sumaim. So the Hanaf the Paishi, the Maisu. 1 second, how did this be? So you have to be the communal Katos on community funds on between the time that you separate out and offer it, and you have a probably strong guy, and how can you offer up a carbon whose holiness died? What do you see from there? The A is 7 seaport, there is no gap within that seaport, and therefore I'll offer my section of the gap from which was Katos Shavuos Rabbi, the Kiva carbon, what do you see from there? It's only by an individual Katos. If the owner dies, you can't offer the carbon. But by a communal Katos, even if some of the owners die, ultimately it's not going to be able to go full circle. Let me try to figure out. Remember what we're trying to figure out over here? How can it be that by the motivation of the second Kadosh, they brought still offerings for Avodah community during the times of the first Kadosh? Even the people who need that carbon already died. Which our Papa said, aim and subject seaport. You might try to figure out where do you know that from. You might say as follows. When you've done a zero Chodesh, I don't say how you compare this. Still not what's in seaport. That is a very big difference. In other words, maybe no one died. Maybe no one died in carbon, so you time that you separate that carbon, and you offer it. That's a big difference from talking about more than a 70-year gap, right? That's not a fair comparison. And I'm telling you about the offer. Right? How about the place Hashem, Hadith Hashem? Pasuk says, once the decision is about Egra Arufa. Egra Arufa, again, the cat, you might still murder the cities. You don't know who murdered him. You measure to the course the city, elders of that city come out, to keep everything calf, wash their hands over the calf, what's the process? That's the process. So they say, as they wash their hands over the calf, they say, Kapa place Hashem, Hadith Hashem. Really again, Kapa place Hashem. Atone before your people. Hashem, like you see, I must say the rest of the pasuk is so you must like this. Interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying Hashem, atone for your people, whom you redeemed. What are they talking about here? So watch the Gemara says, it's fine, even from Egypt. So Egra is so powerful that it's atonement even for Jews who left Egypt. And they will say, what's the status of the Jews who left Egypt? What's the status like? And the Shabbat you're dead. You're dead. So what you're talking about over here, that you should atonement for people who are dead. You can say, that's what is even there. So you see from here that a Chatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died. In a seaport, so let's come on. Então, na praia, passa um clandestino, nível de mercado, para trás do mercado para deles. That's not a curtain harris, because the egg all the people who didn't come on up wasn't beautiful. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, it also atone for the dead. Halacha, we are the fighting. There was a fascinating by Ezra, by the second English. It's very possible that there is no one alive from the vision of Tzidkiel. There is no one alive from that. So how can you comfort? How can you comfort people if no one from that original group is alive? There was this isn't overwhelming Gemara. Enough to say there is this. It turns out that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second English who saw the first English. Incredible. About 7 years later, every different word that this is shocking. Versus the city. And that but the boss says, enough, many of the Quran and the Muslim and the heads of households has given Asher lo as Hafdais Hadishon. He just to say about it, the Prophet says explicitly. There are many Kohanim, many Rabbi, many heads of families, many elders who are still alive. First example, it's like, can you like imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews, right? Even when 2,000 years, just groups of like beautiful by tradition and conservatives in Europe and everything. Can you imagine again those Jews were so kind of see destruction and then brought some people to see rebuilding of the civilization. So I think there were a lot of that. So you might say one second. The people are not dealing with Iraq. Now remember, all the Pasuk says is what? All the Pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim and immediate elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority. Right? It just says that there were a lot of them. But still, maybe they were, in the context of Klal Yisrael, still considered to be a minority. Much as the world listen to this, if say, I'm say this is this. But like here, we call trust as in the first white line, we call the Fi'ah. Now, call Mishma Admirah. It was like wild. The Gemara says, all these houses saw the second is in the crush. The sound of crying, hurt the sound of joy. I was like, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions when it's open to the flesh. Second into the flesh. Right? They don't be caught. It's not a conscious immersive soul. Who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews of the first bits of the flesh. And the second, and the cries of Simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first bits of the flesh. So that's like, isn't this kind of an effect? So we're going to finish the proof. It's like what the Gemara said, the fact that the crying was louder than I don't know what they call it, folk sound of joy, indicates that there were more people crying than being joyous, which indicates that something fascinating. And apparently, the majority of the Jews who witnessed, who came back and saw the rebuilding of Second English, were leftovers, but were holdovers, right? Were part of that generation who saw the first English, which is wild. Which also tells you not only just about the longevity of those individuals, it must be a lot but that must be a lot of elderly people. That looks like it was kind of influence is the fact that the crying was great again. The joy, ultimately, again, indicates the majority of the strong were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. It looks like to me it's also so profound that whatever Klal Yisrael rejoices in the family faith, our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in the greatest simcha. I want you to think about this for just a moment. Right? What's going to happen when the whole second question? You can see this refrain itself. You can see on what, and then probably the tears are going to flow right forth. Because in that moment, maybe as though I message him to see our goodness and question. Listen, you know what's going to be now? It's going to be now is like 2,000 years of 2,000 years of, it's almost like, you see this sometimes like, the people like these long years is also something like they get to the finish line, they begin to cry, because the nursing injuries and pain and difficulty, but they kept it together because they had to get to the finish finish of Niederhard and our national finish line. This gives me just a tidal wave of tears because the thing that we had to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes the fact to keep in check is I need to move myself forward, and at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going from seeing that these anecdotes, from seeing the Shia, and the amazing the family community value, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. I would say it's important that you learn this because this, what we're learning right now, as a lesson in history, and there's a term very soon, it's going to become our reality because it's found a mixture of pain from everything that we've had to endure, coupled with incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have. We still get to the Tasha of the color. He was I behind the scene of it. So as about how are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for our enemies? They were innocent. Once another again, Chatas is brought for any burden transgression. These Jews were not children who were innocent. So how could they get a carbon for innocent? The which he was is right. Hora Shah, I saw. I will say it's fascinating. Hora Shah, what that means? The exception was made. The exception was made. Ultimately, it's not for Malcolm to go ahead and enter in Chatos even for a intentional stand up, you can look at the Tisha Shisha, Shiva Shiva, negative me. Let's say for the because you look at these Kabbalahs, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, 89, 77, 77 plus. What do they correspond to? Ella, Allah's Shaisa Haya, Haganan, Allah's Shah Hasa. So it's this ultimate, it was Allah Shah. Allah Shah. I will say, man, you ask yourself, why was there a shock like that? I don't know, it's just like, but also because it's important, it's so incredibly important for these kind of years as well. If there's one thing that we don't know about all of the desert that's interesting, it is us becoming knowledge. No one is a greater stakeholder in our children than our coach because when we become knowledge, we believe in our ability to second chances. Even though we second chances, we get our activity, we get it going forward. Children got a possibility. There was a way to try it. It's part of the how we start to understand that the second based on the question represented, you start and leverage it at the beginning. But sometimes for people to believe that they're going to do it, there has to be something concrete. So the ability for how we start to bring these factors specialists was a tangible display of the display figures. The bringing of the factors, but once again, you show them the factors, not a ministry over us to show. Which folks, it's okay, we are around you to do probably so local, just what others can know. You can do with certainty that it will be forgiven and that a huge chance to be forgiven. Incredible. Tell that one on. Please ask them that see what I got. Suppose you don't know what to do with right so. Please ask them that see what I got. So it says, again, this one, I have on going to see what all the same thing. My basement goes out and delivers an erroneous roof. People are wanting to this whole covenant process. What happens? We say, if one of the members of Congress for a guy, they're hired, you don't know who's hired, you see if this is. Amazing process. We give them here. Ultimately, again, if one of the members of the team dies, then ultimately, again, they are contracted. So we must not kind of who is the kind of job that he's already seen on. I'm going to get one. I'm going to lie. But again, it's something here. The other, if they never please the game below the sea, but the years of the was like, we studied the humble for the next people. And the later points that when it comes to power, have them govern that seaboard, ultimately, again, only the police it brings and not the congregation. Now, watch as the verses go wrong. Please have them that seaboard. The all behind for the beast. Therefore, again, if one of the members of Christ or dies, they still bring the power because the reason is intact. However, this every the holiday Chagas Shemes Achamina Shutzvik. And we should all keep between it. That was said that this is interesting. But if one of the members of the faith team died, if he didn't want, then it's interesting. He must suggest that our local lights in the faith no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the faith died, this is like a Chagas that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the Chagas is no longer brought. Very interesting. Mark says, asking for a mixing view of the church, you're a pizza, Nazi boy, but we sense of the We should know that Allah makes a of Tzibur is brought both by the Bezdin as well as by the Tzibur. Therefore, Meis Echad and Tzibur Chayavim, the Tzibur Meisi. The members of the Tzibur dies, he's still in the power. Why? Because it said Tzibur never dies. Tzibur never dies. Meis Echad and Bezdin. But if one of the members of the Bezdin died, he died in the Chatzos Shit's thing. Okay? So you might just because of this virus, one of the members of the so if I remember about these 12 guys, we spoke about that because again, in Sequel, in recent Sequel, the interesting what's being introduced over here is that, so let's just take this out. Things in past thing that's good is good. Okay, fine, not okay, bad. Right? People acted on it. Now, Casey has to go ahead and bring the contact on the government Sequel. Okay? Now, whether or not the Sequel brings or not, that's not focus. Not focus in the single way. Now, one of the members of the Bezdin dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Bezdin will no longer bring the Chatas. Okay, I said it can't bring the Chatas. Why can't they bring the Chatas? Because the time that they see was that the Chatas has partners. The partners are like partners. The Malachim is that when one of the partners dies, the remaining partner, the Chatas can no longer be brought. Okay, so the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, sorry. Maske van het je nog wat ik zeg maar je dan meer gaan zoeken nog meer bij je dan gaat het zitten in deze maar je Rabbi says point that we should understand that a khatas short thing is not left to die. Not left to die. It's not about saying over again. Understanding the khatas are an individual, like we said before, moving the khatas separates the animal and then dies. What happens to that animal? That's an animal. You leave it to die. You can't go ahead. Chatas means Subhana, if the Chatas and the owner died, you can't go fuck that Chatas. Now, this is interestingly enough, what about the Chatas owned by partners? By partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that Chatas, but he's left to die. So the Gemara says, actually says it, he said that hard to people show up to this. If you have the heart and the son of your giver. So you separated out these animals. Don't go on and service any kipper. Then what happens? Shop lost the animal. Someone losing their job. Right? Someone losing their job. I see they lost the part of the son of the kipper. So what do you give? They say, what do you give? You lose the part of the son of the kipper. You separate out like a set. Okay, fine. And then push out. And you have there. That was the other part of the story of the years. They offered out. They offered their placement. And then what happened? They find the old ones. Or the original ones. What's that about? You're Musu Kimo. You need them to die. You need to die. But the Rothschild says, no, you have to let them release. And then they develop them. But then you can redeem it. Why? Not those seaboard itself. Ultimately, then is the Chatas of the congregation. It's not left to die. Amri of your behind comment. So let's say that's Kohanim. Gemara says, shiny Kohanim to a cow. Kohanim themselves are called the congregation. So that is not looked at. Interestingly enough, that part of Sutter, that's not looked at as Kabbalah's part of the partners. That's what it was originally. Don't think about it as a Kohanim. Kohanim is a cloud. You must say, Yixid ala Kohanim, that called An, so you see Kohanim called the cloud, but the other is Elamiata, nice with Malbala. If that becomes ultimately a head, that Kohanim are called a cow, they ultimately have meant they should bring their own Tal Heron government that's super, because they're called a cow. If he came out here, if that's the case, maybe he'll say it more. You can't do that. Why? How can we instruct it? Now, let's say again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake, instruct it, the reason brings it higher, and instruct it in the fire. So how many paros is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own cow, then what? How many? 13. Remember, Shvato Shalidi or Edu Cow. No, here's the difference. The Shevet of Levi is not called the cow. This is very interesting. One matrix. Two, Himni Matricha Nebisicha, Minasaticha, the cow under. So those say this is interesting enough by Abraham. Like the Shem says, I will give you, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. When I said that, when I said, I'll cow, and I'll make you a cow under. So right after that, it says, "It asati es haaretz hazos." So what you see from here, being a cow is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which I say, by the way, now we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting enough that Gemara says, Kol Sheish La'achusah Ikri Kahal. Only those that are from the land, ultimately again are called Kahal. The Kol She'ein La'achusah, whoever does not have a portion in the land, no Ikri Kahal, is not called Kahal. So this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interesting enough, Shiva Levi isn't called Kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying, what's the child? Okay, if you don't have a child, if you don't have a portion line, you're not part of the Kahal. So obviously, if you say it's a pasuk, you got a deeper idea of things like this. To be part of Kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're happy, beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kahal. Like Kahal Yisrael move up their sleeves and advance the common agenda of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. If you're not working the land, somebody already, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately again, you're not part of the Kahal. Now, being part of the Kahal doesn't mean that Allah doesn't, I'll say that because he's also not part of the Kahal, right? In other words, but yet again, we're only with the part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kahal is something very specific. So I was thinking, how do you reach the problem? If Shiva Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I will say then again, you ever come up? How do you ever come up with 12 shvatim? Right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So you might say, Rabbi, no. At 5 over Nasha, Kiruben, Shimon. No, there are 12 shvatim. Why? Why I will say? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. I'm going to say, by the way, it's fascinating. I'm going to sit, I'll shave Achayim, Yikaru, Nachalassam. But by Feynman and Asher, it says, listen to this, yes, I'm not sure 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? They're not from the Rothschild, but all of that. And Feynman and Asher, the city, 2 tribes for tribal inheritance. For inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. The words are, no, that's true. But it's not true, but below. I will say again, if I'm not sure if it's in the desert, but we have flags, we need flags. So remember again, the Friday Nation have their own flags. So there are separate tribes. Because remember again, so remember the flags have to do with where tribes live. It also have to do with tribal inheritance. All part of the same thing. I'm looking for a scene, but if I'm not sure, check out Nasi, each had their own tribal place. So let's Abu Raku cover in the scene. That was the order to give cover to this. They will say, in other words, to say differently, that was the order to avoid Machlo test. If there was only one Nasi, but find that in Nasha, we couldn't say that's going to cause problems. Who does the Nasi come from? Like, which one of them should get the Nasi? Decided was really beautiful. Shlomo Asa Zayin with Hanukkah. So ultimately, also Shlomo made 7 days of Hanukkah. Or is that for Hanukkah what? Hanukkah's Habayis. So Shlomo consecrated the 7 days. We need 7. So this we need 7 and 7. We discussed last week. We need 7 primary things of dedication. And law of Moshe, Lasos Shmidasa. So why do Moshe only need 12? Why do you need 12? He says, not Moshe, that's a stress, what's that expectation? Why would there 12 days of inauguration by the Shlomo? But Shlomo only made 7 days by the Shlosh, to the last one could have been a season. Ultimately, it wanted to give covet to the season. So I know what it happened. The first off, it only would have been so which tribal princes are represented, which are not. So I think Moshe didn't do. For a long again, the dedication this way, every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part, which I will say is a really incredible idea. But it's even there. If Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with trying to show him the need to extend the Hanukkah celebration of a quarter, ultimately again, that's what will be just the ultimate show of what's absolutely incredible. said the Gemara might have Yara. So let's say, Gemara goes back to its original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Yara, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos HaShutfei? So here's what you know. That's the name of the trip, right? Right? You accidentally use Mechal Shabbos, you separate Chatos and then you die. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die. Right? If the Sibor has a Chatos, and some members of the Sibor die, what's halacha? The Chatos is still also, right? Why? Ein Nisa Sibor. If you're right into that, the Jews came back to the second day said it. Our interesting question is what I think. The Chatos owned by two people. And Chatos owned by a partnership. And one of the partners dies. What's the status of that Chatos? Is that the Chatos Hadachim or Chatos Sibor? To which you might say that means that you might have like Tashva. So it's a very interesting conclusion there. The instruction says, there are 5 categories of katos that ultimately are left to die. One of those 5 katos, Rai katos, is your katos magotov, gives birth. Right, so if your katos gives birth, ultimately again, that katos is left to die. Right, Tmuras katos, if you exchange one katos for a tmura. And I will say, by the way, what was it? Katos shnei subanda. If you have a katos, you owner of the katos died. The Chatos is happy Ba'aleho, or you have a Chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be the case of, let's say again, Rubios Mechal Shabbat has here a set-side Chatos, was this Chatos, designated another Chatos, offered up to replacement Chatos, and then found the original Chatos. So the original Chatos is left to die. The Chatos Shabbos Shnosa, or once again, a Chatos which went through Karmet within a year, but the Chatos aged out. Okay? Loma Ride Chatas Sorry, you're must do this. Loma Ride Chatas Mitzvah. So if you're dealing with the Chatas Mitzvah, there's no such thing as offspring of a Chatas. Why not? Tzibor Mafrishim Nekiva. As it looks at him brings a Chatas, a male animal, never breed of animals. But what's that? Again, just this important because in 2025 I have 5 these things. Right? So only females can have children, right? Females, right? Right? So again, very logical realities that are all females that men cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by Tzibor, there's no such thing. At the end of the day, ultimately, again, by Tzibor, is only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, he's also saying Tmuras Chatas B'tzibur. Why not? Shave Tmura B'tzibur. There's also the concept of Tmura. Concept of Tmura only applies by anyone having Tmura means that you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha only is if you exchange sacrificial penalty by police, Masal Kodesh, both the ancient animal and the exchange animal both become Kodesh. The Tmura doesn't come out by Tmura often. Instead, it's considered as like a okay. Next, the action is furthermore by Chatas Sibor. There's no such thing as the older dying. Why not? Shame Sibor Nisi. Before any Sibor, there's no death by the Sibor. She is Kapu Ba'adal, the She'abrush Nasa, Lo Shamane. So let's say interesting enough. The 2 cases that we don't know by Sibor is she is Kapu Ba'adal. What happens if there was a Chatas Sibor that and it was lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the come through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbat Shnas, what if it aged out? It aged out. So those are 2 cases ultimately again where we don't know that Aloha by Chatas Sibor. So we don't know that Aloha is over there. What's also Yaakov, Yamusu. So you might have thought ultimately again it should be left to die. So the Gemara says, ultimately again you should learn unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Not saying the black carcass is one carcass, she knows about now. You have to divide my limit with the C1. She is talking about that, the Sharish vessel, you have to know the love of C1. So as an English, you say that just like the first 3 only define individual C1, so individual carcass, and not to be the carcass. So to again, the remaining 2, which apply to the individual C1. Let's see what. So what's inside of the key? Actually, that's not there. Why is that not there? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a team, as we already saw. which they must have shame, they had to mark on the government. So also bottom line the Gemara says that Allah will make sorrow that is these five pieces of way. Hatas less is left to die, they're immediate. Now what is it in their limit? Either they all apply or they all don't apply. So therefore Allah will make the Shimon says is like this. Since when it comes to the Hatas that's either already out of the gate, three of them don't apply, right? Five doesn't apply because time only offer up the other animals. Tumura status does not because there's no Tumura open again by Tumura status and or by status or by Tumura offering, and ultimately again Hatashinis that doesn't apply. Why not? Because in these 74, once those two don't apply then by definition, the other two don't apply as well by a Hatas Sibor, and then for ultimately again, if you have the case of a Hatas Sibor where they lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal and then found the original one, you do not let the animal die, but rather again do the praise, develop a movie. Same idea, ultimately the cage is out. A lot more nice you don't leave it to die, rather you go ahead and rather than a graze, develop a one and then sell it. So a lot more nice and those five situations where that's all that right? The only time you apply is apply all five. If you can apply all five, great. Fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the five, then by definition the remaining ones not apply as well. As we told you at the head of the higher level, let's see what is important. Just one piece of our myself to understand we constantly run there. Meaning that by higher level, let's see who's offering it. One power offered up by phase. One power offered up by phase. And once again, what that does mean, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, he said, Allah again, he ate chaylev. Right? So probably soil went down, some jaripad, so somebody went down and ate chaylev, jaripad, and so went down and ate chaylev, and then it was discovered. So the dates and these apart, the rest of the shvatim they're covered by the power of the base. If one of the members of the base dies, one of the base dies before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the power not never going to help the legacy becomes the air. One power on clock so offered up by the basic. The most said, Allah, holy basic reservoir. On finishing our first back and second science, what a power it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkaya. Everyone. I want to say good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shape of thing. Our annual conference will sponsor the close strong of us to unite yourself dedicated. But this year, as we so still was found our fellow sponsors for the month of the Elul, who was over medical over the Shema of his parents, Avram and Ben Asher Pinchas, Taylor Angel, Bas Giselle, and the folks. They all moved to most of our precious answer during this month of the months ahead. Shwindri, Feminist Daily Mishnas, they are from this from Tiny, they are from the Yaakov, from the Williams Bunch, from Brooklyn, Mishnas Eloi, then Tiny. What's in that? Let us be the first, as always in this course. We're going to be learning this course about this after be successful. Also with that, let's go. Bob Hashem, eat today, but me, we look at London, Hashem. For the Mishnah of the day, today's dot is Dallas 4. We are picking up on literally the top on Mandala 3D. Let's go. Okay, so picking up. This is what I'll review this. Actually, we back to the session. Two okay, second one, I'll review over. Yes, you know, if I do this, I'll create this script and this is made up of 100 people. And they sat down to adjudicate this. I love what I saw. There's no obligation for Baal coming at Tzibur, unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have living on the judgment. And then Kala Das Zar Yishku, actually Yishku Kuma, actually shows a lot of Kala Das as well. So what's an interesting about this? In other words, your time that a Yidden is going to have to have a Baal coming at Tzibur is when everyone in the Yidden participated in the movement. So if someone abstains, for example, ultimately, again, we don't have, unlike when we have the ocean, but in the ocean, after this tablet, it seems to be eliminated as well. The Kala Kula kind of one, we want the Kula. Generally, because the Kula, the majority, ultimately, is like the whole, the hard sleep, and yet over here, what does it say? Kol Ha'ita. I should have come out here. Should be God said the Yochanan that the entire faith must be participatory in this psak halacha to have a high element at Tzibur. Or not, I can believe that. Okay, so let's see. So that's what's saying. You want to questions from our Mishnah. So today, always busy with the Achalet Shadol, right? The things in Paskin, and one of the members of the base day, you know, we got a mistake pushing. Oh, I'm playing the holos. Oh, we'll say it was a tough with bloody saying Yadi. Was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the movement was mistaken. But despite that, Allah Asaf, he went and he ate the finger. That's the way to keep using that case based on their movement. So the Gemara says, so whether again he did the day, he did after things, he did it before the day, he did it all. He just did it. Allah Asaf. The nation of Talmud against the end of the day, he starts facing the Mishnah. The individual is hiding. Why? Because since he knows better, therefore we cannot count him as the penny or acting based on the reading of the Bible. See what I'm saying? 1 second. Hiding the Chayim, now it's only this individual who's hiding because he knew better. It indicates us that if some other individual relied on him, ultimately they would be project that mind that alive. Obviously, this is a case where we see Mishnah saying that one of the judges dissented, right? One of the judges ultimately again, one of the judges told the rest of the business, ultimately again, what you did is not correct. The psak is not correct. And I was saying, I remember, halacha l'maisa, you just said before, I said before, that in order for this to be liability, ultimately again, what has to happen? Halacha l'maisa, the entire basin has to participate. But this is the case where one member of the basin is not participating. What's the case? You don't shake unity. How do you have a Rothschild? It's very interesting. What's the case? With the sentencing judge, when the judge is saying, hey, guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and he nodded his head. Yeah, interesting. So in other words, by nodding his head, he actually points out over here, he indicated that he is participating. So even though he did not participate, he gives the impression of participation. And of course, considered to be as if everyone has participated in this group. Interesting. So Tashma, all of these that much ago, the faith in Paskin, and one of the members of the base in realize that he made a mistake. From that point on, and again, that guy and that judge says, Kabla, you're making a mistake. Are you able to do it? Ultimately, the use to this country from high element government at Seaport. Because you have to have everyone participate. And we're going to do it. So interestingly enough, the reason their partner is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if you wouldn't have said anything, it would be liable. And you must be done and cover Allah. Not but once again, if what you're going to write, why should it be right there? Because your person or going to be right then need the participation of all the judges. But here, not all the judges are participating on the Akhnani and the chair in the Rothschild. What's the case? So the case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the face. Interesting. So that's what the church, some sort of so what's the interesting about what it says? Rabbi Kalai, on the teachings of Shmuel, on these very solid, he said, you cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless, of course, we get certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold. Very interesting, right? cannot legislate law that the majority of the populace cannot is about Zara. Remember that this is why Chazal had to see the concept of Hamas counter baker's bread, like bread by Gentile people, originally ended up alcoholic, and then what happened? And what happened to Levi's? There was a muscle because you have communities where they want to know that you're but if they do the undue hardship, they had to rescind it. So you must listen to the micro. What's the passing that supports the secular? So you know they're close to passing. From Rabbi, on the 8 10 negative, so literally again, with the question of first need, see I can cope and Hadrahi Kulo, and you are stealing from me the incarnation. You must say, the whole of it said, Hadrahi Kulo, and you both Kulo, yet he is supposed to use question of call, but call never means everyone, call me Kulo, which yours is right, to lift the Yokola, to lift up, and you flute the Yokola's position. I will say again, the Yokola came on, there are no place that they'll never be faced. And you have a hard head of government at Siva. Remember again, what's hard on government at Siva? That's how good the Huskies deliver to the erroneous society. The majority of the crowd relies on it. There's a special cover that's bought. He brings that carbon out. He's the populace. That's the number that's called one after that. But you don't want president that the only time there's one for that is when the entire community participates in the Psak Halacha. Where he doesn't get that vote because Russian Hasidus can call Adas in Israel. The Gemara just went ahead and disproved that. It showed that that's not true. Sometimes you can find the word call, and call can be what? Call can be majority. Call can be majority. So if our Rabbis effectively disproven of the other, and you do not need the entire participation of the entire movement in order to go ahead and not entire of the WNS. Incredible. The other mindful Adas stuff from Rabbis and what is the meaning of the expression call Adas? It doesn't mean that you need 100% participation. What does it mean? So let's say, watch this. You don't know how you're what it means is, in order for there to be a part of that seaward, the entire site edge has to have been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a part of that seaward situation. Incredible. I'm not sure. Each year, she never said the fucking about. And the show says 10 judges who are seen in the judgment. Kolar, Tolan, and Saba Kula. Literally, again, there's a bead on yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the Psak of the days. This is Judah. That's obviously everyone against them. Their responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So, what was the picture of here? How much for that? That we come in was to this. Because even in case of, let's say, a student is on the same reason with his Rabbi. Now, what does this mean? I would have thought like this. A student is going to his Rabbi is always going to be differential. So, therefore, the student knows that the Rabbi is wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Kamash Roma, no, everyone has responsibilities, and therefore, the student responsibility can't just be different. So, if you're on a biggest thing, you have an opportunity to seek out truth, even if it's to the contrary of your Rabbi. Who knows? It's very expensive. But who knows? You have enough of the Medina might see a star and I did not but who knows? And you would go out for judgment, some judgment, you would always be 10 students from the yeshiva. Why? You must have created in order that they be able to figure out some of the splinters from the food. In other words, what's happening over there is Raffuna saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. But actually, teacher must look at me. I say, so I'm not just a hospital, most of come in. But actually, when someone would bring an animal, see if it was a trade part. I'd say, if I was going to be animal, it's a touch on trade. What would he do? He would essentially assemble the things, a little panel of experts. He'd bring 10 butchers from Masim Achasya and say, look at this particular animal. Why? I'm going to live at the empty Shimon Bishula. So that they should be put a hand over here and get a splinter from the food. So there should be collective responsibility. So they'll say it's interesting. If when you learn this, it sounds like that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for judgment and kind of wanted to defray a little bit of responsibility upon others. You can also very well say that, accomplish so much more when you're part of a collective than when you do things individually. They could never be attacking the leader as follows. Judgment requires judgment. There's even a present for what happens. Because after all, the Gemara says, in the dying load of the machine of goals, the judge can only indicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how I don't want to talk from you are, you never have complete information. So you need to have an Ishmael. So quick try about me that what these Rabbi are doing is there's somebody with me. Also because there's always been this Ishmael. There's always been a part of evidence. When Jews act as a group, when we act as a nation, we act more as a group, as a cohesive group, that's a force multiplier. Now, what we can accomplish when we are together as a camera, as a base, as a individual, or as a nation, is completely greater than what we can accomplish as individuals. So, could that only have what I'm saying is individuals? There's a high probability perhaps of making a mistake in judgment, of bringing others, bringing other Jews to each this spiritual group, and all that will have that incredible. Mishnah, Mishnah, the Chazubah, then show you about the Mishnah, and one of us out there is interesting piece of the thing here on this verse. Let's do same case. That same case. Anything where they had and has been the fact Caleb is mutter. Okay? So they passed it incorrectly, and then what happened? They realized they made a mistake, they retracted their ruling. Okay, whether they brought the Parhal of Governor Sibor or not, right? This one. But they brought the card or not. What happened? Someone acted on their stock. So let's say it's in this case, the previous case, Casey made a mistake in ruling. Casey did a witness in that. Someone really went ahead and went out and did it. Okay, so the Mishnah said that Allah ultimately again, the individual is free from personal liability because he's covered by this. This case is different. In this case, these casting erroneously, they really realized their mistake, but Ruben didn't hear about the fact that they made a mistake. So what did Ruben do? Ruben went out and ate for them. So it's not halacha. The Shem says, Ruben is fucking why? Because Ruben attacked him based on himself and basically. The Rothschild Omer sucking. Rothschild says it's a sucking. And what's interesting, now what does that mean? It's a sucking. So ultimately, the Rothschild says, we're not sure. Is this quote that he's relying on basic or that he's relying on himself? So the Gemara says, Ezu sucking. Yashem himself thinks so. Right. So it's interesting that Rosa says like this. He also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If you're in his home, then ultimately, again, he's fighting. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the house. Right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on. And you should have heard about the fact that he's in the first ruling. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he's traveling, and again, he's out of the city, you should have. Again, it's understandable that he does not know that things will reverse. It's not only to what he says. And the king says, I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be hotter than a liable. However, as I might stress and the Yoshi the so they watch someone who's traveling very quickly and if someone's in his home, Shayoshi the base or extra higher Shmoa. He said, no higher extra Shmoa. Because again, as I said, at the end of the day, so I understand the key response. Someone who's in his home ultimately has every reason to know information. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. All the things around us are so that's case one. Case two. It's interesting. Things being tested to uproot the erroneous psak. But in this case, the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, uproot any need about Torah, in Shabbos by Torah, in Avodah spoken about Torah. So let's say, for example, they say there's no such thing as Hechel stuff. They make it dramatically with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos. Nothing's so Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. So let's say, what's that about? How they able to tune it? Now, what is that? How they able to tune it? So remember again, we're talking about now the life that we get from the Hanukkah of the Dhamma Minat Sibo. So as the sentence says, it's outside of what this is. I looked over that Sibo. The first one's what? when the priest didn't make a mistake about a detail in the mitzvah. So when they make a mistake about an entire mitzvah, there's no right in asking, you no longer have to observe Shabbos, you no longer have to observe Mitzvah, you no longer have to worry about Avodah Zarah. Then that's a mistake about an entire section of Torah. That's not how I would have done it. So what's this whole about the mitzvah? So how do you mitzvah? How do you chayyav it? And they asking, and they upheld part of the mitzvah, and they gave part of the mitzvah off. That's how Helen governed that super case. So, for example, each week of a talk, so he said, there is such thing as supposed to be done. But the man has the Shabbat can't be done. What is that? There was this kind of thing that the construct where a woman would see blood during certain times of the month. She would have to observe one corresponding day of purity. So you see that halacha doesn't apply. Right? Or each Shabbos most of you should say, I think, water. Right, water. So, for example, let's say you have Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from the private domain to a public domain. So they make you mistake about a detail. Each avodah still covered the Torah by Mishkan. How's that? Hotter. Right? It is, of course, there's a Zorah, but you're allowed to bow down. You can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, on the English side of it, in these cases, we would be carried high, I love them, yes, why? Shnenar, Ne'elam, Javar. Javar, because when the pasuk structure, the pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the Philistines. So when Daisy makes a mistake about a detail, that there's power of government and support. But if you make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately the power of government and support. Incredible. So let's analyze this point. Let's hold this point. So you can see, right, I'm going to show you. So it's like the first thing. Asking that things water. Right, the next thing they realize is it's a mistake. They retract the psak. Ruben connect and retract. And therefore Ruben was out to kingdom. What's Ruben's status? When Shimon says, partner, the Halacha says, it's really kind to suffer. I'm not sure. Not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about what's he at home, what's he traveling. So you want to see, my time in Rishon, what's Rishon's logic? Who says that it's budget? All of Rishon's basically all said, ultimately, Rishon is, look, at the end of the day, why is it need to pay? Why is he pay? What's the answer? Because he's relying on the sacrifice. That part of that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that he retracted already, that's nice. But if you ask Ruben why you could read off that piece of paper, he's going to tell you because of the sacrifice. He can look at his if you should omit the I'll have to make sure that it is in the other version. So we can remember that any psak that went out in the Chinese power at sea, and a person, an individual acts on it, ultimately, again, he is cluttered. Says why? Because once again, he's acting based on the psak of the Philistines. So basically, we're into Kasha, parallel to the Shotzi. The more we see over the scope and the Tchila, the COVID, the revision. It's mostly very interesting. Let's say, let's leave aside about Torah for now. Let's say, right? Let's say, again, simple. Basically, possible is murder. The majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So let's actually now what? But that wasn't yet to do this part. So Shimon says, we make a collection. We make a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Klal Yisrael. Right? We go to the page. Right? This is for I have a good answer. And Klal Yisrael goes ahead and contributes. That's what Shimon. We go and Ruben says, no, Shumas HaLishka is by no. Take it from the couple companies. Like this, even if you got the vote, I'm going to go with them. They're both saying that's the best thing that you're collecting from the general population. Everyone's going to know about the how I'm going in that secret. And that's the case when Ruben goes ahead and eats the Caleb. How do you think you know that already collected in the general population for the carpet? Levi seems to go and shake up a stun. So what's one possibilities in this case? They need a stun collection. They're fundraising, exactly leads to what they're fundraising for. Levi said they don't go holiday the muscle he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. Levi said, no, Rad Kiva turns up on the other time beside you. You tell you the thought, התחיל לבוא ברוב הגדולים, Rabbi Shimon, Trumas Halishka, okay, so here there's the first attribution. There's Shimon who says that he collected from the temple coffers. Therefore, it's quite possible there's no public evidence. Okay, incredible. So remember, the focusing is still on our first case of the issue. Based in Paskin, that halacha l'mesa, the halacha l'mesa, payment is mutter. They then realized their mistake. They reversed their psak. Shimon did not hear without the reversing. So what happened? He needs to is he liable or not? It's very different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous type of their movement, and therefore again they're still promoting this facade. In this case, they realized it. So again, the Shimon says, well, it's possible. This is still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Bezdin, and then the Rothschild against this of the Suffolk says, otherwise it will tell you. The Meir says, the Meir the Chayyim, the Shimon the Meir says the Chayyim, Shimon says the Rothschild over Suffolk. The Rothschild says it's Suffolk, the Shimon Allah, Suffolk says it's a little bit like suspended on the whole change. It's not like Hashem Talo coming out. So we'll say, look, the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring Hashem Talo. The treatment is a little bit more. Hashem Talo, we will say, is a situation. Ultimately, again, if you are not sure, did you go ahead and commit to that Teva or not? That's what's called the Hashem Talo. So the Gemara says that's how it's let's analyze it. So the Gemara says, top of the hour. $1,000, pretty good. The person that goes without saying, remember, again, we keep referring back to our original machlokas, or one of our early machlokas. Who brings the parhalim government at Sibur? Ultimately, again, is that the people, is it the base? So when the thing that says in Sibur, the first smell also, is that everyone knows about it. I'm not going to know basing, the first smell also. We have a shawl, hava on the way. So I'm saying, even according to the that says that it's the base thing, that's reason. So it's not as much about personal publicity. Still, have everybody as who found out. You know, saying it's interesting to see that the activities from this is like how much liability, how much responsibility is there on moving to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm not going to see. Much of the simplest amount of over. But what could Sukas' position be compared? But other shady have also been shmoshes. So it's like an individual who brought his carbon in a shmoshes. I must remember it, and carbonos must be brought by day. It's brought by day. Let's say someone who brought the carbon in a shmoshes and between day and night. Something you don't know, something you don't know. This is what it says. So something we got something that's right. Finish shmoshes. Something you don't know. This carbon, something you should have sheha. This capital shade would be Hashem Tavo. So ultimately, I was that would be an example of the people who are not being Hashem Tavo. And again, it goes to that same place with the thing that says that it's Bezdin that brings this CEO law, because again, there's no publicity associated with that. Now, it's zero to the possible Musa Tava Amrabay. Even according to the thing that says that it's the Tzibah that brings it, and therefore, the movie publicity around this. Right? Because the Haka is something you don't know, something you should have shared. Each child will ask us to the Shaiva. You also need to see over here, ultimately, again, everything you know what's supposed to be to ask for clarity. That's different than the case by the Bezdin. Maybe it's something to ask for clarity. I don't know what that's like. My Shemini, so what's his message? Remember again, so far, we have clarity on the position of the Shimon. Right? The Shimon says that Bezdin has to be carried his mother, and Bezdin walks it back. Right? Bezdin reverses. Who they need to be clear about the reversal? It's clear. And Shimon says, Departure. Why? Because we're considered to be acting on based on the psak of the Bezdin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then after that, remember again, the Belazar just followed the progression. The Belazar says, suffering. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that. And I hear Rabbi Akiva says, I hear that the one who's traveling ultimately, I'm reading to say that he's potter much more than saying that he's kind. Then as I says, ready. Remember, that as says that he's ready, he's done it. So when as I says, ready, I don't say what's between someone who's traveling and someone who's home. It's very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Who's traveling, he doesn't have access to information. So shout before they the Ben Azai. So he says, go back to Ben Azai, or other FC, like that, we drop the idea. Listen to this, also, and that case would be, let's say Ruben ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. Still in the city. So I say, so what would you do in that case? What would you do? And then as I fight, now they say, he said, when to Ben Azai actually fight one, because he's still home. He's still home. Although they're going to the butter, the high gifts, but then the ultimate layer in the butter. If you want to be a house, you don't have the same access to the incredible power which allow our as power, which was Islam comes to last politician, which is maybe the bulk of our country. So this is first of all, it's a high plastic. But I'm not ultimately passing that kind of people. Right? So the main that I want for myself, facing passing that, given his mother. Right? Then facing reverse the sack. After the reversal, Ruben eats hair. What's Ruben's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruben is home, then ultimately again Ruben is hiding. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. You should know about the reversal. If Ruben was traveling, then how long said, even if he left his house, ultimately he's going to be Potter. Why? Because once you leave the house, you don't have the same access to information, and he's considered to be acting based on the sack of the big and therefore it's himself a personal liability. Incredible. Next, there was what I to say. If you have based in Deuteronomy's sack and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not parallel governance. What's parallel governance? When they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah, specifically the Torah about it. And then when is it plus? When is it parallel governance? When based in makes a mistake regarding a detailed davar, but not regarding the entire mitzvah. So what's the example of this? How do they leave the Torah in chapter 9 about the Torah? They say there's no Shabbos, there's no about the Torah, not going to you would have thought that they're right to treat our of governments. But however, the airline dollar rotation ownership is coming in its Kuya, how again, process however, how I operate is usually the Torah, so that's something you don't have. So when you make a mistake, so it's important to circle in the bar. If you have relations with the one who's observing more the community corresponding to what she's so bleeding, such a person is father. Right? That's called parallel governance. When they make the mistake in detail, no question about. Yes, shots the Torah about a motive surrounding Potter. There is no Shabbos, but a person that carrying something from a rishus and a surrounding is Potter. So they make a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, how governance is done. The upper you can that these are shouldn't Potter these cases. I'm sorry. You shall have no problem. And on the Shtacha that Potter, same thing. Things about the Zara, but they make a mistake of kind of detail regarding about the Zara. So again, halacha so not when you do it, the ne'elam double part below. We'll say this is it. The part element government at Seaboard, basically what we find mistake regarding the detail of the mitzvah. But we seek to approve mitzvah in its entirety. Again, it was a potter means they're potter from part element government at Seaboard. Certainly not a good reason. We often need to read the few mitzvahs, we think of mitzvahs to them. Bacteria's color goes to them. So let's like this. You would have thought ultimately again they are parts of that. If you're going to say ultimately again when they uproot part and they want to be the rocker part of the partner, and to go ahead and uproot everything in the partner, then when it's your reliability. How do you touch this? What kind of body like Imar, Dabar, Pull and Rasamash, not really the name of Dabar. How do you know Dabar only means a detail? Maybe Dabar means an entire mitzvah. So we must just have a little bit of Dabar. So my marshmallow state, how do you see from the foot of the airline dollar? Only right, only if you're but that in its entirety, I'll let you look how you made the airline dollar. So the way we actually understand the airline dollar is the airline dollar. The eyes were blinded to a detail. Amar Kumar says, this is Amar La'asu Achos, the common source. The common source promotes common source. So again, the Rothschild is going to be something in the common source. The common source is a detail from the mitzvah and down to the mitzvah. Rashi and the other government is like number. You Shama, when he's like number, you know, so another one's like number. The rebellious sage, that's the guy that the member of the faith who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. The secret is like number, he probably made Rabbi, those such a version of the thought of the small. Now, not making had double called Rabbi. After all, double called Rabbi, just like second number. It's hard to detail. So to find that let's see what Rabbi means a detail, I'm not going to small. Actually, so once I saw again, it's just want to point out what that was happening just there is that the differences are coming as the word is comparing this out. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha and that halacha said it's only part of the Tzibor when basically makes a mistake about a detail of its stuff. But if they make a mistake and they want to update mitzvahs entirety, ultimately again is the hundreds of others in these and very interesting actually that has to be both. So let's listen to this. It is only part of the Tzibor when basically makes a mistake regarding something that it's seducing onto one. Okay, well, so it's about the double shot could be more involved, but if they make a mistake regarding something that it's seducing agree with, to it. Ultimately, they're contra. I must say, remember again, what did it's seducing agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torsion of 7. It's explicit. They disagree with Torsion about that. So you can merge things like this. The only time knowing that Seabird, the situation ultimately again, where Basin makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no power on that Seabird. Why not? My time zero coming pay with Rav. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means again, if Basin makes a mistake in something that's explicit in Torah, listen, that's negligence. That's negligence. How to have a governor that Seabird was like is where so we did the same category. It's where Basin's a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. So it's okay. Mistakes happen. But you make a mistake in something explicit or even it's a duty notice, that's professional negligence. And professional negligence, that's not how Elam government. It's incredible. Someone says, what's that? Let's analyze this. It's not. So what's that? Because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So it's not. You post about it. Each means the Torah about don't not night. Shomer something that you don't see is saffron law. But not make sure Safaris act on the effort. So what's this? But the halachot of Shomer something that you don't leads on one day, 37 days of the month. And she observes one corresponding thing of halal purity that actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be a again? We just said before that if anything is explicit, you don't bring power of that's in hard. Which you must have remember making a mistake that it was the power Sharia Basi. They said that if you initiate with his mother, it's only completing that's hostile. And that means it also says possibly called a higher law. So ultimately it says that man exposes for making it, which means even the initial without completing the act. So we also so what's the mistake? Yari, Kidarka Siro, Shemo Kidarka Shari. They say, oh, it's only Kidarka, that's also. Here, Shemo Kidarka ultimately is going to be that's the mistake. It doesn't make sense. Huxley, Mishkevei Isha, Yari, Kidarka Asir, I'm sorry, Mishkevei Isha. What's interestingly enough, the Torah refers to nations, it uses Mishkevei. Mishkevei is plural, which means that there are two halakhically recognized acts of Biyah that are both legitimate acts of Biyah, Kidarka and Shelo Kidarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, what is making a mistake needs to be still up in the Torah, which we were saying, so what they're saying is like, you say it's Kidarka, even initial means that Shelo Kidarka, the might be the Asavara Sharia. If the Shelo Kidarka, then ultimately it's only completing the act that's also the initiation of the act, ultimately again is going to be better. Alright. I feel you not. So to make that same mistake with general Holocaust not just a person today, no, I will be only Kidarka, rather in reality making a mistake is called it. So the other Ha'ara, shut the government with mistake. Ultimately, rather the mistake is about Ha'ara is initiating Biyah, and the third one is only applies to a bona fide Biyah, and not Shomer something that we don't. So it's trying to show how the case that we're Mishnah is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. What about Lohan? The elevator market. The mistake they make is that only become a Zara. They make a mistake. Call the name Zara. Okay, so that's an example. So the mistake only become a Zara again because it says call the name Zara. That's the mistake. Only become a Zara whenever she has to see the flow, whether it's by there or by next. Good. Yes. To these cases, the cases make a mistake in detail. And I like to say a non-explicit detail. So I said, you Shabbos, but I want to just fucker. So here's an example one. They said there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. You must what? That night, Hotzah Ksiva. Hotzah, the permission to transport an item from one domain to another domain of Shabbos, is explicit. He says, Hotzah Ksiva must some Yibachechet. So it's an explicit blessing. So how can you stick that there's a high liability for this? The only Hotzah who also have no solution. Say ultimately again what we saw, which means so much as another son fish say it's going to be also, but after that, the reverse of that is more good. Like say, coming outside, after we got zero, motion is slowly shovel. Or they say, for example, transporting line is also like handing something or throwing something is more good. So again, an example of where they're mistaking of details. Yeah, Shabbos, that's what I'm talking about that buncher. So if you finish the order, it says, Abodizar is also the down is mutter. What? He said, Rabbi, Abishtaka Hafsiva, the Sid, no Ishtaka there, Lael Acher. It's an explicit person. Don't bow down to another God. The army, he has Sir Ishtaka the Akidaka, about Hoshaloti Daka, Shadia. He said, ultimately, what is bowing down? Asser, but that's a normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow down to an idol that's not the way to worship it, it's more good. So that's the example. Also, what's the example? It's Baal Bar. How do you go and worship Baal Bar? Right? It's an all-time crowd, like favorite. Like you get to keep the idol. Right? So when I say, let's say you bow down to Baal Bar, I would have thought that I'm not going to myself. You're a potter. So that's the same thing. There's no sneeze back in that Sarah. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing. Right, prostituting yourself is one of those. The Gemara says, "Everybody said, no, it's not going to be like that also. This can be that right line. It's not going to be that right line. Shout. What that means was, it can only form prostrational bowing is also right, but ultimately again, the non-full prostrational bowing is not also right, which is a mistake. So the worship that would be an example of how that's also the bottom line. The Gemara is accepting this idea from Mishnah. But the only thing is how I look at that symbol display. So it makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that it's supposed to ID, it's not explicit. But a mistake regarding explicit, they're trying to approve a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately no hard ever done in that seat. They try to what's like, not whatever days. Where does it? Encourage we shall slow. So like the following, we got this, but not the following. Let's say he's asking. There's no Malacha place. Malacha porridge is plowing. So they say there's no Malacha off of the Rishon Shabbos. Now, what is that station? You can come with this. Maybe you can only just speak. On the other hand, one of the things is we get this 39 Malachas. I was at the 38 Malachas. Right? But you just disagree on this detail. So this is called asking a detail in the mitzvah. So therefore, I never shouldn't start with the mind of it and say, well, oh, Duma, even the Ka'akayim and the Kadisha called it the Kakidas, so it's or what they're doing with this society is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no part of that mitzvah like that. So it's interesting, Shaila. So on one hand, they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e. one malacha. On the other hand, you can say no. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa, uprooting an entire malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah. And therefore, no part of going in that sequence. Let's analyze. So first of all, usually with our something, no water, and going in Mishnah's case, there is supposed to know that if you have issues with Shemaz of Kinegi, don't ultimately partner. But I'm not. I'm not. Shemaz of Kinegi, no, but they're uprooting this entire detail. Like I was saying, the Mishnah said, when basic uproots the entire mitzvah, there's no hard element of that sequel. We're trying to figure out over here is what happens when you uproot the entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So the Shemaz of the uprooting this entire from the Parnasi, Shemaz of the community condition, and no, he's also liberated. We saw before, they were making a statement regarding the detail about Shemaz of the Yom. Not saying Shemaz of the Yom is Boshma. Yes, Shabbos Torah, about a multi other parts of Torah again, based in Paskin. There is Shabbos. There's Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry somebody from Rishos Halav to Rishos Archsiach Slavik. That night, how do you know it's all Kolikar? They're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of own song, which was a male. Also, now because you answered to it, more than things, they're saying you're allowed to throw something, you're allowed to win something, to make you mistake about the detail. Touch, Shema. You shall always go from the Torah about the Shach of that potter, right? There is about this all now down the potter, but I'm not. How do you Shach of that Kolikar? They're uprooting the concept of frustration. So you say, once again, I'm trying to appreciate. No, you answer that. They're uprooting making a mistake regarding a detail, a frustrational detail they're making a mistake about. So, let's say, ultimately, the word doesn't answer it, right? So now, Rabbi Yossi's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is, basically asking, there's no plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding the detail of Ruchel Shabbos, right? And therefore, it is higher than people or no, they're uprooting higher than Ruchel. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting higher than Tzvah, and therefore, no power of other than that sequel. So let's say, environments we have a kasha, and they will answer this. So where it says, right next to that, Shabbos B'Shmias Nahal. It's very interesting. That's the case asking is, Shabbos doesn't apply to the Mishnah either. Shabbos doesn't apply to the Mishnah either. So first of all, we'll see why I didn't say that. So we realize that the night of I think about that, what we feed into this, is a mistake regarding the following clause. The Chodesh, the Katzer, Tishmos. So the clause that said, we're looking again, Chodesh means plowing, Katzer means harvesting, and Shabbos is not the Chodesh Sheni to Shabbos. So we can ask them like this, whether it's plowing or Shabbos. He's not going to Chodesh Sheni to Shabbos. No, when there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When there's no plowing, Sheni. So ultimately, again, so that would be a mistake. So basically, asking, there's no Shabbos very shooting there. So we have to keep it in the kind of like Shavuot, because it says nothing. So we see like this, so on one hand, look, as much as you're in the Dachel, Shabbos, they're going to be shooting there, but they're upholding Shabbos, right? During the other 6 years. So therefore, if this is called this detail, not a feeling of it's called even the fact, usually the Shvi is Kakiras and Buktani. On the other hand, upholding Shabbos for the entire year, it's called making a mistake regarding a mitzvah in its entirety. And therefore, no power of the mitzvah. Radina Tashma, Ravish Nisiyah, but not for them to get it all. Time, the people mitzvahs, or even mitzvahs, suppose listen to this. One of the other case, we have a false prophet, right? And the Rabbi comes along and he prophesizes to uphold the mitzvah, right? And Rabbi comes along and says, I prophesied, I heard the word of God, and there's no more what I call destroy idolatry. Jesus, for that, that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, if you listen to this, with people mitzvahs, with people mitzvahs, what happens if it comes along ultimately again, and he upholds part of the mitzvah, and he negates part of the mitzvah. Rav Shimon over Potter, Rav Shimon says that it's Potter. We're going to go Potter, when it comes to idolatry. I think Amr Hayom Obetes, we're not going to do it, even if he says today, like Fridays we're not going to idolatry, but the rest of the week you can't. Ultimately, again, to give you what's it going to see the Mishmamina, in Shabbos Mishis, if people mitzvahs or two mitzvahs from Mishmamina, it goes away from here. You see from here the Halacha when I saw, when you play around, or when you speak regarding a detail, that is a lot more a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial, but is still called a mistake in the detail, and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. Instead of what's working backwards. But that's what I saw. Halacha myself ultimately again, what we see that's topic. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, even says, there's no Shabbos Shmita, that's concerned to be mistaken in detail. By extension, the Luke 60s, basically makes an erroneous psak, and they say, Halacha Lamais again, there's no Malacha Chodesh, no Malacha Valley, that is considered to be a mistaken in detail of a mitzvah, not enough rooting of a mitzvah, and therefore there is parakam of David Asiva. Instead of us, like, you bring this all together, it turns out to positive. Halacha myself. What is the parakam of David Asiva? Ultimately, again, only when the basically makes a mistake is something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even executing agree with it, no parakam of David Asiva. Right? Furthermore, there's only liability when we seek to uproot a detail. But ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, and that's they make a mistake regarding the terms of this and its totality, no have another mitzvah. In these cases, where again, if they make a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah of the goal remains intact, they will be liable to buy out another mitzvah. Basically, a mistake. They want to remember the next a mistake. But I'm going to have told that. I will say, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic consciousness, the progression of Mishnah is dramatic. Right? One, basically made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, individual acts. Mishnah 2, basically makes a mistake, basically realizes the mistake. The reverse, and ultimately related to know. Mishnah 3, basically makes a mistake. The other effort mentioned, and one of the members of the Beis themselves now realizes, this is a mistake, and 3% don't have that. That's wrong. You guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, Beis has him and the rating at Beis. Yeah, they have the court, wasn't there. Wasn't present. Ojaya at the man there, only sin or something. Or there was a member of the Beis who was a convert, a mamzer, and a seed also with converts, or something. Or say, we're going to see cultural how you learn about your soul, where you couldn't talk to church, we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on Sanhedrin. Like these are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're again, if you're a mamzer, if you're in a sin, or your soul of the Gentile keys. So again, it was essentially was a disqualified member of the Beis was Halacha, and then Zepater. So essentially, if the Beis didn't render the psak, so there's two cases over there. But ultimately, again, case number one, Beis rendered the psak, but before the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, you're wrong, so there's only an awareness about the erroneousness of the psak from the beginning, ultimately, again, in that case, or for that matter, again, Halacha L'Maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Beis Din. In these cases, Beis Din will not bring up Har Halam Dalam in that situation. It says over here, and it says over here, just like Ika, ultimately, again, this is in the case of capital cases, just like Ika refers to a unit, a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to be here, like I am of that seaboard, like every day of the seaboard, where everyone on the case is fit for to be the case. Says the Gemara, no, it's not in Jesus' name. So the big thing issue with Psak, and the range member of the case was not there, the Psak ultimately again, there's no problem of that seaboard. So I says, why not? To really know that from our church, just like the time very strong, they think not only the church has to be broken up to it. Why is that said before that things in the business regarding the explicit people so explicitly even significant of communicate? Why are they bothered? If they should hide in the having room for no what to, because they should know. They should have the knowledge and they do not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like that when we mentioned in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the group. Don't think of yourself. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like, it's usually someone smarter. So ultimately over here, it's an optimistic. It's not optimistic. How do you go ahead and everybody and asking about it? Do they shine a room on the low longer? So now, so sitting in session without the basically professional negligence, and with his professional negligence, there's not how long government at SeaWorld. Nema shakayto nema kare. That's no. So says we're a hustle. She stopped over for tables. Alright, so I don't know if the quality wasn't that but sometimes because of that getting where you need to go, even if the trip has a little sloppy. As I described, again, we made it. And now we listen to see the pages ahead are a little bit. The print gets bigger. Tremendous as well. That's got to have you. And good job, this. Everyone's doing good job, this everywhere. Good job, this. Thank you, guys. Good job, this everywhere.
All right, so we'll say good morning or good morning. Let's begin. So first of all, our shir is sponsored this month by one Catholic poet, memory of Solomon, poet Sarah Sadram, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and then Shamas Hanali, the family of Kama, and the Kala Mishpacha for their sponsorship. Also by the Commission of the Units of Sarah Shimo, Baskin Yaman Halevi, aka Ramla, who's Yarsen Forces past week. Of the American Party Shamo Hanali off at the family. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today, fine. We are on Valley Public League by the Michigan. Second class session on the now. 2, 4, 6 of our different values. Hopefully by now, you managed getting into the sentence hardiness, see the beauty of it, the intensity of it, a little different kind of things than what we're normally used to. But something very exciting nevertheless. The definition of Horu Shogun, but also called out Shogun. It basically mistaken erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling to showcase as well, as Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something as well again doesn't wrong. They're being hard. So ultimately again they bring the power of the that's this is a special cover that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of the faith. The Zeke Klal Yisrael, what I was basing purposely gave an erroneous ruling. What Klal Yisrael again was shown in order Klal Yisrael didn't realize that's what was correct. So the halacha that the Kispa Yisrael, so once you see this, what this is said to is that the Kispa Yisrael is another way of saying a personal status. So this is almost like where the intention, the erroneous ruling of the reason was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg, so in that case, there's no power of the Tzibur, it's just personal liability, no regular purpose. Show you for us this if the basin wasn't showed, but the people knew basin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated it, then there's no problem. So there's no power of the Tzibur, because as we see, power of the Tzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no purpose, because Hatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael was the word goes like this. Shogeg is the us. So you can proposition as follows: that the basic will never be shown. Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted in the city. How are they able to ultimately again that they are the power out of the city? How show you that we can interpret this? That it was showing the basic that it was. What does that mean? That it's high. What's the case of showing the basic of it? Shahoru based, which is the water. So basically, also had this case earlier, based on asking mistakenly that he was water, and it's highly will be sugar. And that's what happens. I have a piece of sugar and a piece of sugar. My caliph, which is sugar, is very bad to gets mixed up. And I end up eating caliph. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat caliph. What was my intention? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating caliph. So what's that? What's the first thing? I'm sorry. But also, so there are countries of showcase the music, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my life. Don't be right up to the basis, to which the Gemara says, that's the case. If Shota, Yet again, that's the case in the first of the Mishnah. Yeah, why does Rabbi Bakala ask that very question over? The Rothschild the toleration is even for us to show again. Taylor said for show again the husbands. So what's usually the more answers don't infer anything from the discussion. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just looking for was Mishnah symmetry. So the Mishnah began by saying, Shoke. Since the beginning said Nizik Ba'as Shogigin, therefore the Sefer just wrote Shogigin Ba'as. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a hard of government at Seaport, in order to be chayiv ultimately to that the government has to be Shogigin on the part, Shogig on the part of Bezdin, and Shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be Shogig in their delivery of their erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be Shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogeg, and also we can bring the power have of that. Says the Mishnah. Guru basically, Rasu Kalakala open it up. Let's say so basically delivers their own to sell. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael acts on the psak. So we'll say what's that? The Vian Har, the Vian Har. So we're going to power have of the that's supposed to do adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the base has to be shown. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or rubban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken reading of these. If it happens, also to bring up power. If it happens to be that the mistaken reading was regarding Abu Zara, then all this going the power is soil. So ultimately, again, we'll say for this Rabbi Zara, it's not just the power, there's an additional sub that's what the Rabbi and Yudah says, so very interesting. He says, good base shot with the B and good base part. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if every future constitution or all the shots of sin, the she brings their own power. So again, I was in the same case. Ultimately, again, based and delivered an erroneous ruling, the tribes act, Klal acts on that ruling. That Yehuda comes along and says that each Shivat must bring their own hard hell of government and secret. Others go about that. The being good is part of the again, the mistake was with Abu Zara, that each Shivat must bring its own hard as well as its own seer for 12 part and 12 seer. What's the hand without it? If Shimon says, you are part of it, others will come Shloshah part. So listen to this. You will see it. Power to start the whole Shevet, the Shevet, power to start the base. Which has to read the bills on that he says, let's say, now, is that for power of the Tzibur, these Shevet brings their own, and what? Based on also this one. So, for example, I don't say in a normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and they would bring their own. If it was Abu Zara, it would be 13 parim and 13 seed. So the Gemara says, "Total based it, not a society shot that open blood. What happens to based it? That's based it in ministers that are erroneous with it. And 7 tribes. So what's the mention of this? 7 shvatim, all run on BA. So what's it? Or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. What's it? In this case, right now, it's either a tribal majority or a clerical majority. Tribal majority is why the 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or it says Ugufan, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So now look, it's the being power. So I'll say here it says that Allah as long as that either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Bezdin, that triggers the power of government at situation. He says as follows: the being Zion part. He says if 7 of the tribes is sent, and each tribe brings its own power of government as opposed to and you can always hold that each tribe, each Shevet brings its own power. Furthermore, it says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who did it better? The being out of the and power. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Gemara says, "Sha'at English Elohatu Median Ayin Echot." Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a power on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, "Chesparim." The Babalas will call it Chesparim, the Chesirim. Har B'Sar the Shevet, Har B'Sar the Beit. Because Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sin go ahead and bring a carbon. Or the Shimon has, he said, based it brings a carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, based will bring its own additional carbon. Only based shall Acham and Ashlag, the Ba'as Shevet Achmed. Was actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of other Shvatim, which the Shvatim outside their own court, let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, asking the Romans, delivering a wrongful psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak, what's that over? Also Shevet Kayim, Mishar Kol HaShvatim K'nei Rabbi. So the Yehuda also will say that Shevet followed its wisdom is Chayim for a part, but the other Shvatim are part. The Chachamim say no. Ein Chayavim Ela Al Moroya Ela Al Harios. The Harios based in our God. So we'll say the Chachamim say no, and I'm definitely not saying we'll say it's only brought if there is one case that the members of a religious group. That's the High Court, Sanhedrin. Shene Emar Chavadas Yisrael Yishku Velo Adas also Shene. So say I'm interested in reading some of these things. Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin we wrote this. So the Chacham dispute, the Chacham say that a tribal court goes ahead and the members of a religious group. It is no liable for our have of the or only the Sanhedrin issues that are this. Ten rabbis will say, now having fundamental three of my focus in showing to analyze this now. Ten rabbis. Yadu Shon told Mahom was listen to this case. Let's say these didn't realize that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They didn't realize, but they don't remember what the wrong psak was. Look at the first Rashi in the Gemara. Rashi says, "Not to Shaul Kol Mashul, Roma Holu Beis Hashem." The book of Rabbi with the Tzas. Also, Kala Pieva of Shop Kimchile Omidam. Davi Chad Shividas myself. Bilbad the Chad Bahora. The Ahakaf Not to Shaul Shlokuroi. And the Shetor Mashul Beinu in Ala Hulu or Ala Dam. So listen to this case. They didn't realize that they made the erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they don't either we committed for that. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Rabbi Israel considered both of these things. So the Shabbos says, what do you accuse? So Yaakov Hayavim, you might have thought that they be a high health of that Zibur Tamlomar, they go to Hachatas. The Pasuk says that the sin became a no. The law should go to Achut. It's not just enough to know that people sin. I tried to again for a hard health of that Zibur, what they do. It has to be specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher Chacham. So we'll say that, and that means halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger the hard health of government and Zibur liability, there has to be clarity as to what the law of psak was. Basing themselves, basing said, listen, you don't deliver the law of psak, but what? You don't know what the psak was, and then that cannot trigger a hard health of government and Zibur liability. Asher Chacham. Chatush Neshvatim, Yavim Shnei Harim. Two tribes, and ahead it. So we'll say they bring two parim, Shlosha, Yavim Shlosha. So we'll say three tribes made a mistake. So they're going to bring three parim. Oh, Eino over Ella, Chatush Yavim Shnei Harim. Chatu came over being killed. But maybe it's not tribes. Maybe ultimately again, two individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the bar hell of them for that support. Therefore, again, the verse says, Tamalomar, Hakal Chai. The whole Chal, so verse, the whole Kal Chai. What's the name of the verse says? He doesn't look at the Chal. He brings the bar hell of them for that support. Never going to go. But what does it mean the whole Kal Chai? Kitzon, Chotush Nishmat, the Shnei Harim. Chatu Zayin and Zayin, Ushar will say, therefore, in order to this, if two tribes sin, each of those tribes bring the Harhal of the Similarly, if seven tribes sin, so seven tribes bring a parallel of the Tzibor, and furthermore, Shar Shvat Shelo Kavim Levin Hayudim and Par. So it's ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shilu Shelo Kavim Levin Hayudim. The Kapdem are cow, the Chayim Al Kol Kahal Kal Tireh. So it's like this is like number one, that there is individual tribal liability, that if a particular Shevet goes ahead and commits or is sacralistic, that Shevet cannot have a double Nazi. Because Shevet is that called Shevet, the Shevet Ikri Kal. You also remember again, the operative word by Parallel Government at Seaboard is Kal. Torah says there's only by when Kal follows an erroneous psak of gazing. So my focus is going to be what? How do you define cow? That you need to define cow as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak of gazing, the shevet hakuda, they have to bring it. That's part one. Only that, even the tribes who did not sin, bring a parallel of government or for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's how you do the Shita. The ultimate Siddur where it says the Chayim Akol Kal Bakal B'Berkita. So you the ultimate motion of the second, and the tribes who still go ahead and what? Bring a parallel of government at Seaboard, and the tribes who did not sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Each Shevet is always 12. It's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Listen to this. V'di Zayin Paru, Beis Navi Hayidei and Par. Shne'emar Lemata Kal, V'ne'emar Lemala Kal. V'akala Amar Lemala Beis Navi. Afkala Amar Lemata Beis Navi. So Rabbi Shimon says, no, it's different. Rabbi Shimon agrees with who did that what? In that when an individual Shiva sins, so that Shiva brings a parallel of government at Seaboard. But you are answering one thing in his views on that. You answer that when a Shevet brings a par, who else speaks paralosai? The base thing. What he disagrees with is where that through this model, the non-sinning Shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin, yet the Maisi of Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So Rabbi Shimon's model, the Shvatim who came together so they will bring a par, plus the base who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's Shita Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, based in the Hayidei and Par, Vein Kiri. And once the last thing is the Shita Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that Halacha L'Maisa is only the base who brings the par of government at Tzibor, never the Shita. Shutting told to bring the bar, only, see, Ramirez Zayin Shatu Shechadu, was in the Ramirez model, the only time you bring a bar held up in the Seaboard is when there's a majority of cow Israel. So again, how we define majority is two possibilities, either 7 tribes or numerical majority of cow. Either way Ramirez says, is that Allah whether it's majority or less the same, it is only based on the bar held up in the Seaboard, not the Shvat. Not the Shvat. Nemar Kalamata, Nemar Kalamata. Kala Amalabala, Beast, Kala Amalabata, Beast, But Shimon Allah says, Shimon, so you know, so what's he saying? Shimon Allah says, Fucking Shisha Shvatim, a Rubo Shakah. If 6 of the tribes say, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes say, even though what? They are not the majority of the cow, nevertheless, the entire. So as Shimon also comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority depending on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So I'll say first point by Amar Mar, we know that that's what Shia Dwafot. We'll say further, we're going to be seeing advice above. If the only thing you bring up higher of something that's even is when the basis is explicitly clear as to what has to be erroneous will be delivered. In other words, the basis, I'm sure that the erroneous knows we did something wrong, just what. We don't know what. bring a car home up for that. My time was saying, who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who says this? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to talk about the Lord Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say, before we get to who we know it's like, I'll tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. This time, I'm Rabbi Eliezer, I'm not sure. In Chil Chayiv, no so Afro Chayiv. So say that this was coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of the second species, where the person is actually an individual. I'm not sure if I eat Chileb or I'm not sure if I eat Nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating Chileb or for eating Nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So the Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate Chileb or chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You ate one of those items, then I can bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. Points out over here that Allah says your father. That Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not kind. So our Mishnah will say, Christ doesn't reflect the other. Rabbi Eliezer, even if the base doesn't know what the erroneous meaning is, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something for his intentional consumption of would be high cards. As long as we know that he did that, then what does it matter if it was Caleb, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi, Rabbi Eliezer, no, he could even shiny stuff in the city. Could be part because he was a little different. Why? Because the pasuk says, Asher chata aleh. Because also the pasuk says that based in Israel, or should say, that pile of documents he wants. That pile of documents is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher chatu aleh. So was it. So there's a specificity. Articulated in the pasuk. Asher chatu aleh for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I also not have to say, but 1 second. Also not have to say, Asher Chotu Allah. I'm sorry. Also not have to say, Asher Chotu Allah. Bless you. Only point in the part from this essay. But also, there that person is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you fatos, if they are responsible, say this asik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an activity. In that case, everyone is misasik. Everyone will agree that halakha lemaisakim, I am not chayiv bichatos in that case. My time is empty. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shikos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par halal that seaport cross. Remember again, Shiva study is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. Now that's what we're going to say. What we say that even the shvatim didn't say. Bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did so. What's going to be the sheep? I might read. Kasabar, Arba, Kuroviksi. And says the word cow in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Maral Gambanasi. Right? It says cow, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So we know what I use these 4 cows for. Chad the Kaibal, cow. One is each, that's what. And each and every shaven is chayiv, and each and every shaven is called a cow. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one cow. The chad, the royal freedom is the rice and told the cow. What's that second teaches me? That Paran of Tzur is only brought away when the beast administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the chad and the gerira. We'll say, what is teaching about? We'll say, and halacha l'maisa, even the shvatim didn't say, bring your little drag the law, bring a korban on behalf of the shvatim who did so. The chad l'shem and she'asa b'hora is and we'll say, ultimately again, what is the teaching about the fact that if one of the people was a Rashi says, the fellowship of she'asa b'hora is business, he is not saying that the maslis and horu beis she'ach l'shvatim was an unkept. Even if one of the shvatim acted based on the psak halacha of his own business, the chad Reb Shabbos says that's a so we learn out all of the shivas from the 4 times the 4 colors. Shim's model. To us, our colleagues, it says the word kal 3 times. Ha-kahal, kal, ha-kahal. Maybe alcohol or because was it a he doesn't touch the fourth cow. Why? Because that fourth cow appears in the phrase Me'ine HaKal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means it can't be in the state. He said that one you can't mention one, because that's just an expression. Me'ine deprived of. As most people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So what's the answer? So God the I'll call cow the cow. So one cow comes to each. Then each Shedet has his whole liability for finding these we trade. Nehemar the Matakal, the Nehemar the Malakal, it says cow over here. It says cow over here. Malab on the Makal, just like we'll say, there's a kind of base, it has to be in the cow. I've kind of based in my cow. So over here, we're only fighting if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Sakala. Right here, cow, Lodarsh, those have hair, doesn't touch, so he doesn't touch the cows. Therefore, we violate. Therefore, ultimately, again, he leaves the two cows out of the wife. Ne'emar the cow, the Ne'emar the cow. Now, Mal Na'aron based in the Lord Seaboard, Afghan based in the Lord Seaboard. Was it he teaches it to teach me what? That just like earlier, was like it calls her to base in not the seaboard, so to here to point the base not the seaboard. So what's remember again? What's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the power hell of government at seaboard? It's the base. It's the base. The base brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, you let that out ultimately here from the exhibition. But Shimon alone, the night time, Shimon alone is logic. See, Vaya, evening, Ha'ita, Alma, Sit, Me'ine. So what's that? Remember on one hand, Shimon also says as follows. The Pasuk says, Ya'im, Me'ine, Ha'ita. And even this thing, that is limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says that. You see that it says, remember the Ruba is Midutolo. So we'll say, I want to say, the thing that becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kila Allah means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the Ruba is Midutolo. Sounds like it's only grown, but not the field. So when it's Haki, it's a Asubah, and when Shakal, so it's even Shemala says the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, the active base of the Iranians who the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or where 7 of the tribes follow the Iranians who the base, even though what? They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, side of it. What's it? That is similar to the lights leave the company. It was the literature of Mary. In order for the power element obligation to be triggered, the Pesach halacha has to be given by the base, because the action has to be taken by the cow. It says, what do you know? That's not the but Abaye, the Alakar of the Pasuk says, the Hayah is a Hine Ha'ita Veston Shraga. The rest of the Pasuk says, that will be from the eyes of the congregation as Staldish Shraga, the matter was committed in the river. Rava Amarava says, in the Kala Abishkaga, there is the Pasuk of the Kala Abishkaga, that the entire nation acted in the river. Because the Rahman Ravaja, they had even less than Shraga, would have just said, the first Pasuk, Sahaba Hajjah, I would have thought that even just the minority of the population there's a high level of that support. Rahim see the Kala Abishkaga. Therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation is in the river. Because of the Kala Abishkaga, as the point is of the Kala Abishkaga, I'm at the front. I love the lights that has to act together with this woman. You can see, I'm not getting there, even as the Abishkaga. You can see behind the crowd about what we're talking about. Was it in the context of the Nothing on making anything. So, Shabbat, to teach us that this halacha applies whether people are delivering or going to doing Marabot Zara, or about anything else for which they would need to do. Because, like the only thing to show effort, was what the should say. If it's based on one of the tribes, based on one of the tribes, delivered in a road in school. So, I'll say again, that does not trigger Parha and the government. has to be the Sanhedrin. Says the Bible, Shevet HaKadosh Yehuda, Ba'oraz Israel Odo, Nia Christ, Shash Odo was listening to this question. What happens if you have the Bible? Ba'oraz Israel Odo, sorry, Shevet HaKadosh Yehuda, so what happens if one tribe based on the Psach of Sanhedrin Odo? So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the Psach of the Sanhedrin Odo. What's the other again? What does it mean with the whole? The Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own parallel government system. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the base level. Nicely shar shivatim over. So it's very good. This model. Remember, also try to connect also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that do. So one tribe committed in Nadira based on the psak of Sanhedrin level, to the other tribes bring for that one tribe one. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Mosai's land is when you have 7 tribes? You have the majority of the tribes who committed in the reverse in case of the second of the beast. That's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, but again, one tribe, I remember also I use this model, if one tribe sins, remember also I use this whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you use this model, you can have if one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin called the psak, they are going to bring a parallel of government in that sequence. That will happen. Shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that much? I've never said before that use this model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, remember, here's what we do then. You know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what if we don't Rabbi one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called the cows, that tribe brings a power of the that's but that we know. That's what this, whether that's halakha is allowed to see, but that should be Rabbi Yehuda. All the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So we can say that we find that the rest of the tribes bring. These members will go of the Shvatim who sin, and even the ones who didn't bring, about Hachi, the Mega Rulo, but there's only one tribe. Obviously, it's not a goal, and the other tribe is not bring. Oh, well, listen, if you look at this model, essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the Shvatim bring a power of the Natsura by definition, that unites tribal liability for all the Shvatim. So let's say that's the Shvatim. Says we have Tashma. So what did they do? What do you try to do? So Parachah did one time. Shimon says, absolutely. The Mishnah says, what do you bring? Parachah, one part. The Shimon Amish a part. The Shimon says 2 parts. So what's the case then? If you want to say that if there's 7 tribes to say that Shimon can be a what's Shimon? The Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? They can also. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes to say. So the Shimon should be part of 7 of the tribes. What are they? I love the publishing of that one. Rather, it must be done. We must be talking about a case here where one shape that is. So what's the case? Tonight, if the Shimon is relying on its own faith, then the Shimon less go. So we'll say that's again, they rely on the mistake we're talking is a mistake of group given by their own base, and then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say that these don't have the next in that case. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about the erroneous of the Sanhedrin. The Tanakama money. And we'll say, who's the thing of the Tanakama? How do you avoid? Let's take one of the things again. They're required to charge of the structure for pound of the Tzibor. I don't love Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi had to say Rabbi Yehuda. If you don't check out the shade of that, and what's the case? The case is where one shade that is safe.
So we'll say, so what's the, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to the Yudah, we're one Shevet sins, who brings the high hell of the or that's one Shevet, and the other Shvatim are not acting within the situation like that. Or we all come out asking, what you said here, we go Shechatu Shisha, Shvatim, they Ruban Shalkal. What's in what so here is where six of the tribes, six of the Shvatim are saying, but they are the numerical majority. Shimon ben Elazar, it was a good Shimon ben Elazar, in the sign of Shimon Elazar, that was the first white line. They Shmo, I'm sorry, the Shimon Elazar Shmo, Katu Shisha, they Ruban Shakal, there's six of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shiva, Amma Pushaina Ruban Shakal, but seven sin, right? They're the tribal majority, no, they're not the numerical majority. They're being tied. I'll say that look, it's a different attack. So the Gemara says, Tashma, and you go there, he says as follows. Shivet Sha'osa Ka'oraj B'Yudah. What's it? Did the Shivet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal basis? So what's that? Also Shivet Tayyip, Ushar Kalashvat B'Yudah. So we'll say what? That Shivet is Tayyip, but all the other Shvatim are Pater. U'Ba'araz based in Argono, after the Shar and Shvatim Tayyip. But if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the Beis Rabbi, and what? Even the other Shvatim will be Chayiv, Shnamina. It's like, so I'm not going to let's use this for so first of all, according to Rabbi, it appears that there could be a field or a hard hat of government at Siva even when it's based on the Psak Din of the High Court that Shevet. But according to the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a fire of the Tzibah, like what? Not the other Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then, according to Rabbi, that Shevet brings a fire and what? All of the other Shvatim are out of class. So it turns out that in Rabbi Huda's model, indeed, when you have a great Shevet, acting the wrong place of instruction of the Agadol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing the fire of the incredible. I'm going to Rashi. That's the Islamic people. Rashi is the truth is supported by a Mishnah as well. But also Shevet Al-Pihem. Right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet actually based on their words. Also Shevet Tayyip, Ushar Shon Kol Shakim Turim. Tell me that only that one Shevet is Tayyip, that the other Shvatim are part of. That's the anomaly, but there's no Ushar Shakim Turim. Mishnah didn't need to say that the Shvatim are part of. Hatana Osa Shevet Tayyip. If since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Tayyip, I would have understood that one. The Chayvan Hatana Osa Shevet Tayyip, the name Kitano, Shar Shakim Turim. Once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv by definition of the Rosh Hashanah, Allah Mashmolan, the Behoraz based in Shar Shakim Turim. Abba Behoraz based in Agadol to Shar Shakim Chayovim Shvavika. Rather, also we keep it back to the Mishnah. That it's only in the case ultimately again where Shevet is following the instruction of its own being. That Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Turim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a power hell of them and spread it what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible Shvatim of them. You want to know. Okay, so again, whether or not because they're going to look at the race of, remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shittas Rabbi Buddhism will say that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Buddha, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a higher hell on government at Sipur. Why? Because each Shevet is called a cow. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring the higher on government, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that Shevet has to be a korban the other Shvatim. Very sort of about collective responsibility. Actually, Arbus. If I know Shevet Echad, someone else makes an Agadol, this is good. What after you have a Shevet Echad, Shevet? Sha'asa Moraz makes an Agadol. Was it followed the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin can't deny the road, he's ruling, you have to follow it. So that Shevet
So now we're transitioning from that to tradition. What's in again? What was the tradition? And she tradition was that she holds both of her people. He says yes, that each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own part of that seaboard. And furthermore, again, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that it also brings its own part. So as Rabbi Huda had 12 as the maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 2 with 13 as the maximum. So the Shai is also as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Tzad of the Sanhedrin HaKodesh? According to Rabbi Shimon, nice will say, so ultimately again, what happens with that? It's the nice of it. Will say, what's the level of liability in that? The Gemara says as follows: Tashma, Mahin, what do you bring? Parachai, bring one part. Shimon already came by. Shimon says 2 parts. The Mayas, what's the case? What's the nicest case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatis and Shnei Parim, but 2 Parim, Shmoda Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatis and according to Shimon, then what? You would have 8, 7 for the Shvatim and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the other shit is a deadline. Rabbi Yaakov says it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim said, "Who can matter?" We'll say, "What's the case?" You know, if you want to say the shade is based on the sack, you have its own base. Maybe Shimon less like Shimon less like. We'll say if Shimon does not think that there's any liability when it tried, and Shimon follows his own base. One time Shimon says it's liability is right, but if all signs are double, Ella Baruch is not double. Rather, it's the Sanhedrin. He's good off. Kama, what's the Kama? Either they are hard to the white, or so they're whole, or they are hard to the sea, but either when there's an American will try to walk the row. So, either you dog, shot the night, I suppose, and so you dog, have you those that once even one shape and what, then the rest have to bring as well. Allah, I'm under Shimon Allah. What's it either must be effective you and Shimon Allah, it's the same part of it. Tashma, the say. You all have Chayim Ella al Morad is not right. The Chumseh was like, that's the only time you read the parallel government as first way. It's fine. He said, I'm not going to make second and probably start to look up the Sanhedrin HaKodesh. My Chachal doesn't let the Chachal. He came ready there, for instance, there, Ruba Bai, they're hold that you can be a tribal of the majority. And the Rabbi Shimon, the active stand out the most, right? That he is Rabbi Shimon, which the Gemara says, ultimately on the ground. See that this is correct. Rabbi Yehuda Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikut Halmanah. Let's listen to this. So we'll say, Halmanah between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say, the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the difference. What they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a Kaf. Even one Shevet is called essentially called it's called an assembly. Where did we get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. In which the Gemara says, Shevet Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikut Halmanah. Omri Ksiv, Vayamot Do Shabbat Mikal Yehuda, Yerushalayim. Nocha Chatzar Hashem, Notzar Chatzar Nisa Shabbat Hadasha. Was it the Pasuk said that Yehoshaphat stood, Mikal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, Mikal Yerushalayim, opposite the base Shabbat Hadasha, literally again, the new house of God. What is that? The ninth Hadasha. I'm going to go for my should divide. Was it means that this was the place for the Kaddish? I think it was an old Kaddish. Rabbi to Julio on Kanis the Machal Rabbi. Was they had to see the Andriosh. They went ahead and they made a bragging movie, which was what? And the Julio was a Julio was someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires Herav Shemesh. Still requires the sunset for it to become power. So they asked him that if Julio get the Machal Rabbi. So we'll say, well, what's the point of it? What are we going to see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What is called Yehuda? A cow. So you must suggest you see the Shimon and what happened here, that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, Maski for Rabbi Yaakov. Dilma Shem Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. So Habinadi Pijam. As we'll say never again, Jesus is like Yerushalayim. All the other areas of Israel, they were predominantly occupied Yerushalayim was a people was Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and the Yonah. So maybe the reason why the Navi used the Rothschild is because there were two tribes. But that means not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes. That one tribe constitutes a carbon. Which the Gemara says, "Elo Amar Avacha Bar Yaakov." You're right. We bring another raya. It says that Yomer Henry Matracha B'Sicha U'Yisaticha Lekahal Havu. What's that? Who says to Yaakov, "I will make you fruitful. I will multiply you, and I will make you to Kahal Havu." I will say, now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before. God is Yahweh Me'akisha. There was a who is born in that moment. Yahweh. So Baruch who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. You see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shemamina, Hamikam Rachman, is what the Torah is saying. It's Yahweh B'cha Hashda, Kal Apina. Ultimately, again, it was going to be born to you right now, another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what you will say. That even one ship is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this reference was the Yaakov. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to the young. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. Suppose like Gemara and we're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends with I say, right, so you still hear that what? That the nice, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of the Yamin is called the birth of a Kahal, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. So it's not here. There's a Shevet pick up. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times. That will be that's a Shevet. I'll send it out later. And Yom Tov right. All right, so we'll say good morning or good night. First of all, our shir this month, right? One Catholic college, memory of Solomon Poet, college Sarah Basadron, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, and they were Shabbos and Rabbi and family in Kama, and the college for this month's speech. And also by the local family, in commemoration of the yard site of son Shino Basil Yaman Alevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. The American California shuttle happened to New York and the family. Of course, it's like that. There are lots of things that we got. Fine, we are up on the section of the down. 2, 4, 6 lines up and letters. So we have getting into the second studies. You see the beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it. A little bit of a different kind of feeling that we're probably used to. But something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the show, Olu Shoki, but also called like how Shoki. He made a mistake in erroneous and Cloudy Swell acted upon this ruler. The sheep as well, or Cloudy Swell did not realize that it would be something as well. They had done something about it. Being hard. So ultimately, again, they bring the power hat. I love that. This is a special part when Cloudy Swell unintentionally followed the erroneous ruling of the Ezekiel also showed you what happens if these purposely gave an erroneous ruling. What Cloudy saw the cat was showing you, whereas Cloudy saw didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So I love that when we kiss so also we see this with this essential is that the kiss is another way of saying a personal katos. So in this case, we say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Ezekiel was intentional. Cloudy saw was shogi. So in that case, there's no power have left over that team, but it's just personal life or regular condos. Show you in the Austin Ezekiel, how to team. If basically was showing. But the people knew basically was wrong, but they still intentionally violated it. And the halacha is butter, then there's no cut. So there's no power of dominant tzibur, because as we see, power of dominant tzibur is only when everyone is showing. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal life of chatos, because chatos is also only one in the case of shogig, and in this case, probably so what the Gemara goes back. Shogig is the asr, already. So we can confirm the Mishnah as follows: that if they delivered their ruling to shogig, and Klal Yisrael went ahead and did the basics, are we able to ultimately again they are butter? They are butter. No matter what the principle. How shogig doing the basics? We can infer from this that if it was shogig doing the basics, that if it was, what does that mean? That is high. What did he say? What's the case of shogig doing the basics? Shahoru based, which the water. So basically, also had this case earlier, basically asking mistakenly that he was water. It is how it will be shown. And then also what happens? I have a piece of sugar. My favorite, my sugar, very bad, very bad, gets mixed up. Brothel, and I end up eating cheder. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat cheder. What was my intention to eat? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating a cheder. So we'll say, what's that? So when it runs late on, I'm sorry. But so we'll say, that in your case, showcase Duminsi, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately to get in my liability by the Psakim Bezdin, to which the Gemara says, that's the case. If Shotah, but yet again, if that's the case that it can be inferred from the Mishnah, yeah, why does Rabbi ask that very question? Toleration is for us to show again, fellow said to show again for us. There wasn't which the Gemara answers to infer anything from the discussion, right? The Mishnah was just even for was Mishnah symmetry. Simply the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying, Shogeg. Since the beginning said, receiving the us, Shogeg, therefore the simple just from Shogeg and us. What's taken from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a ha'el of government at seaport, in order to be chayiv ultimately to receive that recovery, it has to be shogig on the part of Bezdin and shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogig, and ultimately everybody in the ha'el of government at seaport. Says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin. Let's say it's amazing delivers, they are known as Psal. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the Psal. So we'll say, what's that? We'll call the Har. So we bring a Har Hel of the Pinat. We're supposed to be reacting another qualification. That qualification one is that the base has to be Shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be Shogeg. Next qualification we will say is that there must be either Kol HaKal, which we'll discuss what that means, or Ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken meaning of this. If that happens, most of them bring up happen. If it happens to be that the mistaken meaning was regarding Avodah Zarah, then the Avodah Zarah will be Har Yisrael. So ultimately, again, for this Avodah Zarah, it's not just the Harvard, there's an additional son as well. As usual, he says, so very he says, Shvat with the base part. Because he says the following. But ultimately, again, if every particular situation where all the Shvatim sit, so every single Shiva brings their own power. So again, it was the same case. Ultimately, based and delivered an erroneous ruling, the tribes act, causes or acts on that ruling. And the Buddha comes along and said that each Shiva must bring their own power down on double in that season. For Avodas Koharet, and being a good base part of the season. And again, if the mistake was without the Zara, then each Shiva must bring its own power as well as its own sphere, the 12 part and 12 sphere. What's the name without it? The Shimon says, we do a part of it, or Avodas become Shlosha Sapar. Let's listen to this. We'd give us here. Power is started the whole Shiva, and power is started the base. She has an interesting sheet that he builds on it. He says there was an album is that for power element of that seaboard, each brings their own, and what based also brings one. So, for example, let's say in a normal case, for a normal case, So there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and these would be for own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 spears. So the Gemara says, Horu Bezdin, Ra'as Zayin Shlat and Horu. What happens is Bezdin, that Bezdin in Minnesota is an erroneous ruling. There's seven tribes, Muslim says seven Horu of Iyad. So we'll say, or for that matter, majority of Klal. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we'll have two different utopia. Is either a tribal majority or a clerical majority. Tribal majority is when seven of the tribes go ahead and follow the, or the Gemara says, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than seven tribes. So that look is the empire. This go up to the empire to start the regular. So let's say here it says that Allah makes up as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the base that triggers the parahel of the Rebbe. The Yudi says as follows: Yudah Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatim Rabbi Zayin Party. The Yudi says if seven of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own parahel of governance. Because it's Rabbi Yudah Shekasa. Rabbi Yudah always holds that each tribe, each Sheva, brings its own power. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, what about the other tribes who didn't bring it to the road? They had power. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a power on behalf of those tribes who did sin. And Shimon says, Fesmarim, Fesmarim, the Fesir, Arabisar, the Shevet, Arabisar, the Beit. Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and read the Karma. But Shimon has this on the side. He said, Bezin brings its own Karma. So each tribe will bring its Karma, Bezin will bring its own additional Karma. Whom Bezin shall Acham and Ashlag, the Asa Osa Shevet Abiyah. What happens if the High Court of Ashlag, which the Shvatim will have their own court? Let's say one of the High Courts of one of the Shvatim passed in the notice, delivered a wrong Psak, and that Shiva acted on that Psak. What's that law? Also, Shiva to Chayiv, Ushar Kalashvatim killed in Rabbi. So the good goes over saying that Shiva to follow its business is Chayiv for a part, but the other Shvatim are Pater. The Chacham say no, in Chayav and Ella al Holoya or Ella al Horios. So except the Horios based in Agod. So we'll say the Chacham say no. Harm had that definitely that Sibra was saying is only brought if there is one case that delivers a religious that that's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amaki Chabadas Yisrael Yishku below Adas also Shene. So we'll say interesting to the Chacham is saying it's Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin of the Lord of the Sea. So the Chacham say that a tribal court goes ahead and delivers a religious there is no liability for power of government and keyboard, only the Sanhedrin issues that are wrote this. Ten rabbis will say, we now have the fundamental three mathematics in the show to analyze this now. Ten rabbis. Yadu Shor told Mahom. So this case. Let's say these didn't realize that they had issued an erroneous view. But what? They did not, they didn't realize, remember, what the wrong Psak was. Look at the first Rashi of the Gemara. Rashi is Yadu Shoru Tomashu. Loma Holidays in the book of the Tzatz. Also, Allah gave the Akushot in the level of that. That we had to see this myself. Bilbad, the Fad Bora, the Akaka Yadu Shoru Shalokurai. And the Shekal Mashoru, the even though the Nala Hila Olu, all Allah down. So, this is this case. Basically, realized that they made the erroneous view, they just forgot what the erroneous view was. So they know either we committed a failure or down. We just can't remember which one. Can we consider what happens? Probably so consume both of these things. So Shabbos says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yaakov you might have thought that there'd be a parallel on the Tzibor Tabalomar, and goes, Hachatas. The Pasuk says that the sin became known. The law, Sheyot Machoti. It's not just enough to know that people sin. But try to again for a parha of that people what does there have to be. There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the Rodi's son actually was. Asher Chaki. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger the parha of that civil liability, there has to be clarity as to what the Rod Sak was. If Basin themselves, Basin says, listen, we know the Rod Sak, but what? We don't know what the Sak was, and then cannot trigger a parha of that civil liability. Asher Chaki. Chaki Shnei Shvat, Nevi'im Shnei Parim. Two tribes, went ahead and said. So we'll say they bring two parim, Shlosha, Nevi'im Shlosha. So we'll say a few tribes, three tribes made a mistake. So what they bring three parim. Oh, Eino Omer Ella, Chatu Shnei Yefidin, Nevi'im Shnei Parim. Chatu Gimel, Nevi'im Gimel. Or not, but maybe even it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again three and two individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the Barha of them with that support. Therefore, again, the verse says, Talmud Lomar, Hakal, Chai, the whole Chal. So, verse, the whole Kal, the Kal Chai. Once therefore, the verse says, the word the Kal, who brings the Parha of them with that support, never been a Yachid. But what does it mean, the whole Kal, the Kal Chai, Kitzad, Chatu Shnei Shvat, the Shnei Parim, Chatu Zayin, the Zayin, who Sharsh, will say, therefore, in order of this, if two tribes sin, each of those tribes bring their parha of the Nasiba. Similarly, if seven tribes sin, so seven tribes bring a parha of the Nasiba, and furthermore, Ushar Shvat, Shalom, Ravim, Hagidim, and Parha. So ultimately, again, and even the tribes who did not sin, bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Inushal Fatum Ayitafo, the Kaflemar Kal, the Chayim Al Kol Kahal, Kal Dimer. It's like this is the sheet of Refuta. The sheet of Refuta is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the basin, that shevet is a parha of governing that ziva. It looks like there are Yehuda's shita is that called shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word that parha of governing that ziva is kal. Torah says there's only liability when the kal follows the erroneous psak of basin. And my focus is going to be what? How do you define kal? Now, the Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak of basin, and Shita said Yehuda, they have to bring a parha of governing that ziva. And not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a parha of governing that ziva for what? For the tribes who did. That's how you do the shita. They don't see if again where it says the chayim akol kal bakal divrei. You ultimately hold the halacha l'maisa again. Hey, the tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a parha of governing that ziva, and the tribes who did not sin bring a parha for the tribes who did sin. Each shayla. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechadu. So this is what it is. Rabbi Zayin Parim, Bezin Avid Agidei and Par. B'ne'emar lemata kal, b'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma kal ha'omer lemala Bezin lemala kal. Af kal ha'omer lemata Bezin. Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Gita that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a parha of government at Sifra. But he adds in one thing that is reasonable. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a parabosai? The base. What he disagrees with is where in Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring the par on behalf of the shvatim who did. Yet the Meister Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So the shvatim who committed Gavera, who inadvertently relied on erroneous psak of the Bezdin, so they will bring a par, plus the Bezdin who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's Shita Rabbi Shimon. The Mir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechadu, Bezdin, and Hayidei Par, Bain Turin. There must say, last thing is the Shita Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa is only the Bezdin who brings the parha of government at Zibor, never the shame. Shvatim don't bring the car. Only, see, Ramirez says, Zayin Shvatim Shechadu, was in Ramirez's model. The only time you bring a bar hell on the Tzibur is when there's a majority of the cow, majority of cow Israel. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Ramirez says is that Allah, so when there's a majority who has sinned, it is only basically who brings the bar hell on the Tzibur, not the Shvatim, not the Shvatim. Nemar Kalamata, the Nemar Kalamata. Akala Amanamala based in the Tzibor, Afkala Amanamata based in the Tzibor. The Sherman Alazar, Sherman says, Mishmo. So Nimros, what does he say? Sherman Alazar. Fatu Shisha Shvatim, a Ruban Shvatam. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, Ozayin, or 7 tribes sin. Afam Shechino Ruban Shvatam, even though what? They are not the majority of the cow. Nevertheless, the being card. So also Shimon comes along and says, he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority to take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So I'll say first point line. Omer Mar, we know that Chatas will Shinago Afot. I'll say furthermore, I don't want to be seen the price above. That's the only thing we have higher than the Tzibur's right, where the basin is explicitly clear as to what has to be a release really delivered. Otherwise, the basin is unsure that the notice where the basin knows we know we did something wrong. We just thought. We don't know what. We don't know what. We'll say, who is the opinion who said this? Who is the opinion who said this? So the Gemara says, I'm ready to talk about that. The Lord Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, before we get to what we know it's like, tell you it's not like. Not like Rabbi Eliezer. This is not Rabbi Eliezer, Marafsha. In Caleb Apple, Chayim, no Sir Apple Chayim. So we'll say, the Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about the case of the second species, where a person is actually an individual, sure by Caleb, or I'm not sure that he knows him. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating Caleb or for eating Nosa is the same. It's chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate Caleb or you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? If you eat one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same viability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So it's like Rashi points out over here that Allah Yeshua says you're potter. Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not kind. So our Mishnah was like really, or the Bryce, that's what it's like to do with Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis doesn't know what the erroneous feeling is, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that we permitted was intentional consumption on what would be high cards. As long as we know that he did that, then what does it matter if it was still if it was just doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara or our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you take Rabbi Eliezer, no, he could even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani up at the sin. Could be par helen up because he was on a different why. Because the pasuk says, Asher Chota Alem. Because also the pasuk says that base name is chayiv for, or should say, the par helen up is that par helen up is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chotu Alem. So we'll say, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chotu Alem. For the specific sin that they committed upon it. I husband had to say, what's that mean? Husband only have to say, Asher Chotu Allah. I'm sorry. Husband only have to say, Asher Chotu Allah. Oh, bless you. Call me by the part of the Sassi. It was a there that person is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be hidden. Fatos, yet I was supposed to Sassi means that I was involved in a completely different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an activity. In that case, everyone is Masasik. Everyone will agree that Allah said that I am not high in Hatas in that case. I can't tell you. So I say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shivas concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par hell of government that seaport for us. Remember again, Shivas Rabbi is that the 12 Shvatim each of the Shvatim brings their own power. Not that what you say, that even the Shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. For saying the Shut, the Michael, the Kasavar, are born from all these seeds. And Yudah says the word Kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the Parsha of Manel of Mexico. Right? He says Kal, Hakal, Kahal, Hakal. So what do I use these 4 cows for? Chad the Kai, I'll call Kal the cow. What is teaching that what? That each and every Shevet is high, and each and every Shevet is called a cow, is called an assembly unto itself. That's one cow. The Chad, the Lord, Klima-based, the nice color, the cow. What's the second one teaches me? That Parhan of Zimmer is brought to life when these administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the Bechad Librira. We'll say one is teaching me about Brira. What's Brira? We'll say that halacha l'maisa, even the Shvatim didn't sin. Bring Brira to drag them on. Bring a korban on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. Bechad l'shevet she'asa ha'oraz. And we'll say ultimately again, what is the teaching about that if one influence in Rashi, so kind of shape just about as business, it is time to say that the Masis and Holu base Sha'achim Shvatim was an Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own business. The Shah Reb Shabbos, I said that's a so Yehuda learns out all of the Shvitas from the 4 times the fact the word Kal is written. Rabbi Shimon's model. Tomasa colleagues see it says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal, Hakahal. Meyakahal, or Mikro. Listen, if he doesn't actually the 4th Kal, why? Because that 4th Kal appears in the phrase Me'ime Hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means he had made a mistake. He said that one you can't actually why? Because that's just an expression. Vidar Ish, Me'ime declined them. As we'll say, people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so-and-so. So we'll say, how does he must be? So cow. So one cow comes to each. And each Shevet has his own liability. Probably the second reason. Utre Hashmi, Ne'emar the cow, Ne'emar the cow. It says cow over here. It says cow over here. Ma'ala based in my cow. Just like we'll say, it says over here that basing has to be with the cow. I can't base in my cow. So we'll say over here, we're only fighting with what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Psak Halacha. And here, Kal Hakal Lo Darsh was a mayor doesn't dash the Senate. He doesn't dash the cows. Therefore, Ilchach Sheikh Haliksi, he violates. Therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 cows that are required. Ne'emar the Mata cow, the Ne'emar the Mala cow. Now, Kekman the Halon based in below the seaboard, Afghan based in below the seaboard. We'll say he teaches it to teach me what? That just like earlier, I kind of also the cows are going to base in that seaboard. So Toby is going to be at what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the power head of that seaboard? It's the basin. It's the basin. Basin brings the power, not the pockets. Therefore, you don't say out ultimately of exertion. Shimon allows you my time up. What's your Shimon allows his logic? Sit via Ita. Allah took the sin. So say, on one day, Shimon says as follows. The person says, and he understands that he limited or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says that. You see that it says, remember to Ruba so we'll say, on one hand, it says, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kala Allah says, what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember to Ruba sounds like it's only the road, not the field. So it's hockey. So Asukah, they were shut down. So I say that Shas is teaching the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, acted based on the erroneous Psak of the Senate, they represent the numerical majority of tribes. Or 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous Psak of the Senate, even though what? They are not numerical majority. Nevertheless, kind of ultimately they are kind. What's the evidence? That Shimon there, the Rothschild, the rice, the for the power has no zero obligation to be triggered. The psak halacha has to be given by the basin, but the action has to be taken by how, which the Gemara says, what is the Rabbi? Rabbi, the Pasuk says, "V'hayal kime'ine ha'ivra ve'astol yishkata." Because the Pasuk says, "It will be from the eyes of the congregation ve'astol yishkata." The matter was committed for the Rabbi says, "The Chala Akishkata." Rabbi says the Pasuk from the Chala Akishkata that the entire nation acted in it. Once you have any books that because of that one divided and the ve'astol yishkata wouldn't just said the first Pasuk. So how about I would have thought that just the minority of the population is a higher level of next one. You can see the Chala Akishkata. Therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation is good because of the Chala Akishkata. And therefore, it is a Chala Akishkata. And the Afti is the Bahadi Ruba. I made a thought that I love the rest of the business has to act together with this rubber flow. You see, Bahia, yeah, even that's not a struggle. Bahal, you see behind it, you can't about it. There was a different kind of level. So, be the innate. So, also, so shove up in the teacher that this halacha applies to people in the living or about anything else for which they would be good factor. Two things to show effort. Those are in the motivation. So if based of one of the tribes, delivered in erroneous food. So I'm saying again, that does not trigger how to handle another class. Has to be the second. Said people are divided in Shevet Africa Yuda, or God's peace that other Mia, Ice, Shash, Mono, was listening to his question. What happens if you have to find or God's peace that sorry, Shevet Africa Yuda, right? So okay, what happens if one tribe acted based on the Psak of Sanhedrin? So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the Psak of the Sanhedrin. So what's the again? What does it mean to the whole? The Yuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own parallel of governments. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous stance of the base government. Was very good at this model. Remember, also tribes belong to the also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that do. So one tribe committed Avera based on the stance of the Sanhedrin level, to the other tribes bring for that one tribe one. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant will say explain is when you have seven tribes. You have the majority of the tribes committed and then converted sin based on the sacrifice. That's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about five shaded, like the people know. But again, one tribe, now remember, I'm saying like this model, even if one tribe sins, remember, also, this whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you put this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the Psak of the Sanhedrin, the erroneous Psak, they are going to bring a parallel of number in that secret. That will happen. The Shaila is, the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that bunch of receipts and before that you this model, we always have 12. So we do not necessarily remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes that want, then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So also, what do you know if Rabbi when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow, that tribe brings a power of the next. But that no, that's what this whether that's halakha so I have to see. That's what all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. Should we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim sin, then even the ones who didn't bring about five shekels the regular below. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a rove, and the other tribe is not bring. Model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the structures bring a power of the net zero, right? That's like a shit. That right tribal liability for all the structures. So that's the tribal. Tashma. So it says finish. So what did he do? How did I what did he try to do? So how did I one part? Shimon says actually Mishnah says money would be what we bring. Part effort, one part. And Shimon Shnei part. And Shimon says two part. The man asking us, what's the case here? If you want to say that it's very separate tribes to sin, that he Shimon come near boy. So we'll say in that case, Shimon, remember what's she does Shimon? If Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Basin also. So we're talking about at least there's 7 of the tribes to sin. So Rabbi Shimon's knowledge should be big part. 7 of the tribes were predicted. I would become the Shem and Ephraim. Rather, it must be one. We must talk about a case where one of the Shem and sin. So what's the case? Tonight, if the Shem made a mistake and relied on its own thinking, then the Shem less like, right? So we'll say that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on their thinking, the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in moving by their own amazing then what? And then Shimon will say that these not how have a government next in that case. Hello, love, or Raz based on that. Rather, it has to be what? That is talking about the moment. I got it. It's on a camel, right? And I was thinking the Tanakamo, even Rabbi there, are we avoiding? The second one is Rabbi there requires to charge of the shots that propound on that seaboard. Hello, love, Rabbi, you have to say something. If you go Shachot and Shave at that one, what's the case? The case is where one shade that is sin. So what's the therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to God, where one shade that sins, who brings the high halal up to that support? That's one shade that, and the other shubatim are not activated in the situation of God. Are we all come ask you to know what's the case over here? You go Shachat to Shisha, Shvatim, they Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? There are 6 of the tribes, 6 of the Shvatim sin, but they are the numerical majority. Shimon ben Elazar was a effective Shimon ben Elazar. Sanga, Shimon ben Elazar, that was the first white line. They Shmo, I'm sorry, Shimon from the Shmo, Katu Shisha, they Ruban Shaka. If 6 of the Shvatim, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shiva, Abba, Shimon, Ruban Shaka, they're 7 right? They're the tribal majority, no, they're not the numerical majority. They're the entire. Was it Allah is a big apart? So the Gemara says, Tashma, and you know there, he says as follows. Shiva Sha'osah Ba'oraz was it? The Shiva acted based on the instructions of its own tribal nation. So what's the halacha? Also, Shiva Tayyip, Shar Kamashvat, so what's it? What Tayyip? But all the other Shvatim, who Ba'oraz based in Akodo, have to Shar Shvat Tayyip. We'll say, but if the one shape acted based on the instruction of the based on another than what, even the other shvatim will be tayyib, shvatim. We'll say, so Allah let's use it appears that we feel for a car hat over that single but even when it's on sucked in of the high point of that shape, but according to Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the instruction of the court, then that Shevet will bring a fire of the government but not the other stuff. If one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base and not Godel, then according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings apart and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated as well. So it turns out that in Yehuda's model, when you have any kind of Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Nodal, all of the Shvatim end up being part of the incredible. I'm going to actually, that's the Islamic people, and actually the truth is this is supported by a Mishnah as well. Becoming also Shevet Alpha, right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also Shevet Tayyib, who shar shal kalashan. Telling them that only that one Shevet is Tayyib, but the other Shvatim are part of that. It's not only the shar shal. The Mishnah didn't need to say that the Shvatim are part of. Hakana Osa Shevet Tayyib. Since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Tayyib, I would have understood that part. But they want to tell Osa Shevet Tayyib, but they don't know shar shal is Tayyib. Listen, once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Tayyib, by definition, and the other Shvatim are part of. Allah Hamash Malad, the Horas based, you know the shar shal is Tayyib.
That it's only ultimately again where a statement is following the instruction of its own based in, that statement will be guided, the other shvatim will be maturing. But if a particular statement is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin of Gadol, then once that statement has to bring a parallel of evidence more than once, the other shvatim must do so as well. The incredible statement. Let's say so again. Whether or not the person can look the race of remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shita's Rabbi Buddhism said that first of all a number of novelties. Number one, that it couldn't be that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a parallel of government that secret. Why? Because the Shevet is called a Kala. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring a parallel government, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Gadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a carbon the other Shvat. Very strong. About like the response of Amos. If I know Shevet Echad Shazavaras based on Gadol, let's listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Shazavaras based on Gadol. Was it followed the Psak of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down the road in school. You have one Shevet who follows. So the Rabbi Shimon made my So what's now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. What's the number again? What we should do is Rabbi Shimon. That's Rabbi Shimon was. Rabbi Shimon holds. He builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own part of the that's word. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they won't bring. He also adds that the base also brings its own part. So if Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as the maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as the maximum. Shalos will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin Gadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, nice Odo. We'll say, so ultimately, again, one happens in that case. Nice Odo. So what's the level of liability in that case? The Gemara says as follows: Tashma, what do you do? How happens? Bring one card. Shimon over Shimon. Shimon says two card. The Gemara says, what's the case? What's the price's case? Shiva. If you want to say that it's a piece of verse 7 of the Shvatim, and Shnei Parim, what is the two card? Shmona Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sin, according to Shimon, then what? You would have 8, 7 for the Shvatim sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the other Shevet Echad. Rabbi have to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sin, move in mind. We'll say what's the case? If you want to say the Shevet sin, based on the Psak of its own base, Rabbi Shimon less like Alex like. Because Rabbi Shimon does not think that there's any liability when it tries where Shimon follows its own base. What kind of Shimon says liability is right? It's right. But about Sanhedrin Gadol. Ella Barat means Gadol. Right? There's the rest of the Gadol, Sanhedrin. This Birah, the Kama Hunter, what's the use of the Kama? How the white was in the whole building of how the see what either one is in America or tribal row. So he read Yehuda, Shah Shatanai, so what's the emphasis of Yehuda? And Yehuda holds that once even one shape brings the what, then the rest has to bring as well. Elohim and Shimon Abazir. What's it rather again? Let's go back to the what's it exactly? Tashba. The company said, we all know in Ohio, Oran, Peter, and God. And from the same that the only time you can power of government is first, right? It's right. He's in a local and second and following the Psak of the Sanhedrin God. My Chachal was the weather Chachal. Even in there, the organization in there, Ruka White, a variable that should be a tribal or numerical majority. And the Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi have to say on the website that he is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately, again, see that this is correct. That Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad, if you have another, let's listen to this. So we'll say, counting on the Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the differences. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a cow. even one Shabbat is called essentially Klaus. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shabbat Echad Ikal Be'Olam. Amri Ksiv, Vayamot Lo Shabbat Ikal Yehuda, Yerushalayim. Nocha Chatzah Hashem, Ye'inotzeh Chatzah Neit Hashem HaChadasha. Was it the pasuk said that Yehoshaphat stood Ikal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, Ikal Yehuda Yerushalayim. Opposite the base Hashem HaChadasha, literally again, the new house of God. What is that? HaChadasha. Amar Rabbi Yochanan Shekin Shu Kvar. Because it means that this is the place where the Kaddish, like the Kaddish was always the Kaddish. Well, to whom is the Lachal of the They have to see that under Yehoshaphat, they went ahead and they made a brand new building, which was what? That it's fully almost someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires Harav Shemesh. It still requires the sunset first to become convert. So it has that it's fully not dead and the Lachal of the well, what's the point of here to see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of single one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What is called Yehuda? A cow. So you must just see the Mishnah that we will have from here that even one shape is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Maskip Rabbi Yaakov, Dilma Sheni Yerushalayim. If Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. So Hamadami Binyamin, because we must remember again, the Jews are especially like Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was the of those things that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? The inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and so maybe the reason why Yehuda uses the Rothschild car time they were two tribes. That is not as a raya that one tribe constitutes a cow, which the Gemara says, I will Amar Rabbi Yaakov, you're right, you can bring another raya. It's said by Yomer Eli, in Machnacha B'Sicha, Ticha Lekahal Havu. I'll say, says Yaakov, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to Kahal Havu. Now this says Yaakov right before when Man is Yalid Le'ad Yishai. The Lord said, who is born at that moment? Yamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called, Kal, Shlamina, Avigam Rachman. That's what the Torah is saying. This Yalid B'Kal Hashda, Kal Aprina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Lord is saying. That even one shape is called the cow. He grabs this weapon, was saying, the king is look up, he's not good, this cow. Every time we're saying something different. You're about to give birth to the Yamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called the cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara said, no, it must be seen from here that even one tribe is called the cow. Suppose that the Gemara ends, we're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends this book. I say, so you see over here that what? That the mice, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a cow, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he dresses in Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. And once we stop over here, we'll pick up tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times. That will be in the afternoon. I'll send that later. Sorry, Joel said good morning. Let us begin. And I think all of us this one issue to fame. Our annual number for those who don't know it's Israel. Discuss so levels for sponsors for the London Outlet Medic over. International experience, Abraham and the Ashby Cosfigure Hazel, Brass, Deli, and the whole organization to about problems from as we do with public body units. Ishmas Double Box Father of the Ali Club, the Scott Ali, the cover of the Yakov Sipon of Rafa, of the sponsors that we did, Ishmas Roy, and the Chinese and the Rafa, and that's what the sponsors real primary driver, and then they have to spot the local driver, gets the benefit of the Sipon Rafa, the American Commodore, all of the shops on the families in the couple, all those in the first ever recall from the service, but she is a showing from a hostages. Some of them are successful, the whole amount of saving. Because in that, let us begin. We have a ridiculous amount of people to do today. Just okay, but what we are going to hear Hashem, get it done. We are always get it done. We're starting, I think we're starting like in a second, so we're starting on days of days. Days of days. And we are taking on in Yetz Hashem. My Rabbi, how was the council? My Rabbi. Yeah, my Rabbi. So let's remember again. We began, this is about 25 times of the Rabbi. So my Rabbi. So let's remember again, the statement of the name of the Shmuel. So we said, like Rabbi said, these words of the kind of Rabbi Yehuda, about only nothing shots of what was in Kai. And all things, let's remember again. Our entire Mishnah, reflecting upon which is again, I'm not going to myself. I'm not going to and I got that 21 seconds right. Which is 10 lines in the packet. Come on. That's embarrassing. These cameras from the top of your head. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. What's going on? All right. I got this. Okay. Right. So, remember again. Oh, the next one. What was that? Okay, so I know that. All right, we got this. I got this. Someone from the guys after a push out the shit. So it's online. He said, what happened? On the days. About the days. Now I get it. Okay. So it's right. So the mission says as follows. Now, I'm not going to about days that came. That days that I but it went ahead and he said that how long will I say? It's a thing that's moving. So remember, if you have someone who can on the basement or ultimately a city in a galley of the basement, well, I don't really understand that the basement is absolutely sticky. But it's interesting. He still have to ponder that. How long will I say that part of the height of the house, right? Because remember, again, reliance on the basement really only applies to someone who doesn't know any better because it's full trust in faith, which makes sense for a regular person. But the Maisa, someone who understands how much the Maisa doesn't have at that exemption. You say that tomorrow, right or wrong, you don't know. No, you see, you don't know. I'm going to think. I'm going to you know, Shimon ben Hazai, Shimon ben Zoma. So, you might give examples of this. Like these individuals, Shimon Hazai, Shimon ben Zoma, that actually points out to be clear, Shimon ben Chacham, for how you really know wrong. So, these individuals themselves were not that good, but it's sad because there's no sort of that cross days. But it was always like a flag in regards to like traditional programs, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the things that needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but our local race started for law. Therefore, our local race again, to rely on their erroneous statement of the they would be considered reliable. Can't keep this in what's like a kid, I got no keys. Yeah, something like that. So, like Shimon ben Hazai, or Shimon ben Zoma, they think even that the reason of the feeling is mutter. They know that it's wrong. They know that it's a wrong, that it's an erroneous sound. If you need to rely on that side, that big favorite, that's amazing. that's an intentional violation. Whereas on using their logic, what how they help us suck out so some apples. Versus ultimately nothing else. That's what I all else. It's the project. They talk to us and they go, ultimately, it's like this trouble children. If you saw the instruction of the sponsor, it's like what's the case? Ultimately, it's the shift in the no the app applied shit hours. The business represents. Ultimately, it's like asking that they use what the one of the members of the biggest thing is they don't please is how negotiate with the right about like negotiate as like or for example someone's the cabinet who's 54 to 50 judges and ultimately he relies on the upcoming budget. You might have such a person as a cabinet that's so sub-access. Not in cabinet, sub-answer high. So, listen, ultimately, again, is high. Ultimately, instruction of it's part of the system. How it is like this, you can just acting instruction of this. They don't matter. How does this shit? So, let's say this is fascinating. If you check us up, so let's say we're asking what the case. So, what is the case of a problem who relies on the erroneous sack of the case? Right? Ultimately, again, who again knows that the case is wrong, but ultimately, it is no called shocking. What is that case? So I said, this is fascinating. Go, the other also, he knows that it's also, he knows that he is also, like I tried to watch this, the mitzvah, the shmor, break a chacham. You tell the mitzvah, the shmor, break a chacham. So I said, this is quite interesting. What he showed me with, showed me with this. How the fuck of those are the things that is wrong. But what he's not sure about is, his biblical obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. He thinks to himself, oh, if that biblical obligation applies in this situation, it's clear that the rabbi and hardball. That's the shocking of his case. So again, origin of the fact makes it that he's not mentioning, it's actually that he was also given the like this, that one nicer is an itzatos into Chazal. So perhaps the itzatos into Chazal will ultimately is even, they're wrong, and by the way, it's an assumption. What does Rashi say? The concept was also that Rabbi should give you a call, you have small. Rashi says, do not hear from the words that they tell you right to left. What does Rashi say? When you tomorrow, I give you all men. Our young shoe small, not small shoe. Even if the reason tells you that the right is left and the left is right. So, what could erroneously glean from that? That even if the reason tells you that Chilud is mutter, but you know that Chilud is usher, that you should still listen or you can't still listen. Again, much more long ago, not that far. Not that far. And therefore, such an individual would not be sued for personal liability. If you have the chatos, but yet, still called the shogun. Right, you still call the shogun. And not a shogun regarding Chilud, but a shogun regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Let's go back. You say, well, I talk about Smokai. So this is very good. Which is like, here's the rule. Any person who is actually outside his own volition is always going to be chayav the chatos. When we're talking about cases of short, it's chayav to be chayav chatos, which is carbonic liability for inadvertent commission of another. So that is. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he's going to be chayav chatos. Acted as a result of his instruction, what about the chatos? So talk about the investing the only things with the other shippo, systems for causing the head. So you know, says, talk about it, you give an example of that. If the possible feelings with the, and then I'll say what happened. They realized that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted the husband by it. But what's the problem? But we're going to give you the part in the second part, right? So we're going to learn that things that possible that Taylor is awesome, but you can actually sorry, it was not done, but you did not hear that he recanted themselves. He acted on it. So it says, of course, it says, how the heck is it going to go? Not how the heck is it going to go. He was right. First, the Mishnah went ahead, and first the Mishnah says the case, and then the Mishnah just espoused it's good. I'm going to finish more. Okay, so you can wrap up this way. That's just that's all. I'm going to finish more, right? So very happy with that. So the point that says, like, this form is up until now, right? So we can have this one distinguishes when an basic aspects and makes an erroneous psak, erroneous movement, and an individual relies on that movement and acts accordingly, the individual is utter. Personal liability because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of taste. That's what they're acting. Now, I'll say up until this point right now, we have assumed every one of these that's comes up with these in Shmuel. This is the episode, the Rabbi. That's what we know about what the Rabbi said, which is about us basically Chai. The Chabad Omer becomes a natural. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of the Israel, at the end of the day, he is Chai. There is personal liability even when you act under the instruction of the Israel. And therefore, again, just for a talk I say, the Israel says, the king's mother, Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice safety piece of chilaf, right? And has the bird, for Chobot and say, liable. Not us, because again, it's showing, it's not easy to show, but it's something liability. Versus, okay, let's all get this. Now, this was a sensation that we never hear. Individual acts based on some base that he is other, but 100% he is chai. So finally, who is a leader? Designer, in that mesh after that Mishkada, Tahasosa, how do you do it? Supposed to look at this phrase in that mesh after that, there are essentially three really words, two very phrases. Therefore, what does this teach us? Also, if you answer the time, if you have to know, you should be together and everything and tell us, you do so based on exactly the reason you're part of that secret. That's ultimately what you have on the side of it. Kind of, as that is at the new culture, kind of in based in the being how you do it. So it's going to happen over the course of the next step. Is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth two concepts. These type of evolution and brings the past and the ultimate again over the wrong use of that mutual act on it. Is the liability for the individual practice or not? But as you just go through that, that is also another concept which is how the hell are we going to see what which one is basic issues that are related to that and the majority of the congregation. I will discuss about congregations. The majority of the Israel acts on that step. Then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the base thing? Is it Klal Yisrael? That's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. So that's the image John told me. We were just looking designing it. I died at over you can catch up on only minority of Klal Yisrael sins based on the road to the base thing. I love it. I love it. So the Klal Yisrael we have to bring the Chatas. Why? She based in the being on the day and time. It's interesting enough, so it's immersing here that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak of the base. Minorities may have to bring the chatos. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no power of the government. Or again, if Klal Yisrael is not covered by that covered, because they're covered by that covered, everyone has to bring an individual chatos. Not the culture, and the other thing. We're going to see this is something right now. Speaking, actually looking at the building, the harm government, see that. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael sin, all of them again they should be putter. You would have thought that therefore they should be putter from the individual chatos liability. Why shall it be in the how you get hard? Because the basic is going to bring up high level government. Let's see more. Wow, okay. So it says, watch this. Rabbi said, it's a thought that when there is a high level government, let's see what. Ultimately, again, the individuals who would be part of the chatos, Kamash Mabar, the Alpha the nation of the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal covenant liabilities. Therefore, Rabbi said, even when the government is being brought, they must still bring their individual chatos, which shows you what? That even when there is liability on the part of the case, and the individual is acting as a result of the structure of the thing, that's no covenant liability. So that's how that works. So it says, when the individual acts under the instruction of base, no personal covenant liability, no chatos. Rabbi said, no, even though you acted under the instruction of base, it's not your even though this shouldn't be nice up, and we're talking about it, but getting an intro which just acted on the only volition without being frustrated and just made a mistake. Things that should this is in the group of Sad, and there is a night at a time. Ultimately, again, the obvious things that they do with this Shalom Baras basically nice and Shalom Baras. Basically, they're we're just talking about a situation where people just made a lot of people just made the same mistake. So I can say this personal liability. However, I was also given a case for the basically up in the Rothschild side. The whole Torres shit that's nice and sick. There's enough, but the first case, I'm hard for the allocation of Kantos, the most of the shit that's nice. So, yeah, Congress or minority, even the majority, they're making a mistake. It's not their own mistake or mistake. Look at the people from soccer basically. So, it's really like she has also. And a lot of those things to say, no. How should have the machine as myself when the minority crowd as well sins of their own volition. Mistake. Not exactly maybe a mistake. Kind of ultimately again Katachatos, each individual why should be even be are you the parent or because it's not bringing a parent out of the next word or all officers all in Chayavi, all in Chayavi, you don't know what's in the shots and she does my swim to it. You might have caught the airport in a drug crime Israel, commits not there, it's not there, the shit that's myself of your own volition. The old thing they should be caught up, shine basically in our layman. Follow, I would never, I'm already stop the so ultimately, again, I'm already even with majority sins, ultimately, when majority sins, there was not a whole lot of things that you work from Sam. Ultimately, again, the time of factors. I'm going to talk about you guys as a Rabbi Zwan said, come on, no, he will face it. Any more ways in that circumstance. You are might be kind of hot down the root of you, but that's the reason why you majority to get a sense of liability. Life as well, you have to go wrong, kind of the type of go wrong. It must be because the minority goes ahead and acts unobstructedly. Ultimately, again, is with liability as a result of ruling. And the other Berisha Amini, nothing is like shitty that's versa. And the Sophia had the alcohol, the king of shitty that's versa. So let's go ahead first. Look at the case. For minority. That's what we kind of shitty that's like, so acted on their own volition. And then we'll find the case ultimately identified for the majority. Recognition that's versa. I will not. The law had the Hamil in the fighting machine the spicer. In fact, again, in the fact that we're not looking for a case of mute, of minority, who are liable for their own actions, with a salt mahada, we would between the machine as myself, Shmanina, mute, or when a minority ultimately acts as a result of the destruction of the things, they are going to be tried. However, just not receiving them, and you guys are already saying the couple times. The Shalom Baruch should best myself, ultimately, again, I wrote the nice of the act, people out of soccer please. Ultimately, again, I will be failed in Sacros as well. And I use stuff that say, no, I forget, the bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what Rabbi said. But he did help us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to Machlokas. Here's the thing that was one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this the whole that someone gets judged. There are fundamental Machlokas and if an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the basin, is he hiding a carbon katas or not? Basin said, Taylor, please water. Ruben said, great, always wanted to answer. Goes out, eats Taylor, finds out Basin was wrong. If he noted and showed that I was accidentally, is he hiding a katas or not? No one can say such things there. Had Ruben accidentally conceived a piece of Taylor ball within the Halacha, carbon katas. Here, Ruben, interestingly enough, facing the psak of the chips and make mistake. Facing Rabbanon, sorry, Rabbi Uda, no. The individual is shielded from personal liability when it acts as a result of the psak of the Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that my focus. That's going to be my focus for today. When I see it play out in a number of different ways. The mother says, good. Kara standards, what Mishnah is called, right? We're holding a still called Spanish letters, which means that actually you must say, you must have Sabbath. How do you know the person that you can say what's Sabbath? You must get a cup, and it's just the opposite. So you must much know that you don't need to know, because who is the one who opened up the actions and the actions that's like the Amaretz? Yeah, so you decide that you don't really say, what's a type of people? Zeus, Horas, or if you show you. So again, also the projections of the results class, all the 3 years and 36 6 each of the productions and therefore makes sense it should be race or ultimately the Mishnah, I should say, and I'm alright to like you guys and the possibilities. I died and Homer, not as much as like the leader. Perhaps I can't get fully fed to the kind. No cow, both cow, Shekatu, so let's say again, we're jumping back down to the power head of the so we're not going to miss Sukha. But again, power head and then it's which really in this power, I full offering. However, that secret, some of the piece of information has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation that we think we should be rolling some stuff, and the majority of the problem is still relied on it. Okay, so now watch this. You kind of wrong caution, but the majority of the problem is still seen. Are you being hard? So basically, let's say that according to this version, basically what brings the power of government secret. The individual doesn't bring it. Basically brings this carbon on behalf of club. This spell. You know, and let's say now watch this. You can this like you know to this. However, super we can like sleep things there low. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say my focus number 2 that I want you to remember. When you use the power of government secret, right? So these should release you. Majority of counties don't rely on it. Right now, provided by ability, time, ability, but who brings that carbon? Watch this. It's not. Now you know that. So let's say, well, let me just say it's outside. The Rabbanon say, but ultimately again, it is the things that he brings it. Rabbi who is going to say, well, it's it's Seaborg. Now, how do you know what exactly? It's Seaborg is one power for promise. No. There's multiple parts for cards, so that would be a secret. Just again, that's not focus number 2 to kind of keep you understand. Here we go. But you get fascinating. You know that Shiva, let's say I on the dollar 3A, 6 lines after that. It's not like you know that. Shiva Shotim Shekhatim, the human sign part. So it's 7 tribes. Now, let's say we don't know again where 7 tribes represent. 7 tribes represents majority of problems. So that interesting enough, not necessarily numerical neutrality, but tribal neutrality. We're going to talk about that exciting things to come. I don't know if that's rich stuff. And so, some of my say, right, 6 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead, So let's have a whole. Again, we'll say this all show. Zion Harder. Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi. Last time on Rashi, Zion Shvatim. So how we roll Shvatim, that is the majority of the Shvatim of all these. So the big Shiva part. So it's interesting. So one car per Shivet. And somebody you know, the Shivet has a big car in the location. So listen, there's a lot of actions happening over here. First of all, in that that it's the people who bring the power, not the things. And it's also interesting to see that according to everything, each Shivet is considered its own cow, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shivet must bring its own power. Not whatever Shmuel, so they're not there. These are the ones that are there. So okay, so what's that? So therefore, right now what we are is we have 2 folks in Rabbi and the Rabbanon. Number 1 is in our Mishnah. The Rabbanon said ultimately again that Rabbi says the individual should be front person liability, but the Rabbi said second basic. Rabbanon said that the Rabbanon said no, the Rabbanon. The Machloek is still to buy on the Rabbanon Sibor. The Rabbanon say faith in reason. The Rabbi says probably something. So I'm not really sure. So these are there. The Prophet said, "Your shots about us based in time." So it's interesting enough, but nothing says if not then the was very right there is when it says ultimately again, the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on the advice he makes, or it's not going to be faith. But the Republic say ultimately again that he's high. So you must say, my man, what he's both saying that we go, all of us basically asking that he was mother and moving went out and or individuals went out and it said Potter from the Kaiser. It says you Potter, and ultimately again it comes in a Chicago. Not us. So I said, what does this mean? Who is doing this? Who's performing this hate? Because if you look at Rothschild and Rabbi, so it says, hold on, the us. They Palestinians, and I'll just use Stephen as the example. So I understand that the Palestinians leave them like this. Who went out and did it? Also, it's not simple, it's not a total law, but it's total law. So they do this. Even with things that so let's say it again. If it's based in Palestine and based if you went out and went after the Hitler, so my kind of grab on a Shiny, ultimately, so once again, this is how I run government at SIBA. So ultimately, again, say if it's the big thing that costs and the big thing that we're going to eat the Hitler, then why would be liability for power that run government at SIBA? At that time, your home is the lawsuit. Who would have thought like this? The biggest thing would have had the capacity. The biggest thing themselves acting on their own side. You don't know what you tell them. You would have thought that ultimately, would be liability, right? On the moment, so I like how it's high kind of government at SIBA liability. On the moment, how else? No. High kind of government at SIBA is only raising passengers and clouding Israel acts. I said, telling the cow, while not leaving the ministry. The action is on cloud Israel, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership and commission of sin. So ultimately, again, business delivering the religious women, and cloud Israel on the ones who are active on it, which means that there is the issue of women, and the things, the ones that are active on it, they might be practiced like that. But ultimately, you can still tie out government. It's not you have to say, only based on the assumed of how. It must be that ultimately, again, based on possibly, and what happens, and what happened. And halakha l'maisa, halakha, the majority of cloud Israel acted upon it. So that's the case. Might come from the Hotel. Why would I have said? Why would I have said that the partner from Har Halom Government at Sibor? That's the kind of case of Har Halom Government at Sibor. And Allah, holy days, and rather was what happened. Holy days, the Asu needed how. But what happened over here? Days in Palestine that came with his mother. A minority club you saw came along and acted like that. Okay, so now I will say, watch this. Watch it for you. Here's my focus. Nice coverage up in Charles Samaras, based in partner. One opinion, maybe they're old. There were individual on both sides. You consider an individual up until one point in time, so it's the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between minority from Islam and ultimately again an individual. It's the same thing. So again, I'm not going to raise up when an individual sins, when he made a hold, when he does so, based on the sacrifice, he's being better. And my son, if I'm coming out of the home, not in Charles Samaras, based on Hayek, not even one individual act, based on the instruction of the biggest thing, it's still going to be fighting a personal fight. That's what I said, this is what I call this. So again, which is again, before we said that I call this was that we do have coming now again, you might suggest that we're not going to suggest that it's going to be made. But it's the same but not focus. So I'm going to put the outlook. So on this piece, he said, put it on, not just about us, it's a project. Natural. He said, everyone agrees that when the individual based on the second reason that he's going to public, he does not have personal liability, no campus liability in the case. Alright, so what's my focus of it? This is fascinating. And look, these did not actually know the SIBA coming from. This is incredible process. So let's jump back now. Higher up in that SIBA. So remember again, when do you breathe higher up in that SIBA? When do you breathe higher up in that SIBA? Who brings it? My focus, good. No help is there, right? My focus, right? My focus is that the SIBA ultimately again is good. So just keep that in mind. Right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? Now here's when do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of the body Israel has to say based on the erroneous psak of the things. So he's not going to say, watch this. What's the focus over here? And the things do not go to the first piece is count towards the calculation of the majority of comes from the house. That's what I said. Let's say, and again, so let's say with the piece, the majority of Congress are sin. Without the piece, it's minority. It's a big difference. Right? So does the big themselves count in the calculation of the majority? So you go, my son of these natural people. One of the things says yes. My son of these natural people. One of the things says no. Finally, to my point is, you guys, I will say, we're going to see, like I said, this is not the time of government at secret. The good news is when we get there, we're going to unleash so much incredible information. It's going to be a huge place of God. If I tell you about all of these are also how, we wish I know that's what it was for that. The majority of clubs went ahead and committed together. My top option with the other C4 nice. Wow. Wow. So it was like there's a benefit of every shit. So up until my focus, one thing it says, Congress brings the power. Other thing it says, basic brings the power. And then there's a other thing that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the biggest thing brings the power. Congress brings the power. Paul's family, Levi's name, Shayla Jessica, these egos. What's other possible customer focus? We're just trying to figure out what is the players not focus or they're focus like this. Whatever I will say, every shipment had their own point system as well. What happens if the sheep, the entire tribe, acts based on the impacts of the halakhic instruction of their particular base thing. Someone says, in my kachana, we're going to cover the second shipment shots of Allah is, always a shipment kind. So it's very interesting. Shipment went ahead and acted under the instruction of the shipment will be kind. Can we write it? But they go, Shechatu Shira, or no, that's very close to watch this. Very interesting. Shechatu Shisha, and you go Shakal. Oh, Shiva Ababisha and Shakal. What was this about? It's still part of the secret. Let's say you have a situation where 6 tribes stand, but they are the numerical majority of this from, or 7 tribes stand, so you have a tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? We must listen, but maybe she didn't want to decide, but she was always small. That the hot of Shisha that you will shout out, and Shiva Ababisha will shout out. So what's exactly a Pascal of the West, what we see is later on that for establishing majority that we establish in one of 2 ways. Either numerical majority or tribal majority. One of those 2 will create the majority of the period for how long government has say, fine, what's the best thing for Bassi? That's all say. Takeaways over here, takeaways, still say my focus. Whether it's like a leader or then still say my focus. Individual acts as a result of the state of the individual liability for context for that, not focus. That's our overarching not focus. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and some not focusing as well. And then what to do is it probably still, is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go there. These fascinating things. I'm about to once again, Svara, give me some wild tomorrow. I will say, so remember again, for parallel level that sequence, what do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, that the power is always brought the majority of parties served as a result of an erroneous written base. Couple of Rasi says, hold on, the majority of Jews is only calculated by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. Jews are the ones that are not counted in this calculation. Shemar, why is that Shemar? By Yas Shlomo Ba'is Elias Achai. So after Shlomo, that's the Dutch. The name of people like this. The Holy Son, Cow, Gottel. And with the explosion of Shlomo, it was the largest assembly. And Hamas had not come this right. From Hamas until all the way to Egypt, which essentially are the territorial borders of Eretz Yisrael. The national they celebrate for 14 days. Whereas now it's there. Maybe it's because Israel, how God wanted to vote Hamas had not come inside Babylon. Because I understand. They understand that all the tribes are taking celebrating Moshe. But what is it they have to say at how God, a large assembly, large congregation, and then keeping the borders from the Hamas up until the side? Why do that? Shmamia wasn't much this. How do you think we count about 100 every time? And it's only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kahal, that are called assembly of Israel. The Jews outside Eretz Yisrael are not called Kahal. So let's say this is an incredibly and overwhelmingly striking people. You look at Rashi, just in fact, he says, "Allah already shared that to Israel. Hashem Yisrael Haaretz, ain't no Becham." It's very sweet. It's a little bit of a racist thing. But and again, the Jews are Chutzlaretz. Only not from the town, not from the town. Also, not from the town. Chutzlaretz. So let's say, so this is a fascinating halakhic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, when you say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. Jews are Chutzlaretz, Jews are Mordechai Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. So if there was an interesting enough for this purpose, so we have a time of very that support, the majority is only calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael, not the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael. You see a lot of different examples of this. For example, but there's a Shem Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see that there are certain things that only Jews in Eretz Yisrael count towards the total value. Well, it's an overwhelming thing for us to calculate, which is you feel this. You feel this. You feel that you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something. That's it. The most wonderful thing. Even aside from anything else, even when you come to Eretz Yisrael, by definition, Shema feels I'm part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutzlaretz is that ultimately, again, we're proud Jews for having a part of something beautiful, but that feeling, you can have that feeling of keeping on this function and work that hard to do it. But that feeling of kahal, ultimately, again, it's something that is not felt in Chutzlaretz. To hear us, Yisrael is only Eretz Yisrael. That's what we felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful things, right? You can find an interest in the outside of Eretz Yisrael. But kahal, Yisrael, let's go back to it. It says that sheepdog, what's the name? Just a piece or some sheepdog. And looking for the smart to highly tilted the machine like that. I got a lot more to say by the way from that. How this one is as well, but absolutely no fun. So there's a show we'll come back to. So we're looking at the smart to it. Well, so listen to this. So this is very interesting. Let's say at the time that Klal Yisrael saved, it was a majority. But by the time we get around to going at it in cardboard, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says people die. People say it's no longer an American majority. In other words, the numbers not to Rashi says Pshita, rather than it's not to become children, also wrote Kalaf, yeah. It's kind of a happy card. The moment people are happy, actually it's not to share us. It's a very interesting case. So at the time when they asked it, and the people committed the idea, it wasn't a child, only majority. Now, at the time, you actually bringing up the carbon, it's a minority. People die. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? So Pshita, we're not Rabbi, let's not look this. Rabbi, you often do this, Rabbi, what happened was that the opposite, lazy possible. All through it there again, a minority scene, but now when you get to when you have ultimately again the side halacha, it's a majority, so you must just come out of the night. Keep reading to Shem Rabbanon, and Shem does possibly be on Machayim. Rabbanon does the Basar Chata, so what's an interesting